I crossed over to the martial universe. Unexpectedly bounding sign in system. It didn't only sign in various location and also give me reward. Chapter 51 The Body of the Demon, Solving the Problem of Qingtan. Qingtan's physique is very strange, every once in a while there will be a burst of cold air. Lin Dong explained, and told Wu Yun about Qingtan's symptoms. Wu Yun couldn't help saying that the princess picked up Qingtan and ran into the courtyard. Bring Qingtan into the house first, not at the door. A strong chill spread from Qingtan's body to Wu Yun's, and Wu Yun's arms were immediately covered with ice crystals. It's so cold. Wu Yun frowned, even he felt the pain of the icy ice, one can imagine Qingtan's pain. It turns out that Qingtan has been enduring such great pain, and she can still live happily every day, but she doesn't want the people around her to worry. Wu Yun suddenly felt sorry for the loli in his arms. In fact, he didn't pay much attention to it before, because he knew that Qingtan was the body of a demon, a powerful physique. But now that her physique has not been fully stimulated, Qingtan has to endure this unknown pain. She is a strong, sensible little Lolita. Wu Yun continuously released powerful Yang Gang Qi to help Qingtan resist the cold air. Qingtan buried her small head in Wu Yun's arms, seeing Wu Yun's anxious face for her, she couldn't help feeling a sense of happiness in her heart. In fact, she is used to this kind of pain, and she wants to be with her brothers more than that. I'm fine, brother Wu Yun, I'm used to it, Qingtan doesn't hurt. She comforted in a soft voice. Don't talk, hold brother tightly. Wu Yun hugged Qingtan tightly, trying to let his own body temperature lower the temperature of her body. At this time, Lin Dong also followed, and he also dragged his hand behind Qingtan's back, quietly using the stone talisman to inhale wisps of cold air. Brother, the yin beads I gave you before came from Qingtan's body, using the stone talisman can help Qingtan reduce part of her pain. Lin Dong explained through voice transmission. He didn't let Qingtan know the existence of the stone talisman. Wu Yun hummed with a serious expression. To the room. Wu Yun wrapped Qingtan in a quilt, and then took her fair and delicate little hand, and continuously sent her Yang Gang Qi. Qingtan's pain really reduced a lot, and after a while, it finally ceased to flare up. But Qingtan's little face was pale and weak. Seeing the worried faces of her two brothers, she forced a weak smile and said, I'm fine, thank you brother Wu Yun, thank you brother Lin Dong. Qingtan, are you still unable to absorb the energy of Yang Gang? Lin Dong he said with a troubled face. Qingtan had reached the late stage of the earth element realm a month ago, but had been unable to absorb the Yang Gang Qi. Xiao Diao, stupid boy, how can you absorb Yang Gang Qi? Wu Yun, why absorb Yang Gang Qi? Two voices came into Lin Dong's mind from inside and outside at the same time. It seems to be a question from the soul. Isn't it right to break through the Tianyuan realm to absorb the Yang Gang Qi? Lin Dong patted his head and said, not all of them, not all of them. Two voices came into Lin Dong's mind at the same time. Your elder brother is a big brother, listen to him. Xiao Diao resolutely shut up and said, he has already determined that Wu Yun is a reincarnation, and he must be able to see it with an obvious physique like the body of a demon. Wu Yun, not all cultivation needs to absorb yin and yang to achieve the balance of yin and yang. Between heaven and earth, there are always some peculiar physiques, which are different from ordinary people. They may be biased towards extreme yin or extreme yang. It is difficult to balance the yin and yang in the body when practicing condensing Yuan Dan. It is difficult for people with this physique to condense Yuan Dan, but they can condense another stronger inner alchemy, Yang Dan or Yin Dan. Tan's physique belongs to the body of a demon that is biased towards extreme yin. This kind of evil body can be regarded as an extremely overbearing yin body. Other yin physiques can more or less absorb yang energy for fusion, but this Sha body is different. Any Yang Gang Qi cannot exist in his body, it is extremely domineering. The evil spirit in Qingtan's body is also called the evil spirit. She can only use this energy to condense the evil spirit pill, there is no other way. Quote. Lin Dong was in admiration, this. Brother, you really know a lot. Quote. You should have told me about Qingtan's physical problems earlier, so that Qingtan wouldn't have to suffer so much. Quote. Qingtan, brother Wu Yun, how about this evil spirit pill, is it powerful? Quote. Wu Yun laughed, of course it's powerful. Just the evil spirit you exhale has reached the 5th grade, not to mention that it's inside your body. It's not a problem to reach the 9th grade. If you think about it, the yin pill condensed by this level of yin power will be weak. Generally speaking, pure yin dan or yang dan is stronger than ordinary yuan dan in terms of power, not to mention your shamo yin dan, which is not weaker than juxing yuan dan, so your physical fitness is not a bad thing. Quote, it's just that you haven't fully controlled this physique and the power in your body, that's why you feel so uncomfortable. When you condense the yin dan, it will be fine. Quote, in the future, you don't need to absorb the yang qi anymore, but specifically absorb the yin qi. You need to find a lot of high-level yin qi to help you condense the yin pill. Quote, leave this matter to me and you Lin Dong. I'll go to the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce and ask them later, and ask them to help collect it. Quote, well, quote, Qingtan nodded obediently. With her brother by her side, she felt full of security. Let's go together, just in time to bring Beiyun and Xiaoyan back. It's not good to keep them in the Fushuwei. Quote, good, quote, Wu Yun and Lin Dong went to Wanjin Chamber of Commerce first. Ask Zhan Su to help pay attention to the news of the evil spirit, and then come to the Talisman Association. It's just in time, we're looking for you too. Master Yan smiled when he saw Wu Yun and Lin Dong. What's the matter, teacher? Wu Yun asked curiously. Yangshuan was busy cultivating the ancient swirled talisman these days, so he rarely saw him. The tower fight will start in a few days, have you forgotten about it? Yan Zhan said angrily. We have lost in Yancheng for 2 years. If we lose again this year, Fuxi Tower will change hands. You don't have any snacks yet, so I hope it's all on you. Wu Yun scratched his head in embarrassment. Really forgot about it. Teacher, junior brother is a big shot now, and he has a lot of things to do. He runs to the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce every day to discuss important matters with Director Su. He doesn't even have time to promise me to meet my father. How can he remember the tower fight? At this time Ziyu came out of the room, saying with a lot of resentment. She was discussing the tower fight with Yangshuan. Senior sister, forgive me. During this period of time, the Crazy Saber Martial Art Museum and the Lin family will be moving to Yancheng. There are too many things to do. Tonight, I will accompany my senior sister to meet my uncle. Wu Yun hurry up and apologize. Humph. Ziyu snorted arrogantly, forgiving. Now that Wu Yun is here, she doesn't worry about the tower do anymore. Wu Yun's spiritual attainment is already higher than his, and there is also a natal talisman. Yangshuan, the main competition in tower fighting is mental power, and the cultivation base of Yuan power doesn't have much effect, still needs to be prepared. Zhou Tong from Tianwo City was the second sealed talisman master 2 years ago. Now it may have attacked the 3 seals, and it is your strong enemy, so you have to be careful. Little friend Lin Dong is also here, and I am about to invite you to help the Talisman Society to participate in this tower fight. Lin Dong cupped his hands, and said modestly, thanks to Master's kindness, Lin Dong's spiritual achievement today is the result. Lin Dong is also a Talisman Master in Yancheng, and he should be able to do something for the Talisman Master Association. Don't dare not do it. Young friend Lin Dong, you don't have to be polite. I can get the method of cultivating the natal talisman. I still owe you a favor. Today is just the time to repay your favor. All 3 are the most outstanding talisman masters in Yancheng, and they are all taught by me. So far I have nothing to teach you, only this last thing in the bottom of the box. Wu Yun and the 3 looked at him seriously. I know that Yangshuan is going to pass on something to him. And the things he kept at the bottom of the box were the same. Everybody knows. Chi-level refined mysterious skills. Chapter 52 Primal Void Runes. Yangshuan touched the Chenkin bag in his bosom. With a flash of light, a primitive scroll appeared in his hand. This secret technique was found in a relic when I was traveling abroad when I was young. For this secret technique, 3 of my close relatives and friends died. Looking at things and thinking about love, Yangshuan recalled the sad past. He slowly opened the scroll. Chi-level fine secret skill, Dragon Snake Seal to transform into a god. This secret skill has a total of 4 styles, namely the Seal of Snake Transformation, the Seal of Python, the Seal of Dragon Transformation, and the Seal of Dragon Transformation. This set of secret skills is very powerful, but it is also very difficult to cultivate. I am ashamed to say that even now, I only know the first 2 seals. Hiss. Wu Yun and the 3 of them all took a deep breath. Yangshuan has practiced for so many years and has not learned all of them. This is the inheritance scroll. There is not much spiritual power left in it. There is only one last chance to inherit it. Cherish it well. You can integrate the spiritual power into the scroll, and you can see the demonstration of the symbols in it. How much can you remember? It's up to you. Let's start. Iwagen unrolled the scroll into the air. I saw mental fluctuations like water ripples appearing on the flat scroll. Without hesitation, Wu Yun unleashed a burst of spiritual power and penetrated into the scroll. Lin Dong and Ziyu followed closely behind. Which one of you will come out first? How long will it take? Yan Zan raised his teacup and waited quietly for the three of them. As soon as Wu Yun entered the spirit scroll, he felt a huge mental oppression. Immediately afterwards, dragon and snake transform into God Seal. Use spiritual power to transform into the shape of a dragon and snake. A series of formulas sounded. What followed was a vague figure demonstrating the first method of performing the snake seal. Wu Yun, hurry up and concentrate on remembering. An hour later, Lin Dong was the first to open his eyes. He who owns the stone talisman. You can use the evolved figure in the stone talisman to help deduce and memorize martial arts. Oh, I didn't expect you to be the first one to wake up. Do you remember? I remember, thank you, Mr. Yan. Lin Dong nodded. Yangshuan was a little surprised, and couldn't hold back on his face. Unexpectedly, neither of his two disciples was as powerful as Lin Dong. 3 hours later, Ziyu also opened her eyes. She was sweating all over at this time, and she was very tired from concentrating for a long time. Her mental strength could only last for so long. How is it, do you remember everything? Yangshuan asked nervously. Sorry, teacher, I only remembered the first 3 moves. Ziyu sighed. It's okay, it's fine. He himself only remembered the first form when he watched it for the first time. Junior brother, why don't you come out? Ziyu worried. The 3 of them waited for Wu Yun suspiciously. It stands to reason that Wu Yun's spiritual talent is the best among the 3, so he should be the first to remember it. Lin Qinning insisted, but he came out after memorizing. Ziyu came out because she couldn't hold on anymore. Wu Yun's mental strength is the strongest, and he can indeed last longer, but with his usual outstanding performance, it shouldn't be impossible to remember. The light of the scroll is getting weaker and weaker, and it will lose its effect soon, so he should also come out. Yan Zan said quietly. He has treasured this scroll for half his life, and he has been reluctant to use it for the last chance. Only these 3 juniors whom he admired and valued today are willing to take it out. Now that he has used this last time, the spiritual scroll should be useless. He couldn't help feeling a sense of emptiness in his heart. Hey, why is the light of the scroll shining again? Ziyu exclaimed in surprise. At this time, the mental scroll, which was about to lose its mental fluctuations, suddenly returned to its previous state. Not only that, but the mental fluctuations became even more intense. All 3 were dumbfounded. This is simply bringing the scroll back to life. What happened? All 3 of them were dumbfounded. Especially Iwagen. He was just beginning to feel sad and lost, and in a blink of an eye, it was no longer necessary. At this moment, Wu Yun finally opened his eyes. Huh. He let out a long breath. The runes are amazing. He exclaimed. Xiao Yun, what's going on? You repaired the scroll. Yan Zan's eyes widened. Wu Yun nodded. He just entered the scroll with his mental power, and was surprised by this magical way of imparting skills, so after learning and memorizing the secret technique, he immersed himself in the study of the scroll. In the end, he really found out the mystery of it, and the reason why he was able to keep the secret technique was that there was a magical rune inside the scroll. Wu Yun flipped through the true explanation of the original rune in his mind, and found the corresponding original rune, virtual image. Original virtual image rune. One of the original runes born between heaven and earth, which can reappear the reflected scene. Where this rune exists, it is mostly accompanied by strong magnetic field fluctuations, which can give birth to a natural phantom array, which can be used to inherit memory, arranging a phantom array. The power of the runes in the inheritance scroll was about to disappear. After Wu Yun found the phantom runes, he tried to outline the original runes with spiritual power on the basis of the scrolls, so that it regathers energy for a second spring. That means this scroll can continue to be used now. Yangshuan said excitedly. Yes, teacher. Wu Yun said affirmatively. Then he took out the talisman pen and a piece of blank talisman paper and began to draw. Draw the simplified version of the phantom rune in the scroll, and show it to Yangshuan. This is the secret of the spiritual scroll. If one day the power of the scroll is about to run out, teacher, you can use your spiritual power to redraw a rune in the scroll, and you can use it forever. Yan Zan held Wu Yun's just drawn good rune. This rune is much more complicated than the basic runes he usually uses. He was startled for a long time before saying, "You don't have to call me teacher, I should call you teacher." Now Wu Yun has completely blue out of blue is better than blue. Yangshuan not only has nothing to teach him, but also needs Wu Yun to teach him something. What did the teacher say? If you don't lead me in, I will always be a layman. Wu Yun said modestly. He is still very grateful to Master Yan. Although this teacher knows a little less and has less talent, he is still good to him. Ziyu, junior brother, you are so powerful. Lin Dong, brother, I never thought you could see the essence through phenomena. Just now, Lin Dong only wanted to memorize the moves, and didn't think about why there is such a magical way of imparting skills. Small. Compared with big brother, the pattern is small. This rune is really amazing. In other words, now that we have mastered this rune, we can also make this kind of inheritance scroll. Ziyu excitedly said. Wu Yun, in theory, this is the case, but we can't create images. Now our mental strength can only transmit spiritual sound at most, and we can't condense spiritual light and shadow. If we transmit the sound into the scroll, we can pass it on. Come down. Yangshuan, spiritual power, light and shadow, at least can only be achieved by a talisman master. It is too far away. Besides, we don't have any precious martial arts and secret skills. We need to pass it on like this. To be able to pass on this dragon and snake god seal, it will be great if you go down. In the stone talisman, Xiao Diao, sure enough, he is a big brother, he can even master this kind of thing. Xiao Diao really admires him. Wu Yun beats him by a few blocks for his attainments in runes. For the time being, the phantom rune doesn't have much effect. But it doesn't affect Wu Yun's research on it. It will always be useful in the future. Just the use of it to arrange the phantom array is enough to attract him. Chapter 53 Tool Man, Shield. Next, you guys should prepare well for the tower fight. Take Lin Dong to familiarize yourself with the Talisman Club. Okay, teacher. The three of them walked out of Yangshuan's bamboo house. At this time, Bai Yun and Xiao Yan, who were basking in the sun outside, happily ran over and threw themselves into the arms of Wu Yun and Lin Dong respectively. The lonely Ziyu curled her lips, thinking in her heart that she would ask her father to get her a cerebellar axe to raise after returning home. Wu Yun and Lin Dong rode on the tiger's body. Ziyu pouted and walked between them small. She felt that she seemed a little redundant. That is the Tower of Talisman Masters. It is the sacred place in the hearts of the Talisman Masters in Yancheng, which is condensed by the spiritual power of many ancestors. Wu Yun explained to Lin Dong, pointing to the gray tower not far away. He himself hadn't been inside yet, and the Tower of Talisman Masters was not opened at any time, and every time the Tower of Talisman Masters was opened, the entire Talisman Masters Association had to hold a meeting to make a decision. Soon the three of them came to the square of the Talisman Masters Association. Lin Dong, it's very lively over there, let's go and have a look. Wu Yun, someone is actually competing. Ziyu, it's the Talisman Masters from Tianwo City. They live in the Talisman Masters Association. Someone is coming to compete with our Talisman Master. The three of them looked over, and at this moment, a young man in white and a Talisman Master wearing a Yancheng Talisman Master robe were competing on the stage. The Talisman Master in Yancheng only had the first seal, while the opponent had the second seal. Not surprisingly, after just fighting for a moment, he was knocked down by the opponent in embarrassment. The Yancheng Talisman Masters Association is really commonplace. It seems that this Talisman Master Tower is going to be settled by me in Tianwo City. The man in white laughed arrogantly and mocked. All the Talisman Masters in Yancheng under the stage blushed and stared angrily, but they were incompetent and furious. This year's Yancheng Talisman Masters, apart from Wu Yun and Lin Dong, only Ziyu can stand on the stage. The man in white didn't disdain these one-sealed Talisman Masters at all, and said with a sneer, "Those who are not convinced, just come up. To tell you the truth, I am only in the top rank in the Tianwo City Talisman Master Association. If you beat me, no, I think it's better to avoid this tower fight, so as not to ask for trouble." So arrogant, Ziyu said with an ugly face. Wu Yun, second brother. Go up and show your face. You will be participating in the tower fight in 2 days, just to let them know you, and help the elder brother break his mouth. By the way, his mouth is too broken. Quote. Okay, brother. Quote. Lin Dong actually doesn't like such meaningless fights, but since the eldest brother said it, he will go up and show it. Sui Yuansuo. Quote. Lin Dong stepped on the broken yuan shuttle directly in the air, and walked up to the competition stage leisurely. The way he appeared on the stage was extremely cool. Quote. It seems to be coming with senior brother Wu Yun and senior sister Ziyu. Quote. Great, sharp. Quote. The talisman masters in Yancheng were surprised, agitated, and looked at Lin Dong expectantly. Ziyu, your brother, you are very good at showing yourself to others. Wu Yun, of course. Quote. Every son of luck is a king of oppression. Lin Dong landed lightly, and spun the broken yuan shuttle on his index finger. Your mouth is too broken, my elder brother asked me to smash your mouth. Quote. Then it depends on whether you have the ability. Quote. HMPH, boy, I am Cao Zhu from the Talisman Society of Tianwo City, you must remember this name well. Quote. It's just a trash fish, not interested. Quote. Lin Dong said calmly. You have a strong mouth, so let's see how many caddies you have. Quote. Cao Zhu's mental power burst out. Ice Zan sword. Quote. 3 small snow-white swords flew towards Lin Dong. Lin Dong used the Sui Yuan Shuo to fight with him. Ding. Quote. The sword and the shuttle collided in the air. Lin Dong's complexion changed. The opponent's Bingshuan sword was forged from icy cold iron, and the cold air made his mental strength attached to the broken Yuan Shuo feel pain. It's a good talisman. Lin Dong looked at the opponent's Bingshuan sword, with a smile in his eyes, as if looking at his own. It is already very difficult to win by relying on the broken Yuandan realm. Try the seal of dragon and snake transformation just now. With a thought in Lin Dong's mind, the Niwen palace opened, and a natal talisman appeared, and the spiritual power gushed out crazily, and then condensed, turning into a nearly substantive little snake. It's just that the shape of the little snake is not that vivid yet, but it is still barely formed. The audience, hiss, it will be used so soon. Ziyu pursed her lips. Can't you? Wu Yun looked at Ziyu strangely. Ziyu took a deep breath. She didn't want to talk to the perverted genius anymore. Far away, Yangshuan in the bamboo hut opened his eyes abruptly. This is the snake seal, this comprehension ability is too strong. His mental power was able to detect the entire talisman association, and he saw Lin Dong's performance. Ah, Yangshuan was hit hard. It took him more than a year to learn something that others can learn quickly. I'm so useless. On the stage, Lin Dong gave a low shout. Snake seal. The snake seal hit the past. Cao Zhu's face changed, and he felt the terrifying spiritual power in the snake seal. This is not an ordinary mysterious skill. Cao Zhu was horrified. You guessed right, so let's go down. The snake seal easily broke Cao Zhu's mental barrier and penetrated into his chest. A mouthful of blood was spat out, and Cao Zhu fell to the ground. Lin rolled his hands, and the 3 out-of-control Bingshuan swords were put into the Chenkin bag by him. That's my Bingshuan sword, you still. Crack. Lin Dong had already walked to his side, and slapped him on the mouth. I promised to hit you on the mouth, I almost forgot. Cao Zhu spat out a mouthful of blood, and fainted out of anger. Good job, nice job, ... shouted the Dufu masters in Yancheng. The talisman masters of Tianwo City rushed to check Cao Zhu's injuries and carried him away. Brother, this sword is not bad. Lin Dong returned to Wu Yun's side, and took out the 3 ice profound swords just now as if asking for credit. Well, it's indeed a good sword, but the runes on it are too simple to display the power it should have. Wu Yun took a look at it in his hand and commented. Ice black iron is a rare precious iron with attributes. But there are power runes inscribed on it, and if ice runes are used, it will be even more powerful. I'll take it home and process it, and then I'll share it with you. Okay, I'll listen to the elder brother. The 3 swords have the same effect. We each have one, do you want to share one with Ziyu? Of course, seeing the 2 people's skillful allocation, Ziyu looked strange, it's so natural for you to share the spoils. Wu Yun and Lin Dong looked at each other and laughed. Dirty together, but the most reasonable words of their brothers. Wu Yun, I'm fine now, I can go to your house for dinner. By the way, Lin Dong just won a sword for you, do you want to invite him to join us? Lin Dong's expression changed. Brother, I won't go. He saw that Ziyu was somewhat mean to her elder brother, and it was somewhat inappropriate to drag him along for such a matter of going to meet the parents. Why don't you go, senior sister Ziyu? She brought the black armored guards to support us back then. Of course, I can invite brother Lin Dong, I'm too happy. Ziyu also said quickly, Lin Dong is also rare, the genius is worthy of their city lord's mansion to win over. That's it, let's go. Wu Yun didn't give Lin Dong a chance to refuse, he just slapped Bai Yun on the tiger's ass, and he left the Talisman Association. He purposely called Lin Dong, because he was afraid that Ziyu's father would say something. What do you think of my daughter? He can't handle it alone. Bring Lin Dong, and then he can say, what do you think of my brother? Lin, Toolman, Shield, Move, Chapter 54 Qing Tan, I'll take care of brother Wu Yun. Wu Yun, brother, don't worry, you go back and rest, Bai Yun will take me back. Lin Dong, Xiaoyan will take me back too. There is good wine. Wu Yun, senior sister, quickly help eldest brother go back to rest, eldest brother is drunk. Standing at the door, watching the three farewell to Ziyu, his face was black. She regretted bringing Wu Yun and Lin Dong to her house as guests. At the same time, I also complained about my father, who is really not a father. It was already very late when I left the city lord's mansion. Both Wu Yun and Lin Dong lay on the backs of Bai Yun and Xiaoyan drunkenly. Two tigers, one white and one red, helplessly carried their master on their backs, and walked slowly towards home. This time, the two of them really drank too much. The enthusiasm of the city lord was beyond Wu Yun's expectation. He entertained them with good wine and good food, without putting on airs at all. He was very forthright, and when he asked Wu Yun about the details of killing Yushin, he was so excited that he insisted on toasting Wu Yun for a few glasses of wine. Completely treat Wu Yun as a peer. Even after drinking it, he once called Wu Yun and Lin Dong brothers. When he first went there, Wu Yun was worried that the city lord would take this opportunity to become his father-in-law, but he thought too much, he just wanted to be his brother. This made Wu Yun feel ashamed. People treat him as a brother, but he misses his daughter, that's not kind. However, in this way, Wu Yun felt much more at ease, and would not feel guilty towards Ziyu. At least the brotherhood with her father was enough to dispel Ziyu's unreasonable thoughts about him. Wu Yun could tell that senior sister Ziyu had some thoughts about him, but Wu Yun was unwilling to stay in Yancheng for the rest of his life, and he wanted to take Lin Dong to a wider world after all. So, let's stop there and not do in-depth exchanges. Bai Yun and Xiaoyan carried them directly to the Lin family. Wu Yun and the two of them were already drunk. They are looking for the smell of green sandalwood. Found. Wu, the smell of alcohol is so strong. Brother Wu Yun, brother Lin Dong, why are you drinking? Qing Tan heard Xiaoyan's cry, ran out immediately, and said in surprise. However, the two were already drunk and did not answer her at all. Donger, why did you drink so much? Lin Dong's mother also came out, looking helplessly at Lin Dong on Xiaoyan's back. Lin Xiao was not at home, only their mothers were there. Mother, let's help brother Lin Dong back to the room first. What about Wu Yun? Let me go to my room. Qing Tan whispered. After a while, after Lin Dong settled down, Qing Tan said, Mother, then you stay here and watch brother Lin Dong, and I'll take care of brother Wu Yun. Well, you go. Qing Tan was wearing her cute white dress pajamas. She trotted out, the night wind was blowing, her silky and thin pajamas were tightly attached to her body. Poor Qing Tan was affected by the cold since childhood, and his body was thin and tight. Xiao He just showed her sharp corners. However, slightly convex is also a kind of beauty. Wu Yun half closed his eyes on Bai Yun's back, dimly seeing the cute little loli walking towards him. She was dressed loosely, like a little loli in a white shirt, with that fair neck, that delicate collarbone, and that pitiful curvature. He couldn't help feeling pity in his heart. As she approached, the faint fragrance entered Wu Yun's nostrils, making him slightly awake. Bai Yun, come with me. Qing Tan touched Bai Yun's big head, and led Bai Yun to her room. When she arrived in the room, she hugged Wu Yun vigorously to her boudoir bed. Wu Yun instantly felt that the world was so warm. Is this the world of Lolita? Wu Yun is surrounded by the fragrance of pink. A cold little hand suddenly touched his forehead, and then brushed slightly on his cheek. Qing Tan looked at Wu Yun seriously, straightening his loose hair with her small hands, extremely gentle. Brother Wu Yun looks good too, Qingtan said shyly. She then fetched a basin of water and helped Wu Yun wipe his body with her small pink towel. Her brother has always taken care of her, and now she has the opportunity to take care of her brother too. Wu Yun fell asleep beautifully in the gentle village. Wu Yun woke up groggy, felt the stamina of drunkenness, and sighed. This wine is really strong. Last night, Wu Yun drank with Ziyu's father until midnight. The alchemy realm is cultivated so that you won't get drunk. Unexpectedly, the wine that the city lord is drinking is not ordinary wine, but spiritual wine, which is very powerful. Even the city lords of Yuandan realm Zochan can get drunk, let alone them. Of course, this is also the reason why Wu Yun didn't deliberately refine the power of the medicine. It's rare to get drunk. Wu Yun suddenly felt as if something was wriggling in his arms. The quilt is pink, where am I? Wu Yun turned his head quickly, startled. Won't the senior sister take advantage of it? No, I was in a trance, remembering it was a little lowly. Wu Yun gently lifted the quilt. I saw Qingtan's cute little head leaning on his arm, curled up in his arms like a kitten. A thunder flashed in Wu Yun's mind. He hurriedly got up from the bed lightly. Luckily both of them were fully clothed and innocent. Ah, brother Wu Yun, you're awake. Qingtan was startled awake, and after realizing it, she blushed and said, I took care of you last night. I fell asleep because I was too sleepy, but I was obviously leaning outside. I'm sorry. I'm afraid of the cold when I sleep, so I subconsciously want to go to a warm place. Qingtan, how do you make me face you and Lin Dong? Wu Yun hesitated. His heart was also beating endlessly at this time. Brother Wu Yun, as long as we don't tell the truth. Qingtan said with a blushing face. As she spoke, she quickly wrapped herself in a coat to cover the thin pajamas. Wu Yun also quickly took out his clothes from the Chenkin bag and put them on. Although nothing happened between the two of them, it is not good to be known to sleep together. A girl's reputation is very important. Wu Yun also didn't want to be known by Lin Dong now. Otherwise, what would Lin Dong think? I treat you like a brother, but you want to call me brother-in-law. No matter how you put it, it's inappropriate to have an affair with Qingtan now. Wu Yun, Qingtan, don't worry, only the two of us know about this, but brother will take responsibility for you. Needless to say, brother Wu Yun, we didn't post anything, and Qingtan himself wants to get closer to his brother. It's none of his business if he's drunk. Qingtan said seriously, with a very sensible and well-behaved face. My physique is weird, and I don't know when I will leave. How can I delay my brother? Qingtan is a little pessimistic. Now her chills are happening more frequently, each time getting worse, although two older brothers said they can help her solve it, but she is worried that she won't be able to last that day. That's why she plucked up the courage to approach Wu Yun last night, wanting to feel his brother's warmth, remember his taste, and if there is a next life, she must find him. What are you talking about? With my brother around, it's hard for you to die, so why are you willing to leave us? Wu Yun scratched her little Chong's nose with his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Lin Dong, brother, Qingtan, are you in there? Chapter 55 Sign in. God of Chaos grinds his thoughts. In the room, Lin Dong looked at the two suspiciously. Intuition told him that there was a problem. But where there is a problem, he can't tell. Oh, it turns out that the girl's bed is so warm. This sleep made me sleep soundly. I haven't slept so comfortably for a long time. Wu Yun stretched his waist and said, Second brother, let's go, I have some new discoveries that can enhance our strength. He pulled Lin Dong up and walked out of Qingtan's room. Lin Dong followed him numbly, thinking to himself, brother is so bright and upright, with a natural expression, and acting as usual, I should be thinking too much. Ah, Bai Yun, you just slept outside all night. Wu seeing Bai Yun lying on the stone table at the door, Yun suddenly said. In the past, Bai Yun would sleep in his room, and Wu Yun would prepare a clean carpet for him. Wu. Quote, last night, Wu Yun made it smell like alcohol. After it brought Wu Yun back, it went to the pool to wash it. Because it was covered in water, it fell asleep in the yard. Hey, I'll give you some breakfast. Wu Yun took out a handful of Yang Yuan Dan and fed it to Bai Yun. When he came to Lin Dong's room, Wu Yun took out a pen and paper to draw. He was going to study the original devouring rune. In addition, the runes on the ice profound sword were erased again, and new ice runes were engraved on them. 3 days later, the Tower of Fushi. Talisman masters from both Yancheng and Tianhuacheng gathered here. As soon as they met, Cao Zhu came over with a young man in a silver robe, pointed at Lin Dong and said, "Second senior brother, he is Lin Dong, and he is the one who took away my Bingshuan sword." Lu Long said domineeringly, "This is brother Lin Dong, I wonder if I can return my junior brother's Bingshuan sword to him." Bingshuan sword, what is it? Hearing these words, Lin Dong was taken aback for a moment, then he shook his head, and said, "What is that?" A ruthless look flashed in Lu Long's eyes, but he soon laughed again. "Brother Lin Dong, there's one more way to go if you don't know each other without fighting. It's not worthwhile to have one more friend, just for the 3 ice profound swords, but leave a bad impression in the minds of many talisman masters in Skyfire City." Pressure. Lin Dong and Wu Yun looked at each other and laughed. Wu Yun said indifferently, "We have never seen any ice profound sword before. You must have found the wrong person. We only have the ice sword here." As he spoke, he took out 3 azure blue swords from the Chenkin bag. With the ice crystal dagger, the surrounding air instantly became cold. Compared with Cao Zhu's ice profound sword before, the brand new frost sword at this time is even more chilling. "It looks so familiar, why don't you know it?" Cao Zhu stared at the 3 ice swords. How could it have changed? He touched his head. Lu Long hated iron and said through voice transmission, "Are you stupid? This is your sword, come back soon." He looked at the 3 brand new ice swords, his eyes were full of greed. "These 3 swords are stronger than his Lihuo sword." "Yes, these 3 are my Bingshuan sword." Cao Zhu also reacted. "Haha, you really dare to admit it?" Wu Yun couldn't help laughing, and suddenly his expression froze, looked over. Yangshuan, as well as Han Yun, the president of the Talisman Master Association in Tianhuo City, and the high-level officials of both sides have also noticed. Han Yun looked at his 2 disciples blushing from being teased, and his face was ugly. He came over and asked, "What's going on?" "Cao Zhu, I also asked the teacher to make the decision for me. This Lin Dong of the Yancheng Talisman Master Association took away the Bingshuan sword that the teacher gave me, and now he still refuses to accept it." They all gathered around. Wu Yun's eyes swept over Han Yun, and then paused on a man behind him. This man had an ordinary appearance and thick eyebrows, but for some reason, those talisman masters around him were very interested in him. His attitude was quite respectful, even Lu Long consciously stood behind him. Ziyu also came over and sent a voice transmission to Wu Yun, "That is the biggest opponent of our Yancheng talisman masters this time, the strongest person among the young talisman masters in Tianhuo City, Zhou Tong. It is said that he was as early as 2 years ago, that is to step into the level of the second sealed talisman teacher." At this time, Han Yun, Zhou Tong and others were looking at the ice sword in his hand, and were surprised by the cold air on the sword. Yangshuan also came over, and after understanding the situation, he took the frost sword from Wu Yun's hand to check. Seeing the powerful ice rune on it, he couldn't help but secretly stunned. He didn't understand. Yangshuan transmitted the sound to Wu Yun, "Did you burn this rune?" "Yes, teacher, so now it is the frost sword." Wu Yun smiled and secretly transmitted the sound. Yangshuan took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then slowly said, "The Bingshuan sword belongs to your disciple, and the frost sword belongs to my disciple, so if this is the case, it is enough to prove whether this sword is the Bingshuan sword." Quote, "Master Han, since the disciple said that you made his Bingshuan sword, you should still remember the runes on it, why don't you draw it out, and compare it with this sword, you can tell at a glance whether it is the same." Han Yun's words with an extremely ugly face, he said, "No need, the sword I forged myself, remember, this is not the Bingshuan sword." Cao Zhu, "Teacher, that is really the Bingshuan sword." "Shut up," Han Yun scolded. He could feel the power on the sword now, which was completely different from his previous rune power. He believed that it was the ice profound sword, but it wasn't exactly the ice profound sword. What surprised Han Yun was that the other party was able to erase his runes, and even re-engraved more powerful runes. They were played by others. When did Yangshuan have this ability? Han Yun looked at Yangshuan with doubtful eyes. He didn't believe that Yangshuan could do it. Yangshuan frowned. "Old man Han, why are you looking at me like that?" "Hee hee." Han Yun smiled disdainfully. "Have been insulted." Yan Zan remained silent. Here you are. Wu Yun gave Ziyu and Lin Dong each of the 3 ice swords in front of everyone. The angry Cao Zhu, Lu Long and other talisman masters in Tianwo City gritted their teeth. Han Yun took a deep look at Wu Yun. He couldn't see through the young man. Wait a minute, enter the Talisman Master Tower, find a chance to try that kid. Han Yun said to Zhou Dao beside him. That's exactly what I mean. Zhou Tong's stagnant face showed a rare interest. Okay, let's open the Talisman Tower. Han Yun urged. Yangshuan brought 3 Talisman Masters from Yancheng forward, and crazily released his spiritual power, rushing towards the closed stone gate of the Talisman Tower, and finally condensed into a light seal, which was printed on the stone gate in a groove. With the fit of the grooves, the entire Talisman Master Tower trembled at this moment, and the tightly closed stone gate also slowly cracked open. Suddenly, an extremely powerful mental wave spread out from behind the stone gate, sending those Talisman Masters who got close were shocked and retreated in embarrassment. What a strong mental coercion! Wu Yun sighed. Han Yun and other Talisman Masters in Skyfire City looked at the Talisman Master Tower with greedy eyes. The tower gate has been opened, and the tower fight begins. Yangshuan announced. He turned his head to look at Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Whoever can charge the highest and last the longest will be the final winner. It's up to you, go. Wu Yun nodded and walked into the Talisman Master Tower. Successfully arrived at the Tower of Fushi, do you sign in? Closing square bracket. Sign in successfully, get a reward, Chaos God Grinding Thoughts. Closing square bracket. Chapter 56 The Talisman has been purified. Chaos God grinds thoughts. The kind that sounds like a dick. Wu Yun's body suddenly stopped. Stay in the first layer. I haven't had time to experience the ocean of spiritual power around me. A stream of complicated and majestic information was forcibly inserted into his brain. In the chaos, there is a God Mill. Once the God Mill turns, the gods and demons will disappear. Visualize the God Mill, and use the God Soul as the guide to be moved by the God Mill. The God Mill turns 9 times, and once it turns a heaven. Such a miraculous and powerful technique. Wu Yun was speechless secretly. After roughly filtering the information of this exercise, he felt the power and grandeur of this exercise. The method of cultivation is to visualize the God grinding, and continuously put the soul into the God grinding, and in the billions of times of obliteration, it is constantly destroyed and recast, and then transforms into a powerful one. The exercises are divided into 9 revolutions, 1 revolution and 1 heavenly level. The so-called 9 revolutions means that the God Mill has been completely run 9 times. As long as the God Soul can persist in completing the God Mill's complete run once, one's own soul will be transformed once. The soul in the exercises refers to spiritual power. It's also a method of mental power cultivation. Compared with this chaotic gods grinding concept, the difference between the divine movement chapter and the chaos gods grinding concept is simply the 99 multiplication formula and calculus. Wu Yun secretly compared in his heart, shocked. This is the first time he feels the pattern of a kung fu. Although I don't know what grade it is in this world. But the Xuantian Kung obtained by signing in for the first time, compared with the idea of Chaos God's Mogon, the structure is not a little bit smaller. Although the sign-in rewards are random, they seem to be more powerful as you go to the back. The true solution of the original rune last time can almost represent the ceiling of the rune. This time, the Chaos God's grinding thought has such a huge structure, it's hard for Wu Yun to imagine any spiritual power cultivation method that can compare with it. Inside the tower, next to Wu Yun, Lin Dong felt it in amazement. The powerful fluctuations of mental power twisted and formed like the substance, and that feeling, like being in the sea of spiritual power, shocked him tremendously. These fluctuations are mental power. And it is a very pure kind. This wave covers everyone in the tower, not only can scan their bodies, but also can directly appear in the Nguyen Palace. Lin Dong was surprised to feel that when this pure spiritual power swept across his 2 natal charms, the charms trembled slightly, and the color of the runes on them became brighter, as if they were stuck on some impurities on the talisman were quietly removed. Although he didn't feel a strong sense of enhancement, Lin Dong could clearly know that the natal talisman seemed to become more condensed. This is the benefit of having a teacher. Lin Dong secretly sighed. Those who just entered the Talisman Master Pagoda have such a good effect. You don't need to think about it. Brother is still wise. We chose to worship Yangshuan sect at the beginning, and we have the opportunity to come here now. Lin Dong's awe of his elder brother increased. Hey, he can still take the initiative to absorb refining. He just finished admiring the wisdom of his elder brother, and then exclaimed. Only then did he suddenly discover that the runes on the talisman twisted and moved, forming a small vortex, frantically absorbing this pure spiritual power, and then transforming it into his own power. Lin Dong knew that his natal talisman had the effect of absorbing the spiritual power of others, but now he took the initiative to gather the surrounding spiritual power and absorbed it very quickly. He doesn't need to do anything at all, just stay in the tower, and the spirit talisman can cultivate by itself. What a sensible talisman. This is just the shit that Big Brother said. Lin Dong was so excited that he couldn't hold it back. Brother's newly added 2 talismans are simply a stroke of genius. Lin Dong's admiration for his elder brother was like a torrent of river water, endless. The reason why the runes can have the effect at this time is because before coming in, the elder brother took him to study the natal talisman together in the room, and finally added 2 more lines to the basic lines of the talisman. Excited, Lin Dong looked at his elder brother beside him. Hey, Big Brother, what's going on? Lin Dong was puzzled. It seemed that when he came in, Big Brother stood there blankly like a fool. But at this time, his eyes were even more dull, and there was a smirk at the corner of his mouth, as if he was having a sweet dream. The eldest brother who has always been steady should not be like this. Lin Dong thought that his elder brother might have realized something, so he didn't dare to disturb him for a while. But 10 minutes passed quickly, and the elder brother still didn't wake up. Lin Dong couldn't help feeling a little worried. Now was not the time to be in a daze. So he shook Wu Yun's arm. Big Brother, Big Brother. Oh, what's the matter? Wu Yun came back to his senses from the complicated exercise information. Lin Dong, why are you distracted? They're all going up, so let's hurry up too. Wu Yun looked around, and sure enough, there were only 2 of them left. Yeah, let's go. Wu Yun suppressed his excitement and was about to start to rush to the tower. The 2 walked to the center of the first floor and appeared at a staircase. On that staircase, there was a mental barrier. Many Yianfu masters are still here to attack the barrier. The spiritual barrier of the Fushi Pagoda is very powerful. Even the first floor is enough to trap many people. The 2 didn't delay, and rushed directly to the mental barrier. It's easy to pass through like a membrane is broken. Seeing those weak Yianfu masters, I was envious. The 2 of them didn't delay, they had already felt the magic of the Talisman Master Tower, and they knew that the higher they went, the stronger their spiritual power would be, so even if they wanted to practice, they had to go to the top. Rush all the way to the 4th floor. There are fewer and fewer people. On the 4th floor, at the passage of the central mental barrier, 2 groups of people are facing each other. When Wu Yun saw it, he understood that the Talisman Masters from the 2 cities were fighting inside. The Yancheng side seemed to be at a disadvantage, and 3 of them were injured. In terms of the number of people, there are more people in Skyfire City. It's senior brother Wu Yun. Someone said in surprise. Why, you were bullied? Wu Yun asked. He also knew a few people. Those who can come to the 4th floor are all at the level of the 2nd Seal Talisman Masters, and they are the mainstay in the Talisman Masters Association, and they often meet. Li Hu, brother Wu Yun, it's because they went too far. Too many people bully us and so few people. Then hit them back, Wu Yun said flatly. Although tower fighting is not allowed to kill people, it is okay to kill people. Since the Talisman Masters in Tianwo City don't talk about martial arts first, Wu Yun has nothing to be polite about. The Talisman Masters in Tianwo City looked at Wu Yun nervously. Although they hadn't seen Wu Yun make a move yet, they knew that he was not easy to mess with from the respect of the people around him, and even Lin Dong, who defeated Cao Zhu, looked like he is the only one who follows him. Wu Yun walked over step by step. The Talisman Masters of Tianwo City panicked, their eyes resisted. Don't come here. What do you want to do? I can tell you that killing people is not allowed in Tower Do. You dare to hurt us, brother Zhou Tong will not let you go. With Yun's aura alone, everyone in Skyfire City was actually retreating. Come on, let them experience what it's like to be struck by lightning. Wu Yun said to Lin Dong. The 2 looked at each other, and then showed smiles that made the Talisman Masters of Skyfire City creepy. Then release the mental power at the same time, forming 2 strong mental waves. Lei Zhenbo. After the wave, all the Talisman Masters in Tianwo City were stunned in panic. The talisman masters in Yancheng were dumbfounded. Hey, search their Chenkin bag. Wu Yun looked at the talisman master lying on the ground, stepped forward excitedly, and began to lick the bag. Chapter 57 Wu Yun. Senior sister, don't worry, I never win quickly. The two sealers are quite rich. After searching several people's Chenkin bags, everyone has at least 1,000 Yangyuan stones. Some tens of thousands of dollars. All of them were collected and handed over to the toolman Lin Dong. The talisman master named Li Hu reminded, Brother Wu Yun, Lu Long and Cao Zhu are on the 5th floor. They seem to be trying to bully you too. Be careful when you go up. Thank you brother. Wu Yun took out a few pills to restore mental power were distributed to several people. Then he exchanged a glance with Lin Dong, and rushed towards the 5th floor of the mental barrier. On the 5th floor, in the wide space, there are only Cao Zhu and Lu Long. They had already tried, but they couldn't break through the mental barrier on the 6th floor, so they were ready to wait at the entrance of the passageway, with a wave of Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Want to take back the Bingshuan sword in the tower? Second senior brother, why don't they come up? Will they not make it to the 5th floor? Then we are waiting for nothing. Cao Zhu said impatiently. Then Wu Yun doesn't know, but since Lin Dong can beat you, he will definitely be able to go up to the 5th floor. Just wait and see, once he comes up, he will be crippled. Lu Long said with a ruthless face. Wu Yun and Lin Dong made them lose such a big face in front of Master Han and many talisman masters, so they must be brought back. Quote, here we come. Cao Zhu was overjoyed at this moment, seeing that the mental barrier had been broken, and someone wanted to come up. When he clenched both hands, the mighty mental power was rapidly condensed in his palms, and in the blink of an eye, it was condensed into two high-speed rotating mental roulettes, and the sharp round blades whirred as they spun. Voice. Li Huo's sword. Lu Long reacted faster. A flaming long sword was already suspended above his head, waiting for someone to appear and stab it. As soon as the figures of Wu Yun and Lin Dong appeared on the 5th floor, two extremely fast whining sounds came over. Go! Cao Zhu and Lu Long shouted at the same time. Spiritual Roulette and Li Huo's sword attacked Wu Yun and Lin Dong respectively. Dang! Cao and Lu's attack was blocked back. Wu Yun and Lin Dong were back to back, and their spiritual power gushed out together, forming a powerful spiritual barrier to protect them. If you hadn't prepared in advance, you might really have been tricked. Wu Yun said with a smile, but a little annoyed. Then let you try the effect of the frost sword. The icy blue sword light pierced out, and Wu Yun and Lin Dong drove each other's frost swords to attack Lu Long and Cao Zhu respectively. Lu Long's strength is quite strong, the peak of the 2nd seal talisman master, not far from the 3rd seal talisman master, and the Li Huo sword in his hand is even more powerful than the Bingshuan sword before Cao Zhu. Wu Yun faced him, and the runes on the tiny ice sword shone, causing the temperature of the blade to drop sharply, and a layer of ice crystals covered it. Ding! The ice sword collided with the Li Huo sword, and the fiery red sword was frozen by the ice breath. Compared with the ice front of the frost sword, the flame breath of the Li Huo sword is pitifully weak. Wu Yun used the original ice rune, and the Li Huo sword was just a general basic fire rune. After just a few collisions, the Li Huo sword lost its light. How is it possible? Lu Long looked at his beloved Li Huo's sword in disbelief. Before this, the Li Huo sword could easily crush the Bingshuan sword. Why did it become so scary just after changing the owner? Cao Zhu, He Shen. Lu Long yelled and asked Cao Zhu to come over to support him. Cao Zhu dodged Lin Dong and immediately retreated behind Lu Long. As soon as the handprints of the two of them changed, waves of vigorous spiritual power surged out, and finally poured into the Li Huo's sword in front of them continuously. As the mental power of the two poured in violently, the Li Huo's sword suddenly burst into a dazzling red light, and the fierce sword wind spread in midair. Lu Long's face was gloomy and cold, and he saw that the Li Huo's sword suddenly turned into a fiery red sword shadow about the size of Jiangshu, tearing the air, bringing forth fierce sword energy, and fiercely slashing at Wu Yun and Lin Dong below. Cut down. Fantasy. Wu Yun raised his eyebrows. He has gained experience, and there is such a way of playing with mental power. Snake transformation seal. Wu Yun's spiritual power condensed into a giant snake in front of his eyes, vividly alive. Compared with Lin Dong's transformation snake seal, it is much more complete. The snake seal rammed into the Li Huo sword. Two powerful spiritual impacts shocked the 5th floor. The snake seal dissipated, and the Lihuo sword fell to the ground, losing control. Before the two of Lu Long were shocked, Wu Yun and Lin Dong had already manipulated the frost sword, hovering in front of their eyes. Don't kill us, Lu Long said dryly, dripping with sweat instantly. Whoever wants to kill you, I find it troublesome to deal with it. Wu Yun said disdainfully. Hand over all the treasures you have, so as not to suffer from flesh and blood. Cao Zhu, you are robbing, and I will report you to the Talisman Society. Who? Lin Dong frowned, directly crippled one of Cao Zhu's hands. Ah, Cao Zhu screamed. What do you want? Lu Long tremblingly took the Chenkin bag from his waist. Bring it to you. Wu Yun grabbed it, put it in your pocket without looking at it. Whatever he had, he wanted it all. After searching the two of them, Wu Yun held the Lihuo sword and looked at it carefully. It was different from the previous Leiyan sword and frost sword. Lihuo sword is a long sword. That's right, you can go back and try matching multiple rune combinations. Wu Yun said with great interest. The swords he used before were all too small, all engraved with a single rune, and the effect was limited. Let's go, continue to the 6th floor. At this moment, everyone outside was staring at the Fushi Pagoda intently. In the first 6 floors, each floor has light spots. Each dot of light represents a person. At this time, there are already 2 light spots on the 6th floor. Which 2 it will be is anyone's guess. Suddenly, 2 more light spots appeared on the 6th floor. 4. My God, there are 4 this year. Everyone was amazed. You know, last year, only Ziyu and Zhou Tong were able to go to the 6th floor. Wu Yun, Lin Dong and Ziyu, it must be them. Several middle-aged talisman masters who knew about it said excitedly. They knew that both Wu Yun and Lin Dong's mental strength was stronger than Ziyu's, and if Ziyu could go up to the 6th floor, then the two of them would naturally be able to. The other is undoubtedly Zhou Tong. Yangshuan's old face was rarely flushed, even though he was usually serious, he couldn't help being as happy as a chrysanthemum at this time. Han Yun's complexion was a bit ugly. The overall strength of the talisman masters in Tianwo City is not bad this year, but there are too few top talents. But he still holds out hope. What's the use of having a large number of people? It's about who climbs the highest and lasts the longest. Han Yun forced a sneer. Only he knows Zhou Tong's true strength, he has broken through the 3 seals. Quantity cannot compare to quality. Any genius, in front of Zhou Tong, is nothing but a firefly under the bright moon. The 6th floor. Ziyu and Zhou Tong walked towards the central area together. Ziyu's steps faltered and it was very difficult to walk. Give up, the mental coercion here is not something you can bear. Zhou Tong said flatly, and walked straight to the spiritual barrier leading to the 7th floor. I won't give up easily, Ziyu said unwillingly. Her beautiful eyes were condensed, and she looked at Zhou Tong curiously, can he really break through? At this time, Zhou Tong had already taken a step towards the mental barrier leading to the 7th floor, and the mental barrier suddenly squirmed crazily when he got up. Terrifying waves emanated out, as if he was about to squeeze him out, but facing this kind of squeeze, Zhou Tong's body was still stepping into the spiritual wall at a slow speed. In the middle of obstacles, finally, completely disappeared. He really went in. Ziyu stood there dumbfounded. A year ago, she was still on the 6th floor longer than anyone else like Zhou Tong. Over the past year, people have improved so much. And even though she has the ancient swirl talisman cultivation method given by her junior brother, she hasn't fully mastered it yet. You can only stay on the 6th floor for a while, and you can't hit the 7th floor. Junior brother, why don't you come up? Ziyu was anxious. The tower of Fushi cannot be won by Skyfire City. Then there were footsteps behind her. Ziyu looked back in surprise. The handsome, unrestrained and incomparably handsome younger brother, along with his cute little brother Lin Dong, struts forward with high spirits. Junior brother, why are you so slow? Zhou Tong went to the 7th floor. Wu Yun, senior sister, don't worry, you know, I never win by being quick. Chapter 58 Sealers, Number 1 Mink. Wu Yun walked over slowly. He counted Lu Long's Chenkin bag just now. He deserves to be called the second senior brother. He is rich, and the Yangyuan stone alone has more than 30,000 pieces. This is not a small gain. That's why he was so nervous. Ziyu looked at the two speechlessly. This is the 6th floor, can you show some respect to the talisman tower? She was sweating while standing, as if a mountain was pressing on her body, making her breathless. On the other hand, Wu Yun was as relaxed and freehand as if he was riding on someone else's body. Seeing the serious expression of the senior sister, Wu Yun also put away his foolishness. Senior sister, you don't have to force yourself, just practice hard here, and leave the rest to us brothers, and I guarantee that I won't be won by that Zhou Tong. Wu Yun vowed. Ziyu, you are confident, but you can't underestimate that Zhou Tong. 2 years ago, he was a master of the second seal talisman. Just now he reached the 7th floor with one attack. I suspect that he is now a 3rd seal talisman master. Teacher. 3 sealed talisman master. Wu Yun smiled lightly. It's nothing special, I can break through and show my senior sister right now. What are you talking about? It's so easy for the 3 sealed talisman master. Ziyu said angrily. Wu Yun immediately sat down cross-legged, running the initial chapter of Chaos God's Grinding Contemplation, and visualized God's grinding in his mind. In the process of coming up just now, Wu Yun was studying the initial chapter of the exercises, and he has the foundation of practicing the divine movement chapter. Wu Yun can quickly understand the initial chapter, and thinks he can try it. Moreover, he successfully added 2 lines of the original spirit gathering rune to his natal talisman. With the function of some spirit gathering runes, the natal talisman can independently gather the spiritual power in the tower to cooperate with the original devouring ability. He kept absorbing spiritual power and feeding it back to him. Wu Yun is only a thin line away from the Sanyan talisman itself, so he can try to attack a long time ago. However, he did not choose to forcibly break through, but waited for it to happen. No, as soon as he walked in front of the senior sister, the strong feeling of wanting to break through burst out involuntarily. I can't help it, I'm going to break through. The surrounding spiritual power continuously poured into Wu Yun's Niwen Palace. The runes on the 2 natal talismans have turned into whirlpools, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual power. In the sea of consciousness, the God Mill that Wu Yun visualized also appeared successfully. The God Mill rotated slightly, continuously crushing Wu Yun's mental power, and then reorganized. This process is accompanied by a strong sense of pain, the feeling that the soul is being torn apart. But soon, more and more spiritual power poured into his Niwen Palace like seawater, and Wu Yun felt that it was about to be filled, and a powerful mental wave erupted from the Niwen Palace. And in the outside world, the talisman masters of the 2 cities' talisman association kept their eyes on the 6th and 7th floors. The faces of the 2 sides exchanged joy and sorrow. When 4 light spots appeared at the same time on the 6th floor just now, the talisman master in Yancheng burst into laughter. Now there is one missing on the 6th floor, and a light spot finally appeared on the 7th floor. It was the turn of the Skyfire City people to laugh. Han Yun finally couldn't help the showdown, and laughed loudly. Haha, don't pretend, Zhou Tong is already a 3 seal talisman master. Yangshuan, this talisman master tower, Tianguo City, will definitely win. Yancheng's talisman. The teachers were worried for a while. What are the 3 on the 6th floor, and who is the tallest? If no one on the Yancheng side can go to the 7th floor, Skyfire City will win. It's not the end yet, it's still uncertain who will win. Yangshuan retorted with a serious expression, but still confident. At this time, a powerful wave of mental power erupted from the 6th floor of the Talisman Tower. It's Wu Yun. This wave, he's attacking the 3 seal talisman master. Yan Zan's old face suddenly became pleasantly surprised. He was very familiar with Wu Yun's spiritual power, and he knew what was going on as soon as he sensed it. Surprised or not, unexpected. Haha, Sanyan talisman, isn't there? He laughed loudly and said to Han Yun loudly. In fact, he himself was very surprised. Once again, I feel that this disciple's talent is so terrifying. I am so proud. My disciple Wu Yun has the qualifications of a talisman ancestor. The Tower of the Talisman Master, the 6th floor. When Wu Yun's mental fluctuations spread, the vortex of the fused spirit talisman also twisted rapidly, and after a while, it turned into a mysterious light talisman. 2 cracks appeared on the light talisman, and the cracks immediately widened, and finally, broke apart, and turned into 3 smaller talismans, suspended in the Niwen Palace. The moment the 3 natal talismans appeared, Wu Yun's Niwen Palace immediately felt like a spiritual storm was set off. Vigorous fluctuations spread out from the Niwen Palace, and finally eroded every part of Wu Yun's body. All the muscles and bones in Wu Yun's body trembled at this moment, and his closed eyes suddenly opened. From the eyes, a wave of spirit-like substance shot out, a sharp whistling sound, carrying a tyrannical mental force, like a volcano, erupted. It's really a breakthrough. Ziyu's beautiful eyes widened, feeling the terrifying spiritual power emanating from Wu Yun. She was horrified, her heart felt turbulent, and her chest heaved. Lin Dong swallowed his saliva, and he couldn't describe his admiration for his eldest brother in words. As for the breakthrough, the eldest brother is really just talking. He clenched his fists and made up his mind, I can't hold you back, I must hurry up to catch up with you. Boy Lin Dong, you must have been hit. A gloating voice came into Lin Dong's mind. The little mink lay comfortably in the stone talisman, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Xiao Diao, you don't need to compare with your big brother. In front of people like him, any genius is a joke. For them, breaking through the realm is just a process of accumulating strength. When they arrive, they will break through. For people like them say, there is no such thing as a bottleneck. He has already determined that Wu Yun is a reincarnation. The reincarnation is the ceiling of combat power in this world, recultivation is just a process of recalling memory. People like them, who is big brother? Lin Dong said through voice transmission, full of curiosity. He seemed to know a lot about Xiao Diao's meaning. Does elder brother have some secrets that he doesn't know? Hehe, you'll know later, he doesn't seem to be hostile to you. Maybe I was too sensitive before. After all, there's no need for this kind of person to play tricks with a little shrimp like you. Lin Dong was at a loss for words for a moment, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. He was happy that Xiao Diao could not guard against his elder brother like this, but what he said, as if he and his elder brother were from two worlds, made him very disappointed. HMPH, I will definitely follow in the footsteps of big brother. Lin Dong said unconvinced via voice transmission. Xiao Diao, if you don't compare with your big brother, you are actually pretty good. Master Diao is fine when you are free. If you can help Master Diao find the treasure that restores my demon spirit, Master Diao can help you grow and become stronger. Not to mention catching up with your elder brother, at least you won't be pulled too far. His tone was softer, and Lin Dong knew that this was the always arrogant big mouth showing his favor to him. Okay, if you encounter a treasure that can help you, I will definitely try my best to help you get it. Lin Dong agreed. He really didn't want to be distanced by his elder brother. Moreover, he still has a big revenge to avenge. Xiao Diao, hey, kid, don't worry, you won't lose money if you cooperate with Master Diao. Although Master Diao is not as good as your elder brother, he was once considered the #1 mink. At this time, Wu Yun Pa Lalin moved, said, why are you in a daze? Let's go to the 7th floor. Chapter 59 Level 8, Transformation Talisman Array. Under Ziyu's gaze, Wu Yun and Lin Dong slowly stepped into the passage on the 7th floor. The powerful mental barrier did not cause much resistance to the two. In the silent 7th floor, Zhou Tong stopped suddenly and looked back. He heard a voice behind him. Two came up. He was extremely surprised, which was completely beyond his expectation. He detected it with mental power and found that it was Wu Yun and Lin Dong. It's really not easy. When entering the tower, Han Yun asked him to try Wu Yun's depth. But he climbed all the way to the 7th floor and didn't care about Wu Yun. Because in his opinion, if Wu Yun couldn't even get to the 7th floor, there was no need to try it out. But now, not only Wu Yun came up, but Lin Dong also came up. He didn't dare to try this. You can still try one by one. One hits two, he is not that confident. Those who can go to the 7th floor have already proved that the other party is not an ordinary person. I'd better go quickly and try to stay on the 7th floor for a while longer. Zhou Tong walked forward with a sense of current affairs. Prepare to find a place and practice hard. As for what hit the 8th floor, he never thought about it. Being able to go up to the 7th floor is already his limit. In his opinion, the next thing to compare is that the three of them stayed on the 7th floor longer. What a powerful mental coercion. Wu Yun lamented that the spiritual coercion of the 7th floor was much stronger than that of the 6th floor. The spiritual power here was already extremely viscous. Walking in it was like walking in a swamp. Even breathing is quite difficult. Walking slowed down, Wu Yun could finally feel the pressure. However, even he is like this, let alone Lin Dong who has not broken through the 3-seal talisman master. He looked back. I saw Lin Dong's eyes fixed on the front, and he was moving slowly at an extremely slow speed, like an old ox pulling a cart. Lin Dong's steps were extremely heavy. It felt like he was carrying a mountain on his body. Every time he stepped out, there would be a slight creaking sound in his body, sweat it poured down like a flood, completely soaking his clothes. I must persevere. I can't even bear this little pressure. What else am I talking about catching up with Big Brother? What else am I talking about defeating Lin Langtian? Lin Dong cheered himself up in his heart, and walked forward with more determination. Wu Yun, Lin Langtian, being able to talk is the deepest two people in his heart. One is a lighthouse on his way. One is a mountain in his heart. He desperately wanted to get close to the lighthouse, and desperately wanted to climb over this mountain. Looking at the resolute Lin Dong, Wu Yun was also greatly encouraged. From Lin Dong, he could always feel a kind of strength, a kind of never-say-die strength. So he encouraged, hold on, break your limit, and you can surpass yourself. The two walked forward with difficulty. Wu Yun deliberately slowed down, and was always about 7 steps ahead of Lin Dong. Neither too far nor too close. They moved forward at a constant speed and soon caught up with Zhou Tong. Ignore him. Wu Yun went straight to the mental barrier leading to the 8th floor in the center. His goal is not just the 7th floor. Impossible. If you want to hit the 8th floor, it's impossible for a 3-seal talisman master. Zhou Tong looked at the two in disbelief and murmured. However, Wu Yun and Lin Dong had already reached the mental barrier. You go first. Yeah, Lin Dong nodded obediently. He knew that Big Brother was doing it for his own good. On the 8th floor, the eldest brother has no pressure. I must rush forward, and I can't let Big Brother down. Lin Dong secretly clenched his fists. Walking towards the mental barrier step by step, the powerful mental pressure caused blood to seep out of his pores. One can imagine how much pressure he was under. Wu Yun reminded, your strength alone should not be enough to properly use the natal talisman. Lin Dong nodded vigorously again, stepping into the barrier in one step. Zhou Tong swallowed his saliva, and walked over to watch the performance of the two. He really couldn't believe that the two could enter the 8th floor. The corners of Lin Dong's mouth twisted, and the powerful mental force was about to squeeze him out, and blood continuously seeped out from the skin. Crazy, he will die if he breaks in like this. Zhou Tong couldn't help but said. It's none of your business whether you die or not. Go away. Don't watch if you have nothing to do. Don't blame us if you are innocent. Wu Yun said angrily. Zhou Tong is from Tianwo City, so there is no need to be nice to him. Spoken nice words and didn't rob him because he was sensible. As for Lin Dong, how could he die? He believed in Lin Dong. At this time, in Lin Dong's Nguyen Palace, 2 natal talismans appeared, and they were close to the spiritual barrier, directly absorbing the spiritual power on the barrier, reducing Lin Dong's pressure. In an instant, Lin Dong's body sank into the mental barrier. Bang! An extremely terrifying mental wave erupted immediately, and this wave erupted directly in the 7th floor, and Wu Yun and Zhou Tong who were close were both impacted. Wu Yun didn't move at all, but Zhou Tong was sent flying away, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Wu Yun pouted. I told you not to watch. Under Zhou Tong's innocent and aggrieved eyes, Wu Yun jumped into the barrier and successfully entered the 8th floor. Another shock wave swept across the 7th floor. Zhou Tong just got up, and with a wave, he vomited blood and fell to the ground again. How could it be possible to both go in? Isn't it difficult? Seeing that both of them succeeded, Zhou Tong felt that he could do it again. Raising his body, Nong Nong staggered to the front of the barrier, and stepped into it forcefully. Boom! A powerful mental force pushed him out. Flutter. The third mouthful of blood. Zhou Tong cried, sit in place. I sighed in my heart, Wu Yun and Lin Dong are simply 2 monsters. Outside, looking at the 3 light spots on the 7th floor, 2 of them disappeared and appeared on the 8th floor. Both sides are not calm anymore. Which 2 will it be? Zhou Tong and Wu Yun, it must be the 2 of them, and only the 3-sealed talisman master can rush to the 8th floor. It's been a long time. Senior brother Zhou Tong, no one is invincible, we are sure to win. I, senior brother Wu Yun, can kill even Yushin who is in Yuandan realm great consummation. Zhou Tong, how can we match him compete? The talisman masters on both sides were arguing. Only Han Yun and Yan Zan, their eyes are unpredictable, and now they have lost their size. The 8th floor. After Lin Dong came up, he didn't observe the surroundings immediately, but turned his head and stared at the spiritual barrier of the passage. If the elder brother doesn't come up, he will feel uneasy. Boo! A wave. Wu Yun also came out of it. The two of them started to look at the 8th floor. Wu Yun, the teacher said that there is a Qi level essence secret skill on the 8th floor, let's look for it quickly. Yes, the 8th floor is not large, and there are not many things in it. After scanning around, the eyes of the two people stopped not far ahead, where there was a towering stone tablet. The stele is about 10 feet high, and there is nothing strange about it, but Wu Yun still sensed a subtle spiritual fluctuation on the surface of the stele. The two walked over, and Wu Yun pointed his finger on the stone tablet. In an instant, the layer of spiritual fluctuations on the stone tablet spread out, and immediately, in the midair in front of him, it turned into a large piece of mysterious trajectory. In that trajectory, some floating spiritual characters could still be seen, faintly, like a formation. And the first few words are, Metamorphosis Talisman Array. Chapter 60 Wu Yun, pretending to be pretending. It's such a wonderful and mysterious technique. Seeing the small characters directly evolved from spiritual power, and the wonderful spiritual formation, Wu Yun was amazed. Refresh the cognition of spiritual power again. As the two watched, those small words of spirit were directly integrated into the minds of the two. Wu Yun, the spiritual power of this layer is too strong, and the effect of baptism is much stronger than that of the lower layers. Let's practice here for a while. I also feel that I am about to break through, and practice here for a while, should be able to reach the 3-seal talisman master. Lin Dong nodded, his natal talisman was already frantically absorbing the spiritual power around him. The two sat down cross-legged. Due to the spirit gathering and devouring effects of the natal talisman, the spiritual power can be cultivated by itself. Wu Yun cultivated the thoughts of the god of chaos. Visualize the grinding of the gods, temper the spiritual power again, and become more pure and solid. Boy Lin Dong, come inside the stone talisman. On the other side, Xiao Diao transmitted his voice to Lin Dong. Why? Lin Dong penetrated into the stone talisman with his mental strength. I said I would help you. The stone rune space is so large, and there are many places that you haven't used. There is a place where you can improve your spiritual power. In the dark, Lin Dong followed Xiao Diao closely, and the route was extremely distorted, and after a while, the little mink in front suddenly disappeared, and a faint white glow bloomed where the little mink disappeared. In the white light, Lin Dong saw two huge crystal millstones slowly rotating, and during the rotation of the millstones, a special kind of fluctuation slowly spread out. Xiao Diao, sit your spiritual body there, the millstone will completely crush your spirit, and then restore it, such a continuous cycle. This process will be very painful, you have to persevere. Now that your mental power is soaring, this mental mill can help you make your mental power more solid. If you can survive it, it will be of great benefit to your mental strength. But if you can't make it through, maybe it will hurt the spirit of the body and leave some great sequelae. Quote. Lin Dong sat cross-legged on the mental grindstone without hesitation. The millstone turned, and his spiritual body fell into the millstone, and was crushed into light spots, then reassembled, and then ground again, and so on. Severe pain entered Lin Dong's mind. The pain of being crushed is like tearing the soul. Lin Dong gritted his teeth and insisted. Hee, it's really hard to share. Seeing Lin Dong's distorted face in pain, Wu Yun knew that Lin Dong was using the mental mill in the stone talisman. He is also experiencing this pain. Speaking of which, the principle of the spiritual grinding disc is similar to his visualization of the spiritual grinding disc. Both of them are practicing. In a blink of an eye, 8 days passed. Everyone outside the tower waited patiently for the final result. Ziyu came out first. She looked at the two light spots above the 8th floor, and her small mouth couldn't close in surprise. Can't guess who it will be. Finally, the light spots on the 7th floor disappeared. In the eyes of everyone looking forward to it, Zhou Tong walked out generously. How could it be? How could it be senior brother Zhou Tong? The 8th floor that even senior brother Zhou Tong can't get on, how can those two children get on? I don't believe it, why isn't senior brother Zhou Tong on the top? Tianguo the talisman masters in the city could hardly accept such a result. Han Yung's face was gloomy, and he sighed helplessly, just a little bit, they will be able to get the talisman tower. I'm sorry, I lost. Zhou Tong walked over and said in a low voice. He was hit by Wu Yun's ease. Looking back at the two light spots on the 8th floor, Zhou Tong sighed, turned and left alone. Yangshuan, lucky you, the Talisman Master Tower will be taken back by our Tianwo City Talisman Master Association one day. Han Yun blushed and walked away. Walk slowly. Yangshuan was in a good mood. Next, another 2 days passed. Why didn't the two of them come down? Could something have happened? A talisman teacher worried. To be able to persist on the 8th floor for so long. It should be fine. Yan Zan comforted, he had confidence in Wu Yun, as if this disciple had never let him down. Suddenly, another mental wave came. Another breakthrough. Everyone was shocked. It's Lin Dong. He even made a breakthrough. It's true that the waves behind the Yangtze River push forward the waves ahead, and each generation is stronger than the previous generation. This Lin Dong also has half the wealth of the talisman ancestor. Yangshuan sighed in his heart, Yan Cheng, look, it looks like it won't be long before we can become a talisman master. Spiritual talisman master. Hiss, that is an existence comparable to the 3 realms of good fortune, the 2 of them, it's really possible. The talisman master who wanted to refute couldn't continue. He felt that the spirit talisman master was far away, but the talents of Wu Yun and Lin Dong were also scary. The 8th floor is just like this. Are you interested in going to the 9th floor? Wu Yun asked while looking at the spiritual barrier on the 9th floor. With Big Brother's character, how can you be reconciled if you don't give it a try? As usual, I'll help you find the way. Lin Dong was also very interested, and he has come here. If he doesn't try it, he will regret it. Don't worry, the elder brother is behind you. Wu Yun gave him an affirmative look. Be brave and not afraid of difficulties. Lin Dong slammed into the barrier on the 9th floor, and the 3 small talismans sucked the spiritual power of the barrier. The mental barrier squeezed Lin Dong, and Lin Dong forced himself inside. Very persistent, firm. After a stalemate for half an hour, Lin Dong finally pushed in and disappeared on the 8th floor. Wu Yun smiled slightly, and he appreciated Lin Dong's tenacity. Obviously only 8% of the strength, but it can play a very effective effect. With such a brave brother, of course he was also affected. He slammed into the mental barrier. This time, Wu Yun was more violent. If Lin Dong enters gently, then Wu Yun is reckless, arrogant and forceful insertion. This method is still very effective. Wu Yun went in immediately. Brother, you are so fast, Lin Dong said in surprise. He just went up with his front foot, and Wu Yun followed with his back foot. I was able to pass so easily, probably because you got through in front. Wu Yun said casually. Lin Dong rubbed his head. Brother, are you kidding me? This channel will repair itself, or you are too powerful, a small barrier can't stop you at all. The 9th floor. Wu Yun was speechless. The 9th floor of the Talisman Tower was unusually ordinary. The area was extremely small, only in the range of tens of feet, and the ground was also covered with a lot of dust. Compared with the lower floors, it seemed very messy. Unremarkable, ordinary small room. Lin Dong was also taken aback by the scene in front of him. Obviously, he had never expected that this mysterious 9th floor would be so ordinary. It seemed that there was nothing unusual about it. Lin Dong's eyes scanned the 9th floor carefully. The 8th floor has Qi-level spirit and mysterious skills. It is impossible for the more difficult 9th floor to have nothing. Hey, big brother, look at this wall. Lin Dong quickly found out. His gaze paused on the tower walls on both sides. There were many lines on them, and these lines were quite obscure. However, after Lin Dong observed, he found that these obscure lines seemed to be the structure. It became two extremely complicated and ancient runes. The corner of Wu Yun's mouth smiled. He must know that the secret of the clues of the ancestor talisman is hidden here, but what should be pretended is still to be pretended. Chapter 61 Wu Yun. I just know the plot. Following Lin Dong's gaze, Wu Yun also looked at the rune on the left wall, and under his full concentration, he suddenly discovered that the ancient rune that was just outlined on the wall like an image actually emitted. There was a faint suction force. Under that kind of suction force, it seemed that the talisman of his life in Niwen Palace showed signs of flying out. After reading the runes on the wall, Wu Yun immediately searched out the original runes in his mind for comparison. Primitive devouring rune, primal thundering rune, he said silently in his heart. The ancient runes of this mural are rubbing runes from the devouring ancestral talisman and thunder ancestral talisman. However, this is just a simple drawing of the rune, and it does not have the effect of the ancestral rune at all. Ancestral talisman is an innate treasure born between heaven and earth. Possesses the ability to overwhelm the heavens and the earth. It is not simply knowing the shape. Otherwise, the original runes of the 8 great ancestral talismans have patterns in Wu Yun's true interpretation of the original runes. There's a big difference. Wu Yun's true explanation of original runes is like my book of rune skills, which contains the interpretation of each original rune, allowing you to know how to practice this kind of rune. And the rune in front of you just has a shape, you don't know where to start. The original runes cultivated by Wu Yun will not be as powerful as the ancestors born innately, but as he masters the original runes and finds a strong enough carrier for the original runes, he can also achieve unlimited. It is close to the level of the ancestral talisman. This is also Wu Yun's belief that after practicing the true interpretation of the original runes, he can almost reach the level of the ancestor of the runes. This process is very difficult. Wu Yun has really used the original runes for cultivation, which is to add the spirit gathering runes to his own talisman. But it only managed to add less than 1,000th of the texture. If one day he can completely imprint the spirit gathering rune on the natal talisman, his natal talisman can also become a spirit gathering ancestral talisman. Wu Yun is equivalent to having the method of cultivating the ancestor talisman. But this road is difficult and requires long-term exploration and investment. When Wu Yun fell into thinking. On the other side, Lin Dong was also distracted. When Xiao Diao saw the pattern, he immediately understood that it was the shape of the ancestral talisman and was shocked. Secretly, the spiritual voice transmission explained to Lin Dong. The 2 ancestral talismans here are just rubbings. The person who left these talismans must have seen these 2 ancestral talismans back then. 1 ancestor talisman was drawn. You must know that the ancestor talisman is condensed by the rules of heaven and earth. If you want to outline its shape, even ordinary talisman masters cannot do it. This person can successfully outline both ancestral talismans. Although only similar in shape, it's pretty good. But, what did he leave the picture here for? He's seen 2 ancestral talismans, so he must know where the ancestral talismans are. There must be some clue to the ancestral talisman. Boy Lin Dong, look for it quickly. If you can get the ancestral talisman, you will be prosperous. The owner of the ancestral talisman is the strongest in this world. Xiao Diao was very excited and was raising his feet at a loss. Wu Yun next to Lin Dong has already made a move. I saw a natal talisman flying out of Wu Yun's Nuan Palace. The talisman automatically approached the wall and lost control. The runes on it turned into a vortex, gradually emitting a trace of spiritual power, like light, shining on the ancestral rubbing talisman on the wall. Accompanied by the irradiance of the spiritual light, the rubbing ancestral talisman on the wall also reflected some light, and these light reflected into the midair in front of him, vaguely outlining a figure-like thing. The boss is indeed a boss, and he discovered the clue so quickly. Xiao Diao said in admiration. This is the map of the great Yan dynasty. Lin Dong asked in surprise, looking at the figure with concentrated spiritual power. As soon as his voice fell, 2 bright red dots appeared in the pattern. One is inside the map of the Dian dynasty, and the other is outside the map of the Dian dynasty. It's unbelievable that someone in this small great Yan dynasty can know the location of the 2 ancestral talismans. Who would have thought of it? Xiao Diao was stunned. What an awesome thing the ancestral talisman is. There are only 8 of them in the world. There are 2 here. The mental map disappeared in a flash, and the light was absorbed into Wu Yun's talisman. Wu Yun, although I don't know what the position of the red dot represents, it must be a very precious thing because it is hidden so secretly. In the future, we 2 brothers can go outside together to explore the location of the red dot. What is the location? While speaking, Wu Yun had a slight smile on his lips. Pack, he is pretending. In the stone talisman, Xiao Diao look like I believe you. Do reincarnators also want to act? He didn't think Wu Yun didn't know about such things as ancestral talismans. Maybe he was one of the owners of the ancestor talisman. Little Mink thought so, because the 3 original runes of gravity, gathering spirits, and smelting that Wu Yun drew are too mysterious, and their complexity is comparable to the ancestor runes. Just think about the small town of Qingyang, who can cultivate such talents. These things must have been born with him. That's great. I've been thinking about going out for a long time. Being able to travel the world with my eldest brother is something I've been dreaming about. Lin Dong said excitedly. In the heart of every young man, there is a dream of traveling the world. Boy, don't be too happy. Even if you get such a treasure as the ancestral talisman, your elder brother can't give it to you. Xiao Diao couldn't help but hit. Even if he is a reincarnation boss, he doesn't believe that he can ignore such a treasure as the ancestor talisman. HMPH, I haven't got it yet. How do you know? My elder brother didn't even compete with me for the stone talisman, so the ancestor talisman is nothing. And why should I fight for the ancestral talisman with elder brother? Our two brothers, it is not the same who owns the ancestral talisman. Quote, to refute Xiao Diao, he has no selfishness towards his eldest brother, so naturally he doesn't care about Xiao Diao's remarks. Your boy is purely thinking about things and has self-knowledge. Maybe that's why your big brother likes you. Xiao Diao was a little envious. What kind of fairy friendship is this? Brother. But he was still a little worried, and he didn't dare to expose it to the boss at will. If the boss didn't like to play with Mink, wouldn't it be wrong to swallow him in one gulp? Let's go, it's time to go out. Yeah, the two walked out of the talisman tower. Yangshuan and other talisman masters surrounded him. Although more than 10 days have passed, they have been guarding outside. Have you gone to the 9th floor? Yan Zan quietly asked Wu Yun through voice transmission. Just now their light spots disappeared on the 8th floor, but they did not appear on the 9th floor, nor did they appear on other floors. Yangshuan has never been to the 9th floor, so he has this guess. Wu Yun nodded quietly. Yan Zan didn't ask any more questions. That is a secret belonging to the disciples, there is no need to inquire about it. Although Wu Yun is only a 3rd seal talisman master now, his ability to enter the 9th floor has already proved that his spiritual power is above him. The spiritual map has been integrated into Wu Yun's talisman, and the mural has no effect, and the map can no longer be displayed, so Wu Yun is not worried that Yangshuan or Ziyu will find the map after practicing the ancient swirl talisman. The ancestral talisman battle is too dangerous. Mere Yangshuan, Ziyu and his ilk, if they get involved, they will only lose their lives. It's for their own good not to let them know. I haven't been home for nearly 20 days, and I don't know how Qingtan is doing. Let's go back soon. Wu Yun was concerned about the situation of little Lolita. Although she knew that little Lolita could still persevere, but the frequent episodes of cold would make her suffer a lot. Lin Dong was reminded by Wu Yun, and when he thought of his sister, he also became nervous. Sigh, since I had my eldest brother, I have cared less and less about Qingtan. Fortunately, my elder brother treats Qingtan like his own sister, has not neglected Qingtan. Lin Dong sigh in my heart. Xiao Diao in his sound transmission stone talisman. By the way, Xiao Diao, you also understand that the body of the Sha demon, tell me what will happen if you can't control it. Body, only after condensing the yin pill, can one gradually control the Shamo energy in the body, otherwise, it will often be backlashed by the Shamo energy, not to mention the pain, and even maybe, the mind will be devoured by the Shamo energy, and become it looks like a vegetable. It's so serious. Lin Dong couldn't help but blamed himself and became worried. There was a big brother there before, and the big brother was not in a hurry, so he thought it was nothing. Don't worry, with your elder brother here, it's not a problem to solve a small evil body, you can rest assured. Xiao Diao comforted. He has confidence in the boss of reincarnation. However, how did the big black mouse know that Wu Yun was not worried? It was only because he knew the plot. Chapter 62 Qingtan, which brother can stand such a test? Ding, the next check-in location is refreshed, please sign in at the ancient tomb mansion. Closing square bracket. Wu Yun received a notification from the system when he walked out of the Tower of Fuxi. As expected, the next check-in location is the ancient tomb mansion. Because he was worried about Qingtan's situation, Wu Yun followed Lin Dong to Lin's house to visit Qingtan. Wu! Exclamation mark. Wu Yun was not at home due to business, and worried that Baiyun would be too lonely as a tiger, so he usually entrusted Baiyun to Qingtan to take care of him. With Qingtan accompanied by 2 brain axes, it won't be too boring. With the lesson learned from last time, Baiyun did not rush into Wu Yun's arms again. Instead, the car stopped in front of him. First, walk around Wu Yun. Sniff Wu Yun's body, after making sure he was uninjured and intact. Only then put his big head into Lin Wu Yun's arms to act like a baby, expressing his longing for more than 20 days apart. Wu Yun also pinched Bai Yun's big head lovingly. From the Chenkin bag, he took out many delicious pills and fed them to Bai Yun all at once. Between master and pet, pets are too lonely compared to their masters. Wu Yun also has brothers, teachers, and friends, but Bai Yun actually only has him. The current Bai Yun has the power of a white tiger more and more. Xiaoyan is not like a sibling of the same mother at all. Of course, Xiaoyan has a mutated bloodline, and after devouring the demon baby of the Skyfire Zhao in the lava cave of Tianyuzhuang, he also changed a lot. In short, their fire python tiger siblings have gone farther and farther away from the path of fire python tiger. That's right, it's already comparable to a strong person in the Xiaoyuan Dan realm. Wu Yun needed Bai Yun's big head and praised. Because of having a large amount of Yang Yuan Dan, Bai Yun has grown very fast. It has only been a while, but he has improved so much, and he is not far from Yuan Dan's small perfection. Brother Wu Yun, brother Lin Dong, I knew it was you guys who came back. Qing Tan came out from inside in surprise. Her speed was a little slower than two tigers. How's it going these days, Qing Tan? Seeing Qing Tan's little loli come out, Wu Yun pulled Bai Yun's big head away and walked over. Qing Tan is wearing that blue short skirt today, with white stockings on her slender calves, just below her knees. The two braids on the head look very cute. I'm fine, according to Wu Yunju said, after only absorbing the evil spirit energy, I feel much better, and you have left so many pills, I haven't used them up yet. Qing Tan smiled sweetly, although she also suffered from the cold during this time, she didn't want to tell the two brothers to worry. Seeing the two brothers, she was very happy, unlike her physical problems that affected her good mood. Seeing Qing Tan's dodging eyes, Wu Yun didn't understand. This little loli is still like this, it makes people feel distressed to be sensible. Elbow, follow me to the room. Wu Yun immediately stepped forward, took Qing Tan's little hand, and walked into the yard. Ah, brother Wu Yun, what are you doing in the room? Qing Tan's little heart was pounding, and she subconsciously looked at her brother Lin Dong, worried that Lin Dong would see the clue. As soon as the room was mentioned, Qing Tan thought of the last time he got into Wu Yun's arms and slept all night. She was very afraid that Lin Dong would find out about this, because she was worried that Lin Dong would disagree with her liking brother Wu Yun. I'll tell you after I go, I've found a way to help you solve the pain. Wu Yun turned to Lin Dong again and said, second brother, you take Bai Yun and Xiaoyan to play first, Qing Tan and I have something to do. Brother, don't worry, you just go as soon as possible, I won't let anyone disturb you. Lin Dong said bluntly. When Wu Yun and Qing Tan entered Qing Tan's room, Lin Dong even brought two tigers to guard outside. He had asked Xiao Diao before, and knew that if Qing Tan's problem was not resolved, it would be very serious, and he might become a vegetable, but Xiao Diao said that elder brother must have a way to help Qing Tan solve it. Lin Dong naturally believed in his elder brother, not to mention that now even Xiao Diao, who had always been stubborn, believed in his elder brother. He no longer uses his own villainous heart to narrowly save his elder brother's gentleman's belly. If someone else brings Qing Tan into a room alone, Lin Dong definitely refused, but for big brother. Don't worry, Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong might never have thought that Wu Yun had no problem, it was her younger sister who made the move first. Just entered the room, snapped, closed the door. Qing Tan's little face turned red, it was so red that it was hot. Wu Yongdong wanted to let go of Qing Tan's hand, but Qing Tan grabbed it with his backhand, and the grip was even tighter. Brother Wu Yun, Qing Tan misses you. She immediately hugged Wu Yun's waist, her little head pressed tightly against Wu Yun's chest. Don't be like this, your brother Lin Dong is still outside. Wu Yun was at a loss and had nowhere to rest. It's okay, he can't see, you two were in the room before, and I couldn't see or hear anything at the door. Qing Tan said shyly in a low voice. During the nearly 20 days of separation, she really missed brother Wu Yun so much. Every time the cold bursts, she imagines that she is in Wu Yun's arms, so she can persevere through it. Ever since she was a child, Qing Tan's body has been ice cold. The warmest time she ever felt was Wu Yun's hug. So, I miss that feeling so much. To be reasonable, Wu Yun actually liked this kind of feeling in his heart. With Qing Tan's small body, hugging her is incomparable. However, it gave him a sneaky feeling. I always feel sorry for Lin Dong. After all, Lin Dong is still guarding outside. How could he be like this, hugged Qing Tan without any hindrance in his heart? After all, he really treats Lin Dong as a brother. It's okay to sneak up on your sister, and let you guard the door, which brother would do such a thing? Qingtan, brother has business to tell you. Wu Yun tried to make Qingtan let go. Brother Wu Yun, let me hug you for a while, okay? Qingtan suddenly asked in a low voice. At this moment, strong cold air erupted from Qingtan's body. Her little face was pale, and she pressed against Wu Yun tightly, trying to absorb every inch of his body's temperature. Wu Yun's expression also changed when he saw this. He picked up Qingtan with his hands that had no place to rest, put her on the bed, and wrapped her tightly. At the same time, it continuously releases the yang energy in the body to warm the green sandalwood. Hugging at this time, he didn't have any obstacles in his heart. Qingtan raised her head in Wu Yun's arms. Although the cold was still breaking out, she smiled sweetly. The little loli's smile is so touching. She stretched out her head abruptly, and while Wu Yun wasn't paying attention, she quickly pecked Wu Yun's cheek. Then he quickly buried his head in the bed. Two little feet dressed in white silk pressed hard against Wu Yun's leg, extremely stiff, which proved how nervous she was. The girl's boldness and youthfulness are vividly interpreted by her at this moment. Little girl, you are testing brother. Wu Yun frowned and said in an extremely heavy voice. Let me ask, which brother can stand such a test? Seriously, probably okay. But Wu Yun has never passed through from his previous life to this life. Don't hide, look up, brother will save you some Yonggang energy. Chapter 63 Qingtan. All right, he broke through suddenly. Wu Yun took Qingtan's small mouth in one gulp, and sucked it vigorously. It was agreed to give her Yonggang qi. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Wu Yun kept grabbing Qingtan's evil saliva. A long time, Qingtan pushed Wu Yun away. Hurrah! She panted heavily. Brother Wu Yun, I can't breathe. She blushed drunk, like a deer at a loss, bent her head nervously, and quickly explained. At this time, the cold air on Qingtan's body has dissipated. The surrounding temperature is gradually rising. Okay, let's get up. Wu Yun wiped his mouth and stood up embarrassedly. He mentally sensed that Lin Dong was still outside. So rationally stopped his urge to go further. Qingtan is a good sister, he can't be so muddle-headed, and even take advantage of her to occupy her. If you really want to be together, then you have to do it right. This is respect and responsibility for Qingtan. Qingtan licked her lips, and followed suit, but her body was already numb, and she couldn't control her tongue. Just now she was so nervous that she didn't dare to move, her legs almost cramped. However, it is rare to ignore the pain of the cold outbreak. This may be the best time she has ever survived a cold outbreak. She couldn't help but think that if brother Wu Yun was by his side every time the cold air broke out, then the pain of the cold air would not be cured. I thought of a way to temporarily relieve your cold burst. Come and practice with me, the chapter of divine movement. Wu Yun finally started to do it. She taught Qingtan to cultivate spiritual power. When he was in Fushi Pagoda, Wu Yun carefully thought about how to help Qingtan. Thinking of the dark ancestral talisman obtained by Qingtan in the original book, Wu Yun started with the runes. The runes in his hand are very comprehensive. In the end, he found the original lunar rune that helped Qingtan in the true solution of the original rune. Primitive lunar rune. One of the original runes born between heaven and earth, it can transform the energy of heaven and earth into the power of pure lunar power. Where this rune exists, the yin energy is extremely strong, and it is easy to form special evils such as yin and Jedi, ghost domains, etc. The terrain can be used to cultivate the evil spirit and condense the body of Taiyin. Qingtan's current situation especially needs strong evil spirit to help her condense the yin core. The original lunar rune solved this problem very well. Wu Yun is going to teach Qingtan the method of cultivating Taiyin runes. Qingtan does not need to have a strong talent for spiritual cultivation. As long as Qingtan has a little spiritual power, he can rub the lunar rune on the talisman paper. Qingtan only needs to activate the rune to use the lunar rune function. However, Wu Yun has just finished teaching the first level of the Shendong chapter, and he will demonstrate it to Qingtan. Next second, Qingtan himself sensed the spiritual power, and gathered a very strong spiritual power. This is, Wu Yun opened his mouth wide. Qingtan's spiritual talent is not weak. Not only is it not weak, it can be said to be very strong. The basic mental power is strong, even stronger than Lin Dong's back then. Just a little worse than Wu Yun. Moreover, the green sandalwood is more solid, and it can even catch up with Wu Yun's level of solidification now. What is the reason? Wu Yun couldn't help thinking. Chill, The special feature of Qingtan is the cold air. By the way, every time the cold air breaks out, it is a painful torture for Qingtan. This kind of torture is not only physical, but also spiritual, just like when I visualize the spiritual power of God's training, the same goes for Qingtan. Wu Yun figured out the reason. Every time the cold bursts out, Qingtan's mental strength will be strengthened. Qingtan, let your mind go, don't think about it now, listen to me, I'll teach you how to open the Nuan Palace. Wu Yun began to guide Qingtan. With a lot of accumulation, her mental strength is already enough to open the Nuan Palace. Hey, how could there be such strong fluctuations in mental power? Lin Dong, who was outside the house, was suddenly surprised, and stared blankly at the closed door of the room. What are Big Brother and Qingtan doing? Lin Dong rubbed his head in confusion. In the room, boom, Qingtan suddenly felt a buzzing in her mind, her vision widened in an instant, a mental force was like her eyes, drifting out, seeing the whole courtyard clearly. Brother Lin Dong, Bai Yun, Xiao Yan. Feeling the wonderful spiritual vision, she saw one man and two tigers at the door. Qingtan, you can actually do a mental separation. Lin Dong's eyes widened in shock. The eldest brother has only been in for a long time, and he helped Qingtan open the Nuan Palace. This efficiency, the speed of breaking the palace, is too fast. Big Brother deserves to be Big Brother. Lin Dong sighed from the bottom of his heart. Okay, Qingtan, take back your thoughts and open the Nuan Palace. It's just the first step. I'll teach you to condense a brand new natal talisman. Body, Wu Yun said excitedly. Qingtan's talisman master talent is so outstanding, it made him suddenly enlightened. Okay, Qingtan withdrew her mental power, looked at Wu Yun obediently, her big eyes were full of little stars. My brother taught you a rune today, but you can only practice it alone, and no one else can tell. Remember, this is a secret between us. Wu Yun looked at Qingtan seriously and said, he wants to pass on the cultivation method of the original Taiyan rune to Qingtan, so that Qingtan can directly use the original Taiyan rune as the natal talisman to practice. If the original Taiyan rune is successfully condensed into the life seal by Qingtan, it will be directly comparable to the ancestor talisman. One day, it may become a brand new ancestor talisman, the Taiyan ancestor talisman. But this is related to the secret of Wu Yun's true interpretation of the original rune, and too many people should not know it. To a certain extent, Wu Yun has mastered all the cultivation methods of the ancestor talisman, including but not limited to these 8 kinds of ancestral symbols from the profound sky continent. Brother Wu Yun, don't worry, I won't tell anyone the secret between us, even Brother Lin Dong, I won't tell him. Qingtan vowed, she has confidence in this point. She wasn't prepared to talk about her private affairs with Brother Wu Yun herself. Look out, Wu Yun began to outline the lunar runes in front of Qingtan with his mental strength. In the next few days, except for the occasional visit to the Mad Saber Martial Art Museum, Wu Yun spent most of his time at Lin's house, and he and Qingtan spent time in the room as soon as he came. Then let Lin Dong guard the door. Just like back then, when Wu Yun and Lin Dong were in the room, Qingtan guarded the door. Wu Yun, have you memorized the cultivation method of the Taiyan runes? From now on, draw your natal seal according to the runes. When the runes are all drawn out, you will have the most powerful seal in the world, ancestral talisman. Your current natal talisman already has a little outline of the yin rune, which can barely play the role of the yin rune. Next time the cold air breaks out, you can directly activate the yin rune. It can help you control the blood pressure in your body. Cold air. Qingtan, Brother Wu Yun, then I don't have to worry about the cold air eating my body in the future, right? Wu Yun, that's not the case, the cold air is always acting on your body, and the Taiyan runes can only regulate and assist you. Yes, you still need to condense the yin pill, and when you completely use the cold energy in your body for your own use, then not only will you no longer have to worry about physical problems, but you will also become very powerful, and maybe you can surpass Lin Dongge. Qingtan, why can't you surpass Brother Wu Yun just by surpassing Brother Lin Dong? Wu Yun, little girl, you have a lot of ambition and want to surpass me. Do you think you can do it? Riding on Wu Yun's body, she said arrogantly. He, Brother Wu Yun, no matter how powerful you are still under pressure. As soon as the physical problem was solved, Qingtan let go of her heart, and she herself very lively and mischievous, he is naturally very open in front of Wu Yun. Little girl, Don't be too presumptuous, your brother Wu Yun's head is not made of dough. Wu Yun said, pretending to be angry. There is a limit to his patience with lowly. Brother Wu Yun, last time I couldn't breathe, you taught me how to take a breath. Qing Tan suddenly approached and said. The two face to face, breath can be heard. It's not good, your brother Lin Dong is still out. Oh, before Wu Yun could finish speaking, Miss Qing Tan always acted according to her instincts, so how could she give Wu Yun a chance to speak? No, I'm going to break through. Wu Yun shouted, hugged Qing Tan away, and threw her onto the bed. Then sit up, run Xuantian Kung Fu. The Yuan force in his dantian surged wildly, and the silver-white Yuan Dan densely covered with star patterns spewed out. After more than a month, although Wu Yun's focus during this time was on cultivating spiritual power. But he also swallowed a lot of pills every day to practice. Today is finally at this moment, when the lower abdomen is hot. There is a feeling of breakthrough. The powerful fluctuation of Yuanli spread, and Wu Yun took out Yangyuan pills and swallowed them like jelly beans. Qing Tan looked at Wu Yun, who was suddenly about to break through in a daze. She just kissed like that, why did Wu Yun react so violently? Could it be that her kiss also has the effect of helping to break through? Brother, is this going to break through? Lin Dong, who was outside the door, immediately noticed the fluctuation of Yuanli, and walked towards the room curiously. At this moment, Qing Tan just opened the door and came out. Lin Dong, Qing Tan, what did you do to elder brother? Qing Tan was stopped by Lin Dong's question, and she felt guilty for a moment, almost thinking that Lin Dong was peeping outside the door to see them being serious just now. Wait a minute, let me make up a reason. Qing Tan hurriedly avoided Lin Dong's gaze, turned around and closed the door gently. Let's go there first, don't disturb Wu Yun's breakthrough. After a certain distance from the room, Lin Dong couldn't help asking again. What's going on? Wu Yun just taught me to cultivate my spiritual power, and I was meditating with my eyes closed. Just broke through, let me come out first. Qing Tan said seriously. Hiss. Lin Dong took a cold breath, it's only been a month since the last breakthrough, brother, you are a genius, breaking through so soon. Boy Lin Dong, it's not surprising, for a big brother like you for the characters, breaking through is just commonplace, as long as the strength is accumulated enough, the membrane will naturally break. In the stone talisman, Xiao Diao said through voice transmission. I don't think Wu Yun's operation is unusual at all. Xiao Diao's mental power is very strong, but he didn't dare to investigate Wu Yun. In fact, if he had dared to investigate the situation in the room before, he would not be so sure that Wu Yun is the boss. It didn't take long for Wu Yun's boiling of Yuanli to stop. This breakthrough was very smooth, as if he had accumulated enough water unknowingly, and then when it came naturally, he broke through the bottleneck. He slowly opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light shot out. It feels like the power in the body is several times stronger. He murmured, this is the Yuandan small perfection realm. Chapter 64 Heavenly Knife Gate. Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. After not seeing each other for nearly a month, Wu Yun found Zhan Su again. Sister Zhan Su, what news do you have about the elixir I entrusted you to find? He asked immediately. Zhan Su was wearing a tight-fitting cheongsam, her chest was incomparably swollen, she walked towards Wu Yun resentfully, and said. Brother Xiaoyun, you really don't see the end of the dragon. If it weren't for looking for the elixir, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come to my sister. For many days, my little brother, I spent it alone in the Talisman Tower, and I miss my sister so much. Wu Yun looked at Zhan Su provocatively, whether it was from top to bottom or bottom to top, Zhan Su has always been full of charm. Although the green sandalwood is exquisite and lovely, compared with the now extremely mature Zhan Su, it still lacks charm. Although Wu Yun's surname is Wu and he is also very tall, he still prefers mature women. I really can't bear to deal with such an immature little loli like Qing Tan. This is also the reason why Wu Yun let Qing Tan let her go despite her bold maneuvers many times. Otherwise, an LSP, how could he restrain himself? Zhan Su hit Wu Yun's chest with her small fist, and pouted. She was used to Wu Yun's poor talk, and said solemnly, Xiao Yun, it's too hard to find this elixir that contains evil energy, now I can find it. All of them are below the 3rd rank, but there are quite a lot of elixir of other attributes, not to mention the ones below the 5th rank. My sister left you a plant of a 6th rank elixir. It was originally necessary to participate in the auction, but my sister persuaded the other party, when you come to trade, the price may not be low, you have to be prepared. Zhan Su said and took out a crimson fruit. This is the vermilion demon blood fruit, and the price is several times that of the 5th grade elixir. Is it so hard to find this treasure with evil spirit energy? Wu Yun took the Yaoshui Zuguo, but still frowned. Although the current Qingtan Taiyin rune was given, it was just a rune, and a large amount of yin evil energy was needed to help her condense the yin core. My dear brother, this type of elixir is very difficult to find. Generally, even if others get it, they will only keep it for themselves or their juniors. How can they be willing to auction it? Zhan Su explained, with yin evil the elixir of qi is of great help to the earth element realm, and almost no one is willing to put it up for auction. So, no matter how rich the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce is, it cannot get the goods. Does Sister Su know any clues related to the evil spirit? Zhan Su, I really know something. Recently, the traffic in Yancheng has increased. I think you should have noticed it, Xiaoyun. Those who are strong in Nirvana. The ancient tomb mansion appeared in the Tianyan mountain range, and the powerhouses from all sides of the great Yan dynasty have changed. According to the news from our Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, the 4 major clans have already dispatched to compete for the treasures in this tomb mansion. My sister heard that there is a kind of extreme yin elixir in it, called Jisha Yin Dragon Saliva, which is exactly the elixir my brother needs. Thank you, Sister Su, for telling me. I want all the elixir collected, and the price will be based on Sister Su's price. It counts. Wu Yun readily paid the Yang Yuan pill. Return to the Lin family with the elixir collected by Zhan Su. Give all the elixirs to Lin Dong, the toolman, and refine them into elixir. Then he took Bai Yun back to the Mad Saber Martial Arts Hall. Wu Yun felt that he hadn't been home for a long time. Ever since he was worried about Qing Tan, a little girl, and messing around with her, he hadn't been back to the Mad Sword Martial Arts Gym for a long time. Luo Tong, junior brother, you know that you are back. You are in the Lin family every day, and those who don't know think you are his son-in-law. Seeing Wu Yun's return, Luo Tong sighed. Here, what did senior brother say? Even if I like the girls from the Lin family, I will marry them. How can I go to the door? Wu Yun forcefully argued. The biggest reason why he is in the Lin family is Qingtan. This little loli touched his heart deeply. Forget it, I won't tease you. There are important guests in the restaurant. Father is entertaining them, and he is going to send someone to find you. Oh, foster father is looking for me. Wu Yun immediately became serious. No speaking of other things, he has great respect for Luo Cheng, his adoptive father, and Wu Yun will agree to any request. Let's go together. Dad is very excited. It's Tiandaomen. Dad came out of Tiandaomen before. Luo Tong explained with a smile. He was still full of pride for his junior brother. Wu Yun, there would be no chance for Crazy Saber martial arts to gain a foothold in Yancheng today. Heavenly Knife Gate. Wu Yun's heart was full of curiosity. He has a deep impression of this sect, and Luo Cheng has mentioned it to him many times. This is one of the super sects of the great Yan dynasty. Luo Cheng said that their Crazy Sword martial arts gym is a part of Tiandao sect. It is a martial arts gym set up outside Tiandao sect to assess disciples. An inner disciple of the Heavenly Knife sect. Wu Yun and Luo Tong came to the hall. At this time, Luo Cheng was carefully entertaining a group of guests. The other party looked haughty, wearing a uniform embroidered with a purple sword. As the master, Luo Cheng was sitting in the second seat, while a middle-aged man was in the chief seat. Luo Cheng, senior brother Chen, my apprentice Wu Yun is really a rare genius, guaranteed to be able to enter the inner sect of the sect. He lowered his posture extremely. This senior brother Chen was an outer sect just like him back then disciple, but he has a good cultivation talent, and now he has become a deacon of the outer sect. The man called senior brother Chen didn't pay attention to Luo Cheng at all, and said arrogantly, Luo Cheng, you've talked so much, where is that Wu Yun in your family? You should ask him to come out and see. There are quite a few strong men in the younger generation of Tiandaomen, and they can't be compared with them casually. If you want to worship the inner sect, you have to rely on your strength. After senior brother Chen finished speaking, a young man added, Hehe, what kind of genius can be produced in this kind of place? Luokung, you are only a small Yuandan realm, so it is possible that you can teach even more powerful disciples. It is a mistake for the sect to let someone like you come out to teach the law. Chen old man, we're wasting our time here. He is an inner disciple of the younger generation, but he doesn't have any respect for Luo Cheng. He is a Yuandan small perfect state, and he looks down on Luo Cheng at all, let alone the disciples he taught, and he wants to be compared with their noble inner disciples. In front of senior brother Yi, there are still people who dare to call themselves geniuses. It's really a frog in a well, who dares to call them geniuses casually, probably because they haven't seen anything before to be a real genius. Don't even look at your background. People in small places have limited knowledge, so maybe a little bit better would be a treasure. A group of disciples mocked with a smile. Luo Cheng's face was red and his ears were red. He usually has a wild personality. How could he have suffered such humiliation? Brother Chen said that it's fine for him, and these junior disciples also came to humiliate him. But he dared not speak out. The heavenly knife gate was too huge, he couldn't afford to offend him. Even these young disciples are all above the Xiao Yuan Dan realm, and the man called senior brother Yi has even reached the Yuan Dan small perfection realm. Outside the door, Luo Tong, who walked to the door, tightly clenched his fists. He knew how happy his father was when he heard about the people from the Heavenly Sword sect, but he never thought that the people from the Heavenly Sword sect would insult his father so much. Wu Yun took a deep breath, but he really couldn't calm down the anger in his heart. The person sitting on the main seat in the hall was just a Yuan Dan Dao consummation realm, so he didn't have the right to be arrogant. He walked in straight in, swept his eyes across the people in the hall, and said rebelliously, "What are you? You dare to show off your power like this? If the people cultivated by the Heavenly Sword sect are all like you, then the Heavenly Sword sect, don't go." Chapter 65 Wu Yun. I am not targeting anyone, but everyone here is rubbish. This may be the craziest thing Wu Yun has said since time travel. It was also the time when he was the most angry. Who is Luo Cheng, his adoptive father, and master? In this one that is closer than the biological father. No child wants to see their father humiliated. Especially when this father, who has always been strong, has to wrong himself and humble himself for the sake of his child's future. Luo Cheng was able to speak so nicely and endure the other party's insults just so that Wu Yun could enter the Heavenly Knife Gate. And these people, no matter old or young, would mock him. Who are you? Do you know who you're talking to? What an arrogant boy, Luo Cheng, your mad sword martial arts hall is really crazy, and the disciples you teach are so ignorant of current affairs. At first glance, it is clear that he has never been beaten by reality. The frog at the bottom of the well may not know who is sitting here, and even his master must be respectful. Everyone in the Tiandaomen, full of superiority, rushed accusing Wu Yun. The young disciple even wanted to directly teach Wu Yun a lesson. Yuner, don't be rude. This is old Chen from the Heavenly Knife sect. Hurry up and salute. Luo Cheng scolded. He didn't want Wu Yun to be impulsive. The size of the Heavenly Knife sect is beyond what Wu Yun can imagine now. Father, in crazy sword martial arts, we are the host and they are the guests. The host can do whatever the guest wants, but the guest can't really regard himself as the host. Wu Yun swept across the hall coldly, with a rare look of ferocity in his eyes. The crazy sword martial arts hall is just a small martial arts hall that our Heavenly Sword sect randomly set up to recruit disciples. Here, we are the masters. A young disciple said tit for tat, staring at Wu Yun with disdain. Heavenly Knife sect is fine, but you are not worthy. Wu Yun shook his head slightly at him, then pointed at the disciples of Heavenly Knife sect present, including that old Chen. I am not targeting anyone, but everyone here, it's all rubbish. You can't represent Tiandaomen. Shua. As soon as these words came out, everyone stood up. They looked at Wu Yun with anger in their eyes. Arrogance. Luo Cheng, this is the disciple you taught. Smart teeth, let me teach you a lesson, let you know what great sect is powerful. Crazy thunder knife. A young disciple directly pulled out the treasured sword at his waist, and his energy frantically gathered on the blade. He also used a third-grade martial art, the Kuang Lei Dao. This is the most basic martial art of Tiandaomen, and all disciples can learn it. Even outer disciples like Luo Cheng can be brought out to teach others. As long as they know this martial art, they can participate in the assessment of the Heavenly Sword sect. The Kuang Lei saber is equivalent to a symbol of the Heavenly Sword sect. Flashy, let me show you what the real Kuang Lei Dao is. Quote, full of anger, Wu Yun took out the newly refined Thunder Cloud knife from the Chenkin bag, and the bright purple gold energy gushed out crazily, directly giving the Thunder Cloud knife a layer of purple gold color. The majestic pure Yuan Qi with the blade of Thunder Cloud knife. Cut out. Dang. The opponent's knife snapped at the sound. There was no resistance at all. Wu Yun's Thunder Cloud knife was pressed against his forehead, and a trace of coldness from the blade's edge penetrated his mind clearly. Death was so close to him. The young disciple's Adam's apple was throbbing, and he was sweating profusely. Crack. Quote, Wu Yun slapped him on the face with the back of the knife, knocked his teeth off, vomited blood, and fell limply in the lobby. The small Yuan Dan realm is full of great self-confidence. Ignorance is the most terrifying thing. You are right, you are trash. Wu Yun pointed at the collapsed disciple with a knife, without any scruples rode. Missing, it's still a small Yuandan realm. There's something. However, it's nothing for Yuandan Xiaoyuan to hit a small Yuandan realm, I'll come. The disciples of Tiandaomen are ready to move. Don't come. Wu Yun pointed his knife at everyone, including Mr. Chen who was in the main seat. Come together. Go, we must teach him a lesson. Even Mr. Chen dares to provoke. A total of 8 or 9 disciples drew their swords and rushed towards Wu Yun. All of them are above the small Yuan Dan realm, and 2 of them are at the Yuan Dan small perfection realm. Crack, 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 Wu Yun kept swinging the saber, combined with the Ziji demon eyes, ghost shadow fascination. The saber technique was sharp, accurate and ruthless. There were 9 snaps in total. A red mark on the back of the sword appeared on the faces of all the disciples. No one can block his move. The small Yuan Dan realm, the Yuan Dan and the small perfection are all the same in his hands, rubbish. In the lobby, a lot of teeth fell out, nosebleeds, mouth blood, bleeding everywhere. Just now, all the arrogant and invincible disciples of Tiandaomen. At this moment, his face is full of embarrassment. Looking at Wu Yun, he dared not speak out. I admit that you are a talent, but you are too crazy. You must know that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. Today, the old man has the cheek to teach you a lesson. That old Chen finally couldn't sit still, stood up and said. Most of these disciples who were beaten were his direct descendants in the sect, otherwise they would not have personally brought them to fight for the ancient tomb mansion. Draw your sword, Wu Yun said coldly, speak less, or you will lose all your shame later. Huh, old Chen snorted coldly, go all out. A scarlet red sword was taken out of the Chenkin bag, and the strong pure Yuan Gangqi continued to adhere to the sword. Flame knife. The pure Yangqi above his blade was like a flame, and he slashed with billowing flames, which already had such a hint of shape. Thunderbolt slash. Wu Yun Yuandan rotated in the Dantian, all the purple gold energy was mobilized, and at the same time, the spiritual power was released on the Thunder Cloud knife, and a gravity rune was drawn on the knife in an instant. Thunder slash plus gravity rune. This is a new move Wu Yun has studied. Thunderbolt. Old Chen's body sank directly, and he knelt down on one knee. He couldn't bear the thunderous power. Wu Yun spun the back of the knife, and also slapped Chen Lao on the face. Teeth fell out, mouth and nose bleed. Yuan Dan is perfect, the same move is solved, and the same one falls to the ground in embarrassment. There was no sound. A group of people from Tiandaomen looked at each other, and they all looked at Wu Yun in fear, but they didn't dare to look at him. Luo Cheng was secretly speechless. Wu Yun's strength had exceeded his expectations. A month ago, Yu Shan was able to kill the Yuandan Dazhuan. At that time, Wu Yun had used all means and almost exhausted his strength. But today, against the stronger Chen Shu, he was defeated in seconds. Looking at the embarrassed Chen Shu, Luo Cheng felt a little happy at the moment, refreshed and enjoyable. This Chen Shu and he used to be the outer sect disciples of the Heavenly Knife sect, and everyone was still vying to enter the inner sect. They were competitors with each other, they didn't like each other, and they wanted to step on each other. Later, Chen Shu got a chance during an outing, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds, but when he came back, Luo Cheng had already left the sect, and he had no chance to pretend in front of Luo Cheng. This time there was an ancient tomb mansion in the Tianyan mountain range. Chen Shu led a team to explore it, and when he learned that there was a martial arts gym outside the Tiandaomen in Yangcheng, he came to have a look out of curiosity. After meeting an old friend many years later, and the identities of the two parties are already far apart, it is conceivable that Chen Shu's mood, he naturally wanted to show his presence in front of Luo Cheng, so he encouraged these disciples to humiliate Luo Cheng. Okay, ha ha ha, it's worth watching here for a long time. A sudden voice caught people's attention, and they saw that on the roof of the Mad Saber Martial Arts Hall, there was no one knowing when. An old man wearing a purple embroidered sword robe appeared. There was a black flying eagle under his feet, and he flew down with his hands behind his back. As soon as you look at the way you play, you are a big boss. Yuanli transformation, the old pretended to force the offender. One of the three realms of creation, the formation realm. The flying eagle under his feet is transformed by Yuanli. HMPH, old guy, did you come out now? Wu Yun secretly slandered in his heart. When he entered the gym, he heard Luo Tong say that there was someone coming from the Heavenly Knife Gate, and then he deliberately scanned the entire martial arts hall with his mental power. At that time, he became aware of the old man's existence. But even so, Wu Yun still dared to teach these people a lesson because he had weighed that the old man's strength was not enough to threaten his life. Of course, Wu Yun purposely didn't attack too hard, leaving some room for maneuver. After all, he is a strong person in the formation realm, so if he can't be an enemy of the opponent, naturally he shouldn't be an enemy. Otherwise, without this old man, people like Chen Shu would have lost arms and legs long ago. Greeting. See, Elder Zhang. Chen Shu and all the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect hurriedly dragged their injured bodies and saluted Elder Zipao with blood spurting from their mouths. A bunch of trash, they know how to embarrass the sect. Elder Zhang scolded angrily, not even wanting to look at Chen Shu and the others. Also asked the elder to make the decision for us. Chen Shu knelt down and begged. Bah, a Yuandan realm great perfection was instantly killed by a Yuandan realm small perfection junior. You still have the nerve to ask me to call the shots. Elder Zhang spat at him directly. Elder Ben has seen what happened just now. If I wanted to make a move, I would have done it long ago. Chen Shu, you waited too much. You insulted others first. I don't blame them for teaching you, this little brother. If you don't make a move, the old man is ready to teach you a lesson. The martial arts school that inherits the basic martial arts of the sect is for the continuation of the sect and recruits talented disciples. Even if they are not in the Tiandao sect, they are still a part of the Tiandao sect. You have done what you did just now. After you go back, will be punished as bullying your fellow disciples. Yes, Elder. Chen Shu and the others didn't dare to have any objection at all, bowing their heads respectfully. One by one trembled as if they had made a big mistake. Chen Shu originally had selfish intentions and wanted to humiliate Luo Cheng, so the elders punished him, and he could only accept it silently without daring to refute. If the elders were to know that he and Luo Cheng were acquainted, it was public revenge, and the punishment would only be worse. However, I also have to thank you. If it weren't for your unreasonable troubles, I would have almost missed a genius in Tiandaomen. After Elder Zhang finished speaking, he looked at Wu Yun, his eyes full of appreciation, as if it's like looking at a peerless treasure. He praised without hesitation, Tian Dao sect, what we want is a disciple like you who dares to be mad and can be mad. This kind of madness is the most suitable for practicing my Tiandao sect's unique skill. Chapter 66-2 Martial Arts, Heavy Palm Shadow Sword and Yulong 9 Slashes. 2 Martial Arts, Heavy Palm Shadow Sword and Yulong 9 Slashes. Roar. A tiger roared. A white figure rushed in. Bai Yun walked in step by step. The domineering aura of the Beastmaster was fully revealed. His eyes swept everyone fiercely, and he didn't stop until he reached Wu Yun's side. Protect the calf. This is Bai Yun's consistent style. In front of her, no one was allowed to hurt Wu Yun, even if she couldn't beat him. Elder Zhang was very surprised. Even with his power as a strong man in the formation realm, this white tiger didn't have any fear. On the contrary, he felt a deep fear of this tiger. Don't be nervous, Bai Yun, it's alright. Wu Yun comforted Bai Yun by touching his big head. Just now he asked Bai Yun to go back to his room to rest, probably because Bai Yun sensed the fluctuation of the battle just now, so he rushed over in a hurry. Is it your pet? Elder Zhang asked in surprise. Even if he is well informed, he rarely sees such an imposing monster as Bai Yun. Even if there are many monsters in the 3 realms of creation, they are not as noble and powerful as Bai Yun. Yes, Elder, Wu Yun said lightly. This calm tone has already given the other party enough face. Elder Zhang, in the sect, there are also many disciples who raise monsters, but none of their monsters can compare with your white tiger. The strength of this tiger is probably higher than the general Yuandan realm Zochin. To my surprise, this small martial arts school in Qingyang town not only cultivated a talented disciple with great potential like you, but also met such a powerful monster. He invited with excitement in his eyes. Wu Yun, right, are you willing to come with me and join Tiandaomen? Don't worry, when you arrive at the sect, at least you are an inner disciple, or even a direct disciple. If the suzerain knows that there is such an outstanding genius as you, must be very happy. Yuner, quickly agree to the elder and enter the heavenly knife gate, so that you can have a better cultivation environment and go to a wider world. Luo Cheng comforted excitedly. He is very aware of the power of the super sect, which is the real top existence in the great Yan dynasty. As long as he joins it, he will be a powerful one when he comes out. The world of Yancheng is too small. Wu Yun always wants to go out. Wu Yun was silent. Of course he understood Luo Cheng's father liked good intentions, and he also knew the benefits of having a sect. Moreover, the crazy sword martial arts school he was born in is a part of Tiandaomen, and joining Tiandaomen can be regarded as recognizing his ancestors. Elder Zhang, for the time being, I don't want to join the sect. I want to go out and venture out on my own. Even if I want to join, I have to go to the sect's assessment. I can only enter after I pass it with my own strength. Wu Yun expressed himself very directly. The meaning of. But Elder Zhang heard these words, but he thought that Wu Yun was complaining about Chen Shu and others. He also understood that what Chen Shu and others did was really chilling. Your performance has surpassed most of the inner disciples. The assessment is just a process. As long as you want to, you can become my inner disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect at any time. However, I will not force you. You just need to remember that you are born crazy. The Sword Martial Art Museum is equivalent to joining our Heavenly Sword sect. You cannot do anything that is not good for the sect. Of course, the sect will not treat you badly. We have always given preferential treatment to talented disciples. This is the Heavenly Sword sect. The inner disciple's token, you hold it, it will help you to some extent in your adventures outside, and these two martial arts can be learned by inner disciples. I will pass it to you, I will wait for you at the Heavenly Sword. I look forward to the day when you join the sect. Elder Zhang took out a token with a Heavenly Sword and 2 books on martial arts. Pass it to Wu Yun. Thank you, Elder, disciple, please remember. Wu Yun took it with both hands. He naturally accepted Elder Zhang's kindness. In fact, the other party was able to not pursue it, which was already beyond his expectations. He did not expect to pay so much back. This made him feel that the Zongman was still very popular, and he would go and see it when he had the opportunity. Elder Zhang was very satisfied with Wu Yun's attitude, which proved that Wu Yun had the intention of accepting the sect and was not influenced by Chen Shu and others. However, this also showed that Wu Yun did not take Chen Shu and others seriously. Elder Zhang had a unique vision. He concluded that Wu Yun's future achievements would be limitless. If such a genius belonged to the Tiandao sect, he might be able to restore the Tiandao sect to its former splendor. After delivering the things, it was almost time to leave, but Elder Zhang suddenly thought of something, and said, "By the way, the ancient tomb mansion appeared in the Tianyan mountain range this time. It is said that it was left by a strong person in the Nirvana realm. So, are you interested in going with us? With me here, your safety can be guaranteed. Just take care of them, don't worry about me, I still have a bit of self-preservation power." Wu Yun politely refused. "Okay then, take care." Elder Zhang led the people out of the martial arts hall, but he was shocked again. He really has a trump card. He is not afraid of the strong in the shape-making environment, and he doesn't look down on my protection at all. Fortunately, I'm following. Elder Zhang couldn't help but feel grateful. Otherwise, Wu Yun, a genius who should belong to the Heavenly Sword sect, would have been completely driven by Chen Shu and others to the opposing forces of the Heavenly Sword sect. Wu Yun picked up the 2 martial arts books given by Elder Zhang and looked through them. One is, Zongcheng 6th grade martial arts, Thousand Palm Shadow Knife. There was another book, which turned out to be a superior 7th grade martial art. Yu Long 9 Slashes. With such a generous family background, Wu Yun's little heart was beating wildly. High-grade martial arts, he needs it too much now. With the improvement of his strength, the martial arts of the 3rd and 4th grades can no longer perfectly display his strength. But in a place like Yancheng, it is really difficult to find a book of martial arts above the 5th rank. Even if you have money, you can't buy it. Originally, he was hesitant to go to Tiandaomen in the future, but now, the other party has offered too much, so there is no need to hesitate. Needless to say, Elder Zhang really valued him, otherwise he wouldn't have gifted him such precious martial arts without authorization. If he didn't go there, he would feel sorry for this elder. Of course, what moved Wu Yun's heart was the resources of the great sect. They had so many good things, and they didn't want to hoard for nothing. Cultivate quickly, just in time to prepare for the upcoming battle in the ancient tomb mansion. Wu Yun picked up his martial arts and went back to his small courtyard to practice. He first practiced Thousand Heavy Palm Shadow Knife. This martial art is not only the palm technique, but also the knife technique, using the palm as the knife to practice. This martial art focuses on speed and is suitable for melee combat. When you practice to a great degree, you will be able to hold the sword within 3 feet. As long as you are touched by the sword, it will be a wound. However, it is difficult to cultivate. You need to practice your hands first. Just like iron sand palms, you need to train your hands to a certain hardness. This is a lot of work and takes a lot of time for this step. Well, I seem to be able to use the Xuanyu hand directly. Wu Yun suddenly had an idea. He had cultivated his Xuanyu hand for a long time, and after comparing it, Wu Yun found that his method of cultivating Xuanyu hand was much more subtle than the one in Chenjiang Palm Shadow Knife. Directly on the basis of Xuanyu's hand, he used the palm knife. Wu Yun immediately started practicing. Shish. The white jade-like palm, indestructible, waved like a blade, and the purple gold energy condensed on it, forming a sharp blade. After cutting with a palm knife, a boulder was cut in half like paper. It's so powerful, it's really feasible, and it's even stronger. Wu Yun exclaimed in surprise. The foundation of Xuanyu hand saved him more than half. Next, he has to study Yulong 9 slashes. This martial arts is the 7th rank, which belongs to the superior martial arts. Even though there is only 1 grade difference between the 6th grade and the 7th grade, there is a lot of attention to it, and the gap is huge. One is superior and the other is moderate. The power is very different. Yulong 9 slashes is a martial art that combines body skills with sword skills. Similar to Chenjiang Palm Shadow Knife, this Yulong 9 slash must first learn the Yulong movement technique. It might really be fate. Wu Yun's mastery of Ghost Shadow Fan tracking step is also a kind of movement method. After comparing the two, Wu Yun found that the two movements have something in common. Although Yulong Shenfa pays more attention to coordinating the power of the sword technique, Ghost Shadow Fan Zongbu pays more attention to flash. But the thinking of both is the same, that is, not sticking to the pace, and both have a forward momentum. On the basis of ghost shadows and obscuring traces, it is easy to practice the swimming dragon technique. This allowed Wu Yun to master these two martial arts in 1 day. The Xuantian treasure record is still very useful. Wu Yun secretly sighed. Cultivation almost covers the whole body, it is the most comprehensive in basic martial arts, it is simply versatile. Compared with those powerful martial arts in this world, it may have a gap, but all martial arts in this world can stand on its shoulders, and its power is even higher. Especially the Ziji Demon Eye, when Wu Yun uses it on mental power, the effect is doubled, and it can even be regarded as a kind of refined secret technique, which is simply easier to use than many refined secret techniques. But its effect needs to be matched with other secret skills to reflect it. There is also Wu Yun's practice of runes, those complex lines are largely completed by his eyes. For the cultivation of the true interpretation of the original runes, Ziji Motong should be the first skill. The Lin family. Lin Dong is practicing the martial arts in the Xuantian Baolu in the Stone Talisman. Xiao Diao, boy Lin Dong, your set of martial arts is really amazing. It opened my eyes. I never thought that a low-end martial arts can be so comprehensive. It is a perfect basic martial arts. The effect of martial arts is weak. It's a little weak, but the system and comprehensiveness of its exercises are not even inferior to any exercises I've seen. It can be said that a person can use it to get started and practice the most perfect martial arts. What do you mean? This is Big Brother taught me, what is so great about this exercise? Lin Dong was puzzled, and then asked with some expectation. What level of martial arts can it be? Xiao Diao touched his little black head. He has observed Lin Dong's practice of Xuantian Baolu for a long time, and his understanding may be deeper than Lin Dong's. Sure enough, the big guy makes a move, it must be extraordinary. Xiao Diao first praised the big guy every day. Then continued, it's not great, or it's great. How should I put it, if it is really classified according to grade, it may not even be considered martial arts. Xiao Diao touched his head again, and suddenly thought of an appropriate description. It is the kind of weak and perfect martial arts, understand. Chapter 67 Lin Kier, such a cute white tiger. Bai Yun, let's go find Lin Dong. Wu Yun beckoned, calling Bai Yun over, skillfully spread his legs, and rode on her. Drive. Then he slapped Bai Yun's buttocks, and rushed out with a whoosh. After a while, they arrived at Lin's house. At the door of Lin's house, Wu Yun saw several luxurious carriages. By the way, there are also distinguished guests from the Lin family. Wu Yun immediately realized that the ancient tomb mansion was born, and the Lin family also sent people to explore. When they arrived in Yancheng, they would definitely visit the Lin family. Wu Yun rode Bai Yun straight to find Lin Dong. Soon after passing the martial arts field, a group of young people were competing there. Seeing that Lin Dong was there, Wu Yun walked over curiously. Lin Dong and the younger generation of the Lin family were confronting the four youths, and the atmosphere on both sides seemed to be a little off. HMPH, I remember that you are a branch of the family. In the last clan meeting, the trash who was directly mutilated in the first scene came from you. Among the four people, a young man with a gloomy complexion was quite for a mean sneer. Hearing this, Lin Dong's expression turned gloomy and cold. He saw his footsteps were illusory, and he used the ghostly shadow step to rush towards him at an extremely fast speed. Slap! He slapped the young man hard on the face. The young man's teeth flew out and he passed out. It can be seen how strong the anger of Lin Dong's slap was. Boy, do you dare to do something? Arrest him for me. How dare a split family have such courage? The other three directly attacked Lin Dong. With a wave of Lin's hand, the frost sword shot out quickly, and the sword's edge instantly hit the neck of the young man who rushed up. A mere Yuan Dan realm, you dare to act presumptuously in front of me, what are you? Lin Dong's powerful mental power enveloped the man. The voice was extremely cold. Under this pressure, the young man knelt down. The three of them looked at Lin Dong in disbelief, obviously feeling that it was impossible for a branch family to have such a genius. The other two just wanted to rush over. Lei Zhenbo. Lin Dong used his mysterious skills and stunned the two of them to the ground. Go away, don't disturb our cultivation. Lin Dong withdrew his ice sword. The young man supported the other three people, retreated in embarrassment, and happened to pass by Wu Yun who was oncoming. I didn't expect some annoying flies to come to your house. Wu Yun rode on Bai Yun's back, without even looking at the four of them. Brother! Lin Dong exclaimed in surprise. Seeing his eldest brother, he felt instantly better. Flies. Lin Feng, who was helping his companion retreat in embarrassment, secretly glanced at Wu Yun's back. He wanted to remember Wu Yun. Brother's family is also here. Well, as soon as the news of the ancient tomb mansion spread, the flow of people in the entire Yancheng has increased. Sister Zhan Su got the news that there is an extremely evil yin dragon saliva in the ancient tomb mansion, which can help Qingtan condense the yin elixir. Brother, I was just about to discuss this matter with you. The tomb mansion of the strong in Nirvana, there must be a lot of treasures, and we brothers will share a piece of the porridge. Lin Dong said excitedly. Hearing about the ancient tomb mansion before, Xiao Diao has been following him, wanting to explore very much. Lin Dong himself wanted to go, but he was worried that his strength was not enough. So if he was with his eldest brother, he would feel more at ease. Xiao Diao also meant to follow Big Brother. The two were discussing, when suddenly Lin Sha ran over with her long legs. Lin Dong, Grandpa asked you to go to the lobby. She patted her chest and took a few breaths, and said pleasantly. Brother Wu Yun, you are here too. She looked at Wu Yun with beautiful eyes, and her little heart beat even faster. Soon. Lin Dong hurriedly stood between the two of them so that Lin Sha would not stare at her elder brother again. What's the matter, Sister Lin Sha? Seeing Lin Dong's appearance, Lin Sha came to her senses. Did you put those few the guy from the Lin clan cleaned up? Lin Dong. They went to file a complaint. Lin Sha. No complaint, but it looks a bit like a rescue. I don't know why this time, the Lin clan a lot of people came, most of them are younger generation. With your strength, you don't need to care about people like Lin Feng and others, but this time, there are two people, you have to be careful. Those two people, one male and one girl, I heard from my father that these two people are considered outstanding even in the Lin clan. The boy is called Lin Chen, and the girl is called Lin Ka. Okay, let me go and have a look. Lin Dong frowned. He said to Wu Yun embarrassingly. Brother, you can go and sit with Qingtan first. Lin Sha pulled Lin Dong away and urged her. Oh, Lin Dong, go quickly, I'll entertain Wu just brother Yun. Wu Yun was embarrassed for a while, and Lin Sha was already close to him. Lin Sha, the Lin family has guests today, and you are quite busy. I am familiar with the Lin family, just like my own, so don't be polite to me. I will go find Xiaoyan first, and let Bai Yun and Xiaoyan play. Wu Yun hurriedly refused politely, rode on Bai Yun and left quickly. Of course he could tell that Lin Sha was interested in him, so he had to quickly cut off such signs. Lin Dong's younger sister has already been taken away, so I can't harm her sister anymore. One cannot, or at least should not, do this. Brother Wu Yun, brother Wu Yun. Lin Sha chased after 2 steps, shouting aggrievedly. Seeing that Wu Yun ran away but no one was there, he stomped on the spot angrily, rubbing his 2 long legs against each other. Sister Lin Sha, I think that Wu Yun seems to be more interested in Qingtan, maybe you don't like your legs too long. At this moment, Lin Hong came over and joked. Lin Hong, are you itchy? Lin Sha was getting angry. Come on, let my sister see how your cultivation is doing. As she spoke, without giving Lin Hong a chance to explain, her long legs rolled over kicked out. When Wu Yun came to Qingtan's room, Xiaoyan was lying on the door basking in the sun. Seeing Wu Yun and Bai Yun approaching, Xiaoyan jumped up happily. However, its elder sister still looks like a cold white tiger, and she is also a little unhappy. Because Wu Yun directly left her and entered Qingtan's room. Brother Wu Yun, you are here. Qingtan was practicing on the bed, she opened her eyes and said in surprise. Ever since Wu Yun passed on her divine movement, Qingtan has been working hard to cultivate. Let me check how your cultivation is going. Yeah. Wu Yun walked over, started to check Qingtan. Since Lin Dong was not around, he checked a little more boldly. After a warm inspection, Qingtan's spiritual strength has really increased, and he has condensed the talisman of his life, becoming a master of a seal. Outside, Bai Yun left the small courtyard depressedly, went for a walk, completely ignoring his energetic younger brother Xiaoyan. Every time he came to Lin's house, the master went into the room and didn't come out for a long time. Bai Yun really couldn't figure it out. Wouldn't it be fun to ride her? She could take her master on all kinds of fun. Why do you want to play with that pale girl in that small room? The girl is very weak at first glance, and you can't let the master ride around. Suddenly, in front of Bai Yun, a person in a white dress with a beautiful and moving face blocked her way. This woman's eyes actually had a pair of double pupils, and the edge of the double pupils was overflowing with blue light, which looked extremely strange. Hey, what a beautiful and lovely monster! This white tiger is so imposing. How could the Lin family have such a powerful monster? Its aura is even stronger than that of Lin Genshin. Could it be a wild monster that ran out from somewhere? No, its eyes are full of humanity, it was raised by humans. Lin Kier looked at Bai Yun curiously, secretly amazed. She walked up slowly, and asked softly, Little Baihu, who is your master? Bai Yun frowned. This woman's breath was very strange, she had never seen it before in the Lin family, so she took a half step back defensively. From this woman's body, she felt the slightest pressure, which proved that this woman's strength is not weak. Where did the beast come from? It's pretty good looking. At this time, another inappropriate voice came. A young man came over. The person who came was Lin Chen. He had just been defeated by Lin Dong in the lobby, so he was educated. Right now it's stuffy. For no reason, meeting a white tiger in the Lin family compound was like playing tricks. Lin Chen walked straight towards Bai Yun. With teasing in his eyes, he stretched out his hand, ready to touch Bai Yun. Feel the strong malice brought by the visitor. The white tiger shattered the golden chant. Roar! Bai Yun yelled, and displayed his innate skills. The sound waves shot out in a spiral, and the strong wind sent Lin Chen flying, and he smashed into the wall in embarrassment. After blowing, Bai Yun saw the commotion and seemed to have gotten into trouble, so he ran away. Hey, don't run! Lin Ka was stunned for a second, then hurriedly flew with the sword and chased after him. Chapter 68 Old Dao looked at the word Tiandao. Baiyun's speed is very fast. Even if Lin Keir is flying with the sword, he will not be able to keep up for a while. Within a few sweeps, Baiyun had already returned to Lin Dong's small courtyard. Actually, Baiyun wasn't afraid of Lin Ka. If he really wanted to fight her, Baiyun felt that he could slap her away with a slap. However, this woman didn't have any malice towards her, unlike the man before, who wanted to touch her as soon as they met. Therefore, running away is not for oneself, but for not hurting this woman. If the other party dares to push forward, Baiyun doesn't mind showing her how powerful the tigress is. What a fast speed, what agility. Lin Ka couldn't help admiring from behind. Such a big tiger body is actually more flexible than the cat demon. Lin Ka even felt a strong threat from the momentum and aura displayed by the other party. This white tiger might not be weaker than her. This piqued her curiosity even more. Among the small branch families, the head of the family is only in the small Yuandan realm, so how could there be a monster comparable to the Yuandan realm in the great perfection? There must be a master in the Lin family in Yancheng. Seeing the white tiger stop in a secluded small courtyard, Lin Ka hovered in the air with her sword. Roar! Xiao Yan in the yard roared, staring at Lin Ka viciously. This strange woman was actually chasing his sister. Xiao Yan, who has always been very brave, with his tiger hair standing on end and his python's tail raised, made a fighting posture, staring at Lin Ka, growling. There is another tiger. Lin Ka was surprised, feeling like she had entered a tiger's den in a daze. Xiaoyan's strength is not weak, and his aura is comparable to that of Yuan Dan's small perfection realm. Xiao Yan, don't scare people. At this time, a hearty voice came out, the door opened, and Wu Yun came out from inside. Hearing Wu Yun's call, Xiao Yan obediently put away his fierce look, and moved to Wu Yun's side wagging his tail like a dog licking. Wu yelled, it wasn't her fault. Under Lin Keir, I didn't mean to break into your excellency's room on purpose, but just saw the handsome look of this white tiger, and I was yearning for it, so I chased after him to have a look. Lin Keir flew down with her sword, and bowed her hands politely. Rode. She couldn't see through Wu Yun's cultivation, but seeing that these two demon tigers were getting close to him, she knew that each other must be extraordinary. Seeing that Wu Yun was about the same age as Lin Dong, she was still wondering if Wu Yun was from the Lin family. That Lin Dong was enough to surprise her. If there was another Wu Yun, then the Yancheng branch would take off on the same spot. Oh, it's nothing. This is your Lin family's territory. I'm just a guest. Bai Yun is a little mischievous and shy. It's good that I didn't hurt you. Wu Yun said calmly. Lin Ka regards him as an expert, but it's obviously not suitable to pretend to be an expert now. For the upcoming battle in the ancient tomb palace, they have to meet frequently and pretend to be tired. Not from the Lin family. Lin Ka was a little disappointed. But he was even more curious about who Wu Yun was. The injury didn't hurt me, but it hurt one of my companions. Lin Ka said in a flat tone, and she couldn't understand what she was trying to express. Was she trying to hold Bai Yun accountable? Or just to mention it? Oh, Bai Yun hurt someone. Wu Yun was slightly surprised, and then checked Bai Yun's body. He himself knew Bai Yun well. Although Bai Yun didn't like strangers, he wouldn't do anything to them easily, unless the other party had bad intentions. So, the first thing he did was to see if Bai Yun was injured or dirty. After looking around, Wu Yun found that Bai Yun was intact, so Wu Yun said coldly. If you were injured by Bai Yun, you can only blame your companion for what he deserves. Fortunately, Bai Yun was not injured, otherwise I would have to trouble him. Lin Ka frowned slightly. Blue light flashed in her double pupils. Wu Yun's tone was very calm, but the meaning expressed was very strong. He should know that I am from the Lin clan, but he doesn't seem to care. Lin Ka thought to himself. She cupped her hands and apologized. It is true that my companion was reckless and almost offended your monster, which caused a misunderstanding. Please don't take offense. She had just finished speaking when suddenly a group of people came from outside the yard. The young man in gray said angrily. Lin Ka, how can you speak for that monster? Didn't you see that it hurt me? Lin Zhenshan, Lin Dong, and a dignified old man in gray and others left came in. Brother. Lin Dong walked directly to Wu Yun's side. Lin Zhenshan nodded towards Wu Yun. Qing Tan also tidied up her clothes and came out of the room, stroking the heads of the two tigers to calm them down. The gray-clothed old man looked deeply at Wu Yun and the two tigers. Just the monsters he raised could defeat Lin Chen, who was in Yuan Dan's small perfection realm, so wouldn't he be a stronger master? Old Dao, I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding here. Wu Yun is the best friend of our Lin family, and his white tiger often comes to our Lin family and never hurts anyone. Before Lin Zhenshin finished speaking, a young man from the Lin family said. Lin Zhenshin, what do you mean? Could it be that brother Lin Chen hit the wall by himself? Yes, it's obviously that evil animal who hurt people. Those who hurt our Lin clan, don't you think that's the way to go? Quote, you should kill it, and make amends for brother Lin Chen. ... Everyone from the Lin clan followed suit. In the small city of Yan, as members of the Lin clan, they are incomparably superior. They look down on these Yancheng bumpkins at all. The young people of the Lin clan were furious, and the members of the Lin family, including Lin Zhenshin and Lin Dong, looked extremely ugly. Lin Ka also frowned deeply, feeling a little impatient with these family members. She couldn't bear the look of their arrogance after they came out. He was obviously an ordinary person in the family, but after he came out, everyone felt that he was superior to others. If you put aside the influence of the clan, most of them went out alone, nothing at all. Shut up. At this moment, the gray-clothed old man called Dao Lao spoke up and scolded everyone. He is the leader of the Lin clan this time, with the strength of Yuan Dan realm Zochin. Dao Lao is also very difficult to do at the moment. He and Lin Zhenshin have been friends for many years, so he should give Lin Zhenshin some face, but if the head of the family was injured by the demon tiger, if he does not uphold justice, he will not be able to justify it. Ka, you were there the whole time, tell me what's going on. All eyes were on Lin Ka. Now, one word from her can determine the nature of the matter. Lin Ka took a deep breath, and finally decided to tell the truth. She didn't look at her family's winks, and said slowly. It was Lin Chen who wanted to get close to the white tiger, and was blown away by the white tiger's sound waves. Lin Ka. When the people of the clan heard this, they became anxious and chattered endlessly. Sister Ka, why are you talking to outsiders? Quote, what is the difference between monsters in the wild? It's just a savage beast, it deserves to be shot to death. Wu Yun's eyes flicked across the faces of these young people who spoke surprisingly, remembering everyone who spoke. This group of juniors from the Lin clan is even more unreasonable than the group from the previous Tiandaomen. Typically, they have not been severely beaten by society. He, Wu Yun, has always acted perversely. He has never lost a quarrel or coaxed a fight. Nature can't stand it. Bei Yun, let's go. Wu Yun patted Bei Yun on the head, and led her towards the group of juniors in the Lin clan who were shouting loudly. Seeing a person and a tiger walking over calmly, the voices of those juniors stopped abruptly. Everyone fell silent. Seeing this, Lin Dong also brought Xiao Yan up. What about the Lin clan? He naturally wanted to stand with his elder brother. Wu Yun walked up to a young man. What are you going to do? The young man said with a high air. Slap. A slap. Wu Yun. It's okay if I touch you, you shouldn't hurt me. This is the young man who said before, what's wrong with touching you, why hurt others? Look to Mr. Dao for help. Wu Yun looked at the person who said, don't get close, it's a beast. Wu Yun. I approach your horse, your sister, and all the women in your family. Is it possible? If not, are your horse, your sister, and all the women in your family all pheasants? The young man's face turned red, dare not speak. Because Bai Yun was right next to Wu Yun, she really stared at this group of people, and if anyone dared to fight back, she would slap her paw on it without hesitation. The Tiger King's aura frightened them, so that none of these young juniors dared to stand out. Who else? Who said they want to kill Bai Yun? Come and fight. Wu Yun took a step forward, and these young people took a step back. Wu Yun and Bai Yun's aura stunned everyone. That Dao Lao quickly stood up. Little friend, please don't be impulsive. I'm very calm, you are the ones who are impulsive, don't you just want to bully others by relying on the Lin clan? Let's see what you bring out. Shit, a bunch of bullshit trash, without the Lin clan, they are nothing. Wu Yun turned his head to meet Mr. Dao, confronted him tit for tat, and then ordered Bai Yun to spit at these strong-mouthed kings of the Lin clan. Bai Yun, roar them away. The white tiger groaned. Bai Yun let out a loud roar, and manic sound waves shook the 7 or 8 people in front of him, including that Lin Chen, into the air. She had targeted these people a long time ago, and they were full of malice towards her just now. Hey, don't do it. Lin Zhenshin wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Those people were all blown away and hit the wall, excruciating pain. This is the price of a broken mouth, Mr. Lin. Today I am showing mercy to them because of your face, otherwise they would already be corpses. Wu Yun said to Lin Zhenshin lightly. Dao Lao, young man, I know you have some strength, but you have just passed the tenuous truth. Okay, you don't need to teach me, you know what's going on in your heart. Don't always bully others with your power, and you can't use your power to bully others. You have to look at your opponents. Others are afraid of your Lin clan, but I am not. As Wu Yun said, he waved the token of the inner disciple of Tiandaomen in his hand. His complexion changed drastically. Chapter 69 The Power of Women, Weeds Need to be Eradicated. What is the matter is already very clear. But this Dao Lao still couldn't let go of his Lin clan's arrogance, and wanted to use the Lin clan to suppress Wu Yun. It seems that people in a small place like Wu Yun should be inferior to others, and if you are told not to care about it, you should not care about it. But Wu Yun won't be wrong by this. If you make me unhappy, I will definitely not be able to make you comfortable. So, just be tough. Of course, it would be very unwise to fight against a behemoth like the Lin clan without anything. Even if they couldn't suppress Wu Yun himself, it would not be easy to deal with the crazy saber martial arts. That's why Wu Yun showed the heavenly sword token. Barking dogs don't bite, but they are tough. These people can't represent the Lin clan, they are just some juniors of the Lin clan, but they can cause you a lot of trouble to disgust you. Wu Yun is naturally not worried about himself. At worst, he will kill someone and wander around the world. But he was worried that these people would take revenge on the crazy sword martial arts hall after they inquired about his details, so he showed the heavenly sword token just to let them know. Everyone has a background. If you want to be reasonable, be reasonable. Move your fists, move your fists. Hear the heavenly knife gate. The juniors of the Lin clan even cried out in pain. They looked at Wu Yun with fear and reverence. Dao Lao, this old man is blind. I didn't expect that you are a high-ranking disciple of Tiandaomen. Today, our people are wrong. You have taught them a lesson. Can you just let this matter go? Hee. The matter wasn't so serious in the first place. You were the ones chasing after me, but at this point you think I've overdone it. Then when you utter bad words, you should think about the consequences in advance. Wu Yun is funny. No matter what, wherever it is, the essence remains the same. Whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. This Dao Lao is also an old guy who is arrogant. They dared to bully Wu Yun from Yancheng, but he didn't dare to bully Wu Yun from Tiandaomen. Yancheng Wu Yun beat them. They feel that the dignified Lin clan has been insulted. Now that it was Wu Yun from Tiandaomen who beat them, they felt much better. Fairness can only be discussed between people of equal status. Class solidification. Wu Yun didn't want to complain anymore. But he understands that truth must be punched out with fists. Lin Ka looked at Wu Yun blankly with beautiful blue eyes. It seemed that Wu Yun's identity was beyond her expectations. Tiandaomen, one of the super sects, is no less important than their Lin clan in the Yan dynasty. Although it has declined in recent years, it is not something their juniors can bully. Seeing Wu Yun teach Lin Chen and others a lesson, Lin Ka didn't feel too much dissatisfaction. Instead, she felt that this could make these people restrain their temperament, so as not to embarrass the clan like this again and cause trouble. If you don't get up yet, go and apologize to Mr. Wu Yun, Lin Ka scolded. Among these juniors, except for Lin Chen, no one dared not listen to her. Everyone got up, including Lin Chen, who didn't dare to be arrogant anymore, and bowed their heads to Wu Yun. Mr. Wu Yun, I'm sorry. Old Dao, take your people away. I hope they don't cause trouble in the future, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Wu Yun warned lightly. The members of the Lin clan followed Mr. Dao out of the small courtyard in a disheartened manner. How smug they were when they started from the family, what a shame now. Mr. Wu Yun, goodbye. Lin Ka finally cupped his hands, and took a deep look at Wu Yun and his white tiger. People of the clan have always been arrogant and used to being arrogant. Wu Yun, don't take it to heart. This time, the old man was negligent and almost put you in danger. But when did you join the Tiandaomen? Lin Zhenshin asked curiously. That's right, brother, I was the first to hear about the heavenly knife gate. Judging from Lao Dao's reaction just now, it seems to be very powerful. Lin Dong looked at his brother in admiration, thinking that his way of thinking is too broad. In the past, within a few days of coming to Yancheng, the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, the Talisman Master Association, and the City Lord's Mansion were allied. Now it is even more important to catch up with a force that is not weaker than the Lin clan. The members of the Lin family all looked at Wu Yun curiously, admiring him very much. The people of these clans were showing off their power in front of them, looking superior to others, and seeing Wu Yun they were all devastated. Wu Yun briefly explained to them the relationship between Frenzied Sword Martial Arts and Heavenly Sword Gate. Everyone cleared up their doubts and left the small courtyard. Only Wu Yun, Lin Dong and Qing Tan are left. Wu Yun, didn't they invite you to explore the ancient tomb mansion together? Grandpa wanted me to go with them, but I refused. With them, I can't feel comfortable with my elder brother. Lin Dong said with a smile. Wu Yun nodded. In that case, get ready and we'll set off early. Looking at your aura just now, you should have broken through Yuan Dan's small consummation, right? Well, I'd like to thank you for the 6th grade elixir that elder brother brought back. Yaoshui Zuguo, I broke through yesterday. The next day, Wu Yun and Lin Dong left Yancheng on a tiger. Enter the Tianyan mountain range. However, the news about the ancient tomb mansion these days has spread almost at a terrifying speed, causing Yancheng, a city that is closer to the Tianyan mountain range, to become more violent, and many people flocked to this city, made a slight rectification, and then rushed towards the Tianyan mountains in groups. Wu Yun and Lin Dong set off early, but there were hundreds of teams entering the mountains like them. In the past, few people dared to set foot on the mountains, but now they are almost out of the way. The tomb of the strong Nirvana possesses a great allure for anyone. As long as you get the mind of Nirvana, you will be able to leap into the Dragon's Gate, and the 3 realms of good fortune are not a problem, and you may even hit the Nirvana realm. Nirvana is already the ceiling of the Yan dynasty. There are too many people, let's speed up and try to go where there are few people, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Wu Yun suggested, the 2 tigers under their crotch are too eye-catching, it is not suitable to go with a large group, this is not conducive to their low-key style of winning treasures. Okay, but big brother, the Tianyan mountain range is very big today, we can't go too far, and it's too deep, it may be dangerous. Lin Dong reminded, he had done a strategy before coming here, and carefully checked the information of the Tianyan mountain range. The Tianyan mountain range is located at the edge of Yancheng and the 2 nearby cities. This mountain range is extremely vast, almost spanning nearly half of Tiandu County. It is said that it is the first mountain range in Tiandu County. Not too much. And there are countless ferocious monsters in it. If it goes too deep, even a strong person who has stepped into the 3 realms of good fortune, it will be extremely difficult to escape if he is not careful. Don't worry, Sister Zhan Su gave me all the information about the ancient tomb mansion that their Chamber of Commerce has investigated, you just follow me. Wu Yun said confidently. Apart from other things, he probably remembers the plot of the ancient tomb mansion most clearly. Going deep all the way, I met many teams. In the wild, there are no rules to limit, all kinds of robbery and killing, the risk is not only from monsters, but people are the biggest part. However, the 2 beasts, Beiyun and Xiaoyan, are very powerful, no matter if they are humans or monsters, basically they dare not draw their attention when they see them. On the way, both Wu Yun and Lin Dong kept letting go of their mental power to explore the surroundings. Hey, it's Sister Zhan Su and the others. Suddenly, he detected the front, and there was a group of people fighting, and one of them was the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce and others led by Zhan Su. Let's go over and help. Zhan Su was dressed in strong clothes and was extremely plump, but her face was solemn at this time, and her body was stained with a lot of blood. They were at a disadvantage. A rough man with a big knife on the opposite side looked at Zhan Su wretchedly in his eyes. I will feel distressed. Beside the rough man, there is a charming woman in red dress, who is staring at Zhan Su. Hearing the man's words, she said dissatisfiedly. Song Dao, stop talking nonsense, can't I satisfy you, kill this bitch quickly, so that I can deal with Sha Wanjin. Hey, Manager Su, since you don't cooperate, don't blame me for being cruel. Zealand, run quickly, I'll hold them back. Zhan Su resolutely pushed Sha Zealand away. Not one of them can escape, said the woman in the red dress. Hee, I really can't escape, you all stay. Wu Yun Yujian descended from the sky. Swoosh, a dark red thunder flame knife flew out, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of the opposite party. Lin Dong, Bai Yun, and Xiao Yan also joined the battle, and the opponent who was instantly killed was in a mess. When Wu Yun landed, only Song Dao and the woman in the red dress were left on the opposite side. Sister Zhan Su, Miss Xia, are you all right? What's going on? Zhan Su pointed to the woman in the red skirt and said, she is Yu Shan's wife, Xianxia. Song Dao. Oh, so it's for revenge. When Xianxia saw Wu Yun and Lin Dong, she was furious and angry, her chest trembled, and she said fiercely, Wu Yun, Lin Dong, I want to kill you. He is Wu Yun who killed Yu Shan. Song Dao panicked, hear Wu Yun's name. If you want to kill me, you should reincarnate earlier in your next life. Wu Yun didn't talk nonsense at all, the ice sword flew out, and beheaded Xianxia. But Song Dao ran away. Although he is also a Yuandan realm great perfection, how can he beat someone who even Yu Shan can't beat? Xianxia is only at Yuan Dan's small perfection stage, and she can't stop Wu Yun's frost sword at all. A stream of blood spurted out, and the beauty disappeared. Lin Dong is going to chase Song Dao. Wu Yun called and listened to him. Don't chase, let me come. Try it, my newly refined Lihuo sword. A fiery red long sword flew out. It was the Lihuo sword whose runes had been re-modified by Wu Yun. It was also the first one he made with multiple rune combinations. Call out, Li Huojian quickly caught up. Intense flames bloomed, and the blade was filled with flames, turning into a sword shadow, piercing straight through. This is the effect of fire rune and speed rune. Xiao Diao, as expected of a boss, you can create Lingbao level weapons with just a shot. In the stone talisman, Xiao Diao praised him every day. Lingbao, what is a Lingbao? Xiao Diao, to put it simply, something with spirituality is called a spirit treasure. At least a spirit talisman master can forge this thing. In your great Yan dynasty, this spirit treasure is considered a rare item, but your elder brother is amazing. The most important thing is that he is still a 3-sealed talisman master, and he turned decay into magic by just using runes, and raised an ordinary talisman to the level of a spiritual treasure. Lin Dong, brother is so powerful. Sensing the approaching danger, Song Dao drew out his sword to resist, but his sword was as brittle as paper in front of the strengthened Lingbao. The Lihuo sword easily passed through his knife and shot into his body. Song Dao, Pan. After solving this problem, Wu Yun hurriedly asked, where is President Xia? Let's go and save him. President, he was entangled by a group of monsters attracted by that bitch Xianxia, come with me. Wu Yun waited. People rushed over, and sure enough, Xia Wanjin was being besieged by a group of monsters, one of which was Yuan Dan Realm Zochin, who was already injured and struggling to support himself. Baiyun and Xiaoyan rushed up to save Xia Wanjin. Xia Wanjin was excited and grateful. Thank you brother Wu Yun, brother Lin Dong, if it weren't for you this time, our Wanjin Chamber of Commerce would be over. Well, and there are reasons for this matter between our two brothers. Wu Yun hurriedly let it go. They were the ones who killed Yu Shan and the sisters of the Yu family, and Yu Shan's wife found her new love to take revenge on Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Brother Xiaoyun, it's really thanks to you this time, otherwise my sister might be at the hands of Song Dao. Zhan Su said emotionally. Xia Zilin also quickly bowed to express her thanks, thank you Mr. Wu Yun, Mr. Lin Dong. Quote, Sister Zhan Su, you have been seriously damaged, so don't go any further this time. There are too many masters in the battle of the ancient tomb mansion. You should go back in your state. Xia Wanjin, we also have that intention. This time the next time I go back, I must wipe out all the remnants of the Blood Wolf gang and the Dao Tu gang. Zhan Su, brother Xiaoyun, be careful, sister will wait for you to come back, thank you very much. Yeah, Wu Yun nodded. After the people from the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce left, the two continued to move forward. Wu Yun, second brother, that's why we must get rid of the roots when weeds are cut. Look at this time, Xianxia was only at the Yuandan Small Perfection Realm, but she recruited a gang with Yuandan Great Perfection Realm to take revenge on the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. If she chooses our two families this time, and we happen to be absent, what do you think will happen? Brother taught me a lesson. Lin Dong was deeply inspired, and now he doesn't feel guilty about killing Yu Ling. This time it was also the negligence of their Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Didn't close the ending properly, which led to Xianxia being let go. The more they come, the more powerful they become. The power of the two tigers was no longer so effective, and finally many monsters comparable to the great perfection of Yuan Dan attacked them and attacked them quietly. Even if Wu Yun and Lin Dong had strong mental strength and detected it in advance, they still couldn't avoid it. The two had no choice but to make a move, solved all the monsters who didn't know the current affairs, and Xiaoyan happily feasted on their demon crystals. After many attacks, Wu Yun and Lin Dong also became more cautious, and finally passed through a natural forest barrier and appeared outside a huge mountain. There is no peak on the mountain peak, and the lush green spreads in the mountain, but you can still vaguely see that there are some huge stone-like ancient buildings revealed on the top of the mountain covered by the lush greenery. The Tomb Mansion has arrived. Chapter 70 Xiao Diao, the reincarnation boss, wasn't he a grave robber in his last life? Wu Yun and Lin Dong looked at the mountain top full of palaces. An invisible barrier isolates the entire mountain top from the world. No one can enter the ancient Tomb Mansion yet. They walked a few steps forward and saw that there were already many tents set up at the foot of the mountain. The temptation of the ancient Tomb Mansion is not insignificant. Lin Dong asked suspiciously, "Brother, these people are all gathered here, what are they waiting for if they don't explore the ancient Tomb Mansion?" Although the energy seal set by the victim during his lifetime, although the seal has loosened with the passage of time, some lucky guys can take the opportunity to sneak in, but they can't go deep into the ancient Tomb Mansion. And if they want to break the seal, ordinary people can't do this. Wait for the ability. Wu Yun cast the purple magic pupil and looked at the ceiling formation of the ancient Tomb Mansion. These crooked melons are torn dates, the real strong has not yet appeared. "Brother, what are we doing now? Go down to camp and wait for the seal to be opened." Wu Yun did not speak, and continued to use the Ziji magic eye to watch the seal on the top of the mountain. Looking at it, the corner of his mouth suddenly cracked an arc. "Maybe it's not necessary, come with me," Wu Yun said a little excitedly. He led Lin Dong quietly around the camp at the foot of the mountain, and walked to the top of the mountain. At this time, there were many people groping around the barrier on the top of the mountain, and they all wanted to get lucky and slip in. Wu Yun led Lin Dong to walk around the edge of the seal like these people, but during this process, he has been using the Ziji magic eye to investigate carefully. Seeing this, Lin Dong cast Ziji magic eyes calmly. Sure enough, under the vision of Ziji demon pupils, the originally invisible seal was clearly presented, and they could see the flow of energy in it. Here, Wu Yun stopped suddenly, and transmitted his voice to Lin Dong. In a remote corner under their feet, the sealing energy there was extremely weak. Wu Yun restrained his excitement and said, "The energy of this array point is about to be exhausted, but the array is still in operation. About every quarter of an hour, the energy barrier here will disappear. I think it should be easy to break through from here." Quote. Hiss. Lin Dong blushed. "That means we can sneak in from here ahead of time. Try it and you'll know. You prepare first, you and Xiao Yan go in first, and I'll wait for the next round of barriers to disappear." Okay. Lin Dong didn't hesitate, full of trust in Big Brother. After a while, under the vision of Ziji Demon Eye, the sealed energy passed under their feet, and there was only a thin layer of energy film. "It's now." Lin Dong rode on Xiao Yan's body and jumped in. Boom. The energy barrier was restored in an instant. And Lin Dong and Xiao Yan successfully entered inside. Wu Yun's mental strength has been exploring the surroundings to prevent others from discovering the bugs here. In fact, there are many such bugs, and lucky guys have slipped in before. After another quarter of an hour, the energy film appeared again. Wu Yun rode Bei Yun, ready to wait, and suddenly passed through the film. Just feeling a suction force, Wu Yun had already entered the seal range of the ancient Tomb Mansion in the blink of an eye. One floor apart, two worlds. What a strong vitality. Inside the seal, the vitality of the world was more than 10 times stronger. The entire mountaintop is lush and full of primitive and ancient flavors. Through the seal outside, you can only see the outline of the palace on the top of the mountain, but when you get inside, you know that it contains heaven and earth. "Brother, it seems that someone has already entered." Lin Dong pointed to some footprints around. "This large formation is very old. To maintain such a large energy barrier, there will definitely be some loopholes. With so many people around to explore, it is normal for someone to come in, but coming in is only the first step. Look at the tomb, the palace there is still a barrier around it, so it is not so easy to enter the palace." The two let go of their mental power detection, and sure enough, there were a handful of 3 or 5 people carefully exploring around the palace, wanting to enter the palace. The scope of the tomb is very large, and Wu Yun and the two of them escaped these people very well with their mental power detection. After approaching the palace, there was still an energy barrier here. Wu Yun tried it, but anyone who dared to approach would be bounced away by the energy of the formation, and even be attacked. The outer energy barrier is the first protective cover condensed by the palace's guard formation. The two are one, that is to say, the position they are in now is very awkward. It is equivalent to being in the formation, which is equivalent to being between the cell wall and the cell membrane. Wu Yun began to study formations, and the key to these formations was basically related to runes. Under the purple demon eye, he quickly found a rune array. The shape of the mental power detection rune corresponds to the true solution of the original rune. Through these simple runes, the corresponding original runes were found. Original boundary runes, original sealing runes, original confinement runes, ... This formation is a combination of multiple runes. Very complicated. Wu Yun has already studied the contents of the original runes for several times, so he is quite familiar with these runes. He said to Lin Dong beside him, "Second brother, look around, let me see if I can break through this formation and get in." "Brother, do you know formation, this kind of character, what can't be done, how can the formation arranged in the mere Nirvana realm be difficult for your elder brother?" In the stone talisman, Xiao Diao raised his legs, feeling extremely comfortable in his heart. "It's cool to follow the boss, you don't have to do anything, just open your mouth and wait to eat." Xiao Diao, "Boy Lin Dong, if you don't know, just study hard. Don't keep asking. If you are not annoying, your elder brother will be annoying too. That is to say, your elder brother doesn't care about you. I advise you not to push yourself too hard. If you ask too much, maybe others will not. I am willing, but I am not good at telling you. At your level, knowing too much is not good for you. Remind you, although he is your big brother, it is better to remain in awe. In short, don't ask, just follow him." Quote. Xiao Diao's attitude changed too quickly. Lin Dong felt dazed, and felt that his eldest brother was mysterious and unpredictable. "Because big brother, he knows too much. I don't have time to explain now, just follow me well, anyway, big brother won't harm you." Wu Yun quickly replied. However, he silently added in his heart, "It won't hurt you, but it might hurt you later." Yeah, Lin Dong nodded obediently, carefully guarding his surroundings. Wu Yun got close to the formation and began to study it. After a long time, his mental power surged out quickly, and he outlined a complicated rune on the barrier formed by the formation. The rune he sketched at this time was the original boundary rune. Original boundary rune, one of the original runes born between heaven and earth, which can separate two places and form a new world boundary wall. Where it exists, it will form an energy barrier, which is the basis of a world and can be used for defensive formations. Closing square bracket. The energy isolation barrier of this formation is largely formed based on the energy of the boundary runes, but the complexity of the boundary runes in the formation is less than 1,000th of the original boundary runes. Wu Yun used his mental power to outline a more complete boundary rune, step by step to move the boundary power of the formation, so that a hole was opened in the barrier. The formation was separated by the power of the boundary, so he cut in with a stronger boundary rune. "It's done," Wu Yun said in surprise. The energy barrier was torn open by him. "Come in," he urged Lin Dong and the two tigers. Lin Dong's heart was beating and he jumped in first. Baiyun and Xiaoyan also had tiger eyes shining, shrinking their bodies like thieves to get in. There was a slight fluctuation in the energy barrier, but the impact was not great. Wu Yun also quickly entered it, and then the original boundary rune formed by spiritual power dissipated immediately. The cracks in the barrier closed instantly. "Brother, that's great, we're coming in." Lin Dong looked excitedly at the palace that was close at hand, and this feeling of making a fortune secretly was indescribable. Others are still waiting outside, they have already started to search. Xiao Diao, let's go in quickly. He was also very excited in the stone talisman. "Well, wait a minute, I'll make it a little more difficult for them." Wu Yun suddenly smirked, and then he released his mental power at the base of the formation, to outline and extend the runes that were about to fade, and use the mental power to the force will slightly improve the rune. In this way, the formation will run faster and the barrier will become harder. Increase the difficulty of breaking the seal by violence. What Wu Yun outlined and perfected this time is the seal rune, so the barrier will not change, and it cannot be seen from the outside at all. It will only show its effect when the formation is attacked. Moreover, he uses his own spiritual power to help extend, and the attack formation will wear away his remaining spiritual power little by little. When the formation is broken, all traces of his spiritual power will be wiped away. No one noticed that he moved his hands and feet. In the stone talisman, Xiaodiao saw Wu Yun's intentions, and nodded stubbornly. "You big brother is really impeccable in doing things. You are worthy of being a big brother, but you are too good, haha, but I like it very much. Little Mink likes to eat alone." Wu Yun's approach is tantamount to entering someone's house and locking the door. After Wu Yun finished, he smiled and said to Lin Dong, "Let's go, it's just nightfall, and the people outside are going to break up, at least tomorrow morning. This night is ours. What is the value of this ancient tomb mansion? Take everything away." Wouldn't it be too extreme to take everything away? The corners of Lin Dong's mouth twitched. If people from outside come in, and finds out that the strong man in the nirvana state has no treasures in the tomb after death, will he directly scold the owner of the tomb and come back to life? Hehe, after you go in and look at the treasures, if you are still willing to save some for outsiders, I won't stop you. Wu Yun smiled. Lin Dong is still too young at this time, he doesn't know it all. In the future, as for him, he will do even better. In the 100 Dynasties War, he devours the ancestral talisman and grabs things to compare himself to anyone else. Here you are. Wu Yun took out a string of universe bags from his waist. So many universe bags. Lin Dong was surprised again. Wu Yun had more than a dozen universe bags in his hand. Big brother, you really came prepared. If you don't leave, think about it and you'll be in a panic. The two divided the Chenkin bags and walked towards the palace. In the stone talisman, Xiaodiao looked at Wu Yun's full preparation, and felt a little ashamed. This reincarnated boss is not serious, he wouldn't be a tomb robber in his previous life. Chapter 71 Great Harvest, Sweeping the Ancient Tomb Mansion. After passing through the formation barrier, there is no longer any obstacle. When they came to the gate of the palace, a huge stone gate blocked it. The two gently pushed open the stone door to enter, and then slowly closed it after entering, trying not to leave too many traces. Entering the Shimen, a feeling of oppression comes over the head. Although the strong man in the nirvana state has been lost for many years, it seems that his residual power still shrouds the place, making the body flow. The vitality of the body is slightly stagnant. The powerhouse in the nirvana realm is really terrifying. A residual power can still have such power after the passage of time. I really don't know what kind of terrifying scene it will be in the heyday. Feeling this oppressive feeling, Lin Dong couldn't help but a solemn look flashed in his eyes. Although it was night, their mental detection could still clearly detect the situation in the hall. Deep passage. Xiaodiao said via voice transmission, "Boy Lin Dong, it's just a mere nirvana. Don't be so emotional. Look at how calm your elder brother is. Learn to be a strong man." He felt that Lin Dong had never seen the world. At this time, Wu Yun was using his mental power to detect the hall in these passages. In the main hall, there is still a formation, but it has lost its effect. "Brother, where are you going?" Lin Dong looked at the passage and hesitated. Wu Yun smiled slightly, "Of course we go all the way. Check every passage, you start from the left, and I start from the right. Take all the treasures you can take with you. It's too obvious, people can tell at a glance that we came in early." After speaking, he entered the far right passage with Bai Yun. After Wu Yun entered the tunnel, he immediately condensed a spirit-gathering rune in his palm with his mental power. Inside the passage, there are stone houses on the left and right sides. Exploring one by one is obviously too slow and unrealistic. This palace is so big. When they finish exploring the passage outside, it will probably be dawn, so don't even think about going deeper. Wu Yun generally used his mental power to detect it once, and then pointed his palm at each stone room for 5 seconds. As long as he didn't detect anything obviously or his palm didn't respond, he went directly to the next room. As expected of the tomb of the Nirvana realm powerhouse, Wu Yun had his first harvest in a short while. In the 7th stone house, the palm heart gathering rune reacted violently. Wu Yun walked to the door in surprise. There was an energy protection on the stone door, and he sketched a boundary rune to break through it. Wu Yun stepped into the house in one step. In the darkness, a series of strong rays of light shot into his eyes, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Only then did he realize that the stone house was filled with people the kind of cold jade is covered, and a faint cold air shrouds it. Wu Yun's eyes just casually glanced at these cold jade decorations, and immediately, his eyes were attracted by the round pills piled up on the ground. These pills are about the size of a baby's fist, each one is as smooth as jade, obviously of excellent quality, and full of astonishing energy fluctuations. Pure Yuan Pill. Wu Yun was so surprised that he looked at the pills covered with stone houses in a daze. Pure Yuan Pill is a more precious pill than Yang Yuan Pill. One pure Yuan Pill is equivalent to 100 Yang Yuan Pills. This can only be condensed by the strong at the Yuan Dan level and above. Generally, it takes half a month or even a month for the small Yuan Dan to successfully condense a pure Yuan Dan. It is very rare in Yancheng, and almost no one is willing to trade it. Now, the number of pure Yuan pills in this stone house is at least tens of thousands, converted into Yang Yuan pills, that is millions or even millions. Ho ho ho, Bai Yun also roared, happily. It was rare to salivate unreservedly. Eat it, Wu Yun laughed. Bai Yun stretched out his tongue and rolled it, and she swallowed a large amount of elixir. Wu Yun didn't feel bad at all, the medicine he earned was for Bai Yun to eat. However, there are too many pills here, Bai Yun can't finish them, and even if he eats them, it will take a long time to digest them. Now is obviously not the time. With one roll of Wu Yun's mental power, he swept all the pills into the Chenkin bag. After a rough check, there are more than 30,000 pieces. This is already a very large fortune. It's equivalent to copying 3 blood wolf gangs. Without stopping, Wu Yun continued to explore the stone house below. Wu Yun wasn't worried about Lin Dong. With that sky demon mink following him, the search would be cleaner than him, and good things would not be missed. On the other hand, Lin Dong also gained a lot, and the efficiency is faster. Xiao Diao, boy Lin Dong, don't dawdle, these rooms are empty, go ahead and go directly to the 6th stone house on the left. Lin Dong obediently rushed over, went in to have a look, swallowed. Another roomful of pure Yuan pills, oh my god. Xiao Yan, slow down. Lin Dong scolded. Xiao Yan actually threw himself directly into the elixir, devouring the pure Yuan elixir crazily like an active erha. As soon as he absorbed his mental power, Lin Dong took all the pills without hesitation, and had no intention of keeping a single one. It's already more than 80,000. The first universe bag is full. Lin Dong was speechless, holding a universe bag, and said complacently. Xiao Diao, boy Lin Dong, don't be like a bumpkin, pursue a little bit, okay. This is just the beginning, and the good things are coming later. They are just pure Yuan pills, not Nirvana pills. The master is also poor enough, and a strong man in the Nirvana state has some pure Yuan Dan, which is really embarrassing to the Nirvana state. Xiao Diao couldn't help complaining. It wasn't Nirvana pill, he was somewhat disappointed. Among them, no one who is strong in the Nirvana state is allowed to carry a thousand Nirvana pill with him. Pure Yuan pill, already very good. Lin Dong said weakly. The next channel, hurry up and search, I can already feel the breath of the demon spirit. The little mink in the stone talisman licked his mouth and said. Xiao Diao took Lin Dong and searched very quickly. The stone gates in the surrounding passages were basically filled with pills, even Yangyuan stones, Yangyuan pills, etc. You can imagine the tomb of this Nirvana state. Master, how much I like change. Originally, the Chenkin bags were limited, and Lin Dong didn't plan to ask for these low-level Yangyuan stones, but in a stone house, he came across a pile of talisman treasures, among which there were dozens of Chenkin bags, and all of them were middle level or above. Thinking of the people at home who were fighting to the death for a Yangyuan stone vein, Lin Dong decided to take it back. It's a waste of resources, it's shameful. Soon the two met. Your speed is really fast, how's the harvest? Wu Yun sighed slightly. There are a total of 18 passages on the periphery, and Lin Dong searched only 10 of them. Hey, big brother, look. Lin Dong took out 8 Chenkin bags. There are 400,000 pieces of pure Yuan pills, there are millions of Yang Yuan stones and Yang Yuan pills, and there are dozens of broken Yuan shuttles that are not weaker than mine. Talisman. You even searched for the Yang Yuan stone, what a wild goose. Wu Yun gently stroked his forehead. Brother, don't you want it? I thought the universe bags were not enough. Lin Dong chuckled, and took out a bunch of universe bags from his bosom just like Wu Yun did before. Chenkin bag, I still have a lot here, where is the eldest brother? let's go back and install it quickly. We don't need it, it can be used by people in the family, it is not easy for them to mine at home, we just bring a few hundred bags here. Wan went back. Oh, Wu Yun was stunned for a moment, looking at the middle-level and even high-level Chenkin bags in Lin Dong's hands, combined with Lin Dong's determination to wipe out all the pills at this time, he couldn't help swallowing. Second brother is still ruthless. There was no need for him to worry about not being cruel enough. Wu Yun was afraid that Lin Dong would be indecisive before, so he left some soup for outsiders to drink. Now that he saw the pill, he was not even willing to let go of the Kuaiyang Yuanxi. The self-control that was promised is no good. No wonder he gave it up for nothing the first time he saw Ling Qingzu in the original book. Wu Yun complained secretly in his heart. However, what Lin Dong said is also reasonable, martial arts disciples, mining is not easy. Wu Yun was also very excited when he remembered the first time he discovered the Yangyuan stone vein. Okay, pack everything. Wu Yun didn't delay, and went back quickly to sweep up all the Yangyuan stones and Yangyuandan stone houses that he had encountered before, roughly estimated to be close to 10 million. It's time to go deeper. At the end of the 18 peripheral passages, there are 10 larger passages. The two continued to search, and Wu Yun used the spirit gathering rune to detect, and there were 9 passages, only one passage, and energy fluctuations came. Most of the tomb passages have traps. The previous 18 passages were found in many stone houses, but they were all simple traps. With the spiritual power of the two of them and the purple magic pupil, they all avoided them very well. At the same time, Wu Yun also gained some experience. No matter what kind of treasure it is, there are fluctuations in Yuanli, which can be detected by the spirit gathering runes. Of the 10 passages here, 9 of them did not respond to the spirit gathering runes, which proved that they were all passages with traps. Narrow escape. This fits the design of most tomb passages. You don't need to search one by one, this time we will go directly to this one. Wu Yun pointed to one of the passages. Lin Dong obediently didn't ask any further questions, and followed along. He secretly sounded the little mink in the stone talisman. Xiao Mink, did you see anything? Just now the elder brother just scanned the 10 channels with his palm, chose one of them firmly, and said to himself he said something about narrow escapes, and seemed to understand better. Xiao Diao, your elder brother may often do this kind of thing. Although I don't know how he judges, but his judgment is correct. There is a treasure I need at the end of this passage. In fact, it has already sat dead in its heart in Wu Yun's previous life, he was digging people's graves. As far as Wu Yun's miraculous and professional methods are concerned, he can't go wrong. The two and the 2 tigers walked to the end of the passage smoothly. I saw a stone gate. This time the stone gate was not the ordinary stone gate before, but was cast with a strange kind of cold jade. Just from the prosperous facade decoration, one can guess that even the Nirvana strong man must have attached great importance to the things here. Wu Yun looked carefully at the stone gate, and there were some faintly visible runes on it. The seal on this jade gate is stronger than the previous one. Wu Yun quickly understood that it was a simplified version of the seal rune. Generally, this kind of rune is used to prevent energy from leaking out, and to prove that there must be treasures with strong energy in the stone house. In the stone talisman, Xiao Diao's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Lin Dong, all the things in here are what I need, I will definitely ask your brother to give them to you later. As long as I get these things, my strength can be restored a lot. You must help me, even if you beg, ask your elder brother. Lin Dong, what's inside? You'll know soon. Wu Yun was already working on breaking the seal, and he used his mental strength to a rune was drawn on the door, and the energy on the door immediately disappeared. The method was so wonderful that Lin Dong was stunned to see it. Then, the closed stone door slowly opened. Lin Dong squinted his eyes slightly, looking at the opened stone gate. Suddenly, a very strong energy fluctuation surged from behind the stone gate, and it shocked him and the 2 tigers back a few steps. In the empty, quiet, and pitch-black tomb, there were only the 2 of them and the 2 tigers. The sudden shock wave made Lin Dong break into a cold sweat, and Bai Yun and Xiao Yan immediately exploded. Don't panic, it's been sealed for too long, it's just the energy that the stone house has accumulated for a long time. After stepping into the stone gate, a large stone room appeared in their eyes. Runes, and, in this stone room, there are still many light clusters suspended. These, all of them are demon spirits. Lin Dong looked at the light clusters with at least 100 of them, and a look of shock slowly appeared in his eyes, because he found that among those light clusters, there was a sleeping demon spirit. The breath of these demon spirits, the weakest one is stronger than that of the clear water demon python encountered under the immortal pill pond. No wonder Xiao Diao lost his composure. Lin Dong realized that he could understand Xiao Diao's mood. Back then he didn't hesitate to take risks with a single green water monster python, but Xiao Diao was so excited, but now facing 100 green water monster pythons, even he is not calm anymore. Ah, this is heaven. However, Xiaoyan was the most excited. When he saw the demon spirits in the room, he howled and yelled. He jumped up and stretched out his big tongue, and he swallowed 4 or 5 demon spirits in an instant. Ah, shut up, let it shut up quickly, this stupid tiger dares to snatch Lord Diao's demon spirit. Seeing this scene, the little mink in the stone talisman exploded, and Lin Dong, who was crazy through sound transmission, almost can't help showing up. Xiaoyan, eat less, Lin Dong shouted reluctantly, trying his best to grab Xiaoyan's head. However, Xiaoyan, who has always been very brave, could not listen to what he said at this time. These demon spirits have an extremely powerful temptation for it with mutated blood. Second brother, put it away quickly, I'm afraid it will explode. Xiaoyan, if you eat too much, keep it for later. Wu Yun said to Lin Dong. These demon spirits are not of much use to it, they are not as good as pills. Xiao Diao urged. Boy Lin Dong, what are you doing in a daze? Didn't you hear what your elder brother said? I've given it to you. Put it away quickly, and I'll be swallowed up by that stupid tiger later. Good man. Lin Dong quickly used his mental power to collect the demon spirits into the Chenkin bag one by one. Thank you, brother, Lin Dong said after finishing collecting. Wu Yun glanced at Lin Dong's hand meaningfully. There are so many demon spirits this time, you really have to thank me. Haha, let's go. What do you mean? Could it be that the elder brother found a little mink? Lin Dong was a little dazed, his eldest brother had never accepted thanks like this before. Could it be that the big brother has already noticed me? I obviously hid it very well. In the stone talisman, Xiao Diao touched his mouse's head with lingering fear. Lin Dong, little Diao, why don't you find a chance to confess your existence to big brother? I don't want to lie to big brother. Xiao Diao, your big brother will eat me in one bite. Lin Dong, no, you see, there are so many demon spirits just now, my elder brother is not tempted, give them all to me, he won't eat you, and your appearance, elder brother probably won't let it go. Xiao Diao's face was black, and his heart suddenly wanted to explode. A page. Can it be the same, can it be the same, how can these demon spirits compare with me, Master Diao, I used to be a big boss. Wait a little longer, I will observe, and I will tell your brother later. Yi Diao followed Wu Yun with some trepidation. After walking along the passage for more than a quarter of an hour, I finally walked out. Outside the passage is an extremely vast, square-like hall. The eyes of the two were instantly attracted by the light floating in the center of the hall. That's Ling Bao, Chapter 72-72, The Spirit Treasure and the Puppet Talisman. In the middle of the hall is a mask. Through the mask, one can vaguely see several lights and shadows inside, presenting 6 shapes of knives, bows and arrows, shields, armor, swords, and halberds. Ling Bao, and there are 6 pieces. Xiaoyan turned around under the light balls, looked up for a long time, saw that these light balls were not for food, and immediately lost interest. Bai Yun is obedient and follows her master like a lady. Even if it is food, she usually does not gobble it up like Xiaoyan, but waits for her master to feed it to herself slowly. Compared to the calmness of the 2 tigers, Lin Dong's little heart was already beating hard. After Xiao Diao's previous explanation, he already knew the preciousness of Ling Bao. You must know that in the whole Yancheng, there is a piece of spiritual treasure that could not be found before. Big Brother is so powerful, his strengthened Lihuo sword can only reach the Ling Bao level. But here, 6 pieces appeared at once, and the 6 lights and shadows, among them the sword-shaped spirit treasure, were extraordinarily bright, and that kind of luster, even the Lihuo sword of the eldest brother, could not be compared. Lin Dong guessed it may be a stronger intermediate spirit treasure. It is indeed the cave of the Nirvana realm powerhouse. Lin Dong secretly sighed in his heart. Along the way, the treasures he obtained are more and more frightening to him. You can't even afford a high-level spirit treasure. What kind of Nirvana state is it? You're so poor. Xiao Diao curled her lips and complained. Compared with their big place, the Nirvana state of the Yan dynasty is like a bumpkin. Wu Yun didn't have as many emotions as the two of them. Looking at the 6 beams of light, he was in a happy mood. There is no other reason, prostitution makes him happy. No matter how much he has, everything belongs to him. Let me break through this energy shield. Wu Yun stepped forward. The sealing shield here is stronger, but it is the same as the previous method, and there is nothing too magical about it. Sealing runes are used to seal these spirit treasures with energy, so as to avoid the failure of the spirit treasure due to the long time. Spiritual power condenses the original seal runes, and one after another wonderful runes extend into the mask, and as the runes outlined by Wu Yun are inserted into the mask, cracks appear in the energy shield. There are more and more runes. There are more and more cracks, and finally, as the original runes are outlined, even if the entire energy shield is not broken, and does not form too much energy impact, the energy will dissipate so calmly. This is because Wu Yun has learned the lesson from last time, and instead of unblocking it quickly, he slowly released the energy in it. Otherwise, the violent method is like puncturing a hydrogen balloon, it will explode. The 6 light clusters finally revealed their original appearance. 2 middle-level spirit treasures, 4 low-level spirit treasures. Wu Yun secretly said, the spiritual power draws the 6 spirit treasures, and the mystery of them can be easily discovered. In addition to the sword-shaped spirit treasure, there is also the middle-level spirit treasure, which is the halberd-shaped spirit treasure. It's just that the body of the halberd is black and looks quite rough, and the luster it emits is the weakest among the 6 pieces. If you don't glance at it lightly and feel it carefully, I'm afraid it will be difficult for anyone to recognize it. This thing is also regarded as a spiritual treasure. This is also the treasure that Lin Dong picked up in the original book. If it wasn't for Xiao Diao, Lin Dong would have missed it. Sure. Enough. In the next second, Lin Dong revealed his vision. Brother, this knife is the strongest, it must be a mid-level spiritual treasure. Big brother, you use a knife, it just suits you. Boy, although the saber-shaped spirit treasure is strong, the halberd is not weaker at all. If you carefully examine this halberd-shaped spirit treasure, it is only a semi-finished product. HMPH, just a semi-finished product, its power is comparable to that of an intermediate-level Lingbao. If it is a complete product, imagine it. At this time, Wu Yun had already obtained 6 spirit treasures. Fengyu Tenderness Knife, Affectionate Sword, Ancient Skyscale Halberd, Ancient Turtle Shield, Silk Contains Shellfish, Dragon Singing Bow, Fengming Arrow. Each spirit treasure is engraved with a corresponding name. After reading the names of these spirit treasures, Wu Yun couldn't help feeling sorry for the owner of the tomb. Sao, it's you Sao. The pink short knife and the dark blue long sword are obviously a pair. Fengyu is tender and affectionate. Ancient halberd, ancient shield. Silk, with shellfish, dragon chant, Fengming. My god, as expected of a person who has studied the yin and yang double cultivation method and advanced to the nirvana state, it is very dishonest to look at his spiritual treasures. Wu Yun hasn't figured out how to allocate these spirit treasures yet, but decided to equip them first. After all, it is necessary to improve combat power right now. Second brother, we got the spirit treasure. We must use it first. These 2 middle-level spirit treasures, Fengyu Tenderness Knife, I will not be polite, I will keep it for myself first. Awesome, compared to the semi-finished product of T-Online Ancient Halberd, it is almost meaningless at the moment, and Wu Yun is also used to using knives. Although the pink color is a bit irritating, but the power is there, Wu Yunxian must equip himself first. The ancient T-Online halberd will definitely be given to you, but I will use it later, and I will give it to you when I leave the tomb. Why don't you use this sword first, or this set of bow and arrow combination? People are the same, Lin Dong said in a very sensible and current affairs way. This affectionate sword is obviously a pair with Big Brother's Fengyu Tenderness sword, so I won't take them apart, and I don't like using swords too much. Big Brother will find himself in the future. The woman you love, just give it to your sister-in-law. Second brother, how can you call your sister sister-in-law? Wu Yun turned his head to one side. Even though it was in the dark, he still didn't dare to face Lin Lin when he talked about this topic. Move because of a guilty conscience. Whether it was the younger sister before, or what happened in the future, immediately, soon, or what might happen, Wu Yun felt very ashamed of his brother. This is also the reason why he wants to compensate Lin Dong in other ways. Wu Yun didn't speak, because when he saw the sword, the first thing he thought of was to give it to Qingtan. Lin Dong continued, I can't do bows and arrows. I'm actually very satisfied with the ancient halberd. I'll use this ancient turtle shield for the time being. I can give you the ancient Tianline halberd, and maybe I can give you another chance at that time, and with my technique, I can also help you strengthen the ancient Tianline halberd later, so that you will not lose money. Wu Yunruo said meaningfully, especially emphasized the word kui with an accent. His kui has a pun, and only he himself understands it. Lin Dong, what did the big brother say? How can I feel that I am at a loss? It's too late for me to thank the big brother. That's good, there can be no grudges between us brothers. Wu Yun nodded in praise. Okay, now let's refine the Lingbao first. He gave Lin Dong the ancient black turtle shield. Then he bit the tip of his tongue, and spurted out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the mental power surged, wrapped the ball of blood, and directly merged into the pink Fengyu tenderness knife in his hand. As the essence and blood merged into it, the Fengyu tenderness knife burst into streaks of pink light, instantly illuminating the entire hall. And released a warm breath, curling around Wu Yun's palm. Lingbao has a spirit and can sense its owner. Lin Dong also looked good, injecting the blood essence into the ancient shield of the black turtle, and suddenly a green light burst out from the ancient shield, turning Lin Dong's whole body green. A series of mysterious lines, like blood vessels and meridians, appear on the ancient shield. This is a shield made of real black turtle shells. Wu Yun put away the dagger, and continued refining the silk shellfish. This one is mainly inlaid with golden silk and silver shells. The whole thing is that the shells are wrapped in silk, like gold and silver, and the shells are tightly connected together, so its name is also appropriate. Wu Yun's blood essence was poured into it, golden light and silver light suddenly appeared, and he immediately put it on, and the polished and smooth shells were tightly attached to his skin like abalones. The texture is very good, comfortable and smooth, without any friction. It even feels cold and cold. For a man whose body is often hot and dry, it is simply a treasure. Wearing it can not only relieve the heat, but also make people clear. Not bad spirit treasure, Wu Yun commented secretly. The owner of the tomb is worthy of being a romantic person, he knows how to live a little bit, enjoy. A dragon singing bow, 7 Fengming arrows. Wu Yun also refined all of them. This is a long-range weapon, and Wu Yun thinks it must be used. After refining 3 spirit treasures at once, and the bow and arrow still counted as 8, Wu Yun directly lost 10 mouthfuls of blood, and his body couldn't help feeling a little weak. I have to make up for it quickly, this body will be of great use later. Wu Yun put away the spirit treasures, and prepared to go deep, continued to explore the tomb, looking for elixir to replenish his body. Let's go, the good stuff is still inside. The two continued to move forward. After passing through the passage of the main hall, the space in front suddenly became wider, and an extremely spacious area appeared in front of his eyes, and in this spacious area, there were densely packed huge wooden piles, and these wooden piles rose into the sky, close together, splitting out numerous wooden stake passages, which are winding and do not know where they led. This strange terrain attracted the attention of the 2 tigers, and at the same time they also felt the danger from the many wooden stakes. Xiao Yan, who has always been very brave, did not dare to go to the front at this time, and followed her sister Bai Yun in a well-behaved manner. They approached the stake, and suddenly there was a strange sound. Tap tat tat, it seemed to be the sound of heavy steps. After mental power detection, a person appeared among the many wooden posts. It is said that it is not a person, but a human-shaped iron horn with a dark body. Its body was actually made of refined iron. Its body is covered with strange and wondrous runes. What is this? Lin Dong frowned. It was also terrifying to see such an iron man suddenly appear in the silent and dark tomb. Moreover, Lin Dong also felt an aura comparable to Yuan Dan realm great perfection from its body. This is a talisman puppet. Some strong people like to make some to play with and use to guard their homes. It's not bad. When Lin Dong was in a daze about this thing, Xiao Diao's voice sounded in his heart. Hee, the puppet talisman. Wu Yun laughed, and under Ziji's magic pupils, he looked at the puppet talisman with a sly light. To be precise, look at the runes on it. Xiao Diao. There are 3 grades of talisman puppets, which are upper, middle and lower. This is the lowest level of talisman puppets. It only has the power of the great perfection of the Yuandan realm. As long as it is not middle and high, there is no threat to you. The middle-level talisman puppets are comparable to those in the shape-making realm, while the high-level ones are at least in the chi-creating realm, and even some of the fine-made high-end talisman puppets are difficult to deal with, even those who have stepped into the creation realm. In fact, there are also some things above the superior talisman puppets. There are even more powerful talisman puppets. Even in the nirvana state, they dare not provoke them. Some big sects specialize in the study of talisman puppets, which are much stronger than the Yan dynasty you are in. Many. Boy Lin Dong, the outside world is very vast, you will know if you go out more often. After listening to Xiao Diao's explanation, Lin Dong couldn't help feeling awed by the puppet in front of him. But when he took a closer look at this talisman puppet, he found that it was walking slowly, stiff and not flexible at all, and he seriously doubted whether it really had the power of Yuandan realm Zochin. Don't worry, the rune of this puppet is dim, and the mental imprint is about to dissipate. Everyone controls him, but he is just a moving and hard target. Wu Yun comforted Lin Dong at this time. Then he shot out a burst of mental power, which outlined a wonderful rune in the air, and the rune penetrated into the head of the puppet. Primitive Annihilation Rune. One of the original runes born between heaven and earth, it can obliterate all traces of energy, generally exists in the void, can be used to clear traces, create attack arrays. The power of the Annihilation Rune will destroy all traces of energy in the puppet. It turned out that the spiritual imprint left by the owner of the tomb was completely wiped out. Then Wu Yun branded his own spirit into it. Under his mental control, the talisman suddenly became flexible like a human being. Brother, have you subdued this talisman puppet? Lin Dong looked surprised. The elder brother is so awesome, there seems to be nothing that the elder brother doesn't know. Wu Yun, well, it's just a pity that the core runes of this talisman have dimmed, and it can't play its due strength, but the material is not bad, and it can be used by re-refining and burning new runes. It's not bad things. When I fix them again, at least I can use the strength of the great perfection realm of Yuandan, and I can take it back to the nursing home. Accept it first, and don't waste it. With one move of his hand, he took the big black talisman puppet income Chenkin bag. Lin Dong and Xiao Diao were too shocked, and now they are no strangers to Wu Yun's methods. Then let's continue walking. Don't panic, here is a formation, a wooden pile formation, you can't get out if you walk around. Wu Yun called Lin Dong to stop. Follow me. He walked in, spiritual power poured into his eyes, and he cast the purple magic pupil, and saw the rune under the stake. In fact, Wu Yun could use the boundary rune to forcibly destroy this formation, but he didn't want to open the way for the latecomers, so he chose a gentle method and let his own people pass through. Finding the rune array point under Ziji's magic eyes, Wu Yun used his mental strength to outline a primitive confinement rune, temporarily stopping the running wooden stake array, and then the two of them hurried through. Passing through the wooden stake array, found several low-grade talisman puppets in the wooden stake array on the way. Wu Yun did the same and took all the talisman puppets. Soon, get out of the piles. Wu Yun withdrew the original confinement rune condensed by his spiritual power, and the pile formation returned to normal afterward. Walking out of the passage, they came to a spacious training ground. Finally saw the light, the surrounding walls of the training ground were illuminated by night pearls. However, what was reflected in the eyes of the two was a dark crowd. Both the two and the two tigers were taken aback. Even Wu Yun, who was mentally prepared, felt a chill down his spine when he saw this scene suddenly. But after the mental power test, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Only the two tigers were still blowing their hair. In the training ground, there are many talisman puppets neatly arranged. The number is so large that there are hundreds of them. Wu Yun was stunned. In his eyes, these were all thugs of Yuan Dan realm Zochin. Take it all. Chapter 73 Sign into God Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength, Consecutive Breakthroughs. Hundreds of talisman puppets, that is, hundreds of Yuandan realm Zochin powerhouses. This kind of battle, I am afraid that the masters of the shape-making environment will temporarily avoid the edge. Xiao Diao, unfortunately, the runes set in these talisman puppets have dissipated, basically they can no longer be used. It looks scary, but in fact they are just some iron bumps. However, Xiao Diao complained to Lin Dong after that. Wu Yun on the other side had already started to act. He took out the Chenkin bag and walked over, taking the discarded talisman puppets. Perhaps to others, these puppet runes are worthless, but Wu Yun is different. With the true understanding of the original runes, he can easily perfect these puppet runes, make them glow again, and work for him. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yun took all the talisman puppets on the training ground, a total of 180. 180, use it well, it will be an army of talisman puppets. Going forward, suddenly a strong medicinal fragrance came. Ahead turned out to be a crystal clear lake, and there were night pearls in the lake, which were clearly visible. In the middle of the lake, there is a small pool made of jade. In that small pool, there are many elixir, and judging from the appearance, the quality is not low. Wu Yun held Xiaoyan's head down, preventing him from running forward. The scriptural elixir in this tomb mansion, but I don't know how long it has been kept. The ancient tomb mansion has existed for at least several hundred years, enough to think about the value of these elixir. Wu Yun swept across the lake, his face couldn't hide the joy. He swept to the side of the medicine pool, and the first thing he saw was the two dazzling lotus flowers in the center of the medicine pool, which were black and white with parallel pedicles, lotus flower. The lotus platform, which is about the size of a bed, is half black and half white, forming a natural pattern of yin and yang poles. Two plump and round lotus seeds have grown at the eyes of yin and yang, one black and one white. Of the many elixir in the medicine pool, this one is the only one in the center, occupying 1/3 of the place. The strong medicinal power emanating from the lotus seeds is Wu Yun's most powerful elixir so far to feel the energy fluctuations. Compared with the fire ancestor demon flower encountered in Timuzhuang lava cave back then, it was no weaker. He also couldn't recognize what kind of elixir it was. Lin Dong also leapt over. The little mink in the stone talisman found this elixir, and was very surprised, and immediately blurted out. Yin and Yang twin lotus. It was the first time Lin Dong had seen such a powerful elixir, so he asked through sound transmission, what kind of elixir is this? Diao. This is one of the wonder medicines in the world. I didn't expect this kind of thing to be found in the small Nirvana cave. It seems that the owner of the tomb is not a poor ghost. Power. This yin-yang lotus platform can be used for cultivation, even lying on it is good. And the yin-yang lotus seeds are even more magical, possessing the power of extreme yin and extreme yang respectively, which is not as strong as the yin-yang tu qi absorbed before the Yuandan realm. Simple. Generally, this thing cannot be taken alone or together. It needs the harmony of yin and yang to absorb the energy in it. It is best for a man and a woman to take it at the same time. The yin and yang interact with each other and help each other to dissolve the power of the medicine, which is the most perfect way. For monks who cultivate both yin and yang, this thing can be called a supreme treasure. Lin Dong. What do you mean, dual cultivation elixir? Yes, but don't even think about it, kid, just you now in this case, without a woman, if you take this medicine, you won't be able to bear the energy in it. Lin Dong rolled his eyes speechlessly, but he thought for a while and said. Then, wouldn't it be very good for Qingtan to give this yin lotus seed? Suitable. Xiao Diao quickly explained, no, it's not that simple. This is a lotus seed with yin and yang twins. There is yang in the yin, and yin in the yang. If you give that girl Qingtan to eat, it's poison. That's what that girl Qingtan needs. Lin Dong looked over, it was a black elixir plant, and the elixir looked like a small snake entangled in it, and an extremely strong cold air permeated out of it. Even the surface of the nearby pool is covered with a layer of cold air, which looks quite strange. Extreme yin dragon saliva, Lin Dong said in surprise. He was attracted by the yin-yang twin lotus just now, which made him ignore this elixir. One of the purposes of coming this time is to collect this extremely evil yin dragon saliva for Qingtan. Except for this black and white juxtaposition Lien couldn't recognize, Wu Yun could basically recognize other elixir. The worst elixir here is the 6th grade elixir, with more than 10 strains. The 7th rank ones include aquatic spirit lotus, immortal jade grass, and soul jade fruit. 2 8th grade cultivating lotuses. Let's pick all these elixir first, and study them slowly when we go back. Wu Yun immediately began to harvest the yin and yang lotus, and he used a universe bag alone to store the yin and yang lotus. After the two packed all the elixir, there was still a strong aura of elixir remaining on the surface of the medicine pool. Wu Yun directly outlined the annihilation rune, obliterating all the remaining aura. Then his mental power went to the bottom of the pool, and the water rolled upside down, and soon Wu Yun fished out a huge talisman puppet. Different from the previous talisman puppet, this time the talisman puppet's head is copper-colored. Medium talisman puppet. Xiao Diao transmitted the sound in surprise. Because of the breath of Yin and Yang Twin Lotus, it didn't even notice this talisman puppet. The boss is so powerful, nothing can be hidden from his eyes. Xiao Diao's admiration for Wu Yun deepened again. Wu Yun looked at the relatively complete runes on Fu puppet, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and injected a spiritual imprint into Fu puppet. This time we have a thug in the shaping realm, Wu Yun said happily. Then, from the universe bag, thousands of pure Yuan Dan were taken out, and all of them were injected into Fu puppet's body. Then, he took out 2 yellow paper talismans filled with runes from another Chenkin bag, and pasted them on the forehead of the puppet. They were the spirit-gathering runes and the devouring runes. Before it was over, Wu Yun pointed at the center of his eyebrows again, and a natal talisman floated out of Niwen Palace, and then he drove it into the talisman puppet's head. Immediately, the runes on the paper talisman began to work, and the runes on the puppet's body lit up. A large whirlpool formed above its head, absorbing the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. Lin Dong looked at it in a daze. But the little mink in the stone talisman was an eye-opener. It's too powerful, as expected of a big brother, who actually thought of this way to help the talisman puppet accumulate energy. Xiao Diao sighed, and he directly knelt down to the big guy, and threw himself on the ground in admiration. Lin Dong was confused. He felt that he understood it, but he didn't fully understand it. Little Diao, big brother, what does this mean? Use it. It is estimated that at least 2,000 pure yuan pills are needed to make it launch an attack. What your elder brother did just now is to replenish energy for it. I see, this thing costs so much money. Elder brother is really smart, came up with such a good way, this saves a lot of pure yuan dan. Wu Yun said with a chuckle, let's continue walking. Following his mind control, the copper-headed talisman also took heavy steps, walking in front of them. Front. The passage along the way is dangerous. They constantly encounter talisman puppets blocking the way, and these talisman puppets are very powerful. Although they are not as good as the shaping realm, they are not far behind. At least they are at the level of Yushin. However, they were all restrained and subdued by Wu Yun's manipulation of the medium talisman he had just obtained. After walking for a long time, he subdued dozens of talisman puppets that were comparable to the half-step shape-making realm, and finally encountered another medium talisman puppet blocking the way. The talisman puppet also contained the spiritual imprint left by the master of the tomb. Wu Yun manipulated the talisman puppet in his hand to fight with it for a long time before exhausting the remaining energy of the opponent, and finally using the annihilation rune to erase the remaining spiritual imprint. Wu Yun, second brother, I'll give you this medium-level talisman. You can plant your spiritual imprint. Ah, brother, this is a talisman comparable to the shape-making environment. It's too precious. Don't say so much, take it. That's it, come and paste these 2 talismans on it, and then use the natal talisman to help it gather energy like I did just now. Boy Lin Dong, put it away, this kind of thing is not good for a big brother like your brother. Say, it's not unusual, but your elder brother is really kind to you. I also want to recognize this elder brother. Xiao Diao persuaded Lin Dong, and he himself was very envious. What a camaraderie. At this point they have gone deep into the tomb. A light curtain appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, the 2 tigers entered the light curtain. In an instant, a crimson color appeared in front of my eyes. The dazzling light filled the eyeballs, and an extremely fiery wave of fire rushed towards their faces, and the 2 hurriedly circulated their energy to protect their bodies. There was a sea of fire in front of them, but in that sea of fire, several fire-free passages were divided. Wu Yun looked through the Ziji magic pupil, and immediately saw the clues. The passages without fire on the surface were all illusory, but in fact they were all dead paths. The further you went inside, the stronger the flames. This is a powerful formation. Second brother, you wait here with Bai Yun and Xiao Yan, I'll go down and explore. Okay, brother, be careful. Wu Yun jumped into the flames, observed for a while, and went directly to the most flaming and fierce passage. The basis of the formation here is the flame rune and the phantom rune. Wu Yun is very familiar with the original runes of the 2 runes, and he can easily see through the mystery of them. He can even change the way the formation operates to increase its power. Wu Yun tried it out, found a point and took out one of the flame essence stones engraved with flame runes, and the power of the flames became much smaller immediately. He took out the talisman pen carving knife, re-engraved the fading rune on the flame essence stone, extended it slightly, and then put it back. Sure enough, the sea of flames oscillated, and the power of the splashed flames became stronger, and even some passages that were not filled with flames were spread over. An evil smile appeared on the corner of Wu Yun's mouth, and he thought of a sinister way. Now Lin Dong in Huahaiko was worried when he saw his elder brother disappear into the sea of flames. Although he also had purple magic pupils and could roughly see the truth and falsehood, he didn't dare to choose the passage full of raging fire. Xiao Diao, don't worry, the way your elder brother walked just now is the safest passage, there is no flame there. However, as soon as Xiao Diao finished speaking, a strong wave of fire rushed towards them. Rewind. The flames of the sea of fire have intensified. After finding out, Wu Yun didn't continue to toss the formation of the sea of fire, because the prey hadn't taken the bait yet. He continued to walk in, and finally, in the sea of flames in front of him, a bronze door suddenly appeared. Wu Yun got into the bronze gate, and all the crimson color disappeared, and a quiet stone palace appeared in his sight. Ding! Do you need to sign in when you arrive at the ancient tomb mansion? Closing square bracket. Suddenly, the familiar prompt sound from the system came from the sudden mind. Wu Yun patted his chest a little, but he didn't come until he arrived at the main tomb. Sign in. Ding. If you sign in successfully, you will be rewarded with Idle Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength. Closing square bracket. N. God Elephant Suppressing Prison Strength. Wu Yunmang's eyes shone brightly, and he finally signed up for an even more powerful exercise. He also knew a little about this exercise, and in a certain world, he was also an existence that outshone others. He is about to complete Yuan Dan realm and is about to reach the limit of Xuantian Kung Fu. Although Xuantian Kung Fu can be deduced and cultivated, it is not as powerful as this new technique. With the arrival of the Divine Elephant's prison power, the seamless connection is perfect. At this time, the information about Shenxiong's prison suppressing strength filled his brain like a flood. Too much information directly made his head swell, which was much more complicated than Xuantian Baolu. The degree of complexity, even compared with the most complex original rune solution, does not show weakness. It took him a while to bear it, however, there is no time to slowly realize it in detail. After waking up, Wu Yun continued to explore the tomb, looking around. The stone hall is not too luxuriously furnished, but rather simple, empty, and there are not too many decorations. Wu Yun's eyes turned around the stone hall, and then focused on the center of the stone hall. There is a sarcophagus without a lid, and above the sarcophagus, there is a mass of light exuding vitality. In that light group, a green heart that seems to be condensed by radiant energy is beating gently, and with the beating of the green heart, the energy in the hall seems to be shaking accordingly. This is the greatest treasure in this palace. Nirvana heart. Wu Yun just looked at it, and didn't move. Ceremony. Senior, please forgive me for disturbing you late at night. There was no response in the silent tomb, but Wu Yun still maintains awe of the owner of the tomb on the surface. Knowing the plot, he is very clear that the greatest opportunity here needs to be obtained by the dead owner of the tomb. Now that your tomb is born, there are wolves around outside, waiting to break the seal and come in to snatch your tomb's treasures. The younger generation came in early and cleaned your tomb, which is considered a great kindness from the senior. In order to repay senior's kindness, this junior promises that no one will be able to enter here and disturb your peace. Senior, this junior will not take away the nirvana heart of senior, let it stay here with senior for a while. In the future, if the younger generation really has no hope of breaking through the nirvana realm, they might bother you again, but seniors, please don't blame me. Wu Yun said sincerely, then bowed to the sarcophagus, pretending to be reluctant to take a look at the nirvana heart. Only then did he turn around and leave the tomb, and slowly close the bronze gate. After Wu Yun left, the sarcophagus moved slightly, and a voice faintly appeared in the quiet tomb. Hee, what an interesting and sensible child. Wu Yun brought Lin Dong back the same way, and on the way, Wu Yun used the annihilation rune to erase the spiritual power and yuan power fluctuations they left behind. After returning to the top of the mountain and stepping out of the formation, the sky was already gray and bright. Wu Yun and Lin Dong quietly found an opportunity to get out of the energy shield, blended into the crowd who came to explore as if nothing had happened, and pretended to be disappointed. It's daybreak. Wu Yun didn't even meet anyone from the Lin clan. The people who broke the formation should not have come yet. It seems that we came early, and we may have to wait another day. Wu Yun took a deep breath and said, the two of them rode two tigers on the road earlier than the others. Let's go, find a place to improve your strength first. The two found a remote cave not far from the tomb, and led by Yun and Xiao Yan protect the Dharma. Then take out those 6th grade and 7th grade elixir, refine them into pills, and practice on the spot. The powerful medicinal power made the strength of the two of them advance by leaps and bounds, and the Yuan force boiled, directly breaking through the bottleneck of Yuan Dan realm great perfection. In fact, Wu Yun can also break through the formation realm, but generally he will not forcefully break through the realm. He must lay the foundation of each realm, and then break through when the situation is ripe. In addition, Wu Yun needs to switch to a new cultivation method now, so he can't rush to force a breakthrough. He realized the power of the idol in his mind to suppress the prison. This is the Qigong created by the Supreme Master, who advocates that the human body is composed of endless particles. If each particle can be cultivated into the power of a god, it will be easy to tear the sky and the earth, and roar down the stars. The most peculiar thing about this Qigong is that it can change into countless kinds of shocking supernatural powers, each of which contains endless mysteries. In the initial stage of practice, the concept of the human body is composed of 840 million particles is followed, and the power of the giant elephant of the human body particles is developed. When the corneum appears on the cortex, most of the power of Qigong can be absorbed and used for one's own use. When the cultivation of the human body particles is successful, you can go back to the starting point and develop the dragon elephant particles on the giant elephant particles, then the primordial image particles, until the human body is full of God image particles, which is a great achievement. Just looking at this introduction, the pattern is much more powerful than the previous exercises. Wu Yun couldn't help feeling fascinated. Moreover, Wu Yun also discovered that this exercise is all-encompassing, and the foundation obtained from Xuantian Kung Fu is also within its scope. It does not affect the practice of it, but there are groups of help. This also proves from the side that Xuantian Kung Fu is a perfect low-level cultivation method. When Wu Yun observed and realized the exercises, Xiaoyan and Beiyun are also devouring demon spirits and pills to break through. Especially Beiyun, she is the fiercest, there is no bottleneck at all when she breaks through. With the blood of the white tiger, she has a high growth limit, and her early training is nothing more than accumulating energy. After refining 100,000 pure yuandans in a few plants of the 6th and 7th grades, she was directly promoted to the formation realm. Now he is the one with the highest level among the two tigers. Although Xiaoyan has the aura of great consummation in the yuandan realm, he still needs to refine all the swallowed demon spirits in order to stabilize the realm. Powerful exercises cannot be cultivated successfully overnight, so after temporarily stabilizing the realm of Yuanli, Wu Yun took out the 2 8th grade Yangshan lotus and asked Lin Dong to refine them into elixirs. The nourishing lotus is an excellent elixir for cultivating spiritual power. 2 Yangshan lotus plants got 8 pills. The last time they practiced in the pill pagoda, both Wu Yun and Lin Dong were 3 seal talisman masters, and Wu Yun was even closer to the 4 seal. Now you can use the nourishing lotus to make an impact. The two continued to swallow the elixir and practice. With the devouring effect of natal runes, they can be refined very quickly. Boom! Wu Yun ate a Yangshan pill, took the lead in breaking through, condensed the 4th natal talisman, and became a 4 seal talisman master. Lin Dong's accumulation of spiritual power is slightly weaker than Wu Yun's, and he ate 2 Yangshan pills, and he also broke through the 4 seal talisman master. After breaking through, Lin Dong said sensibly, "There are still 5 elixir, brother, you can use it to attack the 5 seal talisman master first." Wu Yun pondered for a while, then nodded. "Okay, I will. You're welcome." Thinking of the strong men of the 4 major clans who are about to encounter, and the thorny goddess Ling Qingzu, they all need strength to suppress. Wu Yun's mental power has the idea of chaotic god grinding, which can condense the mental power over and over again, so there is no need to worry about the skyrocketing mental power, which will cause the realm to be unstable. He continued to swallow the Yangshan pill to practice. When you eat the 5th one, you will successfully break through the 5 seal talisman master. At this moment, Wu Yun felt stronger than ever before. The 2 tigers rested in the cave all night. The next day, there were even more people at the foot of the tomb mansion hill. "Brother, we have snatched all the opportunities here, why are we staying here?" Lin Dong asked suspiciously. "Shouldn't you run away quickly after taking your things? He didn't sleep well last night." "Of course he is. Wu Yun said without hesitation. Damn it, who do it? Lin Dong was even more puzzled. Of course it's a disobedient person. Wu Yun couldn't help laughing. Haha, just kidding, I just want to have a look at them, and see how they will react when they enter and find the tomb is empty. Don't you want to take a look? He pointed at the man in the camp at the foot of the mountain. A group of people. There is a saying, the murderer always likes to go back to the scene of the crime to see his masterpiece. Wu Yun naturally has this mentality. Lin Dong is no exception. When Wu Yun said this, he also became interested, although he would complain in his heart. Big brother is good or bad. Similarly, Xiao Diao is also slandering in his heart. The boss is also like us mortals, he has some weird hobbies. However, the real purpose of Wu Yun's stay is definitely not because of this superficial sense of superiority. The main reason is that he is an LSP. Let's go, let's mix in the crowd. Since we are all here, if we leave suddenly, it will arouse suspicion from others. In addition, I haven't obtained the Nirvana heart yet. There is still a checkpoint in the last main tomb last night. If you break through, you need the cooperation of other strong people to get it. Wu Yun explained solemnly. The two blend into the crowd. Wu Yun transmitted Lin Dong again, warning, remember, when the seal is opened, we will still be full of curiosity as if we were entering for the first time. We will follow what others do. If others scold the owner of the tomb, we will follow suit. Curse, do you understand? And besides, don't go too deep later, just take Baiyun and Xiaoyan, just in these passages outside, just let others see you. Although he had arranged everything, there were still some worry, after all Lin Dong is the son of the plain. Don't let him prepare to take off his pants in the end, and Lin Dong cuts off his beard again, but it will be uncomfortable. Okay, big brother. Lin Dong obediently agreed. Among the crowd at the foot of the mountain, the team with tents began to put away their tents, and there were people everywhere talking about someone coming to break the seal today. Wu Yun saw Taolao and others from the Lin family, and Chen Shu and others from Tiandaomen, but he ignored them. He just nodded slightly to Lin Ka. In the eager anticipation of everyone, time passed slowly, and when the sun reached the center of the sky, there was a rumbling sound of breaking wind suddenly at the far edge of the sky. Coming. Chapter 74 Ling Qingzu, the fairy enters the mortal world. The real strong man, the master who breaks the seal is here. The genius of the four major clans. The first one to appear was Lin Langtian from the Lin clan, with a cultivation level of qi creation. He stepped on a red-headed, extremely handsome giant eagle, which turned into a red light and came through the air at an extremely fast speed. He flew to the front of the formation, stopped, dressed in a blue shirt, and stood with his hands behind his back. The breeze was blowing, the long hair was fluttering, and he looked extremely free and easy, and many people were impressed by his temperament. As expected of the famous Lin family's #1 genius, many people in the crowd admired him immensely. However, Lin Dong beside Wu Yun clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and read. Lin, Lang, Sky. Well, Wu Yun sighed in his heart. Lin Langtian is also a badass. With the help of Grandpa Ring, it is not so easy to kill him in the early stage. For Lin Langtian, Wu Yun actually couldn't say whether he likes or hates Lin Langtian. Lin Dong and him are just a personal enmity. Strictly speaking, Lin Langtian is not a bad person who does all kinds of evil, and of course he cannot be called a good person. However, now that Wu Yun and Lin Dong have become brothers, they are naturally unanimous. But he can't deal with Lin Langtian now, he is forced to be tough, and the other party has a grandfather, so he may have to take advantage of him. And even if Wu Yun could kill him, he would not kill him. Lin Langtian's head must be reserved for Lin Dong. He is a shadow in Lin Dong's heart. So much so that when Lin Dong finally dealt with the Yi Demon Emperor, the Yi Demon Emperor turned into Lin Langtian, trying to break Lin Dong's mind. Only by Lin Dong killing Lin Langtian himself can Lin Dong be freed from the shadow of the youth. Lin Langtian was very proud. He glanced lightly at the people below, and then stopped looking. And those people from the Lin clan were very excited when they saw Lin Langtian. In the hearts of the younger generation, Lin Langtian is a godlike idol. The second figure appeared, and the golden light pierced through the air, turning into a huge golden spear of tens of feet. On the spear, a figure in a golden robe with long hair scattered, a burst of arrogance soared into the sky. The Wang clan, Wang Yan, created the formation realm. But the golden gun in his hand has a breathtaking breath, even more powerful than the Fengyu tenderness knife Wu Yun got. It is a high-level spiritual treasure, the Wang family's Da Luo golden gun. Then came the third one, the genius of the Qin clan, Qin Shi, the shape-making realm. He came riding Feng Luan, dressed in a blue shirt, with a handsome face that could be called monstrous, even more beautiful and feminine than a woman. Wang Yan, since everyone is here, let's do it. Lin Langtian, don't worry, there is one more powerful expert invited by the Wangpu family. Oh, everyone couldn't help looking forward, who would make Lin Langtian more powerful. Hehe, brother Langtian is too flattering to Qingzu. With you, the top young generation of the great Yan dynasty, here, Qingzu may not be able to gain anything this time. Resounding between heaven and earth, that voice is extremely graceful, as if it contains a special magic power, and there are many people who are dazed and intoxicated in their eyes. Hearing this voice, Wu Yun hurriedly cast his Ziji magic eyes to look over. A ray of blue light came from the distant sky, and finally turned into a green lotus. On the green lotus, there is a graceful curve. Although there is a tulle covering the cheeks, but the pair of crystal-like eyes make this world dim in an instant. The woman is dressed in a light pigmented skirt, her eyebrows are like emerald feathers, her muscles are like white snow, and her waist is like a beam of plain silk. On the cheeks covered by tulle, there is a clear moo of hope, which makes the world eclipsed. Such a woman with such a stunning temperament is rare in the world. What a beautiful horse, the uneducated Wu Yun praised in his heart. Everyone was attracted by Ling Qingzu's appearance, even if her cheeks were covered by tulle, but the looming outline revealed a nearly perfect cheek arc, making people want to tear the tulle away, to see that stunning appearance that is enough to make Baihua feel sad. Wu Yun's Ziji magic pupil looked over carefully. Although Ling Qingzu was polite on the surface, there was a kind of coldness in those eyes that were as clear as crystal. The goddess who is hot on the outside and cold on the inside. It's so convincing, her aloof feeling, when others see it, they want to worship her, but Wu Yun just wants to subdue her. Immediately afterwards, the four of them shot together and bombarded the energy seal of the ancient tomb mansion. Their attacks caused the Yuanli of this world to fluctuate violently. Boom, 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 the elemental force on the seal vibrates, and all kinds of elemental forces are shining brilliantly, which is full of special effects. However, they attacked for a long time, and the seal did not fluctuate at all. A quarter of an hour passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. The four continued to output, but the energy shield was still not broken. The people below, from waiting excitedly at the beginning, preparing to charge with enthusiasm, to watching the four people in a daze, the sense of anticipation gradually weakened, and finally sat on the ground and waited. One by one, they whispered, "Is it okay? Didn't someone say that people from the four major clans can break the seal as soon as they come, that's all? I'm tired of looking at it, and the flowers are waiting to thank you." Embarrassing. When they appeared on the stage just now, the four of them were all in the limelight. Now there is a feeling of being reduced to a worker. Watched by a group of people, they bombarded the energy shield hard. The point is, it's not flattering. Brother, I didn't expect you to cause such a big obstacle to them with just a little bit of manipulation. Lin Dong said through voice transmission, admiring Big Brother in his heart. At the same time, knowing the truth, he also looked at these people with secret joy in his heart. This feeling is so refreshing. What kind of genius is not being played by the elder brother in the palm of his hand? Xiao Diao, hey, the energy of these four people is almost exhausted, the boss is really bad. Wu Yun, I didn't expect the effect to be so good, maybe they are too weak. Said to be the happiest of the three here. In midair, the faces of the four became more and more ugly. Wang Yan, damn, what kind of shield is this? It's too hard. Qin Shi, did I make a wrong judgment before, and the seal hasn't loosened yet? Lin Langtian, the energy of the seal is weakening, and it will soon break. Open it, keep going. Ling Qingzu didn't say anything, but frowned slightly, and hummed in her heart. She shot out lotus petals and inserted them on the energy shield, finally leaving a crack in the shield. During the seal, the spiritual power rune left by Wu Yun was finally dissipated, and the energy shield could no longer withstand Ling Qingzu's attack. The seal is about to be broken. The people below became excited. Standing up one by one, they looked at Ling Qingzu in shock. The other three people stopped fighting just now, and when she attacked, the seal broke. Admiration, Miss Qingzu's Bai Tianlian is really extraordinary. Lin Langtian, Wang Yan, and Qin Shi were also surprised. Their eyes were all on the blue lotus platform under Ling Qing's bamboo jade feet. It's just a coincidence, it's all thanks to everyone, Ling Qingzu said with a light smile. Go. The four rushed to the top of the mountain, issued a final blow, and the shield broke open. They entered the ancient tomb mansion. Come on. Outside the stone gate, there are a steady stream of people rushing in with red eyes at this moment. It looks like a lustful wolf who has been abstinent for many years sees a naked beauty in front of him. There is a feeling of madness. With great anticipation, they entered the tomb. Hey, let's go too. Wu Yun and Lin Dong looked at each other and smiled. He rushed in with the crowd. These people rushed into various passages, frantically rummaging through them. Empty, empty, there is nothing, how is it possible? Look deep, ... Every stone house has people going in to see it, but when they come out, they will curse. Moving forward, it's still empty. A large group of people. Keep walking, scolding while walking. Damn it, what kind of ancient tomb mansion is this? Those who are still strong in nirvana state, and those who are poor can't afford even a single hair. I've been waiting so hard for a few days, come in, is this all? Both Wu Yun and Lin Dong greeted the 18 generations of the ancestors of the owner of the tomb. Especially Wu Yun, he likes to join in the fun and swear at others. His swearing made everyone around him think that Wu Yun is a fellow. During this expedition to the tomb, it was rare for everyone to greet the owner of the tomb together without fighting. Some are even exchanging greetings. They have been waiting for too long, after all, they are strong in nirvana. Now, all this anger has turned into a motivation to scold the owner of the tomb. Soon the crowd came to the stake array. Most people are restricted here. Only Ling Qingzu and the other four entered. Second brother, wait for me outside. Wu Yun entered inside after explaining. He soon came to the Sea of Fire formation. The four of them had already entered it, and their purpose was clearly to compete for the Nirvana heart, so they didn't care whether there were treasures in the tomb, and rushed straight here. Wu Yun used the purple demon eyes, and without any accident, Ling Qingzu successfully broke through the formation and entered the innermost main tomb. The three of Lin Langtian were trapped in the formation. Wu Yun saw that the three of them were struggling against the flames. When the three of them broke through the formation just now, they had consumed too much energy. Now facing the endless flames, they looked very embarrassed. HMPH. Wu Yun snorted lightly, quietly stepped into the sea of flames, and found the position of the array. The phantom runes and flame runes were fully applied to strengthen the power of the formation. Whether you die or not depends on the luck of the three of you. Wu Yun thought badly in his heart. Now there is no safe place in the formation, and the three of them will peel off their skins if they don't die this time. In short, it is impossible to enter the main tomb again. No one bothered, which is nice. Wu Yun's heart was already beating, this was his first time after all. He walked slowly to the main tomb. The bronze door has been opened a crack. Aya Qingzu is inside. Wu Yun straightened his clothes, then pushed away and walked in. This is not a place for you to come, get out. Ling Qingzu's ethereal voice sounded. Wu Yun raised his head slowly, a green lotus floated in the air, and a beautiful figure as quiet as a lotus seed was staring at him with a pair of eyes that were so clear that there was no fluctuation in the slightest. Ling Qingzu's bare jade feet, white insteps, small and exquisite, she lightly stepped on the green lotus. It's getting closer. A faint fragrance entered Wu Yun's nose. Wu Yun was finally able to take a closer look at her stunning beauty. In the midst of the mooing, it was like a pool of quiet water. The light pigment skirt set off that almost perfect figure. Like the fairy who fell into the mortal world from the fairyland, she has a beauty that astounds the world, but that kind of beauty is so shockingly beautiful, so beautiful that there are no fireworks in the world, and at the same time, it also makes people feel a kind of unreachable. If there are fairies in the world, Wu Yun thinks it should be nothing more than that. Ling Qingzu is different from any woman Wu Yun has ever seen before, she really showed that kind of fairy purity to the fullest. Wu Yun clasped his hands and said, Wu Yun, I'm just a small Yuandan realm, and I don't have the heart to compete with the girl for treasures. Whatever the girl wants to do, just do it. I'm just curious and don't interfere. Ling Qingzu's current strength is even stronger than Lin Langtian's. It is obviously impossible for him to become stronger. And seeing Ling Qingzu's fairy spirit, Wu Yun suddenly developed a saint mentality that can be seen from afar but not played with. The people cultivated by Nine Heavens Taiching Palace are really amazing. Wu Yun was waiting for the good old man in the tomb mansion to make a move. Even Lin Langtian and the others stumbled and were trapped by the big formation outside. You have some skills to break in. Ling Qingzu took a deep look at Wu Yun, judging whether Wu Yun was a threat. But when she looked at it horizontally and vertically, Wu Yundu was just consummated with the Yuandan realm. I don't know the girl's name. My name is Ling Qingzu. Since Mr. Wu Yun has no intention of fighting, then Qingzu will thank you in advance. Qingzu is not willing to drive someone away, so I ask Mr. Wu Yun not to worry about it. Too many thoughts. After Ling Qingzu finished speaking, he went to grab the Nirvana heart. Sit cross-legged on Qinglian, and start refining. The emerald green Nirvana heart melted rapidly under her powerful cyan energy. After about a few minutes, a Nirvana heart completely turned into a ball of emerald green liquid. A powerful coercion spread from the melting Nirvana heart, and Wu Yun felt some pressure. Ling Qingzu stretched out her jade-like hand, gracefully and gently lifted a corner of the tool. The mouth of the sandalwood opened slightly, and the mass of emerald green liquid in midair roared down and sank into the mouth of the red sandalwood. In a startled glance, Wu Yun saw Ling Qingzu's perfect face. The originally clear head is not pure. Under the dantian, a small flame rose. Ling Qingzu was refining his Nirvana heart, while Wu Yun walked to the sarcophagus. At this time, the lid of the sarcophagus had been opened, apparently by Ling Qingzu, and there was no other treasures inside except for a skeleton lying peacefully. However, Wu Yun's purple demon eyes clearly saw a line of small characters on the coffin wall next to the skeleton. My whole life has been promoted to nirvana by the power of yin and yang, so what I have left must be solved by reconciling yin and yang. And yin and yang are not reconciled, you will surely get the fruit of burning your body. After Wu Yun finished reading silently in his heart, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile wickedly. Then he bowed deeply to the sarcophagus, and quietly said to the sarcophagus, "Senior, I'm really sorry, this junior really didn't expect this woman to be so powerful. I have already strengthened the formation you arranged outside, but I was still defeated. She broke in and disturbed senior's peace, I broke my promise." Wu Yun apologized to the sarcophagus in a low voice. At this time, in the green lotus, Ling Qingzu's snow-white skin, which was exposed outside her clothes, was flushed with a faint rosy at this moment, and an extremely dark and pure powerful energy continuously roared out of her body, blowing the green lotus to the ground. The light curtains were so shaken that they sent out ripples. She was hit. Ling Qingzu frowned, yuan force gushed out of his dantian continuously, trying to suppress this irritable force, but he still couldn't. At this moment, she still doesn't know what the problem is. Shameless. Ling Qingzu's face was flushed, looking at the sarcophagus, anger appeared in his eyes, and finally he couldn't help it, Yuanli turned into a giant palm, and hit the sarcophagus with one palm. The sarcophagus was shattered by her, and the owner of the tomb mansion has no bones left. Wu Yun pretended to be afraid and walked towards the bronze gate. "Miss Qingzu, you practice slowly, I'll take a step first." Seeing Wu Yun's current appearance, the corner of Ling Qingzu's mouth couldn't help but chuckle, but how could she let Wu Yun go away like this? "Don't leave just now, it's too late now." With a wave of her hand, the bronze door was tightly closed. "Master Wu Yun," Ling Qingzu said softly, "is it finally here?" "Why?" Wu Yun pretended to be cold and asked. "Qingzu wants to use the yang energy in your body. If you get rid of the siege afterwards, I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward." Ling Qingzu said softly. "That's not good, I'm not the kind of casual person." Ling Qingzu was annoyed. Could it be that she is a casual person? "Young master, please rest assured that you don't need to have intercourse with a man and a woman to obtain yang qi. Qingzu has other means." At this time, Ling Qingzu's tone was a little panting, and he was breathing hot air while speaking. "No, my body is precious, Miss Qingzu should find someone else." Wu Yun refused decisively. Where did she find someone at this time? Ling Qingzu snorted coldly, "Since the young master doesn't cooperate, then don't blame Qingzu for offending." A powerful force captured Wu Yun. Wu Yun didn't have time to resist, nor was he ready to resist. The blue power entangled Wu Yun, unexpectedly grabbing out the yang energy in Wu Yun's body. "It's so thick, so pure, so powerful." Ling Qingzu was secretly startled. Although she had never absorbed other people's yang energy, Wu Yun's yang energy was stronger than all the young people she had seen. This bitch was sucking so hard. Wu Yun felt bitter in his heart, his yang energy was draining too fast. If this continues, he will be an adult. Good man, why don't you make a move? Wu Yun shouted in his heart. Ahem, let go of that boy. Suddenly, a soft voice sounded out. Ling Qingzu was startled and stopped immediately. Who is it? Hehe, you are a fierce woman. You smashed my bones and sarcophagus into pieces, and asked who I am. Obviously not a physical body, looks about 30 or so, looks extremely young, with a smooth face and elegant temperament. Master of the tomb, hehe, don't be nervous. It's true that I'm dead. This is just a remaining spirit, and it's still sealed inside the sarcophagus. If you don't smash the sarcophagus, I will find out I can't stand. The elegant man said with a smile. Shameless, actually use such a cultivation method. Ling Qingzu scolded. The owner of the tomb mansion. The relationship between men and women is in line with the theory of yin and yang in the world, so why say it shamelessly? As long as the two love each other and complement each other, wouldn't it be better? Bah, the two argued. The owner of the tomb mansion said, what you are doing is not good for him. I set up this checkpoint not to harm people, but for the beauty of adults. Little guy, this time I will take advantage of you. Such a stunning beauty, even I have never seen it before, but in the future, treat her well. Before Ling Qingzu could resist, the owner of the tomb mansion flicked her fingers, and a powerful energy controlled her. You're also a sensible junior, and you'll be rewarded with this luscious opportunity. He gave Wu Yun a meaningful look. Although he didn't say anything, the way Wu Yun looked at him felt that he had said everything. It turns out that LSP can really understand each other with just one look. Hehe, it was a mistake. You prepared enough to pick my yin and yang twin lotus. I didn't expect it to mature after so many years. It's just a pity that I don't have this blessing to enjoy it. It's really cheap, you young couple. The tomb man pointed to one of the Chenkin bags on Wu Yun's waist. Take it out, don't use me, or your consciousness will be erased. Wu Yun pretended to be helpless, took down the universe bag, and released a huge black and white lotus platform like a bed from it. Much bigger than Ling Qingzu's Qinglian. The huge lotus platform was placed firmly on the ground. Two round lotus seeds, black and white, rolled out and were caught by the owner of the tomb. The restrained Wu Yun and Ling Qingzu landed on the smooth and tidy lotus platform with a little toughness. Two lotus seeds were shot into the mouths of Wu Yun and Ling Qingzu respectively. You, Ling Qingzu blushed, looking at Wu Yun and the owner of the tomb mansion, she couldn't continue speaking in shame. How could she not recognize this yin and yang twin lotus? Why don't you know the function of this yin and yang twin lotus? Ling Qingzu can already foresee her own future destiny. Little guy, you really got all my things. Seeing that your behavior is pleasing to the eye, I will be a good person to the end. I will give you all my inheritance. The owner of the tomb mansion looked at Wu Yun's Chenkin bag hanging around his waist in shame. Then, a dense beam of light was shot into Wu Yun's mind. At this time, his light and shadow have become much dimmer. It's such a pleasure to be able to be an adult after death. Helping people to the end, this last strength, I will give you a fire, boy, and pass on my mantle. After the owner of the tomb mansion finished speaking, the light and shadow dissipated and turned into a ball of pink energy, enveloping Wu Yun and Ling Qingzu in it. At this time, the power controlling Wu Yun and Ling Qingzu disappeared. With no pressure, the two of them were finally able to move, their bodies relaxed, and they subconsciously took a deep breath. The rich pink energy was inhaled by the two of them at once. This is the emotional poison condensed by monks who practice the way of yin and yang dual cultivation, and it cannot be solved without the fusion of yin and yang. At this moment, Ling Qingzu's body is filled with three powerful energies, the energy of Nirvana heart, the energy of Yin lotus seed, and the energy of emotional poison. These three energies are all mobilizing the Yuan Yin power in Ling Qingzu's body. As a result, she felt extremely cold at this moment. That kind of cold is the cold that spreads from the depths of the heart to the surface of the body. At this moment, she urgently needs warmth. Desperate longing. The kind that die without it. As for Wu Yun, the power of the yang lotus seeds had already dissipated in his body, and the yang energy flowed like magma in the scorching sun. He felt that he was about to be burned to death, his body was so hot, his lips were chapped, and he was eager to absorb moisture. If you don't cool down, you will die. Dry firewood and fire, the gathering of cold heroes. On the lotus platform, Wu Yun sat in the black area, and Ling Qingzu sat in the white area. The eyes of the two suddenly meet. The strong yin and yang qi in the air are already merging. Like an electric current, the eyes of the two are firmly drawn together. The eyes are getting closer, closer and closer. But the eyes were becoming more and more blurred, more and more blurred. Wu Yun suddenly stretched out his hand, and gently lifted the veil as thin as a cicada's wings. A stunning face appeared. Beauty is like jade, alluring city and country. Even in the blur, Wu Yun couldn't help but want to appreciate this perfect face more. The originally fair and delicate face was now flushed like drunk, as if it could melt with a kiss. Don't touch me, I'll kill you, kill you, kill you. Ling Qingzu's lips twitched, and she subconsciously called out. At this moment, she still maintained the coldness in her bones, not wanting to be violation. But this voice, at this moment, didn't have the slightest threatening effect, but it aroused Wu Yun's strong desire to conquer even more. Moreover, while Ling Qingzu was talking, she kept getting closer to Wu Yun. She couldn't control how much she sent. Wu Yun didn't move, it was her mouth that moved first. The cold red lips finally touched the mouth that was about to be parched, whose breath was spitting out yang energy like flames. It's like a water source thrown into the desert. The hot sand that has been dried in the sun, continuously absorbs forcefully, absorbs crazily. In the pink light curtain, two blurry images of people seemed to be fighting, pulling each other crazily. While the fire inside was in full swing, the outside had already exploded. The three of Lin Langtian spent a long time in the sea of flames. They had many trump cards, but they were not burned to death in the end. Withdrew while being burned half to death. The three of them were burnt black, their skin festered. Lin Langtian is medium rare. Qin Shi is very familiar. And the weakest Wang Yan was even bloody and his body was half cooked. The worst thing is that Feng Luan brought in by Qin Shi is ready to eat. They took a deep look at the burning sea of flames, but their hot bodies shivered. The three of them took out various elixir and panacea from the universe bag at the same time, and swallowed them all at once. After recovering a little energy, the three of them dared not move forward. Put on a loose robe directly to cover the ugly body. The three of them didn't speak, and flew out quickly. They need to heal well at this time. This flame is not an ordinary flame, even if they are all strong in the three realms of creation, it will take a certain amount of time to recover. In the tombs of the various passages outside, there are still many people looking for it, desperate to find something. They soon saw Lin Langtian and the three covered their faces and flew out in a panic. Brother Lin Langtian, Brother Wang Yan, Brother Qin Shi. The people from the three major clans saw them and called them, but the three of them had no face to stop and agree, so hurry up in desperation, transforming their power into things, and take them with them fly away. Everyone in the clan was puzzled, but seeing that their geniuses had left, they quickly followed and left the tomb. Seeing that the people from the three major clans had all withdrawn, the people who had searched for several hours and found nothing also followed out of the tomb. After walking out of the tomb, people turned their heads and spat at the tomb, claiming it was bad luck, and greeting the 10 generations of the tomb owner's ancestors again. Nothing, what a waste to build such a big palace. It's nothing to do, I wish you not to be reborn after death. I call your family the Nirvana Realm Ancients. People leave disappointed, with the departure of these people. The poor name of the owner of this ancient tomb mansion in the Tianyan Mountains will be spread, and he will become the poorest Nirvana Realm powerhouse in history, and he will be infamous for thousands of years after his death. Perhaps there is only one person who will remember the goodness of the owner of the tomb mansion. Brother, why hasn't he come out yet? Seeing the people leave one by one, the tomb became more and more empty. Lin Dong took 2 tigers and waited foolishly. Lin Dong, are you still leaving? Lin Ka suddenly walked up to him and asked. Oh, I'm not in a hurry. Lin Dong responded lightly. He didn't want to communicate too much with the clan members, for he was worried that he and his elder brother had copied the secret of the tomb. This tomb is just an empty nest. I really want to find something more. You might as well move the 2 big stone lions at the door back, maybe you can replace the Yangyuan stone. Yi Chen mocked. He felt that the people who were separated from the family just couldn't get cheap, didn't give up, and hadn't seen the world. Scream again, and I'll smash your mouth," Lin Dong said with his eyes widened. Both Baiyun and Xiaoyan looked at Yi Chen with unkind eyes. Facing the three powerful auras, Yi Chen felt the pressure of death, swallowed his saliva, and dared not speak again. It was only 2 or 3 days apart, and Lin Dong and the two tigers had grown stronger. Where did his big brother go? Lin Ka is a talisman master, and she keenly sensed the changes in the auras of the three. Especially Baiyun, who is now comparable to the shaping realm. No matter how restrained she is, she can't completely cover up her aura. Doubts arose in Lin Ka's heart. "Kerr, let's go, it's getting dark." Dao always called. "Brother, you've been in here all afternoon. What are you doing? After so long, nothing will happen." Looking at the sky, Lin Dong couldn't help feeling a little worried. At this moment, an urgent voice came from the passage behind. "Second brother, Baiyun, Xiaoyan, let's go." Baiyun stood up abruptly. Lin Dong looked back, and saw the disheveled elder brother flying over very quickly with the Lihuo sword under his feet. It was as if some monster was chasing him from behind. "Brother, what's wrong?" Lin Dong asked anxiously. "It's too late to explain, let's go." Wu Yun rode directly on Baiyun's body. "Run!" Baiyun turned into a white shadow, charging out of the mountain with full momentum. Lin Dong and Xiaoyan followed closely behind. As soon as the two tigers left, the cyan petals flew to the place where Bai Yunjan was standing just now, and the powerful wave of Yuan force shook away, directly opening a bottomless gap. The earth, which was originally tightly stitched, broke open. Chapter 75. You can use runes to help Baiyun. Ling Qingzu's strength wanted to catch up with Wu Yun very quickly. But she had to pay attention to her image, when she was in the tomb just now. Wu Yun picked it up and ran away. And she has to get dressed. At this moment, Wu Yun was riding on Baiyun's body, rushing out like a sharp white arrow. After being promoted to the forming realm, Baiyun has already comprehended a little bit the meaning of the shape of the wind. Dragons follow the clouds, tigers follow the wind. Her speed is greatly improved. Xiaoyan couldn't keep up. "Second brother, escape separately, you go back to Yancheng first," Wu Yun said via voice transmission. "Ling Qingzu's strength is too strong, and he will soon catch up with Qinglian. Lin Dong and Xiaoyan are useless in front of Ling Qingzu, but they will be caught by Ling Qingzu and used to threaten him. Not worth it. Moreover, things here are not humane. The more people who know, the stronger Aya Qingzu's murderous heart will be." Hesitation appeared on Lin Dong's face. He really couldn't bear to leave his elder brother at such a difficult moment, and wanted to share troubles with his elder brother. Xiaodiao persuaded, "Let's go, hee. The girl your brother provoked is very strong, you can't interfere, following your brother will drag him down instead." Seeing that Ling Qingzu had already chased him, Lin Dong was helpless. "Brother, be careful." He rode on Xiaoyan, changed direction and ran away quickly. Ling Qingzu chased after her, and she saw if she was looking in Lin Dong's direction, those moving eyes were full of coldness. She drove by Tianlian to chase Wu Yun directly. At this moment, Ling Qingzu was full of endless murderous aura. Whenever Wu Yun stopped for a second, her lotus would ruthlessly penetrate his chest. There's no way she'll keep it. As long as she saw Wu Yun's figure, she would think of this guy's shameless and very bold behavior towards her. These long hours in the tomb may be a deep memory and a huge shadow that she will never get rid of in her life. No one would know what kind of humiliation she had suffered in that empty tomb. The goddess of the 9 heavens Taiching Palace, who was as pure as ice and jade, and who guarded her body like jade. The dignity, superiority, and purity that Ling Qingzu had cultivated for many years were crushed to pieces in front of Wu Yun. So she didn't dare to face Wu Yun at all. She didn't even dare to face her current self. She is not clean anymore. Always want to cut something. Crazy, you are chasing so hard, you really want to kill me. Wu Yun said cursingly. Without looking back, the spiritual force can sense the extremely strong killing intent behind him. Pieces of seemingly delicate and beautiful petals are like fluttering catkins behind him, chasing after him. However, when he cursed, Wu Yun didn't hold any resentment in his heart. The few hours just now may have been the happiest time when he came to this world. He even felt that it would be worth dying if he could do it again. Aya Qingzu, incomparable, really, moist. However, Baiyun didn't seem to want him to die. Feeling the strong murderous intent behind her, she speeded up again. The tiger fur all over the body emitted a glint of light, and special lines emerged from the white tiger's body. Looking at Bai Yun, who had such a strong desire to survive, Wu Yun also quickly cleared his mind. He still wants to live. One time is not enough, there must be pursuit in life. By the way, you can use runes to help Bai Yun. Wu Yun immediately reacted when he saw Bai Yun's lines. Among the true interpretations of the original runes, there is a kind of rune called the rune of the original wind. Without further delay, Wu Yun immediately sketched this rune mentally. With his previous experience in sketching many kinds of original runes, he quickly sketched it successfully. The rune of wind condensed on Bai Yun's forehead, and an invisible force supported Bai Yun's body, and the obstruction caused by the airflow in front of Bai Yun disappeared immediately. Bai Yun seemed to have turned into the wind, running faster. In Bai Yun's blood, there is something similar to the rune of wind. The power of the wind system rules. The original rune of wind can make her comprehend faster and display her talent about wind. He actually has such a powerful demon tiger. Ling Qingzu muttered to himself, looking at the white tiger. A strange look flashed in his eyes. She didn't listen, but she still had an angry expression on her face. On the green lotus, two jade feet were wrestling with each other, which looked extremely unnatural. The blue light gushed out of her body, stronger than before entering the tomb. It's impossible to escape from my hand. Countless petals converged to form a blue arrow, which shot towards Wu Yun extremely quickly. At the moment when the green lotus and green arrow flew away quickly, a hint of unbearable color flashed in Ling Qingzu's cold and beautiful eyes. Facing the flying green lotus and green arrows, his mental power frantically sealed. Dragon Seal. He didn't dare to hesitate at all, and used his most powerful spiritual power to show. The dragon seal crashed into the green arrow flying at extreme speed. Boom! The spiritual dragon seal cast by the 5-seal talisman master was easily torn apart by her. The green lotus and green arrows only slightly disintegrated, but they still shot straight into Wu Yun's chest. Plop! Wu Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling his internal organs were shaken. Green arrow didn't pass through the heart. Silk contains shellfish. On the chest, a silver shell has been shattered into powder. Ling Qingzu's green lotus green arrow also exhausted its energy at noon and turned into nothingness. As expected of a direct disciple of the Nine Heavens Taiching Palace, his strength is too terrifying. Wu Yun was secretly startled. He almost died just now. No, her strength is at least that of the creation realm, or even the even stronger creation realm Dacheng. With my current strength, even if there are silk shells, it is impossible to block her. Wu Yun quickly pondered, the relationship between the two, the difference in strength is too great. Even if Wu Yun is condensed with Xingdan, the origin power is stronger, and with the double cultivation just now, his strength has greatly increased, breaking through the shape-making realm, and possessing the strength to leapfrog battles, but at most he will fight against the strong in the shape-building realm. It would be great to be able to block the Qi creation environment at most. As for Ling Qingzu, he is a genius among geniuses, and he also has the strength to leapfrog battles, and he is also a great achievement in the realm of good fortune. How can Wu Yun block her attack? She didn't want to kill me, or she couldn't bear to kill me. Wu Yun immediately got the key information from it. Ling Qingzu is not the kind of unreasonable woman, on the contrary she is very reasonable. The three views of the disciples taught by the Nine Heavens Taiching Palace are very upright. At this time, she must be angry. Ms. Qingzu, everyone was forced. Why are you facing swords like this? Wu didn't intend to blaspheme the girl's heart. Wu Yun's spiritual power transmitted the sound, trying to resolve the contradiction through words. Shameless, how dare you argue? Ling Qingzu didn't listen to the explanation at all. It was true that he was forced, but so many weird behaviors afterwards were intentional. Think of red marks on knees and shoulders. Aya Qingzu will not be able to accept it for a while. It's not that I'm shameless. As long as I'm still a man, in that situation, it's impossible to maintain a gentlemanly style in front of Miss Qingzu. Miss Qingzu might as well look in the mirror and see your face that is comparable to a fairy, then can humans resist it? Wu Yun continued the sound transmission. Miss Qingzu, you have to believe that Wu has already restrained himself. Shut up, you still say it. Ling Qingzu blushed in embarrassment and anger. Another green arrow shot at Wu Yun. Wu Yun's face changed drastically, and he quickly manipulated the Lihuo sword to fly out with mental power, and then detonated the Lihuo sword when it directly touched the green lotus arrow. The self-explosive power of the Lihuo sword actually blew up Qinglian and Green Arrow. The attack seems to be more aggressive, but it is actually less powerful. Why is the girl so unreasonable in bullying people with her strength? Wu Yun said innocently. It's reasonable, that's a gentleman's business, I'm just bullying you. Ling Qingzu said with a soft heart but still insisted. Chapter 76 Ling Qingzu, you. Find. Die. In the Tianyan mountain range, Wu Yun rode on Beiyun's body and frantically shuttled through the forest. At that speed, it was so fast that afterimages appeared. Beiyun didn't have time to change direction, and when he encountered an obstacle, he directly opened a passage with a white tiger breaking the golden chant. It's really unreasonable to talk to a woman, especially a strong woman. Wu Yun smiled wryly in his heart, and his mental power kept gathering in the air. Soon a talisman formed. He is displaying the Qi-level subtle skill obtained from the Talisman Tower. Transformation Rune Array. There are 3 transformations in total, transforming into light, transforming into blue waves, and the most powerful Wanhuayan. Wu Yun frantically gushed out his spiritual power, triple transformation, and 3 talisman formations, which he condensed in 3 seconds. To deal with Aya Qingzu, only 1 level change is not enough. The 3 talisman formations were unfolded in the air one by one, each more complex than the other, forming 3 levels, which were arranged exactly on the path of Ling Qingzu flying. Of course, this Qi-level refined mysterious skill is not enough. Original Seal Rune. Wu Yun played another rune of spiritual power, connecting 3 rune arrays, using the power of the triple rune array to form a simple seal barrier. HMPH, little skill. Ling Qingzu snorted coldly, waved his plain hand, and the cyan elemental force hit the first light array. She thought she could break up the talisman array easily. However, it only scattered the light of the talisman array. Ling Qingzu was stunned for a moment. At this moment, the second stage, the metamorphic green wave talisman array, started to run immediately, forming a huge wave of spirit, which rushed towards her. At this time, the first layer of transforming light array is slowly recovering. What a wonderful formation technique! Ling Qingzu couldn't help admiring. It was obviously a very simple talisman formation, but Wu Yun used it to stop her, a strong man who had achieved great fortune. At this moment, in the blink of an eye, Wu Yun and the white tiger had already run far away, and they would soon be gone. Ling Qingzu gritted her teeth lightly, and became a little more serious, driving Qinglian to slam into the talisman array directly and brutally. Boom! The transformation light burst. The second mental wave was shattered by her palm. The strongest Wanhua flame array blocked her, and the power of the sealing rune was used well to use the array to form a barrier of spiritual flames. Several green lotus flowers were inserted into the blue barrier, directly turning the barrier into fragments of spiritual power. The power of this seal is so familiar. Ling Qingzu couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity from this mental barrier. But now she was busy chasing Wu Yun, so she didn't think about it for a while. Wu Yun was too fast, and was delayed for just a few seconds, and his figure was no longer visible in front of him. I'm really more and more interested in you. Ling Qingzu bit her red lips tightly, and Bai Tianlian turned into a ball of blue light and flew away. She was born in the 9 Heavens Taiching Palace, and she has met many young talents and countless talents, much better than the most outstanding Lin Langtian and others in the Yan dynasty. But at the same level, almost no one can pass 10 strokes in her hands. Now, although she didn't use all her strength, this little Wu Yun, who had just stepped into the formation realm, actually caused a lot of obstacles to her. You know, for a strong person like this who has just stepped into the shape-making realm, Ling Qingzu can kill a few with a single slap. This reflects the great difference between Wu Yun and others. Talent, potential, whole cards. They are all the best among the young generation. Ling Qingzu even suspected that if it was a Qi-creating realm chasing and killing Wu Yun, he would probably be killed by him. I want to see what other tricks you have. She quickly caught up with Wu Yun again. This time the cyan energy gushed out, forming a lotus seal. She became a little more serious, and used advanced martial arts. It is useless to see how many whole cards Wu Yun has. She is very interested in Wu Yun's limit. The lotus seal descended from the sky, carrying an aura of destruction. The towering giant tree was only slightly affected by the aftermath of the lotus print, and it instantly turned into powder. The nearby monster in the forest trembled under this force, and was so frightened that it lost control of the body. The great creation realm is so terrifying. Miss Qingzu, do you have to put me to death? Wu Yun said through voice transmission with a bitter face. Watching the huge lotus seal attack, he felt that it would be very difficult for him to stop at this time. The purple-gold primordial force gushes out frantically, forming a purple-gold stellar energy, and at the same time the spiritual power also gushes out, condensing the spiritual barrier. Wu Yun was ready to resist with all his strength. The lotus seal came crashing down. Roar! With a roar of a tiger, Bai Yun suddenly turned over and threw Wu Yun out, and then her body emitted a dazzling light, and slammed into the lotus seal brazenly. Boom! The extremely powerful shock wave spread out, and all the trees, flowers and plants within a radius of 100 meters were destroyed. A clearing was formed. Dacheng of Creation Realm took a serious blow. Even though Bai Yun was of the blood of a divine beast, he was just entering the formation realm and couldn't bear it. Bai Yun was covered in blood, the white and pure hair was now stained with blood, the white tiger had already turned into a blood tiger. Bai Yun. Wu Yun howled in pain, did not run away, and quickly came to Bai Yun's side, hugged her head, and poured streams of vigorous energy into Bai Yun's body. The green lotus floated over and stopped in midair in front of Wu Yun, and Ling Qingzu's bare feet, as white as jade, gently landed on the lotus platform. She was no longer in a hurry to kill Wu Yun. Instead, looking at the white tiger injured by her, surprise flashed in his cold eyes. This monster is so loyal. This scene of the monster protecting its master moved her heart. There are many monks raising monsters, but not all monsters have the loyalty to die for their masters. And Wu Yun didn't leave his monster and run away, he immediately thought of saving it. She didn't speak, just looked at the man and the beast below so plainly. At this moment, the light of Bai Yun's tiger pupils has dimmed a bit, and an extremely powerful energy is still in her body, constantly destroying her vitality. Bai Yun, hold on, you must hold on. Wu Yun's voice was a little hoarse. The status of Bai Yun in his heart is no less than that of anyone in this world, and it can be said that he is the most important spiritual sustenance in this world. This big tiger who loves cleanliness loves to ignore everyone, and almost gives all her tenderness to Wu Yun, the master. Roar! Bai Yun still roared, his voice was weak, and the tiger's mouth kept spitting out bloody froth, and those eyes were reluctant to give up, but they looked at Wu Yun resolutely. The blood-stained tiger's paw pushed away with all her strength the owner who was holding her big head in grief and had tears in her eyes. She is telling Wu Yun to go away. In midair, Ling Qingzu couldn't help but look at the white tiger with gentle eyes. She herself has a white crane in the Yezong sect, and she is very dependent on her. Her anger was aimed at Wu Yun, and she didn't intend to hurt the white tiger. On the contrary, she was a little surprised by the strength of the white tiger just now. Now Baihu's behavior touched her heart even more. Ling Qingzu's palm condensed a dense cyan energy, but this time the cyan energy was different, without the destructive aura. She shot into the body of the dying white tiger below. Bai Yun tilted his head and feigned death. Look at the white cloud that suddenly lost its breath. Wu Yun is angry. Ah, Ling Qingzu, I'm a *****. He directly cursed out a modern version of the vocabulary. Ling Qingzu was stunned for a moment. What do you mean by that? Although I don't know what Wu Yun's words mean, but looking at Wu Yun's ferocious and angry expression and mouth shape, it is definitely not a good word. Angry. Kill me if you have the ability to avenge your monster. Ling Qingzu said fiercely, the resentment in her heart has not yet disappeared. Wu Yun clenched his fists tightly. The moment Bai Yun was breathless, he became angry, thinking wildly about ways to deal with Ling Qingzu in his mind. Although there was a happy life before, it was really hard for Wu Yun to accept that Ling Qingzu killed Bai Yun. Obviously he is the one who enjoys it, why is Bai Yun the one who suffers? He would rather the blow hit himself. After all, if you are a romantic ghost, you will not regret it when you die. He was the one who was sorry for Bai Yun. Seeing Wu Yun's painful appearance, Ling Qingzu's resentment dissipated a lot. But it wasn't enough, she had to teach Wu Yun a lesson, it was impossible to let him go so cheaply. She shouted again, impenetrable and furious. Wu Yun had no scruples and roared angrily. FCK, what's the big deal, it's not the same as being fucked by me. In an instant, these words made Ling Qingzuyuan the anger that was about to subside, bottomed out and rebounded. You, find me, die, Ling Qingzu said word by word. In the air, the atmosphere is chilling. Chapter 77 Iya Qingzu, that touch of tenderness. The surroundings seemed to cool down suddenly. Ling Qingzu's face is as frosty as frost. The cyan lotus fluttered around her, and the petals fluttered, sweeping towards Wu Yun. The pink Fengyu tenderness knife had already appeared in Wu Yun's hands. Cooperating with the ghost shadow fans, Wu Yun performed the 7th rank martial arts. Yulong 9 slashes. A powerful saber energy burst out, and after entering the shape-making realm, Wu Yun's attacks already had the meaning of wandering dragons, flexible and fierce. Facing the lotus, he cut out 9 sword lights one after another. At the same time, the 5 natal sigils in Niwen Palace spun, and mental power surged out. Wu Yun quickly sketched an original boundary rune beside him. The lotus floated over, separated by the boundary rune. Lingqiang Zusu moved her hands continuously to block the 9 sword lights. Then he looked at the lotus flower standing in front of Wu Yun with a look of incomparable surprise, the blue sky lotus leaves that were able to isolate her. "Aren't you going to kill me? Come and kill me!" Wu Yun yelled. Stepping on the ice sword under his feet and leaping up, the spiritual power once again outlined 4 original virtual image runes. The runes were condensed in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and wrapped him and Ling Qingzu inside. Primitive runes, comparable in essence to the existence of ancestor runes, are all runes born from heaven and earth. Even if Wu Yun's spiritual power is concentrated and not stable enough, the effect is obvious enough. With 4 virtual image runes, the surrounding scenes are projected in a completely chaotic manner, as if the space is distorted, and various scenes overlap. A wonderful illusion was formed. What method is this? Ling Qingzu was surprised again. There were multiple hers and multiple Wu Yuns around her. "Kit Kat," she said indifferently, "the illusion does not have the power to attack, it is just a flashy method." Ling Qingzu directly condenses Yuanli, and hits all around indiscriminately. Wu Yun used the purple demon eyes to clearly identify Ling Qingzu's location. Dragon Beard Needle, Dragon Transformation Seal. Wu Yun grabbed a handful of golden particles from the Chenkin bag and turned them into thousands of tiny long needles, which were hidden in the Dragon Transformation Seal. Roaring towards Ling Qingzu, an ominous premonition arose in Ling Qingzu's heart. She practiced the Taishang Sensing Ju of the 9 Heavens Taiching Palace, and she was extremely sensitive to the breath. Although the illusion created by Wu Yun made her vision a little confused, her sense of power was unmistakable. Ling Qingzu condensed a lotus seal and shot towards the direction of the attack, but because she injured the white tiger just now, the light of the lotus seal condensed by Ling Qingzu was a little dim this time. After chasing for so long, her killing intent towards Wu Yun was already gone. Weakened a lot. Bang! The lotus seal collided with the Hualong seal, and the terrifying force swept across in an instant. But the feeling of danger lingering in Ling Qingzu's heart did not dissipate with the seal she made, but became more intense. Ling Qingzu felt bad. Her white bare feet immediately tapped the Bishan lotus under her feet. Pieces of blue lotus flowers wrapped her body inch by inch like scales. At the same time, she gently closed her eyes, and immediately broke the influence of the virtual image, and pieces of Bishan lotus petals flew out, smashing the surrounding original runes. The lotus continued to split into multiple shadows, sweeping towards Wu Yun. Wu Yun, who was exercising his mental strength, felt a chill coming from his neck, and his movements stopped immediately. At this moment, the illusion finally disappeared. Ling Qingzu and Wu Yun faced each other. Bishan lotus petals have surrounded Wu Yun, and Wu Yun is surrounded by greenery. Every lotus has strong fluctuations in Yuan power. Among them, the lotus closest to Wu Yun is clinging to Wu Yun's neck. As long as Ling Qingzu moves a little, Wu Yun will die unexpectedly. The corner of Ling Qingzu's mouth slightly twitched. Even if Wu Yun could confuse her vision, she still had the means to deal with him. Taishang's sense can be more keen than the eyes. At this moment, her entire body was covered under the lotus armor, including her eyes. Well, what's going on? The feeling of discomfort lingering in my heart still hasn't disappeared. Although it's not as strong as before, it still exists. The lotus armor on the head gradually becomes transparent. Through the lotus armor, the moment Ling Qingzu opened her eyes, a shining needle-point light pierced into her eyes. That thin and sharp long needle shining with golden light made her shudder when she saw it. If it pierced it, her beautiful eyes would be ruined. Ling Qingzu swallowed her saliva lightly, and suddenly found that there were thousands of dense golden long needles pointing at her body around her. On the opposite side of Wu Yun, the 5 natal talismans were neatly arranged between her brows. On the talismans, invisible threads of spiritual power connected thousands of dragon whisker needles around her. These needles were thin and sharp. If they were all pierced into her body, the pain would be unbearable. Aya Qingzu couldn't help shivering. After all, people are afraid of such long needles. Almost fell into the opponent's hands. Ling Qingzu felt deeply afraid, but fortunately she has this Bishan Lotus armor. The two looked at each other in the air. Rare, calm down. One is surrounded by dragon beard needles, and the other is surrounded by green lotus flowers. Ling Qingzu took a deep breath and said, "It really surprised me. A young man who has just stepped into the shape-making realm has so many powerful means. Even I almost fell into your trap. If you are in the ordinary creation realm Dacheng, maybe he has become your dead soul at this moment." She continued with a rare emotion in her tone, and it was the first time that she looked at Wu Yun squarely. "You know, she has always been an invincible existence in the same realm, even because she has practiced the Taishang sensing art, it is common for her to leapfrog battles. Not to mention the great Yan dynasty, even looking at the entire Dongshuan domain, there are only a handful of young geniuses who can make Ling Qingzu afraid of her. But Wu Yun actually managed to do it with the strength of the formation realm." Wu Yun's tone was low. "What's the use of that? I still can't kill you to avenge my monster. Ling Qingzu is too strong. Even though he tried all means, he couldn't kill her. Just now, it was just a little bit, the dragon beard needle could penetrate into her body, but her Bai Tianlian still blocked her throat first." HMPH. Ling Qingzu snorted softly, and the green lotus petals surrounding Wu Yun all turned into blue light and disappeared. "You won't kill me." Wu Yun raised his head, but he wasn't too happy. Bai Yun's death still lingered in his heart. "Am I the kind of unreasonable person?" Ling Qingzu said coldly. She asked thoughtfully, "It's you. Why haven't you withdrawn your long needles? If I didn't threaten you first, are you really going to inject all these needles into my body?" "Haha, Miss Qingzu also cares if I'm ruthless, don't you? Then why didn't you hold back when you shot my Baiyun? You can kill me, because I fucked you. I don't blame you, but Baiyun, she is innocent, she is still saved." Wu Yun asked with a low growl. The first blow was blocked by Baiyun. It's no fault of Ling Qingzu, but Ling Qingzu's second strike made Wu Yun unacceptable. In his fantasy, she shouldn't be such a cruel woman. This made his affection for Ling Qingzu plummet to a trough. Ling Qingzu has special emotions for him, from the dream lover in the previous life, to the expectation in this life, to the surprise of meeting today, and the wonderful encounter in the following period. Needless to say, Ling Qingzu already had an irreplaceable position in his heart. But Baiyun is the partner who has been with him for the longest time in this world, and Ling Qingzu, whom he just met, can't compare with him at all. How can a relationship of just a few moments compare to Baiyun's company day and night? Ling Qingzu was stunned for a moment. Wu Yun had such deep affection for his monster. She couldn't help but pay more attention to this young man. In fact, her development to this point was also the result of her deliberate actions. Just now she purposely rescued Bai Yun in that way, just to stimulate Wu Yun, and firstly to make Wu Yun feel uncomfortable. After all, his unrestrained words and unrestrained actions did not make her feel better in the tomb. The second is to make him angry, so that he can be taught a lesson in an upright manner, and see where his cards and limits are. Wu Yun withdrew his natal talisman with a depressed expression, and the thousands of dragon needles returned to his hands, curled up again into a granular shape. Seeing this scene, Ling Qingzu silently swallowed her saliva, feeling lingering fear in her heart. Even though she was wearing the Bishan Lotus armor just now, she still felt the slightest discomfort, which proves that although these needles can't penetrate the Bishan Lotus armor, they can still sting her. Ling Qingzu slowly removed the lotus armor on her body. The light gauze was fluttering, beautiful and moving. She said quietly, "Who said your little white tiger is dead?" Chapter 78 The 3-year agreement with Aya Qingzu. Bai Yun is not dead. Wu Yun felt his heart was hit hard. He quickly released his mental power to investigate. The spiritual force penetrated the blood scab, and Wu Yun felt a weak life energy being revived. And that power is getting stronger and stronger. Wu Yun was immediately ecstatic. He is too familiar with this. Usually, Bai Yun swallows a large amount of elixir, and also chooses a time to let himself enter a state of false sleep. In fact, this is a small nirvana, which re-drains the power in his body. But this time, the deep sleep is more thorough. What's going on? Your last ray of energy. Wu Yun looked at Ling Qingzu suspiciously. After learning that Bai Yun was not dead, his mood instantly came out of depression, and seeing Ling Qingzu disappeared the crazy rage before. That's the Qinglian source liquid of my Bai Tianlian, the purest essence of life. It is very rare for this white tiger to be able to keep my Qinglian seal alive. In the end, I also injected the Qinglian source liquid into her body to help her dispelling the remaining power of the lotus seal, and purifying her blood. Not only will she not die, but it will also be beneficial to her. Ling Qingzu explained lightly. This Wu Yun really thought she was that kind of cruel woman. Ling Qingzu's face was cold. Even if she did something good, she didn't want to give Wu Yun a good look. In fact, as soon as she saw Wu Yun, she thought of those shameful gestures she had made that could not be recalled. It turns out Miss Qingzu is not unreasonable. I misunderstood you. Wu Yun said with a smile on his face. The mood suddenly turned from yin to yang, and it was the sun. This not only did not lose Bai Yun, but also did not destroy the image of a goddess in his heart. In front of everyone before, Ling Qingzu was hot on the outside and cold on the inside, rejecting people thousands of miles away. To him alone now, he is cold on the outside and hot on the inside, and he can't bear to hurt him. Ling Qingzu was so fierce just now, she was completely pissed off. After all, whoever has his body taken away can speak calmly. For her sake, it was already the greatest acceptance of Wu Yun. It is also to blame for Wu Yun's outspokenness before, otherwise Ling Qingzu would not have been so ruthless in anger. Now, when it came to this point, he naturally calmed down a lot. HMPH. Ling Qingzu snorted coldly, looking at Wu Yun with complicated eyes in her uniquely charming eyes. Regarding the double cultivation that the two collided by mistake this time, Ling Qingzu is not the kind of unreasonable and fierce woman. After releasing her anger, she also figured it out and can only accept the reality. Moreover, after testing Wu Yun's potential and character just now, this young man has completely exceeded her expectations. Apart from being a little tender, he can be said to be one of the best young talents she has ever seen. It is not a loss to lose one's body to such a character. In fact, although he felt ashamed in his heart, the thing Ling Qingzu admired Wu Yun the most was his arrogance and unruliness. Even if he knew that his origin was not simple and his strength was high, he might kill him afterwards. But he was still open, and he had such a pride that he was drunk now, so much so that he was extremely presumptuous towards her during the process of double cultivation. If it was another man, in this situation, he would probably become indecisive and just want to hurry up and escape quickly. Taking advantage of it is not enough, and in the end she was chased and killed. Stretching out the head is death, shrinking the head is also death. Wu Yun is very open. As he said, the peony flowers are dead, and ghosts are also flirtatious. Today, I would like to thank Miss Qingzu for not killing her, and also thank Miss Qingzu for saving Bai Yun. Wu Yun has no repayment but his own life. Before Wu Yun finished speaking, a strong murderous aura enveloped him. Not daring to tease her anymore, she quickly changed her tone. In the next life, I will be a cow and a horse, and then I will repay Miss Qingzu. Poof! Ling Qingzu couldn't help but smile in his heart. Thick-skinned and shameless. Wu Yun, I don't have to kill you, but you have to promise me one thing. Ling Qingzu said suddenly with a serious expression. The matter of the ancient tomb mansion will rot in your stomach forever. Don't spread the slightest bit, or even yourself. You must act as if it never happened. This is too difficult. How could I act as if nothing had happened? What an unforgettable love that is. Miss Qingzu, isn't this a difficult thing for others to do? Can you pretend that nothing happened? Wu Yun smiled bitterly, but still stubbornly said. He secretly complained in his heart. During that long and short period of time, if you can treat it as nothing, I dare to cut Yangji directly. Ling Qing frowned slightly, and said in a cold voice, if you continue to do this, I will kill you right here. Don't think I can't do it. Expose the slightest bit, not to mention you, even if the Yan dynasty is behind you, you will definitely be wiped out completely. You are not a fool, you should know why not to do it. Some things, no matter how much perseverance you have, absolutely cannot do it. Yes, be a human being, and do what you can. She is the most outstanding disciple of the Nine Heavens Taiching Palace, and is highly valued by the sect, and being able to practice the supreme sensation art is the future hope of the sect, and she must maintain a pure body. Now that she was defiled by Wu Yun, if the Nine Heavens Taiching Palace knew about it, Wu Yun would be crushed, and even the forces behind him would also be angry. Ling Qingzu was worried that Wu Yun's arrogant and unruly character, when his strength was not strong enough, if he dared to speak nonsense and was found out, the consequences would be very serious. Miss Qingzu, don't worry, Wu Yun, have always done things properly, and this is a little secret between us, no one will know except Baiyun, and I won't tell it, and Baiyun won't tell it. Of course, it's just me, it represents my attitude towards keeping secrets. Wu Yun said, his tone changed, and he said firmly. But it doesn't mean that I will give up on Miss Qingzu like this. Ling Qingzu's palm was already gathering green light. Wu Yun quickly stood up, stopped loudly, and said in a domineering tone. Miss Qingzu, please listen to me. I know that you are an unattainable fairy above the 9 heavens, and you have always been the existence that others look up to. If it weren't for this accidental encounter, there might not be any intersection between us. Before I met you, I would not have believed that I would not even be afraid of death for a woman. I never accept fate easily. Since God has arranged Miss Qingzu for me, I have no reason to let you go like this. No one can touch the woman I have slept with except me. I know that there is a big gap between us now. But I have confidence. Please, Miss Qingzu, don't forget me. 3 years. Give me 3 years, and I will definitely be able to catch up with Miss Qingzu. After Ling Qingzu heard Wu Yun finish speaking, the power in her palm had already withdrawn unconsciously. Go back. 3 years, she thought to herself. However, he still pretended to be cool on the surface. It's easy to say. Do you know how big this world is? The Yan dynasty you belong to is just a drop in the ocean. In 3 years, you may not even know what my sect is or where it is. Miss Qingzu doesn't have to worry about that. If I can't do all of this, how can I talk about owning you? The 3-year agreement is just like this. I won't mention you to anyone during the period. After 3 years, I will make sure you can hear my name again. Wu Yun said confidently. Okay, I'll wait to see your performance in 3 years. Wu Yun, I hope that next time we meet, you won't be so weak again. A real strong man doesn't rely on words. The green lotus in front of her was surging with light, and immediately under Wu Yun's gaze, it turned into a ray of blue light, darting towards the sky, and disappeared within a few breaths. Phew, Wu Yun let out a long breath. Finally, the eldest wife was sent away. This time I almost lost my life. No wonder sleeping with the heroine in the middle and early stage is so risky. Wu Yun couldn't help complaining in his heart. A strong woman like Ling Qingzu can't be suppressed without that strength. However, this also gave Wu Yun a goal. Ling Qingzu is considered as a woman who knows the taste, and it is impossible to forget that he has already regarded it as his own woman. The next thing to do is to catch up. 3 years later, he must surpass Ling Qingzu. Chapter 79 Scorpio Tiger, the younger brother of the Great Formation Realm. Wu Yun sat down where he was, and while quietly waiting for Bai Yun to wake up, he practiced the divine elephant suppressing prison strength. Using qi to attract the spirit, using the spirit to form an image, every move, the power of a giant elephant. A human body is composed of 840 million particles. If its potential is awakened, every tiny particle is the power of a giant elephant, all awakened, comparable to god elephants, overturning rivers and seas, roaring and falling stars, plucking the moon and swallowing the sun, within a single thought. The types of elephants change in thousands of ways. Giant elephants turn into young ones, turn into dragon elephants turn green, turn into primordial elephants, primordial images into strong, transform into for the gods. All the cells in the body are in action, the gods suppress prison energy, and the yuan power can be integrated into every corner of the body. Although it is a method of refining qi, it is based on the physical body. Develop your body to its fullest limits. Generally speaking, only the Dantian can store yuanli, but when practicing god elephant suppressing prison strength, all parts of the body can store yuanli. Once the initial success, you will be able to cultivate the divine elephant's prison suppressing power, the hell vortex vitality, develop powerful attacking techniques, and condense the spear of the underworld god. Wu Yun is awakening the billions of particles in the flesh and blood in his body at this moment. The vitality of the surrounding world is constantly pouring into his body, every pore can absorb the energy. The sky gradually dimmed, but Wu Yun and Bai Yun's bodies were filled with bright light of yuanli. In the dark forest, become the most shining existence. He was currently in the deepest part of the Tianyan mountain range, and he no longer knew where he was. Roar! A beast's roar woke Wu Yun up from his training. There are monsters approaching them. There are still many. During the day, with Ling Qingzu around, Ling Qingzu's powerful aura of good fortune, and the murderous aura on his body at that time, the surrounding monsters, even those in the Qi creation state, dare not approach, even run away. Now, with only Wu Yun around, these monsters finally dared to approach slowly. Looking at the pairs of shining eyes around him, he cautiously approached each of them. Wu Yun's spiritual power noticed that their eyes were all on Bai Yun, who was in the blood scab. At this moment, the blood scab wrapped around Bai Yun is cracking little by little, the white light inside shines out, and a faint fragrance spreads. These monsters were attracted by the smell of this blood. Their purpose is Bai Yun. It's the blood of the white tiger. The powerful blood power has an unparalleled allure and natural attraction for monsters. These monsters in the Tianyan mountain range are all bastards with impure bloodlines. If they can obtain the bloodline of the white tiger, it will be like leaping into the dragon's gate and soaring into the sky from then on. Hehe, it's just in time, I'm just getting angry. Wu Yun took out the middle-level talisman puppets and the dozen or so low-level talisman puppets that could still be used, and then take out 100,000 pure yuan pills and inject them into the insides of these talisman puppets. Control these talisman puppets to surround Bai Yun tightly and protect Bai Yun. Then he pulled out the Fengyu tenderness knife and confronted the monsters. The temptation of the white tiger's blood is great, and here is deep in the mountains, almost all the monsters around have gathered here. All of them are monsters above the Yuan Dan state, and 2 or 3 of them have reached the formation state. If it was a day ago, Wu Yun would only think about how to escape when faced with this situation. But now, after Ling Qingzu's energy sharing, Wu Yun broke through the formation realm, and the energy that was so powerful that it swelled is still not fully refined, absorbed and controlled in his body. It can be said that Wu Yun is extremely swollen at this moment. Fighting is too much needed to calm the restless energy in his body. Roar! A purple shadow leopard from the shaping realm rushed up first, and then a group of monsters attacked. Yulong 9 slashes, a total of 9 moves. Layer upon layer of accumulating power is superimposed, and one form is stronger than the other. Wu Yun used the purple demon eyes, and under the blessing of spiritual power, he could still clearly capture the position of each monster in the dark. The pink knife harvested the lives of monsters. There are also monsters attacking in the sky. The ice sword and the dragon's beard needle fly out to deal with the monsters in the air. Wu Yun fought to the fullest, killing to the point of madness. Release all the unhappiness and negative emotions suppressed by Ling Qingzu on this group of monsters. This group of monsters thought that the blood of the white tiger was very fragrant, and they all wanted to come over to share a piece of the porridge. But he was blocked by this man with a pink short knife, and became his ghost under the knife. Even monsters from the formation realm couldn't stop him from slashing with all his might. Yulong 9 slashes, the 7th-ranked superior martial arts, was lightly bounced away when he was fighting against Ling Qingzu before, and was insulted by 100 million points. At this moment, it showed its powerful power in front of these monsters. It is invincible and no beast can stop it, even if it is a stronger monster in the shape-making realm. If it is defeated 9 times in a row, it will have to be hated. Wu Yun took medicine while fighting. Until the sun rose the next day, the surroundings were finally quiet. His body was already covered with a layer of blood scabs, but the blood was not his. The smell of blood filled the nostrils all around, and the broken limbs of the corpses of monsters were all over the ground. Roughly estimated, there are hundreds of them. You've been guarding all night, why don't you come out? Wu Yun looked in one direction and murmured. Step, step, step. In the forest, there was a tremor, and a huge animal shadow came out. This beast has a tall body, black hair, a tiger body and a scorpion tail. Scorpio tiger, whose strength is higher than the great achievement of the shape-building realm, is only 1 step away from the Qi-creating realm. It watched Wu Yun fight with all the monsters in the dark last night. Waiting patiently, obviously possessing good spiritual intelligence, knowing how to drive away tigers and devour wolves, the fisherman reaps the benefits. Wu Yun actually discovered it a long time ago, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Anyway, if Bai Yun doesn't wake up, he will keep fighting. Of course, the most important thing is that these monsters below the formation realm will not pose a threat to him. This kind of battle will only help to speed up the refining of the power taken from Ling Qingzu's body. Moreover, after cultivating the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, the most feared thing is protracted battles. The body is full of yuanli. After a night of fighting, Wu Yundu is only experiencing the power of the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, and he didn't even use too many dantians. Yuanli in. This Scorpio tiger probably felt that Wu Yun was exhausted after fighting all night. As everyone knows, Wu Yun is getting braver as he fights. Roar! Scorpio tiger roared, trying to scare Wu Yun away. Wu Yun killed so fiercely last night, it was not sure whether Wu Yun still had the power to threaten it. It can be said to be very cautious. What are you yelling? Come and fight if you want to fight. Wu Yun curled his lips and said, his breath was still restrained, he didn't let it out, he remained weak, and he was afraid of scaring away this too steady Scorpio tiger. The scorpion tiger pawed the ground, and the barb of the scorpion tail was already swaying. It is hesitating, but it is ready to fight. After observing the state of the human youth at this moment, it feels that it is 99% sure to defeat him. In the past, Scorpio tigers would definitely not do things like this that they were not 100% sure of. However, the scent of blood emanating from the blood scab is too important to it. It is also the blood of a tiger. If it can get it, it will be able to break through the air creation state immediately, and then hide in the mountains, quietly cultivate him for 100 or 80 years, and wait until the nirvana state to come out majestic. Crack, crack, just as the Scorpio tiger was still hesitating. The blood scab surrounded by many talisman puppets broke open. White light shines out. Boom. The blood scab was scattered and flew away. A snow-white, handsome, bright-eyed, incomparably holy white tiger was revealed. Bei Yun. Wu Yun was very pleasantly surprised. Staring at Bei Yun seriously, at this moment, Bei Yun's body is completely white, without a trace of variegation. The python tail that originally symbolized the fire python tiger has also completely transformed at this moment, becoming a white tiger tail as flexible as a long whip. Bei Yun's breath seems to be stronger, but its breath is more restrained. It looks like a big white tiger that is harmless to humans and animals. Cute, but also majestic. Bai Yun looked at Wu Yun with bright eyes, saw the scabs all over his body, and smelled the extremely strong smell of blood on his body. Roar! Then he roared angrily. Immediately, the powerful pressure of the white tiger's blood erupted. She turned to look at the scorpion tiger. The arrogance of the king of beasts is fully revealed at this moment. Bei Yun is still in the formation realm, and has not yet broken through to Shaocheng. But this Scorpio tiger, which has achieved great form, trembled under her aura. Looking at Bei Yun's eyes full of fear. Oh, Bai Yun, don't worry, these are not mine. However, before Wu Yun could finish speaking, Bai Yun had already turned into a white shadow and rushed out. The speed was as fast as a gust of wind, silently, and everything was as fast as lightning. With a wave of Bai Yun's palms in the air, the two white wind blades shot at the scorpion tiger alternately like two half-moon chops. This is her newly comprehended innate skill. White tiger half-moon slash. Roar! The Scorpio tiger shouted loudly. Bei Yun's speed made it too late to dodge, but the black hair on its body condensed into a scorpion armor in a moment, and it skillfully made a defensive self-protection action. When, with two crisp sounds, two deep bloodstains appeared on Scorpio tiger's back. Its scorpion tail stretches forward, its limbs are constantly adjusting its body position from side to side, staring at Bai Yun with extreme caution and nervousness, and it is constantly resisting the coercion of the white tiger in its heart, that invisible oppressive force that is coming, making it unable to develop fighting spirit. It is obviously a monster with a great achievement in shape-making, but at this moment, it is like a kitten, half-bowed, ready to run away or beg for mercy. And the white tiger in front of it, although it is only in the formation realm, makes the Scorpio tiger's heart tremble even more than the creation realm monster. Facing the white tiger who is in full swing at this moment, the Scorpio tiger dare not fight back. At this time, Bai Yun walked towards the Scorpio tiger step by step with the domineering aura of a king, his aura completely locked on the opponent. Scorpio dare not move a step. Bei Yun, don't be nervous, I'm fine. Only then did Wu Yun shake off the scabs all over his body, regain his spirited look, and walk quickly towards Bei Yun. Bai Yun would go crazy every time he saw him hurt. Wu Yun didn't want her to be too nervous. Before, Wu Yun purposely kept the blood scab, pretending to be embarrassed, tired, and weak, just to wait for the Scorpio tiger to come out at last, so as to piss him off. But now that Scorpio tiger looked like a kitten in front of Bai Yun, Wu Yun felt that there was no need to pretend. The Scorpio tiger watched Wu Yun approaching in full state, with shock and fear in his tiger eyes. Sure enough, human beings are still more cunning. However, after Wu Yun came over, he touched Bai Yun's big head with his hand, and Bai Yun immediately relaxed, putting away the power of the powerful blood. This made the Scorpio tiger feel relieved. Leave it to me, I'm still planning to use it to practice my hands, I don't know if I can beat a monster with great shape. Wu Yun waved the Fengyu tenderness knife in his hand lightly, with great interest staring at the Scorpio tiger. Wu. It seems to be saying something, and eager to express it, but it's just slapstick, and Wu Yun can't understand a word. It moves its limbs up and down, like doing push-ups, while whining, while doing it. Seeing this, Wu Yun stopped the dangling knife in his hand. Looking at Scorpio tiger suspiciously, this guy's eyes are quite humane, those small eyes are full of wisdom. Roar! Bai Yun roared. The Scorpio tiger stopped all his actions immediately. She walked over, stretched out her white front paw, and put the tiger's paw on the head of Scorpio tiger just like Wu Yun strokes her head. The Scorpio tiger lowered its body cooperatively, sticking out its tongue, whirring, like a well-behaved dog. Keeping this movement, Bai Yun looked up at Wu Yun. Whining and calling twice, although he couldn't understand the words, Wu Yun understood at a glance that this Scorpio tiger wanted to be Bai Yun's younger brother. It's okay, as soon as I wake up, I will take in a younger brother who has achieved great success. Wu Yun looked at Bai Yun in admiration. As expected of the overlord of the tiger, when the tiger's body shakes, there are younger brothers to vote. You can follow us if you want, but you have to use some tricks on you. Don't worry, as long as you don't want to betray, it will not do you any harm. Wu Yun's spiritual power conveyed his thoughts to Scorpio tiger. Scorpio tiger understood what Wu Yun meant, and turned to look at Bai Yun for help. Boss, he threatened me. Slap. Bai Yun slapped it on the head. That means that what Wu Yun said cannot be questioned. Wu. Ooh. Quote. It licked its tongue, crawled to Wu Yun's feet, arched its head on Wu Yun's knee, looked up at Wu Yun, and then lay down. I'm ready, come on. Wu Yun looked confused. However, there is a little boy who is a monster who has achieved great success in the shape-making realm, and he will not accept it for nothing. Immediately, Wu Yun condensed a spiritual imprint, which penetrated into Scorpio tiger's head. The Scorpio tiger didn't resist, and let the spiritual imprint fall on his sea of consciousness. This is a method of controlling beasts that Wu Yun found from the inherited memory of the owner of the tomb. As long as there is this spiritual imprint, you can control the life and death of monsters at any time, and you can perceive some emotions and thoughts of monsters, so you are not afraid of monsters. Betrayal. After Wu Yun finished all these, Scorpio tiger finally dared to stand up, and went to ask Bai Yun for credit as if to flatter him. Bai Yun tiger's palm was raised, and a blood mark appeared on the plum blossom-like palm, directly hitting Scorpio tiger's forehead. Hey, let me tell you how you, a dead black tiger, are so cooperative. Knowing the current affairs, it turns out that it's all a deal. You're so smart, you. Wu Yun complained when he saw this. The intelligence of this Scorpio tiger really exceeded his expectations. Bai Yun, it doesn't matter if you want this ugly tiger or not, you don't want to lose your own blood power, for it's not worth it, and it won't do much. Wu Yun's spiritual power conveyed his thoughts to Bai Yun. Woo-hoo. Bai Yun hummed twice and shook his head at him. It's okay to signal. In this case, let's go, and we should go back, otherwise Lin Dong and Xiaoyan will be worried. I will collect these monster crystal cores and bring them to Xiaoyan. Wu Yun went to collect the monsters everywhere. The demon crystal of the beast is about to tell Bai Yun and Scorpio tiger to leave. The Scorpio tiger, who had just experienced the power of blood, heard that he was leaving, so he whined twice. Then he ran in one direction, looked back at Wu Yun and Bai Yun, and signaled them to follow him. What else to do? There are so many things to do. Wu Yun and Bai Yun followed it, and soon came to a cave. Follow the Scorpio tiger into the cave. Immediately, Wu Yun's shocked voice came. Hold the grass, ugly tiger, you have hidden so many treasures. In Scorpio tiger's cave, there are a bunch of treasures hidden, there are more than a dozen of them in the Chenkin bag alone. It's all the accumulation of his killing and seizing treasures. There are also all kinds of elixir, probably hundreds of plants, all of which are above grade 6, and the most valuable are 2,000 bearded ginseng of grade 8. What a pleasant surprise. Wu Yun checked those Chenkin bags. There were many miscellaneous things, but there were also many treasures. Yuandan alone is worth hundreds of thousands. There are also more than a dozen books on martial arts, and several of them are middle-class martial arts. What surprised Wu Yun the most was that there were even Lingbao, and there were 2 of them, although they were only low-level. In addition to these, Wu Yun also found a lot of good materials needed by talisman masters. You have so many, so other monsters, do they store a lot of treasures in their caves? Wu Yun was very moved. Although he had copied the ancient tomb mansion, such treasures that can be prostituted for nothing, naturally not too much. I killed those monsters last night. Take me to their caves to have a look. Anyway, they are all dead, and their things are still left unused. It's a waste. He led Wu Yun to search the caves of other monsters. It doesn't make sense. You are the only one who knows how to live. Why are these monsters so poor? After searching 7 or 8 caves around him, Wu Yun complained helplessly. Not all monsters have collecting hobbies like this Scorpio tiger, and know how to collect some good things. The other caves have at most 1 or 2 elixir plants, and they are basically empty, making the caves extremely shabby. For treasures like the Cosmos bag, other monsters would not know how to put it away even if they killed a person. Forget it, stop searching, let's go back. Wu Yun was about to head back to Yancheng. He just wanted to ride on Baiyun. At this moment, Baiyun let out a howl, and her body shrank with a flash of light, turning into a small miniature white tiger, just like a big white fat cat. She jumped up and jumped into Wu Yun's arms. Wu Yun hugged her and said in surprise, "Ha, you can still become so small." This really surprised him. However, this kind of change is normal. When the monster has a good grasp of the power in its body, it can control the size of its body to a certain extent. Even at the back, it can be transformed into a human being. Bai Yun pointed at the somewhat wet ground in the forest, and whimpered twice, and Wu Yun immediately understood what she meant. She detests how dirty the forest is. You are more noble than a princess. Wu Yun touched her nose helplessly. The smaller Bai Yun is extremely cute, and when held in his arms, the thick fluff is like a hand-warming baby, pretty good. Ugly tiger, then you are the only one to do it for me. Wu Yun jumped up and sat on the Scorpio tiger with Bai Yun in his arms. Ah, the Scorpio tiger yelled aggrievedly, and ran. Yancheng, a huge black tiger was running towards the city gate. The wild and powerful aura made people on both sides of the road tremble. On the city tower, the soldiers guarding the gate panicked and immediately sent people to notify the city lord's mansion. They all stuck their heads out and sounded drums to warn, but some people paid less attention. Ugly tiger, restrain your breath. This is the human world. Keep a low profile. When you enter the city, don't be so arrogant. Otherwise, you will easily be skinned, cramped, drank blood, eaten meat, and gnawed bones. Wu Yun is now sitting on the back of the Scorpio tiger. Sound transmission to it said. When the Scorpio tiger heard that the arrogance would die so badly, it immediately slowed down, its breath restrained, its small eyes glanced around, and its walking steps were much smaller. Look, there is someone on the tiger's back. It's a young man, quite handsome. This black tiger is actually his mount. My god, this is the Scorpio tiger, a monster from the formation realm. Hiss, could it be the rumored Scorpio tiger king in the depths of the Tianyan mountains? Shocked, an adult Scorpio tiger can have the cultivation of the formation realm, so no matter how this ugly tiger restrains its breath, people are still in awe of it. A bit too cool. Wu Yun couldn't help feeling emotional in his heart. Soon he reached the gate of the city, and the captain of the guard at the gate recognized Wu Yun. Wu Yun killed Yu Shan, drank wine with the city lord, and called him brother and brother. Basically, everyone with a certain status in Yancheng recognized Wu Yun. It turned out to be Mr. Wu Yun, Master Wu Yun. The captain swallowed, looked at the Scorpio tiger under Wu Yun's crotch, dared not call him master anymore, and called out for his lord. Don't worry about your people. This demon tiger has just been tamed and it's the first time it entered the city, so it's too wild. Don't worry, it won't hurt people in the city. Seeing that the soldiers were very scared, Wu Yun comforted them. Then he rode the Scorpio tiger back to the Mad Sword Martial Arts Hall. On the way, the Scorpio tiger stunned everyone in the city. Soon, the news of the Scorpio tiger appearing in Yancheng spread like wildfire. Crazy sword martial arts. Oh, big brother, why did you change your mount, Baiyun? When they arrived at the door, the disciples of Crazy Saber martial arts were surprised at first, and then asked about Baiyun. At this time, a big white cat jumped out of Wu Yun's arms, and with a flash of white light, it turned into a majestic white tiger. Ah, Baiyun. The disciples were surprised and their eyes were wide open. Where's foster father? Inside, Wu Yun walked in with Arhu. After entering the lobby, Wu Yun asked the two tigers to wait outside, especially the Scorpio tiger, so don't scare the adoptive father and his old man. Yuner, you're back. Lin Dong told me that you were hunted down by a woman. Let me see if you were injured. Luo Cheng asked with concern the first time he saw someone. Father, don't worry, I'm fine. Not only did I not get hurt this time, but I also made a lot of money. Wu Yun said with a smile. Ha ha ha, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. By the way, Lin Dong and Qing Tan are worried about you. Since you've come back safely, go and tell them. Okay, then I'll go to the Lin family first. Quote, by the way, father-in-law, I brought back a monster, which can help the martial arts school to guard the gate and guard the courtyard in the future. You can find a place to settle it. Oh, what monster should I see? Quote, Luo Cheng followed Wu Yun out expectantly. At the entrance of the lobby, Wu Yun rode straight on by Yun, and then Luo Cheng said, it's this ugly tiger, stepfather can just find a nest for it. Then he sent a voice transmission to Scorpio Tiger, obey, listen to me. Father command, I'll go out. I'll go first, adoptive father. Wu Yun slapped by Yun's buttocks and ran out the door. Luo Cheng and Scorpio Tiger were left behind, with small eyes and big eyes. The Scorpio Tiger yelled in a low voice, as gently as possible, ah. Before Luo Cheng could react to Wu Yun's words, he looked up and saw a huge black tiger. He had dealt with it face to face, such a powerful monster beast. In Qingyang town before, the fire python tiger in Tianyuan realm could make them all excited. Now, in a daze, I suddenly saw a Scorpio tiger that was comparable to the formation realm. Seeing that Luo Cheng's legs softened, he sat down suddenly, his heart was beating, and he couldn't help but lose his voice, hey. Scorpio tiger. Let him arrange a Scorpio tiger in the formation realm. Luo Cheng cursed in his heart, Wu Yun, you're cheating. Chapter 80 Lin Langtian launches an attack, the crisis is on the front line, and the reincarnated boss is here. Before Wu Yun walked out of the mountains, on a hilltop outside Yanchang, Lin Chen climbed up panting, and standing in front of him was Lin Langtian who had escaped from the ancient tomb mansion. Lin Langtian, who was originally handsome and personable, was now wearing a black robe and a veil to cover it tightly. The only pair of eyes exposed, with burnt and wrinkled skin around the eyelids. He said in a dry voice, tell me, what do you want from me? Lin Chen's Adam's apple twitched, he organized his words, and then he said slowly. Brother Langtian, this time the entire ancient tomb mansion is empty. Everyone got nothing, how could there be nothing in the mausoleum of the powerful Nirvana realm? I believe it is not just me who thinks there is something strange in it. I have a suspicion that Lin Dong, who is from Yanchang, is going to the ancient tomb mansion before I fought against me. At that time, he and his demon tiger were only at the Yuandan small consummation realm. He and his big brother Wu Yun went to the ancient tomb mansion the day before us. Only 3 days have passed time. Just yesterday, I felt that both Lin Dong and his demon tiger had reached the great perfection of the Yuandan realm. And his elder brother Wu Yun, as well as that white tiger, in these 3 days, their strength has also increased terrifyingly not long after. You left the tomb mansion yesterday. Wu Yun was chased out of the ancient tomb by the mysterious woman who came with you on the green lotus. I saw with my own eyes that the white tiger exploded with the strength of the shape-making realm. The speed hurry up, even that mysterious woman didn't catch up immediately. I don't think there is such a coincidence. They were just born in a small city of Yan. If there were no special opportunities, it would be impossible for them to grow up so fast. All get nothing. It happened that the two of them were in these 3 days, and their strength was greatly improved. Therefore, I suspect that the two of them must have got the chance in the ancient tomb mansion. Quote. Lin Chen finished speaking in one breath. He had prepared this passage for a long time. These were all the logic he deduced after he didn't sleep last night. He hated Lin Dong and Wu Yun's white tiger that injured him very much. Although it is not sure whether the opportunity of the ancient tomb mansion was really taken by the two, but the two must have a secret. He told Lin Langtian specially, one is to use Lin Langtian's hands to revenge the two. The other is, if the two really have a great opportunity, no matter whether they are from the ancient tomb mansion or not, it is equivalent to making a great contribution, and he will definitely be valued more by Lin Langtian. Lin Langtian frowned, and his eyes became deeply thoughtful. During this trip to the ancient tomb mansion, they went straight to the main tomb and didn't notice the tomb outside. Later, he found out that the tomb outside was all empty, and he felt very strange. There was an uproar, which alarmed the entire Dian dynasty. The ancient tomb mansion of the four major clans, with such a powerful energy seal, how could there be nothing? Others didn't know, and left with doubts. Now Lin Chen said so. Lin Langtian thinks, it's very possible. Although he doesn't think with the strength of those two Yuandan realm Zochans, they can get the opportunity of the tomb mansion, but who can say clearly about the coincidence? Didn't he also meet the Master Mu by chance when he was very weak? Especially that Wu Yun was able to escape from Ling Qingzu's hands, which is already a big problem. One must know that even with the help of Master Mu, he is not sure about dealing with Ling Qingzu. In a small city of Yan, hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Just for this point, Lin Langtian felt that even if Wu Yun and the two didn't get the opportunity in the ancient tomb mansion, they must have secrets and ulterior opportunities just like him to grow up to this point at such a young age. Okay, then let's go to the Lin family in Yancheng. Lin Langtian agreed. The Lin family. In the lobby. Lin Langtian was aloof, sitting at the main seat. In the hall, Elder Dao took Lin Chen, Lin Ka and others from the clan to sit on the left. Lin Zhenshan led Lincoln, Lin Xiao and others were at a loss, and sat on the right side nervously. And in the middle, stood Lin Dong with a straight back and a stubborn look in his eyes. Next to Lin Dong was the grinning Xiao Yan, staring angrily at Lin Langtian who was looking down on them. In the hall, there was silence. Lin Langtian's eyes swept over everyone in the hall. He was not angry but powerful. No one dared to breathe. A terrifying and cold aura was spreading. Everyone was waiting for him in the main seat to speak. He is the proud son of the Lin clan, the future successor of the Lin clan head, and in charge of the Lin family's law enforcement team. His status is extremely extraordinary. In this small branch of Yancheng, he is like a heavenly existence. You're Lin Dong, right? It's not easy for the younger generation in the branch family to produce a genius like you. You can cultivate to the Yuandan great perfection realm at a young age. This talent is no less than mine. This time I came here for no other purpose, just to ask if you have any secrets for improving your strength so quickly. If you have any, please donate them to the clan. Let the family return to the inner clan. Lin Langtian said condescendingly, as if it was a matter of course for Lin Dong to tell the secret, and it was for his own good. He had completely forgotten that in the clan competition 10 years ago, he personally used vicious means to abolish Lin Dong's father. Lin Langtian has never had a good face towards people who are separated from the family. In his opinion, all the separated families are useless. There is no need for a separated family to exist, and it will only embarrass the clan. Therefore, when facing people who are separated from the family, they have always been ruthless, especially after taking charge of the law enforcement team. There are no more than 1 or 2 family members who have been deposed by him over the years, and they have no memory of Lin Dong's father, Lin Xiao at all. Therefore, he didn't quite understand Lin Dong's rebellion and resistance to him at the moment. There is no secret, fast cultivation is fast cultivation. Lin Dong said lightly. You seem to be very dissatisfied with me. Lin Langtian frowned. No one from a separated family dared to talk to him like this before, without any awe. Lin Langtian felt that he was kind to them if he didn't force him to ask questions right away. Hehe, how can I convince you and kneel down for you? Lin Dong mocked coldly. Facing Lin Langtian, the obsession and hatred in his heart could not be suppressed at all. Lin Langtian was burned yesterday, and there was a feeling of anger in his heart that he had nowhere to vent. Now that a person from a separated family dared to talk to him like that, the atmosphere became deadly and cold. Lin Chen and the others sitting on the left were already secretly laughing in their hearts, and the expressions on their faces were blooming. Dare to call Lin Langtian brother, this Lin Dong is useless. Lin Ka frowned. Seeing the appearance of Lin Chen and the others, she knew that this guy was going to say something to brother Lin Langtian. Although Lin Kier also saw that there was a problem between Lin Dong and Wu Yun at the beginning, but there was no evidence, and everyone had their own secrets, and there was no enmity between the two parties, so she naturally didn't need to reveal it. For Lin Dong, Lin Keir still appreciates it. Seeing that the atmosphere between him and Lin Langtian was becoming more and more tense, Lin Keir knew Lin Langtian's style. Lin Dong would definitely suffer if he continued to fight like this, so she couldn't help but stood up and said, "Lin Langtian, move. Brother Lin Langtian is the captain of the family's law enforcement team. How can you talk to him like this? You just say what brother Lin Langtian asks you." While Lin Ka was speaking, a wave of spiritual power spread to Lin Dong's body. In my mind, maybe Lin Chen and others said something to brother Lin Langtian, which made you arouse his suspicion. Did you get some chance in the ancient tomb mansion? Tell me about it, otherwise brother Lin Langtian will not give up. Yes. Lin Ka didn't want to see the same clan killing each other, although she adored brother Lin Langtian's talent and strength, but she didn't like the cruelty that brother Lin Langtian treated his fellow clan. Worried that Lin Dong would be abolished, he boldly reminded him. "Ka, sit down," Lin Langtian said in a calm but unquestionable voice. Lin Keir frowned, but sat down helplessly. "He, the family law enforcement captain, is this going to enforce the law against me, so may I ask which family law I have violated?" Lin Dong still stubbornly asked. However, Lin Langtian has never been unreasonable when dealing with people who are separated from the family. Disrespecting me is ignoring the family law, and ignoring the family law is a sin in itself. It seems that you should indeed kneel down. Lin Langtian suddenly released a powerful breath, which instantly enveloped Lin Dong and the little girl. Inflammation. In an instant, it seemed as if a mountain was pressing down on Lin Dong's body. The powerful aura of the strong man in the air creation environment is fully revealed. Lin Dong clenched his fists tightly, stubbornly resisting this powerful coercion, not letting his body bend. Donger. Lin Zhenshan and Lin Xiao stood up at the same time. They wanted to help Lin Dong, but before they got close to Lin Dong, they were shaken away by a powerful force and vomited blood. The two glared at Lin Langtian. "Lin Zhenshan, Lin Langtian, you represent the family's law enforcement team, how can you bully us and other family members like this?" "Lin Xiao, Lin Langtian, let my son go, why are you coming at me?" Noisy. Lin Langtian simply ignored the two of them, and shot out a wave of yuanli, knocking Lin Zhenshan and Lin Xiao out of the lobby, and they passed out immediately. "Father, third brother," Lincoln yelled and rushed over to see the two of them. "Grandfather, father," Lin Dong cried out in pain. But he couldn't move at this moment. "Ho ho ho." Xiao Yan let out a low growl. It was also under a strong pressure, but it, like its master, did not bend its tiger legs and surrender to this hateful enemy. "Lin, Lang, God," Lin Dong said every single word in his heart, his eyes full of hatred. In the stone talisman, Xiao Diao felt bad for Lin Dong when he saw this. He has always been happy with enmity, and he can't bear to see this kind of humiliated scene. "I thought in my heart that it would be great if the boss was here." But he knew that, being chased and killed by such a powerful woman, the big brother might not be able to protect himself now. Now they can only rely on themselves. Xiao Diao couldn't bear such humiliation. "Xiao Diao, Lin Dong, I can't bear to talk, I can help you, I will add that medium talisman, there is a 20% chance of killing him." "Is it only 20%? Kill Lin Langtian, you really have something that can withstand my coercion for so long. Let's talk, did the ancient tomb mansion get some chance? Take it out, I can not only spare you from death, but also give you corresponding rewards, how about it?" Quote. Lin Langtian gradually became interested. He did this to test Lin Dong, to see if he really had a way to hide, and now Lin Dong was able to stand upright under his pressure for so long, including his demon tiger. It's not easy. This strength and perseverance are not ordinary people. Ordinary Yuandan realm Zochin, and even the forming realm, have already kneeled at this moment. "Hehe, if I can't get it out, you want to kill me." Quote. Lin Dong said coldly, gritted his teeth and insisted. His knees were already twisted, but he still stood, looking at Lin Langtian angrily. Lin Dong got his chance. Quote. Although Lin Ka had some doubts in her heart, she didn't have evidence, and she couldn't guarantee that Lin Dong had the opportunity to get the ancient tomb mansion. Lin Ka, brother Lin Langtian, maybe Lin Dong didn't have any at all. There will be no misunderstanding, after all, even you are trapped in the ancient tomb mansion, so how can he get a Yuandan realm? Lin Chen. Lin Ka, you don't have to speak for this Lin Dong. No matter whether he has the chance to get the ancient tomb mansion or not, he is the most suspected, and his strength has improved so fast, there must be a secret. Quote. Lin Chen's words finally revealed their purpose. Suspicion is just a seed, and the key to seizing Lin Dong's motivation is the key. Lin Ka, even if there is a secret, it belongs to Lin Dong himself. What does it have to do with the family? Quote. Kerr, shut up, now is not the time for you to talk. Lin Langtian scolded. Lin Dong, it's really sad and ridiculous that a person of a dignified clan is reduced to grabbing things with someone who is separated from me. The reason is high-sounding, but in the final analysis, it's just a robbery. Don't cry when you don't see the coffin. Your people belong to the clan, and your things naturally belong to the clan. If you don't dedicate it to the clan if you have benefits, then what's the use of you people who are separated? As a human being, he is now more and more sure that Lin Dong has something on him. How can there be such a strong strength in the ordinary Yuandan realm? Great perfection, and resisting his coercion cannot be achieved without strong will, but also with good strength. Crack, the floor cracked. Lin Dong and Xiao Yan's feet sank directly into the floor. But they still persisted, not kneeling. Brother Lin Dong. Xiao Yan, a cute little loli wearing a short skirt, appeared at the door. Qing Tan looked at Lin Dong worriedly, tears were streaming in those big agile eyes. Qing Tan, Lin Dong said in an extremely weak voice with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. You let my brother Lin Dong go, let Xiao Yan go, or else, when brother Wu Yun comes back, I want you to look good. Qing Tan threatened with sobs. A little girl, what are you doing here? There are no rules. The lobby is also where you should come. Seeing Qing Tan shouting, Lin Chen was about to throw her out. Lin Chen, what are you doing? You said she is also from our Lin family, how could you be so rude? Lin Ka immediately stopped her, and hurried to the door to grab Qing Tan. Go and find your brother Wu Yun and come here. She quietly transmitted voice to Qing Tan. In the current situation, she could only think that Wu Yun could save Lin Dong. Wu Yun was able to deal with that mysterious woman, so he must also be able to restrain brother Lin Langtian and save Lin Dong from his hands. Qing Tan lifted her little skirt, tears fell down Hanako, and rushed to the door. Since you don't cooperate, then I'll take it myself. At this moment, Lin Langtian stretched out his big palm and flew towards Lin Dong. He is ready to hit hard. A person who is separated from the family, if you kill him, you will kill him. Sensing Lin Langtian's murderous intent, Lin Dong no longer hesitated, he no longer had the chance to forbear. His spiritual power sound transmission stone talisman. Xiao Diao, do it, even if you die, Lin Langtian will have to peel off his skin. At the same time, he poured his own energy into the stone talisman. The universe bag on his waist flashed with light, and a huge human-shaped talisman appeared in front of him. The Fu puppet has a bronze head. When Lin Langtian patted it with his big palm, the Fu puppet also raised his huge palm and made a palm print. Boom, two palms facing each other. A gleam burst out of Lin Langtian's eyes. A medium-level talisman, and the aura of the ancient tomb mansion. He said coldly, you really hide it very deeply. Is this your chance to be in the ancient tomb mansion? I can't help you. When I ask you, you should honestly hand over the things. Lin Dong was determined to fight at this moment. Hand it over. Will you let me go, Lin Langtian? Today, even if it is death, you will have to pay the price. Purple light surged out from Lin Dong's palm, and soon condensed into a mouse-shaped light shadow. Its small black body exudes a domineering majesty, and a mysterious purple rune emerges between its brows. Sky Demon Sable. Suddenly there was a sound of surprise in Lin Langtian's body that only Lin Langtian could hear. The little mink couldn't stand it anymore, and waved his paws as soon as he appeared. Two powerful purple claw shadows attacked Lin Langtian. Lin Langtian was shocked, and quickly gathered his energy to resist. Master Mew, be careful, the Sky Demon Sable is very difficult to deal with. I didn't expect the Sky Demon Sable to appear in this place. Lin Langtian said with a solemn expression. What the hell is the Sky Demon Sable? That is one of the most powerful monsters in the world. Fortunately, he is only in the state of a demon spirit, otherwise we would be the ones who suffer today. Lin Langtian was a little bit uncertain when he met an opponent who was so surprised even by Master Mew. Forbidden, what should I do? Do you want to fight again? Teacher Mew, I will definitely fight. If I were in other places, I might not dare to attack Tianyao Diao, but if I meet me here, I can only count him as unlucky. Kill him, with me helping you, it is enough to kill him. Jia, if I absorb this demon spirit, my strength will definitely recover a lot. Lin Langtian was also overjoyed to be affirmed by Master Mew. There is really a big opportunity. The little mink's paws kept moving in the air, quickly drawing a powerful imprint. He and Lin Langtian fought in the lobby, and the powerful aftermath quickly toppled the roof of the lobby. One person and one mink hit the air. Lin Dong controlled the talisman puppet with his mental power, and kept pouring into the pure Yuan Dan. The attack of the talisman puppet is very simple, one after another powerful palm prints are played. Lin Ka, Lin Chen and the others retreated to the periphery in a panic. He looked at Lin Dong in horror. It was completely unexpected that Lin Dong could threaten Lin Langtian. Lin Chen, in particular, was even more delighted amidst the surprise, feeling that he had not only made the right bet, but also made a big bet. Lin Dong's secret is bigger than he imagined. Xiao Yan, go and kill him. Lin Dong glanced at Lin Chen coldly. Xiao Yan could no longer hold back the anger in his heart, and was about to bite something at this moment. It can't bite Lin Langtian, but this hateful guy is definitely not a problem. Roar! Xiao Yan turned into a red shadow and rushed towards Lin Chen. Old Dao, save me! Lin Chen shouted. He didn't dare to confront Xiao Yan at all, and ran towards Elder Dao frantically. Evil animal, how dare you be arrogant! Lao Dao yelled angrily, and hit Xiaoyan with a palm print of Yuanli. Xiaoyan rushed over madly and angrily. His aura was so strong that Lao Dao felt palpitations. He alone could not stop the tiger. Ka, Dao Lao shouted. However, Lin Ka was in a daze at the side, not caring about them at all. Lin Ka was a little messy at the moment. She was very shocked by Lin Dong's hidden cards. But this kind of family civil war made it very difficult for her to accept. What Lin Langtian did today was too much. If it was someone from a foreign race, Lin Ka could somewhat understand it, but this was his own family, and he was even more ruthless in dealing with it than an enemy. Above the lobby, bursts of energy erupted. The frightening Yuan force fluctuations, even those who are in the great consummation of the Yuandan realm can be taken away. This made everyone in Dian City feel it, and they all looked up in the direction of the Lin family. The purple light on the little mink's body was shining brightly, and one after another powerful paw prints attacked and went away. It's a pity that Lin Langtian is still too strong, even if Xiao Diao tried his best, but relying on the power of Lin Dong Yuan Dan's great perfection, he still couldn't bring out his martial arts power. At this time, Xiao Diao discovered that Lin Langtian had another mysterious aura of primordial spirit in his body. With the help of this primordial spirit, it is impossible for him to kill Lin Langtian. The little mink felt a little lost. Its spiritual power transmitted the voice. Boy Lin Dong, I'll block him, you run away. At this time, Lin Langtian's palm condensed a beam of Yuanli force, and slammed towards the talisman controlled by Lin Dong. The light beam exploded, and the hard medium talisman was split into two halves. Lin held the ancient shield of the black turtle in his hand, and was still shaken by the aftermath of the force, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The battle can be described as very tragic. The radiance of Xiao Mink's body was dimmed, and once again he condensed a powerful array and shot it. Hehe, you can't hold on anymore. Lin Langtian snorted coldly, and said with a little expectation. How about giving up resistance and surrendering to me? Master Diao, how could I submit to others, if Master Diao had no body? You, even with the primordial spirit in your body, Master Diao, I would crush him to death in minutes. Xiao Diao was not surprised. Langtian knew about it. With that powerful primordial spirit present, it was normal for him to recognize the sky demon sable. If you don't surrender, you will die. Xiao Diao threatened. HMPH, since you know the origin of Master Diao and dared to kill Master Diao, you are not afraid that Master Diao will brand you as a demon before he dies, and make you suffer from the demon clan. Chase and kill. The Sky Demon brand can penetrate into the enemy's body, and those who have been branded by the Sky Demon will be discovered as long as they get close to the Sky Demon Mink clan. Lin Langtian paused for a moment, a little surprised and uncertain. Master Mew, don't listen to him, he can't use the mark of the Sky Demon with his current power. Dead mouse, how dare you threaten me? Lin Langtian was furious and rushed to Xiao Diao. Wu Yun had just arrived in front of the Lin family's gate, when he felt a strong vitality wave coming from the Lin family's courtyard. Thinking something was wrong in his heart, he quickly rushed over with Baiyun. Brother Wu Yun. When they reached the door, they happened to see Qingtan running out. Wu Yun picked up Qingtan and led Baiyun continue to rush towards the Yuanli wave. On the tiger's back, Wu Yun asked, Qingtan, what's going on? It's Lin Langtian, he injured his grandfather and father, and he wants to kill Lin Dongge. Wu Yunj, you go and save Lin Dongge. Qingtan fast track. Wu Yun's face darkened, he didn't expect Lin Langtian to come to Lin's house instead. This is different from the plot. Could it be his appearance that changed the plot? Before he had time to think about it, Wu Yun stepped on the frost sword and rushed over. Smashing Heaven Demon Monument Palm. Lin Langtian stepped on the void, holding a huge demon tablet with each hand, like a god of war on a mountain. Just looking at it makes people feel suffocated. Xiao Diao closed his eyes uncomfortably, he couldn't take this palm anymore. Yin, yin. Suddenly there was a dragon's chant and a phoenix's cry in the sky, and 7 crimson rays of light shot at Lin Langtian's demon tablet palm. Xiao Diao's small eyes lit up immediately. Well, the reincarnation boss is here. Chapter 81 The Miserable Lin Langtian, a slight sadness. 7 Fengming arrows were shot by Wu Yun in succession. Exploded the magic tablet palm that Lin Langtian had shot, and saved Xiao Diao. The Fengming arrow that was shot had Wu Yun's mental power on it, and after spinning around for a circle, it returned to Wu Yun's hand. Wu Yun stepped on the frost sword and held the Longyun bow. The 7 Fengming arrows had been reattached to the bow. The two confront each other in the air. You are Wu Yun. Lin Langtian looked at him in surprise. Didn't you be chased by Ling Qingzu, and you were able to escape under Ling Qingzu's pursuit? Wu Yun glanced at him lightly. She didn't answer his words, but turned her head to look at the sky demon Diao, who had already dimmed a lot, said with some concern and familiarity, Little Diao, are you okay? Little Diao, the boss actually called me Xiao Diao. What an affectionate title, he knows me, he knew me all along. I'm so on guard against the boss, but the boss has already seen through his concerned eyes, his familiar greeting. The little mink froze in place. Wu Yun's kind address made Xiao Diao feel an unparalleled sense of love. I'm fine, I can hold on for a while. Xiao Diao replied quickly with a warm heart. Then recover quickly and fight with me. Wu Yun extended an invitation to him. He didn't have much confidence in dealing with Lin Langtian. If Xiao Diao helped him, it would definitely be better. Okay, let's fuck him together. Xiao Diao was very excited. Even though the demon spirit was very weak at this time, he couldn't stop his restless heart. The boss invited him to form a team to do this annoying Lin Langtian. Lin Dong, give me the demon spirit. Xiao Diao flew down, transmitting the voice to Lin Dong. Seeing his elder brother approaching, Lin Dong immediately felt a sense of security in his heart, stabilizing his beating heart. He took out the Chenkin bag, and there were hundreds of demon spirits looted from the ancient tomb mansion, and Xiao Diao hadn't finished absorbing them yet. One after another, sleeping demon spirits flew out of the Chenkin bag, and were directly captured by Xiao Diao. The mouth of the demon. Xiao Diao opened his mouth, and a spinning black hole appeared in front of him, swallowing dozens of demon spirits in an instant. Lin Dong also grabbed a handful of pills and swallowed them frantically. He needs to replenish a lot of energy now, and lend it to Xiao Diao to use it. Don't let him recover, stop him, Master Mu said in Lin Langtian's mind. Sky-shattering devil monument palm. He used this 9th grade martial art again. A majestic aura swept across the sky. Lin Langtian's eyes were icy cold, and 2 huge monster tablets formed directly in the sky. This time the magic tablet became more solid. Obviously, Lin Langtian became serious when facing Wu Yun. Wu Yun's expression was serious. Although the power of Lin Langtian's martial arts was much lower than that of Ling Qingzu's Bai Tianlian, it was still enough to pose a threat to him. Yuan force surged, and Wu Yun shot 7 Fengming arrows again, but this time, the 7 Fengming arrows flew out in a row. At the same time, Wu Yun's Niwen Palace was opened, and his mental power quickly outlined 2 original runes. Gravity Rune and Wind Rune. The rune was attached to the Fengming arrow, and the sound of piercing the sky was heard directly. With great power, it shot towards Lin Langtian's demon tablet palm. Boom! There was a huge blast of origin force, and the magic tablet disappeared, but the 7 Fengming arrows also split and disintegrated. They are just low-level spiritual treasures, unable to withstand this powerful force. When Bai Yun arrived, seeing that Wu Yun was already fighting, she couldn't help but fly up, and the 2 tiger palms condensed into a dazzling ball of light in the air. White Tiger Light Wave. Boom! The light wave shot towards Lin Langtian fiercely, carrying an aura of a devastating explosion. Lin Langtian quickly cast a Yuanli barrier to block it. Light waves, however, have no form at all. Directly passing through the Yuanli barrier and hitting Lin Langtian's body, the rays of light exploded, and Lin Langtian vomited blood in an instant, and the black robe covering his body was torn apart and fell off. His ugly face, which had not recovered from the burns, was displayed in front of everyone. I saw the skin on his face wrinkled into a ball, with hideous scars sticking to his face, which was extremely terrifying. Lin Ka and other younger generations of the Lin clan looked at Lin Langtian in disbelief. The originally handsome elder brother turned into such an appearance at this moment, no wonder he wanted to wear a solid black robe. "So you're so ugly," Wu Yun said in a timely manner. "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." Lin Langtian roared ferociously. Killing intent surged in his heart, and Lin Langtian's figure suddenly rose a lot, his face was expressionless, and his hands changed into extremely strange seals like lightning. Wu Yun didn't dare to be careless, and instantly outlined 4 original phantom runes, fixed around Lin Langtian. Then the triple talisman descended. Transform into light, transform into blue waves, transform into flames. Another primitive flame rune was blessed into the strongest myriad of flame formations. Lin Langtian was instantly lost by the phantom rune. I don't know where to hit the light seal condensed in my hand. At this time, Wu Yun's talisman array had fallen. The fire of spirit burned Lin Langtian. Ah! Feeling the scorching flames, Lin Langtian howled in pain. "Master Mu, don't panic, leave your body to me to control." "Okay." Lin Langtian closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them again, his eyes changed from hollow to vicissitudes. He scanned the virtual image runes around him, and the invisible spiritual power runes clearly appeared in his eyes. Imprinting the light seal directly, the phantom runes dissipated in an instant, and the illusion surrounding him disappeared. I saw his palms turning quickly, condensing the wonderful seal technique, the Yuan force surged out, and a powerful fingerprint appeared, shattering all the triple talisman arrays covering him. Wu Yun was startled, knowing that Lin Langtian had changed the game. Otherwise, it won't suddenly become so strong, and the attack is simple, direct and effective. "Brother, I can only use one last move," Xiao Diao suddenly shouted, and also called brother Wu Yun affectionately. Having recovered a little strength, he had a unique vision, and seized the gap when Lin Langtian had just finished performing the seal technique, and launched an attack. Sky Demon Claw. A purple-black ancient giant claw protruded from a crack in the sky. It came down suddenly, covering Lin Langtian. The giant claws slashed across Lin Langtian's body in an instant. Flutter. Lin Langtian spat out a mouthful of blood. His hair was disheveled and he was in a mess. Roar. Bai Yun followed closely behind, and a sound wave that was many times stronger than before hit Lin Langtian with a white tiger's broken golden cry. This tiger roar directly spread throughout Yancheng. In the Crazy Saber martial arts gym, just under the arrangement of Luo Cheng, the Scorpio tiger who was about to rest stood up violently. It heard Bai Yun's roar. Involuntarily, the Scorpio tiger flew into the sky and headed towards Bai Yun. "Come to the heart of the Great War. Ho 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 ho." Scorpio tiger let out a cry of complaint. "You don't even call me when you are in a group. Stop howling, fuck him together," Wu Yun said via voice transmission. Now it is equivalent to 4 forming realms, and Lin Langtian has 1 chi-creating realm. Roar. Scorpio tiger howled, and rushed forward without any hesitation. Its fate has been controlled by Wu Yun. Wu Yun's enemies are its enemies, and it must die if Wu Yun dies. So, no choice. It slapped Lin Langtian with both palms, and the scorpion tail barb on its back pierced Lin Langtian's neck directly. If you don't make a move, it's enough, and if you make a move, it will be a fatal injury. Scorpio tiger's first performance, very enthusiastic. Smelly tiger, die to me. Lin Langtian grabbed the scorpion's tail, and slammed a sky-shattering demon tablet palm, sending the scorpion tiger flying. However, the Scorpio tiger immediately formed a shell to defend, and now the demon tablet palm. He is already a master of the form-building realm, and he has only half-stepped into the chi-creating realm. He has just received a trace of White Tiger's blood essence, and is about to hit the chi-creating realm. In addition, it has been developed for many years, its strength has been stabilized, and it has wisdom. It is the kind of monster that can leapfrog to battle. Xiao Diao has dealt Lin Langtian a severe blow, now he returns to the stone talisman to rest. Wu Yun, Bai Yun, and Scorpio Tiger are three-legged, facing Lin Langtian. Master Mu, I'm afraid there is no chance today, I'll take you out of here first. Lin Langtian looked at the three, frowning. Wu Yun, this is a matter of my Lin clan, do you have to intervene? He tried to persuade him to retreat with words. Lin Langtian, don't you think it's ridiculous to say this now? Wu Yun sneered. When he came just now, he didn't say anything, but just did it. When he felt that he couldn't win, he thought about talking about the Lin clan. Lin Dong's things are all given to him by me. If you want to touch him, you have to agree with me. Wu Yun, the mountain does not change, and today's affairs will be reported tomorrow. Lin Langtian finished. It directly turned into a light and shadow and rushed out. If you want to leave, it's not that easy. The White Tiger cut half a moon. Scorpio Seal, Transforming Dragon Seal, Dragon Beard Needle. One man and two tigers perform martial arts at the same time. Wu Yun took out his own tricks that worked wonders against Ling Qingzu. The Dragon Beard Needle is hidden in the seal of Hualong. I want to leave, but you still can't keep it, Lin Langtian said confidently, striking a powerful light seal of Yuanli with both palms. However, just as he finished speaking, he let out a painful, heart-piercing scream. Hundreds of fine hair like dragon whiskers all shot into different positions in his body. Almost all of his body was hit. Although the dragon's beard needle can break through the protective chi, it is still difficult to kill Lin Langtian with that power. In order to cause serious injuries to him as much as possible, Wu Yun deliberately controlled the insertion position of the dragon's beard needle. Although Lin Langtian had reacted very quickly, he cleverly avoided most of the vital parts. However, there were still several dragon beard needles pierced through Lin Langtian's chrysanthemum, Yongdao and other places. It's like breaking an egg. Deep in Lin Langtian's heart, there was a touch of sadness. Longshujun, who had lost control of her mental power, instantly curled up into a ball. Even with the protection of his powerful primordial spirit, he almost fainted from the pain of flesh and blood all over his body, as well as special parts being pulled instantly. At this moment, Lin Langtian still has a trace of arrogance. Embarrassed. What a shame, his body is useless. Even if he can recover in the future, this period of time will eventually become an indelible and terrifying shadow for him. The huge pain was still tearing his nerves. Lin Langtian's whole body went into convulsions, and the skin of his body was stretched out of shape. He could only let Master Mu control his body and escape quickly. Vaguely, he fled to the sky and heard an unwilling cry. Wu Yun, I, Lin Langtian, swear, I will kill you. Chapter 82 Wu Yun, adoptive father, he will thank us. Lin Langtian wanted to escape with all his heart, and no one present could stop him. With a powerful primordial spirit like Master Mu, even if he is a level higher than him, there is nothing he can do. Wu Yun didn't expect to be able to kill Lin Langtian right now, and he was already satisfied if he could shed a layer of skin and shoot his guts. The severe injury this time was enough for Lin Langtian to eat a pot. The most serious thing should be the loss of some small objects on his body. It is difficult to pull out the dragon's beard needle, and basically he can only cut the flesh to remove the needle. Although this may not affect Lin Langtian's strength, his mentality must have exploded. The physical injury plus the spiritual injury, it is impossible to recover in this short period of time. However, for this kind of Lin Langtian who has a great opportunity, maybe he will fall off the cliff again when he turns his head, and get some unique skills such as boy skill, sunflower cannon, etc., and he can rise again in another way. But these are not Wu Yun's thoughts. No matter how awesome Lin Langtian is, he can't compete with the son of the plane in the original book. Now the son of the plane and his time-traveling coward, there is no reason why Lin Langtian can't be dealt with. Hehe, I don't know what kind of treasure you will have for the proud son of the Lin clan. Under the control of Wu Yun's mental power, a dragon's beard needle flew back, but this little hairy little dragon's beard needle was hung with a big purple-black Chenken bag. In the last blow just now, Wu Yun controlled hundreds of dragon beard needles. When a large number of dragon beard needles were shot into Lin Langtian's body, he was in so much pain that he had no time to worry about it. A thoughtful dragon's beard needle took the universe bag on his waist. Holding Lin Langtian's Chenkin bag, Wu Yun couldn't help smiling. Judging by the color and workmanship, it is obviously that kind of rare high-end Chenkin bag. As the first pride of a clan, there must be a lot of collections. Wu Yun played the Annihilation rune to erase Lin Langtian's spiritual brand, and used his own spiritual power to penetrate into the Chenkin bag. In an instant, his eyes lit up. Inside the Chenkin bag, glittering and full of pure yuan pills the size of a baby's fist, there are as many as 300,000 pieces. This is just pure yuan dan, and there are many other pills in various bottles and cans, all of which are above the 7th rank. There is also a book of martial arts. It was Lin Langtian's powerful 9th rank martial arts, Smashing Sky Demon Monument Palm, which was really a surprise. Wu Yun had experienced the power of the sky-shattering demon tablet palm just now, and Xiao Diao was trembling under this palm. And even the low-level Lingbao that he had blessed with runes, the Fengming arrow, could be torn apart. Wu Yun returned to the ground. At this moment, the courtyard of the Lin family was devastated by the aftermath of Yuan force. Only then did the two figures fly over. It was Sha Wanjin from Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, and City Lord Shi from the City Lord's mansion. The battle just now was too strong. Although the two of them were worried, they didn't dare to step forward at all. The aftermath of the battle had already made them terrified. If they joined it, they would be destroyed in minutes. It's not that they don't want to help Wu Yun, it's that they simply can't intervene. Brother Wu Yun, are you okay? The two asked shyly. Sha Wanjin, you are the enshrinement of our Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, but this time I couldn't help you. I feel ashamed. Fighting, I can't help. Shi Chengju also had a guilty look on his face. Wu Yun, what are you two old brothers doing? If you are capable of helping but fail to help, then I really want to blame you. But in this situation just now, how could I blame you? Consummation, the strength that has just stepped into the shape-making realm, how could it be possible to get in just now, right? The two blushed at the same time, looking at each other speechlessly. The words are like this, and the reason is also like this. But it sounds weird, how could they become mere them? Seeing the embarrassment on the faces of the two, Wu Yun quickly explained. Oh, what I mean is, there is no need for the two old brothers to choose to die just to help me. Oh, just let it go, it's not like Lin Langtian didn't do it us. Ah, yes. The two nodded quickly. Brother Wu Yun's improvement in strength is truly terrifying. The two of us really admired it just now. Now that they are no longer at the same level as Wu Yun, it is proof that Wu Yun can continue to make good friends with them. Wu Yun is affectionate and righteous. After sending the two away, Wu Yun began to clean up the mess. Lin Langtian fled, and the rest of the Lin clan trembled under the pressure of Bai Yun and Xiao Yan. Lin Chen, who repeatedly made troubles, was directly killed by Xiao Yan, and Dao Lao was also bitten off an arm. If Lin Zhenshin hadn't woken up in time and rescued him, his old life would have been taken away by angry Xiao Yan. This time the Lin family has been completely offended. Second brother, what should we do with these people? Wu Yun asked in a cold tone, intending to kill them if they disagreed. At this stage, Lin Langtian is not the most difficult one. The Lin clan is the real behemoth. There are countless strong people in the three realms of good fortune, and the patriarch is even the strongest in the Nirvana realm. If the Lin clan wanted to take revenge on them, it would be really hard to resist, and they would have to flee to the end of the world. Grandpa, Lin Dong looked at Lin Zhenshin. For the clan, whether theirs or not, Lin Dong actually has no complex. The clan did not bring him any benefits. Only Lin Zhenshin has an extremely strong desire to return to the inner clan. Lin Zhenshin. Don't worry, Lin Langtian can't represent the entire Lin clan. What happened this time? He did too much. No matter how talented he is, the clan can't let him go against the law and kill his fellow clan for no reason. It's a big taboo. In our lineage, the inner clan still has things to say. As long as they know that it was Lin Langtian's fault this time, the clan will not retaliate against us, on the contrary, they will punish Lin Langtian. Quote. After he finished speaking, he looked at Mr. Dao, Lin Ka and others. You have all seen the cause of this incident. The Yancheng family has no intention of fighting against the clan. Lin Langtian is really deceiving people too much. Old friend, Ms. Ka, if you can help us in Yanchang separate the family and report this matter to the clan according to the facts, then I will make the decision today and let you go. Lao Dao, Lin Ka and others looked hesitant, which is tantamount to letting them testify against Lin Langtian and make Lin Langtian an enemy. In the clan, everyone knows Lin Langtian's status, and that he is likely to become the patriarch in the future. It is very irrational to be an enemy of him. But in the current situation, if they don't cooperate, then it is very likely that he will die immediately. Dao Lao touched his severed arm, and said with a wry smile, I never thought that things would come to this point. Langtian has indeed done it this time. Don't worry, old friend, this old man is now a crippled old man. Go back afterwards, I will definitely tell the truth to the clan, so it can be regarded as repayment for your life-saving grace just now. Lin Ka's face was pale, and she said sadly, family killing each other has never been my wish, even if you don't tell me, the clan will ask I will answer truthfully. Me too. Several other young juniors who were not dead also followed suit. But it is not known whether he really agreed. Lin Zhenshin took a deep breath and said, let's go. The juniors of the clan gave Lin Zhenshin a grateful look, and hurried out of the Lin family. Lin Ka was the last one to leave, and she couldn't help reminding. The clan may not trouble you, but brother Lin Langtian always takes revenge, so he won't let you go if he got hurt this time. Be careful yourself. She didn't want to see Lin Dong being dealt with by Lin Langtian like this. Lin Dong is also a genius of their Lin family. Lin Dong said coldly, Miss Ka doesn't need to worry about this, he won't let us go, and we don't want to let him go. After the battle just now, his killing intent towards Lin Langtian became even stronger. Hey, Lin Ka sighed and walked out of the Lin family. Regarding the hatred between them, she felt very powerless and could not persuade anything at all. Lin Langtian is the pride of heaven, but Wu Yun and Lin Dong are also not mediocre. Between geniuses, there must be a winner. In the future, one party will eventually fall. It's a pity that the two geniuses of the Lin family cannot have both. Thank you, little friend Wu Yun, for your help. Otherwise, our Lin family might be bloodied today. Just now, I made the decision to let them go. Please forgive me, little friend Wu Yun. It's useless to kill them but to threaten them, it's better to let them go, as long as there is one elder who helps my Lin family to speak, plus our lineage elders, they can persuade the clan not to favor Lin Langtian. Lin Zhenshin deliberately walked to Wu Yun's side to thank, and explained. Wu Yun, Mr. Lin, you don't have to be like this. Naturally, you are the best to handle the matter of your Lin family. If Lin Langtian didn't do too much and wanted to take Lin Dong's life, I wouldn't do it without authorization. However, since this matter has already happened, we have to guard against it. We are not sure whether the Lin clan will retaliate, but Lin Langtian will definitely not let it go, in order to prevent him from doing evil things. Just in case, I think it's better for you and my family to hide first, and then come out after confirming that the Lin clan will not retaliate, or that Lin Dong and I have the strength to deal with the Lin clan. Quote, hidden. Everyone in the Lin family looked at Wu Yun. With so many people in our family, it's not easy to hide. The power of the Lin clan spreads all over the Yan dynasty. If they really want to deal with us, no matter how they hide, they will sooner or later found by them. Lin Zhenshin was in trouble, with vicissitudes of life in his eyes. There is no need to worry about the hidden place. I have a way. As long as the patriarch of the Lin clan does not come to deal with us in person, there is no problem. It's not that easy. Anyone who wants to destroy our two families will have to pay the price. Wu Yun said confidently. Seeing Wu Yun's confidence, Lin Zhenshin, Lin Xiao and others were full of doubts. The patriarch of the Lin clan has the strength of a strong Nirvana realm. Where did Wu Yun get his confidence to deal with a strong man of this level? Only Lin Dong thought of something and guessed Wu Yun's plan. His astonishing mental power transmitted Wu Yun's voice. Brother, do you want to arrange us all to go to the ancient tomb mansion? Quote. Well, not bad. Quote. Wu Yun smiled and nodded at him, and explained to Lin Dong through voice transmission. I have received the inheritance from the owner of the ancient tomb mansion. I can reopen the formation of the ancient tomb mansion, and I am sure to make it stronger. Then the big tomb is enough for the main personnel of our two families to move in. Quote. Okay, Mr. Lin, hurry up, let's not talk about the location, you quickly gather the main clansmen, pack your luggage, and then buy what you need to live together. The more the better, prepare yourself for a period of retreat. He and Lin Dong got a batch of resources. Quote, Wu Yun rode on the white cloud, and said to Lin Zhenshin and others. I'll go back and inform the martial arts hall to prepare for the move. We will set off tomorrow morning and leave Yancheng. Back to the Mad Knife Martial Arts Hall. Wu Yun informed Luo Cheng and the others of what happened to the Lin family, and pleaded guilty to Luo Cheng, saying, Father, this time it's my son who is sorry for the martial arts school. In order to save Lin Dong and the others, he did not hesitate to offend the Lin family. Let Wuguan fall into a dangerous situation invisibly, and now I have to hide it. This time, it was him who caused trouble for Crazy Saber Martial Arts, and Crazy Saber Martial Arts was not alone, but had many disciples. Their fate has been tied with Wu Yun virtually. They are also forced to bear the responsibility of Wu Yun's troubles. Luo Cheng, Yuner, you don't have to blame yourself. As a father, you understand that our Crazy Saber Martial Arts School and the Lin family have already been allies over the years, with the same interests and deep feelings. If our Crazy Saber Martial Arts School also encounters difficulties, I believe the Lin family will also. It is impossible to stand idly by. You did the right thing. As a man and a brother, you must have a clear conscience. If you watched Lin Dong get killed today, I believe you will regret it for the rest of your life, and it is not worth it. At worst, I will hide for the rest of my life. However, Yifu believes in you, isn't he a member of the Lin clan? With Yuner's growth rate, I believe it won't be long before you can catch up with the Lin clan. With Luo Cheng's support and understanding, Wu Yun felt much more at ease. Haha. The adoptive father is really bold, follow my temper. Hey, you brat, Luo Cheng kicked Wu Yun. Hey, Wu Yun smiled honestly. After telling the bad news, he naturally wanted to say something good. He said seriously, Father, although the child has brought risks to the martial arts school, luck and misfortune depend on each other, and I have also prepared a great opportunity for the martial arts school. To tell the truth to my father, this time, I will take all the ancient tombs of the strong Nirvana realm. Evacuated. Evacuated? What evacuated? Luo Cheng was stunned for a moment before reacting. You mean, you got all the opportunities in the ancient tomb mansion this time? Exactly. Wu Cloud nodded with a smile. No wonder, ha ha ha, no wonder. Those who came back from the Tianyan Mountains yesterday scolded the poor owner of the ancient tomb mansion, saying that the entire ancient tomb mansion is empty and there is nothing. I am still worried about you as a father. It's a waste of time, so it's like this, so it's like this. Luo Cheng was so excited, his eyes were blazing, and he looked at Wu Yun expectantly. How's the harvest? Wu Yun looked at the excited adoptive father, and he could understand his mood very well. Even he, when he sneaked into the ancient tomb mansion with Lin Dong and harvested a lot of treasures, he was very excited. Ahem, I have gained too much. I have everything. I haven't had time to count them all. Wu Yun lifted his outer robe, revealing the Chenkin bag that was wrapped around his waist like 1,000 pennies, and turned it around to Luo Cheng. Look. These, the intermediate universe bags, are all full. Wu Yun's tone was flat, but Luo Cheng's heart was filled with turmoil. He saw that the intermediate universe bag hanging on Wu Yun's waist was more than 20. Ah. It's only half here, Lin Dong still has a part. Hiss. Luo Cheng gasped. Well, there are too many things and too complicated, so I'll just tell you a few things. Wu Yun enjoyed his father's eyes full of admiration at the moment, and continued. Yang Yuan pill, there should be more than 70 million pieces. Pure Yuan pill, there must be more than 2 million inside and outside. Luo Cheng couldn't believe the data he heard. It wasn't 7,000, and it wasn't 200, he heard correctly, and 10,000 was added after that. He stood there in a daze. He had never imagined so much wealth in his life. Wu Yun, Chun Yuan pill, you know, if you change it to Yang Yuan pill, it will be 200 million, and if you change it to Yang Yuan stone, it will be 2 billion. Quote, but the mood is very good. However, his complexion twisted. Is it a little unreasonable to move the ancient tomb mansion? You just take away all the people's things, and now, even the people's territory is not spared. Is it a bit of a thing? Quote. Wu Yun looked at Luo Cheng in astonishment. Why did the righteous father say that? Luo Cheng touched his head and said, haven't you thought about it this way? You don't feel any guilt towards him, so you are not afraid of him being a ghost. Don't let you go. You have to know that because you secretly ransacked the ancient tomb mansion, the current owner of the tomb mansion has been stigmatized as a poor ghost, and he is greeted by these people who return empty-handed all day long. Wu Yun's thoughts in Luo the city is polarized, he said. Father, you should think this way. We did this to help him guard the tomb. After death, there will be someone guarding the tomb. His spirit in heaven should also thank us. Wu Yun is true thinking about it this way. After inheriting the memory of the master of the tomb, he has already regarded the master of the tomb as his late mentor. And the owner of the tomb is a good person, how could he blame them? In my memory, the owner of the tomb is named Li Lingsu, who is the holy son of the Heihuan sect. He claims to be the sage of love, known as the master of Wanxi. He is willing to help others, and he has dedicated his life to doing good deeds. Such a good man, how could he blame future generations? In addition, his bones that had been beaten by Ling Qingzu were scattered, and the last Yuan Ling also turned into spring mud to protect flowers and used it to nourish him and Ling Qingzu. Wu Yun owed him such a great kindness, and he was about to help him erect a new sarcophagus, and guarding the tomb is also necessary. Luo Cheng didn't expect Yizi's thoughts to be so different, detached, fresh and refined. He was thinking about what he would say to Wu Yun if he were the owner of the tomb mansion. Chapter 83. A brand new tomb mansion, Qingtan prepares to congeal pills. The wealth that Wu Yun mentioned was a reassurance for Luo Cheng. He immediately went to summon the disciples of the martial arts hall, and brought all the core members of the martial arts hall with him, just to exclude those who could not share the joys and sorrows with the martial arts hall. After explaining these two, Wu Yun visited the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, the Talisman Association and the City Lord's Mansion successively. Mortgage the two industries, including the Yangyuan stone vein, to the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce in exchange for a large amount of living materials. He went to the three major forces to buy the materials he needed. Rearranging the formation of the ancient tomb mansion requires too much material. The three major forces are very face-saving. They all have a close relationship with Wu Yun, and they expressed their willingness to support Wu Yun with a lot of blood and directly open the treasure house to Wu Yun. What do they need? Pick yourself. This allowed Wu Yun to gather basically all the materials he needed. Some of the rare ones were missing, but he also found substitutes. In order to thank the three major forces for their support and not wanting to make them suffer, Wu Yun gave each of them a low-level talisman puppet that was half a step into the shape-making realm. The strongest person in Yancheng is the city lord who has just been promoted to the shaping realm. A talisman puppet whose strength is comparable to that of half-step shape-making realm is too precious to them. Compared with the large amount of materials hoarded in the treasury given to Wu Yun, the talisman puppet has made a lot of money from their point of view. The next day, the members of Crazy Saber Martial Arts and Lin's family have all been assembled. There are about 300 people in the two families. All of these are based on the fact that they are still willing to choose to stay as the main members even though they have informed the two families that they have offended the Lin clan and may face catastrophe in the future. A friend in need is a friend. Both of them are forces with more than 1,000 people, but now that they are about to flee for their lives, only about 300 people are willing to follow. However, the remaining 300 or so people are completely trustworthy family members who can share weal and woe. They are worthy of the great opportunity that Wu Yun prepared for them. For those who are still in the Yuandan state and below, it is a great opportunity to provide a huge amount or a large amount of Yang Yuandan and pure Yuandan. There are a large number of Chenkin bags, so you don't have to worry about the trouble of material transportation. Bring the family. The two teams marched into the Tianyan mountain range in a mighty manner. Wu Yun hugged Bei Yun, took Qingtan with him, and rode on the Scorpio Tiger, leading the way. Lin Dong and Xiao Yan are behind. With the Scorpio Tiger around, no monster dared to approach them. Come to the ancient tomb mansion smoothly. Lin Zhenshan and Luo Cheng led the clansmen to clean the tomb, cleaning the tombs outside. Although it sounds a little unlucky to live in the tomb, but practitioners are not so particular about it, and it is beneficial to see if it is good. The tomb here is a unique treasure land. When Master Wanxi chose this place, he valued its extraordinariness. There are two spiritual veins of yin and yang in the underground, and the vitality of heaven and earth is much stronger than most other places. There are also a large number of second-class or even third-class yin sha and yang gang. Moreover, there is an extremely rich ground fire that erupts continuously, and the sea of fire in the depths of the tomb was formed by inducing the ground fire. One can imagine the power of the ground fire, which can harm even the strong in the three realms of good fortune. Wu Yun still has means to draw out the energy of the ground fire. While dispelling the dead and yin qi in the tomb mansion, increasing the yang qi will be more conducive to the cultivation of low-end practitioners who are under the three realms of good fortune. In fact, even without the uncertain threat of the Lin clan, Wu Yun still wanted to make the tomb mansion a treasured place for cultivation. Let Luo Cheng open the martial arts gym here, and take this place as his own. Next, it's time for everyone to be busy. Especially Wu Yun, he needs to do too much. Rearranging formations, pulling ground fire, etc. are all huge and meticulous projects. Fortunately, he got part of the memory inheritance from the owner of the tomb mansion, and he also had the true interpretation of the original runes as a reference, so it was much easier to do. Lin Dong took Xiaoyan, and Qingtan took Scorpio Tiger to clean up all the powerful monsters within a few kilometers of the ancient tomb mansion. With the help of a trace of white tiger blood given by Bai Yun and some demon spirits provided by Lin Dong, the Scorpio Tiger successfully broke through the Qi-creating realm. In one fell swoop, he became the boss of this area of Tianyan mountain range. They successfully cleared the surrounding area. Just like Wu Yun before, he ransacked the caves of powerful monsters and gained a lot. This feeling of opening a new home and having a promising future, everyone is full of enthusiasm, with hope and smiles on their faces. The environment of the tomb mansion is improving day by day. Yin Qi dissipated, gradually gaining popularity. After a month, the ancient tomb mansion has a new look. The new guardian formation was successfully opened, and it was more powerful than the energy shield when the tomb was born. Wu Yun burned complete original boundary runes, original seal runes, original spirit gathering runes, and original flame runes inside, the original imprisonment rune and other runes, blessing the big array. Now let alone the strong ones in the three realms of good fortune, even the strong ones in the nirvana realm, the weaker ones may not be able to open it. Moreover, the formation also possesses the power of attack. When attacked, it can condense the power of flames and bounce off flame waves. The powerful flame waves are enough to threaten the strong in the creation realm. The energy shield covers the entire mountain top, so people not only live in the tomb, but also build dozens of wooden houses on the top of the mountain, forming a special small mountain village. Moreover, Lin Dong took Scorpio Tiger and Xiao Yan to transplant the elixir and spiritual trees guarded by the surrounding monsters to the top of the mountain, plus the towering ancient trees on the top of the mountain, etc. The old trees are full of vitality. The environment is quiet and the scenery is beautiful. There is also enough space for people to play and relax. It can be said that this place has become a small paradise. The biggest change is inside the tomb. The original old tomb has been refreshed, and it is resplendent everywhere, full of antiquity, but open and bright. The air was no longer gloomy and cold. Wu Yun drew the energy of the ground fire, making the inside warmer. Going deep inside, there is also a training ground, where the young sons of the family can practice. Stake arrays can be used to test them. The elixir pool can also grow elixir. Wu Yun planted the roots of the elixir that he had picked before, and the high-quality elixir such as the yin and yang dual-growth lotus and the spiritual lotus can still be alive. Watered by the spirit liquid of Lin Dongshi Fu, they will regain their vitality. The pool water here also contains aura, connected to an underground spiritual spring. Luo Cheng, Lin Zhenshan and other old people can usually drink tea here. Continue to go deeper, and there is a sea of fire inside. It's forbidden to get here. Wu Yun slightly modified the Sea of Fire array to open up a part of the area with relatively weak fire energy, which is specially used for physical exercise. It is very useful for the gods and prisons he cultivated himself. This newly opened fire hell body training formation, only people above the Yuandan realm can enter and practice in it. They are basically the core figures of the two. As for the main tomb hidden under the Sea of Fire formation, Wu Yun forbids anyone to disturb it. Of course, it is separated by the Sea of Fire. For those of them who are under the shape-making environment, this place is a desperate place, and there is no one who can enter. Only he can enter below. Wu Yun helped Master Wanshi build a new sarcophagus, put all his ashes in it, and cleaned the tomb clean. As for the sacrificial spirit tablet, it was set up in the main hall outside. The position of Saint Master Li Lingsu. Every day, people sweep cards, offer incense, and worship. After these, Wu Yun also refined all the more than 100 talisman puppets, engraving more powerful runes. Originally, the talisman puppet that could only display the great perfection of the Yuandan realm, after passing through his hands, can now display the strength of the half-step shape-making state. And the reason for adding the spirit gathering rune is that you don't need to use the pill to activate it, and you can charge it just like that. In about 7 days, you can play an attack, and you can accumulate it all the time. Limited to materials, you can store up to 10 times of energy. This is equivalent to one more puppet troupe. Hand over all of these to Luo Cheng, and let the younger generation with mental power use them. In addition, in order to prevent it from being too boring, Wu Yun also asked them to catch many monster cubs and bring them back to raise. After killing so many powerful monsters, many cubs happened to be left unattended. This is the depths of the Tianyan mountain range, and those monsters are not weak, most of them have at least the potential above Yuandan realm. It can be said that everything is perfect and smooth. All the people who came in were so excited and secretly delighted that they were so happy that they couldn't sleep. They are provided with pills for cultivation every day, accompanied by talisman puppets and monsters. Wu Yun also took out the middle-class martial arts that Wu Yun had obtained before, and there are also many martial arts obtained from the inheritance memory of Master Wanshi. From the 1st grade to the 9th grade, this accumulation has already surpassed ordinary sects, only after the 4 major clans and super sects. Even now, the strength of the 2 families has become the number 1 force in Yancheng. If this trend continues, the strength of the 2 will soon surpass Tiandu County in the future. After dealing with these, finally started to work on the matter of condensing the yin dan from the green sandalwood. In fact, if you get the extremely evil yin dragon saliva, you can use it for Qingtan to condense the yin pill. But Wu Yun let Qingtan delay for a month. This month, Qingtan mainly cultivates spiritual power and condenses the lunar runes. There is only one left of the previous 8th grade Yangshan pill, and the 2000 bearded ginseng that Wu Yun obtained in the Scorpio Tiger's cave, both of which are effective for the cultivation of spiritual power. After Qingtan took many 8th grade pills in a row, her mental strength skyrocketed, and she directly broke through to become a 3-seal talisman master in just 1 month. The condensing of the original lunar rune has also completed 1%. Now that she is ready, this level of mental strength is enough for her to condense the yin dan. In the tomb, at the elixir pool, Wu Yun took out the yin-yang lotus platform of the yin-yang twin lotus and floated it on the water of the pool. Although he and Ling Qingzu had already used this lotus platform, it still had some effect. Wu Yun sat on one side of the white balcony to help suppress the yang energy of the lotus platform, while Qing Tan sat on the side of the black yin balcony to absorb the yin energy in the lotus platform. Wu Yun opened a box, and there were 3 blue-black pills, which he got after using the stone talisman to kill yin dragon saliva. Wu Yun, are you ready? Qing Tan, come on, brother Wu Yun, I can't wait. Chapter 84 Qing Tan, brother Wu Yun, your technique is amazing. Qing Tan was wearing plain light clothes, because she suffered from the cold for many years, her figure looked a bit thin. However, this pain also made her more resilient. The body of the evil spirit condenses the yin dan. It is necessary to activate the evil spirit in it first. Wu Yun knew the horror of the evil spirit, so he arranged formations around the elixir pool in advance, and asked Lin Dong to guard the outside, so that no one could approach. Originally Xiao Diao was the one who knew the body of the Sha demon best, but in the last battle against Lin Langtian, Xiao Diao was exhausted and has not woken up until now. Without Xiao Diao, it is useless for Lin Dong to come in, so he simply let him guard the door. However, after Wu Yun inherited the memory of Master Wanshi, he also had a certain understanding of this extremely negative and positive physique. For the theory of yin and yang, the study of the physique of men and women, Master Wanshi is unique. He also helped a woman with an extremely yin physique to balance the power of yin and yang. The truth is the same. Wu Yun got his inheritance, among which there are many exercises, techniques, and secret techniques about double cultivation. As for Qingtan's physique problem, he can even solve it according to the ancient secret technique of Heihuan sect, and directly cultivate Qingtan as a natural top-notch deer cauldron. However, Wu Yun didn't choose that way. Although that way Wu Yun could get endless benefits, even greater than the benefits he could get from the double cultivation with Ling Qingzu. But then the green sandalwood can only become an auxiliary tool. This is not what Wu Yun wants. Otherwise, he would not have tried his best to help Qingtan improve his spiritual power. In Wu Yun's heart, Qingtan is not only a well-behaved little sister next door, but also a cute loli who is close to others. He can have Qingtan in a better way. Don't think of her as a ludding tool person. Tool man, Lin Dong is enough. The cool wind hit, and the air around the elixir pool was rather cold, and Qingtan's small body trembled when it blew. Brother Wu Yun, I want to hug you again, Qingtan said suddenly. Although she was already prepared, she was still a little nervous when this moment came. To condense the yin pill, it is a relatively risky thing to completely detonate the cold air in the body. Every time the cold air engulfed his body, Qingtan had a feeling that he was about to die, and he gritted his teeth every time to survive. Even though she was fully prepared, she was still worried. If she didn't hold on, it would be worthwhile to hug brother Wu Yun before she died. Now there are only two of them here. In private, Qingtan always likes to do some intimate and bold little moves. Silly girl, what are you thinking? You will be able to successfully condense the yin dan. Don't talk about hugging, brother will do whatever you want. Wu Yun stroked Qingtan's fair and delicate face with ease, the way of pity and encouragement. So, you must persevere. Yeah, Qingtan nodded vigorously. She slowly closed her eyes, let go of her mind, and let the coldness in her body be released. On the Black Lotus platform, Qingtan sat cross-legged quietly, and a cold air slowly lingered around her. Even the lotus platform was unconsciously covered with a thin layer of frost. The white lotus platform where Wu Yun is located automatically emits light, and the contained yang power is stimulated, which automatically helps Wu Yun resist the yin evil power from Qingtan. There was a flash of light between Qingtan's eyebrows, the Niwen Palace opened, and 3 bright lunar talismans appeared. As soon as it came out, the Taiyin magic talisman started to work, and the surrounding yin evil energy automatically gathered towards Qingtan's body. The surroundings quickly became dark, and the black and condensed evil spirit could be seen directly above the green sandalwood like a black cloud. At this moment, the evil spirit in Qingtan's body has not been completely detonated, but it has caused changes in the surrounding environment. One can imagine how terrifying it will be when it really explodes. Qingtan's eyes were closed tightly, and with the influx of the evil spirits gathered from the yin talisman, the terrifying coldness hidden deep in her body also showed signs of reappearing, and traces of coldness quietly seeped out. The chill seeped out bit by bit, and after about half a quarter of an hour, Qingtan's body suddenly trembled slightly, and the evil spirit in his body finally broke out. Terrible evil spirits, like giant flood dragons, surged out of Qingtan's body crazily. In an instant, the entire elixir pool was chilled, like, glowing with a chill. The water in the pool was frozen by frost, and the thick frost spread rapidly. Wu Yun looked at this scene with a solemn expression. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying evil spirit. Under the erosion of this evil spirit, even he could feel the blood in his body faintly congeal. The sign of the body immediately mobilized Yuanli to envelop the whole body, and the feeling of coldness has weakened a lot. Definitely above the 9th class, Wu Yun secretly judged in his heart. The yin evil power hidden deep in Qingtan's body is not weak at all compared to the Tai Yin Zan evil energy he absorbed before, and it is more inclined to the cold attribute, with not weak damage. The body of the demon is extremely yin and cold. Over the years, Qingtan's body has been absorbing the evil energy from the heaven and the earth all the time. After more than 10 years of accumulation, the evil energy has become extremely powerful. What Qingtan has to do now is to control it, then she will have an unparalleled cultivation foundation, and her achievements in the future will be limitless. It's time. Wu Yun held the elixir refined by Ji Sha Yin dragon saliva in his hand. His mental power transmitted the voice. Qingtan, open your mouth. Qingtan's small pale mouth opened easily, and Wu Yun shot all 3 pills into Qingtan's small mouth with a wave of his hand. The elixir melts in the mouth, and the strong yin evil medicine power melts away. Qingtan on the stage suddenly had some painful colors on his cheeks, and his body trembled violently. The evil spirit erupting from his body showed faint signs of turning into black. Moreover, that evil spirit, it also suddenly became much richer. Under the linkage of internal and external evil spirits, her evil spirit has reached a peak. The strong black evil spirit winds around Qingtan's body like huge black ropes. These evil spirits are entangled with each other, like a huge black storm, sweeping towards the surroundings. Lin Dong, who was guarding outside the passage, looked inside anxiously, very worried about his sister, when suddenly a gust of incomparably icy cold blew out from inside. He who was in Yuandan realm was completely frozen, unable to move. With the Taiyan talisman, Qingtan's demonic aura is stronger than in the original book. It's so cold. Lin Dongyuan pill burst, forcing the cold out of his body. At this moment, he finally understood that his elder brother asked him to stay here and not allow anyone to approach him. With the cold air just now, everyone in the tomb mansion will die except for him and his elder brother. I hope Qingtan is okay. Lin Dong prayed in his heart. On the lotus platform, Wu Yun's complexion changed. The shamanic aura erupted to the peak, and even he who stepped into the formation realm felt the slightest threat. It is enough to imagine the pain that Qingtan is enduring at this moment. Her body had already stiffened, and her face seemed to be wearing a mask of pain. Wu Yun immediately shot out a majestic pure yang force, and with such a tyrannical yang force pouring down, the evil spirit that filled Qingtan's body also burst into bursts of black smoke. Contained down. But this is not enough, because of the Taiyan talisman, the strong evil spirit still lingers in Qingtan's body. Qingtan, cooperate with me, I'll help you absorb part of the evil energy, do as I say. Wu Yun said via voice transmission, then stood up and approached Qingtan. He wanted to use a secret technique in Master Wanxi's memory to draw part of the power in Qingtan's body. Facing Qingtan's cherry-like delicate and lovely mouth, Wu Yun moved closer. The cold breath spread from Wu Yun's lips to his body. Wu Yun kept making seals with his hands, and wonderful seals appeared one after another. He struck out with both hands frontally, pressing on Qingtan's heart, on top of the internal organs. His hands are like protruding flowers, his fingering is incomparably wonderful and fast, and he precisely hits one after another secret and peculiar acupuncture points on Qingtan's body. Qingtan's body exuded rays of light, and the originally cold body became slightly warm. No longer so stiff, and even trembling slightly. At this time, the evil energy quickly condensed into Qingtan's mouth, and soon the evil energy gathered there was so strong that it turned into evil fluid. Qingtan followed Wu Yun's instruction from the sound transmission just now, and carried out the evil fluid filled with a faintly cold fragrance. Wu Yun touched the slightly soft lips, curled up flexibly, his Adam's apple surged, and a mouthful of coldness entered his body instantly. With the unique fragrance of green sandalwood, Wu Yun successfully extracted part of the saliva of Yin Sha with a special secret method. This mass of pure yin energy entered Wu Yun's body and was temporarily suppressed in his dantian. At this moment, the Shamo Qi was much weaker and was completely suppressed. The painful look on Qingtan's cheeks has just dissipated, replaced by a feeling of relief from stress. Wu Yun quickly reminded, Qingtan, now is not the time to relax, quickly gather your mind and gather the Shamo energy. Only by compressing the Shamo energy in your body into a pill can you completely control it. At this moment, the effect of the Taiyan talisman finally showed, and a huge black vortex formed in front of Qingtan. Gradually gather this huge evil spirit. Accompanied by Qingtan's control, the many evil spirits in her body suddenly roared, and shuttled quickly inside her body. Every time these evil spirits shuttled through the meridians, flesh and bones, they would make the green Tan's body tremble violently, and a severe pain like a knife cut seeped out, permeating every part of his body. Qingtan gritted her silver teeth and persisted. She must survive, and brother Wu Yun's warm hug is waiting for her. How could she just give up like this? Isn't it just a little pain? In order to be able to be with brother Wu Yun for a lifetime, she can bear it. Under this strong will, Qingtan finally survived. Always believe in the power of LSP. Qingtan is like this at this moment. She is still thinking about brother Wu Yun, who is greedy for his body. The evil spirit erodes the body and will bring severe pain, but at the same time as the severe pain, Qingtan can also feel that the flesh, bones, and even viscera in her body are strengthened bit by bit under this severe pain with. This kind of strengthening gradually made her completely adapt to that domineering evil spirit. Feeling the powerful power in his body, slowly being controlled by him, Qingtan's spirit became more and more excited. She doesn't want to be the oil bottle of her brothers. Qingtan has always been strong. She hopes that she can help her brothers, and be able to have the strength to go out with them. Clenching the green sandalwood jade tightly, the firm belief in her heart allowed her to quickly suppress the evil spirit, and the evil spirit lingering around her body surged, and finally a ray of black light appeared in front of her. As more and more evil spirits were sucked into that ray of black light, the black light gradually became brighter, and finally, in the middle of the rotation, it slowly condensed into a thumb-sized deep black yuan dan. The Yuan Dan is not big in size, but it is permeated by a kind of deep black. That kind of black seems to be able to swallow even the line of sight, which looks extraordinarily weird. Moreover, at the moment when this dark black Yuan Dan took shape, the aura of green sandalwood surged wildly again. This is her newly acquired power, Shamo Yuanli. According to Wu Yun's feelings, this power is not much weaker than his Zijin Yuanli condensed by using the best yin and yang energy, and it is even stronger than Lin Dong's Yuanli. Coupled with this domineering yin and cold attribute, Shi Yuanli, even more domineering and fierce. If this is used in battle, it will definitely crush the energy of most people. The physique of pure yin and pure yang really has a unique advantage in cultivation. The vortex of the talisman disappeared, and Qingtan opened her slightly ruddy mouth, and swallowed the Shamo Yin Dan. The lunar talisman is collected in the Niwen Palace. Qingtan finally opened his eyes, and a firm look flashed in those clear and agile eyes. At this time, two slightly strange black lights shot out from Qingtan's eyes, and they shot directly at Wu Yun who was facing her. Wu Yun cast his Xuanyu hand in an instant, and bounced off the luster that Qingtan subconsciously released, and the luster fell on the pool water, only to hear the sound of crackling, and countless black icicles in the pool stabbed out directly. After accumulating steadily, bottoming out and rebounding, the yin pill is 10%, the aura in Qingtan's body finally began to show a kind of crazy fluctuation, the early, middle, and late stages of Tianyuan realm. Skimming the Tianyuan realm directly. Promoted to Shao Yuan Dan realm. Brother Wu Yun, I succeeded. Qingtan said in surprise. She rushed towards Wu Yun and hugged him tightly. Well, it's okay, from now on, you don't have to worry about the cold air eating your body, and you won't have to bear that kind of pain. Wu Yun comforted her by patting her jade back lightly. Yeah, Qingtan chick nodded as if pecking at rice. Obviously at this moment, she felt extremely relaxed, and the pain that had plagued her for more than 10 years was finally completely relieved today. Wait, Qingtan, you haven't absorbed any energy yet. Wu Yun suddenly looked at Qingtan with affectionate eyes and said. In his dantian, there is also a group of incomparably rich Xianxia energy. He is not going to use this group of energy himself, he still has to return it to Qingtan. It was just because of too much energy that Qingtan couldn't bear it all at once, so he intercepted part of it. Now that Qingtan has condensed Yindan, it will be no problem at all to absorb this mass of energy. Didn't that be eaten by brother Wu Yun? Qingtan blushed and said shyly. It's okay, brother can still give it back to you. Wu Yun said with a wicked smile on his lips. Why? Qingtan wondered, this question baffled her little head. Naturally, how did you get over here, and why did you go back? Wu Yun domineeringly pressed Qingtan on the yin-yang lotus platform. Then he involuntarily held the rosy piece in his mouth. Qingtan was caught off guard, a powerful energy had already slipped into her mouth, and flowed into her internal organs, as well as Yuan Dan. During this process, Wu Yun also used his miraculous technique to form seals and penetrate into Qingtan's body, and then continuously moved Qingtan's acupuncture points to help her refine this energy. Her aura increased again, but it was not as crazy as before, but slowly increased like gurgling water. In the end, he reached the Yuandan small perfection realm. It's done. Wu Yun stood up with some inclination, and said in a low voice. Brother Wu Yun, what kind of miraculous technique is this? I didn't need to do anything, I just absorbed the energy and broke through the Yuandan realm. Qingtan felt very miraculous. Wu Yun, you have to keep it secret, I have only used this technique on you. Chapter 85 Xiao Diao wakes up, the dispute between the second brother and the third brother. Lin Dong was still blowing cold wind in the passage outside. But Wu Yun and Qingtan were sleeping on the lotus platform on the elixir pool, and they were in love with each other. Lin Dong, the cold storm has stopped, it looks like it's over, why haven't Big Brother and Qingtan come out yet? He was a little hesitant to go in and see the result. Out of trust in his elder brother, Lin Dong wasn't very worried. He believed that with the elder brother's love for Qingtan's own sister, he would definitely protect Qingtan's life no matter what. After thinking about it, I finally decided to wait. Brother said, don't go in and disturb me easily. On the elixir pool, Wu Yun and Qingtan hugged each other tightly, whispering whispers that only the two of them could hear. Wu Yun was telling Qingtan about the little tricks he had just done, and demonstrated them to Qingtan one by one to teach her. It made Qingtan's body itchy for a while, and she couldn't help letting out a bell-like laugh. The two were so happy that they seemed to have forgotten that there was still Lin Dong outside, guarding the entrance of the passage motionlessly. Wu Yun continued to flirt. It was rare for Qingtan to let go of her troubles and smile so freely. He stretched his hand into his waist, and wiped the high-grade Chenkin bag he had snatched from Lin Langtian, and suddenly a green long sword appeared in his hand. "Brother Wu Yun, this sword is so beautiful." Qing Tan's big eyes lit up, and he showed a crescent-like smile. "Wu Yun, this is a gift I planned to give you during my previous trip to the tomb. I wanted to give it to you a long time ago, but I see that you have a lot of thoughts and have been worrying about condensing the yin pill, so I want to wait for you after solving the physical problem. I will give it to you, so that you can enjoy this happiness without any worries." Wu Yun is quite talented in the study of girls' minds. Today, it incorporates the memory of the ancient tomb mansion's Saint Sun, the holy son of the ancient sect, who is known as the Master of Wanshi and nicknamed the Saint of Love. Wu Yun is equivalent to directly maxing out the skill of flirting with girls. Only wrong names, no wrong nicknames. Lover. He has read countless women in his life, his confidant are all over the world, and he has so many lovers of all kinds. He has been doing things all his life. Not many people know his real name, but he has a few pseudonyms and they are all very famous. He likes to show people with Wu, Sao, Luo and other surnames. This sword is called Emotional Sword. After my special technique, it has been promoted from a low-level spirit treasure to a medium level one. It is paired with a knife. Wu Yun took out his pink short knife. This is it. Fengyu Tenderness Knife. This pair of swords was once used by the master of the tomb and his favorite woman, one of them. The knife belongs to Yang, and the sword belongs to Yin. At the same time, there are two sets of high-grade 9th-grade swords that are compatible with it martial arts. 9 Yang swordsmanship, 9 Yin swordsmanship. These two martial arts can be used alone or in conjunction with each other. When combined, they are called 9 Yin and 9 Yang sword array. This is a set specially designed for these two swords. The combined strike formation created requires 2 men and women to practice at the same time, with 2 people as the eyes of the Yin and Yang formation, with the male leading the Yang and the female leading the Yin. Level. Qing Tan was amazed when he heard that. Good luck martial arts. Yes, good fortune martial arts that is still above 9th grade martial arts. Brother Wu Yun, you mean that the two of us can practice this set of martial arts together? Do you want to learn? Qing Tan asked with some excitement and anticipation. Of course, if I give this sword to you, you must be the only one who can practice with me. Besides our lovely Qing Tan, who else is worthy of this sword? Wu Yun said without hesitation. Qing Tan took the affection sword and caressed it shyly and happily. This sword belongs to Yin, and the sword body is cold, which is very suitable for her. Then I must practice hard and not delay brother Wu Yun. Leg. Quote. Well, when I go back later, I will pass on the cultivation method of martial arts to you alone. Let's go out first and keep talking to you. I forgot that Lin Dong is still guarding outside. He must be very worried about us. Whether it is successful or not, go out first and tell him the good news about your condensed yin dan. Quote. After that evil intention subsided, Wu Yun thought of his second brother who was still waiting outside. Ah, I even forgot brother Lin Dong. Quote. Qing Tan exclaimed in shock. He felt extremely self-blame in his heart. Brother Lin Dong was still worried about her, but she was still warming up with brother Wu Yun here. Wu Yun reminded, by the way, Qing Tan, this sword don't tell you brother Lin Dong that we are going to practice the combined sword formation together. I'm afraid he will meddle in his own business. Quote. Well, I know, brother Wu Yun, the matter between us is not suitable for publicity, and brother Lin Dong is very reserved and straightforward, so it would be no good to tell him. Qing Tan nodded in agreement. After tidying up their clothes, they walked out of the elixir pool. Brother, Qing Tan, you finally came out, you are so worried about me. Seeing the two of them, Lin Dong said excitedly. Brother Lin Dong, I've made you worry. I've successfully condensed the yin dan. Just now, Wu Yun was helping me stabilize the realm. That's why you've been waiting for so long. Qing Tan blamed herself sincerely, with a little embarrassment on her small face. This time, she is typical of having a love brother and forgetting her own brother. What's the matter? As long as you are fine, I don't worry. I just waited for a while, even if I waited for 10 or 8 days, my brother is willing. Quote. Lin Dong said excitedly. Qing Tan's cold air has always been a heart disease of his, now that it has been resolved, he has relieved one of his worries. Brother, thank you for your hard work. Thanks to you this time, otherwise, I would be helpless in Qingtan's situation. Wu Yun, why are you talking about this? Brother, you need to be polite, your sister is my sister. Yes, after I got this ancient Tianlin halberd, I reburned the runes and made it a lot more perfect. Although it is not a high-level spiritual treasure, it should be able to exert the power comparable to that of a high-level spiritual treasure. Wu Yun told Tianlin Gu the halberd was given to Lin Dong. During this period of time, when refining the talisman puppets, he also strengthened the spiritual treasures he got, mainly to improve the runes on them. The overall level has risen to a level. His Fengyu Tenderness Saber is directly comparable to a high-level Lingbao, and Qingtan's Affectionate Sword has also reached the middle level. Due to the limitation of materials, these spirit treasures can only be upgraded to this level, and cannot be further improved. This ancient halberd, and a set of superior 7th grade martial arts, I will pass on to you later. Okay, thank you, brother. Lin Dong happily took it. This is his first high-level spiritual treasure. In the following time, Wu Yun frequently went in and out of Lin Dong and Qingtan's room, teaching them martial arts. In addition to Lin Dong teaching him the heavenly scale halberd technique, he also copied a copy of the 9th grade martial art, the sky-shattering demon tablet palm, which he obtained from Lin Langtian's Chenkin bag, for Lin Dong to practice. At the same time, Wu Yun himself was also practicing, mainly cultivating the sky-shattering demon tablet palm and 9 suns saber technique, these two 9-rank martial arts. Another month passed in the blink of an eye, and life in the ancient tomb mansion was completely back on track. They sent people out to inquire, but Yancheng remained the same, and the Lin clan did not take any action, but no definite news came out. Yancheng is too remote, and the news will be slow to spread. Everyone continued to practice in the ancient tomb mansion. What Wu Yun prepared for them was a retreat period of almost 2 years. Moreover, the grand competition of the Lin clan was also held 2 years later. At that time, no matter what attitude the Lin clan had, they should have enough ability to deal with it. Of course, other people can stay in the tomb to practice, but Wu Yun and Lin Dong can't. Here their cultivation has slowly entered the stagnation period. More opportunities and better resources are needed to improve strength. In Lin Dong's room, Wu Yun, second brother, arrange everyone now. I want to go out for a while. We need to quickly improve our strength to deal with the risks we will encounter in the future. Quote exclamation mark quote. Lin Dong had already had this idea. His goal is to defeat Lin Langtian in the competition of the Lin clan 2 years later. In the last battle with Lin Langtian, it can be seen that the gap between them is still very large. If Lin Dong wants to achieve his goal, he must not be able to practice normally. You have to go out and try your luck in the outside world. Xiao Diao, hee, are you finally leaving this ghostly place? Lin Dong was pleasantly surprised when he heard Xiao Diao's voice transmission. Xiao Diao has awakened. Lin Dong's palm lit up, and a black light flashed from it. The last time they teamed up to deal with Lin Langtian, Xiao Diao had already had a quick meeting with Wu Yun, and it was also that time that Xiao Diao's defense against Wu Yun was completely dispelled. So, as soon as he wakes up now, it will show up directly. The light and shadow condensed, and the small purple-black figure appeared. Oh, finally woke up. Wu Yun also looked at Xiao Diao in surprise, and began to examine him seriously. If you look closely, the little mink is still much better looking than the big black mouse, especially the strange purple symbol on its forehead. Wu Yun did not find it in the true explanation of the original runes. That should not belong to the original rune, but a kind of inheritance of the sky demon sable. Xiao Diao, thank you for your life-saving grace. He opened his mouth, but he didn't specify the identity of Wu Yun's reincarnation master. He guessed. Because this is a taboo, reincarnated people need a certain amount of time to merge and wake up with memory, and randomly pointing out the identity of the other party is to disrupt the rhythm of other people's awakening. So he chose to be called Brother Wu Yun, just like Lin Dong. Anyway, in his heart, Wu Yun is the big brother, and he not only convinced him by calling him big brother, but also felt that he was superior and made money. Lin Dong pursed his lips. Seeing that Xiao Diao looked like a younger brother than him, he was somewhat disdainful and contemptuous. Would he, who always called himself Lord Diao, be so humble? Thank you, you can help Lin Dong regardless of the danger of your life, you are my brother. Wu Yun said seriously. Then the conversation changed and he teased Xiao Diao. You are the sky demon Diao with an incomparably noble status among the demon tribe. Call me big brother, I am afraid I will wrong you. Wu Yun's words are not false, Xiao Diao's identity as he called big brother, which really surprised him. And it doesn't seem to fit Xiao Diao's style. Xiao Diao was terrified. There is no such thing as a sky demon or an earth demon. In front of big brother, my mere identity and background are not worth mentioning. There is only Xiao Diao here. It is my honor to become brothers with big brother. Wu Yun was a little confused. Xiao Diao is not joking. This serious, humble appearance, he is really in awe of himself. Why is that? It shouldn't be. In the original book, the newbie Honghong, who is not afraid of the sky and the earth, will sincerely recognize him as a big brother. You know, not counting the hasty meeting last time, this time can be regarded as the first meeting in the true sense. Wu Yun had always been worried that when the shrewd little Diao woke up and learned that Lin Dong had shared the secret of the stone talisman with him, would he silence him, or instigate Lin Dong to stay away from him, so as to provoke the relationship between them? Brotherhood. After all, judging from the importance of the stone talisman and Xiao Diao's experience, he would definitely be wary of Wu Yun. But now, she actually respects him mysteriously. Oh, haha, little mink is also a bold mink. If that's the case, join our brothers too. Thank you for your kindness. If you call me big brother, I will be disrespectful. You and Lin Dong discuss how to rank the second and third brothers. Wu Yun brought the topic to the two, watching their reactions with great interest. In the original book, Xiao Diao has always been very strong in the early stage, and the role of the big brother is dominant. It was not until Lin Dong gradually matured, Xiao Yan transformed into a form, and one person and two beasts officially became sworn brothers that Lin Dong got the position of big brother. The little mink mouse had a shrewd eye, and immediately sent a voice transmission to Lin Dong, saying forcefully, Lin Dong, since I've joined Mr. Diao, you should move back the position of the second child. However, regarding this matter, Lin Dong did not back down. You think beautifully. Do you understand the principle of first come, first served? Without me, you can get to know the eldest brother, and I can't give up this position. Xiao Diao, what do you give to Master Diao? Then, Master Diao is older than you, stronger than you in strength, richer in experience than you. Lin Dong curled his lips, and said lightly, I have known big brother longer than you. Little Diao said dumbly, speechless, but still didn't want to give up, give me the second brother's position, and I will agree to any conditions. Lin Dong, it's easy to talk about the others, but this one doesn't work. Wu Yun felt two mental fluctuations constantly passing between Xiao Diao and Lin Dong. The eyes of the two of them also gradually turned tit for tat, looking at each other aggressively, as if they were engaged in a silent battle. Wu Yun understood that the two must be arguing. It's just that I didn't expect that the second and third brothers are all younger brothers, so they take it so seriously. Xiao Diao couldn't talk to Lin Dong, so he said directly, brother, this third younger brother doesn't know what's good and what's wrong. I've talked for a long time, but he just doesn't agree. He doesn't have any vision at all. I'm a majestic demon Diao, how could I be ranked behind him? After that, Lin Dong, third brother, don't mess up the order, you should call me second brother. You just told the eldest brother that your identity and background are not worth mentioning. How can you use your background to pressure me now? But I don't know what it is at all, Tianyao Diao, so I don't care about it. I just know that I came first. I've known big brother longer than you, so you have to be behind me. Xiao Diao pointed at Lin Dong. Look, big brother, you look, this third brother doesn't know how to be humble at all. I'm already 100 years old, so he doesn't know how to let me go. Lin Dong rolled his eyes. Hee, big brother, look at him, he even used age as an issue, so he has lived longer than the two of us. He really wants to be the big brother, he dares to think about the position of big brother, he is damned. Xiao Diao heard, in a hurry, third brother, don't wrong Diao, how dare I compare with big brother, it is you, but you actually use big brother as a shield, with bad intentions. Wu Yun's head was buzzing, and he had a headache. Why are these two still fighting for this? Stop arguing, you two. Xiao Diao, yes, brother, tell me about him. Lin Dong, brother, come and give me a suggestion. Wu Yun looked at the momentum of the two of them not to fight an inch, and not to give an inch, and hesitated for a while. What should I do? Chapter 86 Lin Dong. We are brothers, we were struck by lightning together. Wu Yun is really a little speechless. For this ranking, there is a tendency to fight each other. Since you can't argue, the big brother will help you decide. I don't favor anyone. In my heart, you are all good brothers. Who is the second child? You still have the initiative. I will provide a way for you to decide. Compete for the ranking by guessing gestures, 2 out of 3 rounds, the rules are like this. Wu Yun said slowly, telling them to use hammer, scissors and paper to decide. The brothers of Wu Yun in the previous life liked to play this trick. The loser would toast the winner and call him daddy. Do you understand everything? Wu Yun asked them after explaining. Xiao Diao, brother, I can't make cloth with this hand. It said a little embarrassed, and showed it how to make cloth and scissors in front of Wu Yun. The little claw is really not obvious, the plum-shaped mink claw is opened, but it is a little cute. Oh, then use your mental strength to gather the shapes of the 3 gestures, and you will win or lose. Okay, I'll count to 3, 2 and 1, and let's start. One person and one mink became nervous, staring at each other, trying to guess the other party's gesture. After Wu Yun shouted 3 2 1, 2 strands of mental power came out. The one on the left is a hammer. The mink on the right is cloth. Hey, third brother, I'm sorry, but we won the first battle. Xiao Diao's mouse eyes glowed with a cheap light, and he guessed that Lin Dong would come to beat the sun, because the boy clenched his fists too much. Lin Dong, HMPH, there are still 2 rounds left. His face was a little ugly, and the rhythm was controlled by Xiao Diao. The head is running wildly, thinking about what is going to happen next. In the second round, the mental power was concentrated again. Wu Yun stood in the middle to block the 2. Xiao Diao on the left still swore, he played the scissors. Wu Yun turned his body sideways, but Lin Dong still threw out his fist. He looked at Xiao Diao with a sneer. You thought you were the only one who was smart. Little Mink twitched his face. Hee, you've made progress. He thought just now that Lin Dong would panic if he lost, and he would change him no matter what. He has scissors, as long as Lin can't move his fist, no matter how bad he is, it will be a draw. I didn't expect Lin Dong to be so courageous and dare to continue punching. It was a game of life and death. Each of them was very nervous, staring at each other's face, trying to see the flaws in each other's face. Even Wu Yun became excited. The battle situation is very anxious. Although it was a trivial matter, the 3 brothers took it very seriously. Wu Yun wants to be fair. Lin Dong and Xiao Diao will try their best to fight for it. 3 2 1, start. Hush, 2 spiritual forces took shape instantly. Wu Yun moved away. The first thing he saw was Xiao Diao's, and Xiao Diao even produced scissors. Xiao Diao, no, how is it possible? How dare you, how dare you? Covering his face with his paws, he roared unbelievably, heart-piercingly. Lin Dong, on the other hand, looked at him with a smug look on his face. In the third game, Lin Dong still played with fists. This made Wu Yun look at Lin Dong with admiration. This kind of disposition is really rare. Even if it was him, he would not dare to throw 3 punches in a row after losing a round. Although it is a small game, it is also a psychological game. Xiao Diao thought he understood Lin Dong a little bit, won the first game, and kept making predictions. And Lin Dong, after the first game, saw what Xiao Diao thought of him, so he predicted Xiao Diao's prediction in the second game. By the third game, everyone was predicting. It's a pity that this wave, Xiao Diao only predicted the 5th floor, but Lin Dong was very bold, and directly predicted a circle, in the atmosphere. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the son of the plane. Even if the sworn brotherhood has been advanced, Lin Dong is still above Xiao Diao. As the previous owner of the stone talisman, Xiao Diao is actually a child of the plane, but unfortunately, times have changed. Wu Yun, okay, I'm willing to admit defeat. Xiao Diao, call me second brother. Second brother, Xiao Diao said reluctantly. That's right, brother Diao, don't worry, second brother won't treat you badly. Lin Dong looked satisfied. Okay, next, let's discuss the direction of going out to practice. Wu Yun said, returning to the subject. A mental wave shot out from his eyes, and finally turned into a mental map in the air in front of him, spreading out. This spiritual map is the information about the ancestor talisman obtained from the top of the talisman tower. Wu Yun compared the maps of the Yan dynasty, and some of them overlapped. In the lower left corner of the overlapped part of the map, there was a blood-red light spot, where one of the ancestral talismans existed, that is, the devouring ancestral talisman. On this spiritual map, there are two ancestral talismans, the other is the thunder ancestral talisman, which is far outside the Dian dynasty. I checked the detailed map during this period, and the location of this ancestral talisman should be Dawang County, which is located on the western border of the Great Yan dynasty. Wu Yun pointed at the red dot and murmured, "Xiao Diao, then what are you waiting for? Let's go find it right away. It's best to get this kind of treasure as early as possible, so as not to be caught by others." For the power of the ancestral talisman, Xiao Diao here is the clearest. If he didn't have a body, he would have wanted to find it a long time ago. The spiritual map only has a general orientation, but it is impossible to know where the ancestor talisman is in Dawang County. We must go there to check carefully. Lin Dong had seen the map before, and studied it after returning. Lin Dong, in addition, I have known about Dawang County. It is close to the border, and it is extremely chaotic. There are many sects and forces, and dragons and snakes are mixed. Speaking of it, even the prestige of the four major clans of the Dian dynasty will be greatly reduced there. The danger there is not comparable to that of Yancheng or even Tiandu County. Yuan Dan realm Zochan powerhouses may be able to flourish in Yancheng, but in that kind of place, they can only be regarded as mediocre. It can be said that the Great Wilderness County is the most chaotic and dangerous place in the Great Yan dynasty. Lin Dong looked a little worried about the place he was going to go to. There are many shapes like dogs. Yuan Dan is walking all over the ground. Wu Yun is full of expectations. After traveling for so long, I finally have to change the map. Wu Yun. Danger and opportunity coexist. Infinite treasures. In the deep mountains, there are many masters, all kinds of mysterious martial arts, countless exercises. As long as you have the ability and opportunity, you can jump the Dragon's Gate with a cart there, and become a famous strongman in the Great Yan dynasty. Those who seek wealth and danger, only by taking an unusual path can you become an extraordinary person. Until you want to defeat Lin Langtian. 10,000 years. You have to break through to get ahead. Brother is right. Second brother, you are still a young man, don't be so prudent. Sometimes you can learn from Xiaoyan, he is super brave. Xiao Diao echoed. Third brother, I'm just talking about concerns. Be careful, make it look like I'm afraid. We can't be reckless in our adventures. Wouldn't it be better if we can venture steadily? And Xiaoyan is so brave, it's not because I taught him. Quote. Okay, what you both said makes sense, and it's only safe and reckless. Then get ready and say goodbye to your family. We're leaving tomorrow. This place is still far away from Dawang County, and there is still a whole city in between. In Diang County, it will probably take more than a month just to go on the road. In the evening, Wu Yun explained to Luo Cheng, Luo Tong and the others that he was going out to make a living. In fact, they have all been prepared for a long time. The small Yancheng cannot be trapped. One day, Wu Yun will go to a wider world. Now that Wu Yun had settled them all down, it was natural for him to leave. Yuner, you must take care when you go outside. If you have a chance, go to the Heavenly Sword sect. Not everyone is like Chen Shu and his like last time. Among other things, the Heavenly Sword sect is treating those from its own sect. As for disciples, there is no problem, as long as you are a disciple of Tiandao sect, no matter how crazy you are outside or how domineering you are, as long as you behave properly, even if you cause a big disaster, the sect will help you. If you can officially become a member of Tiandaomen, you will have a backer. In a fight like this between you and Lin Langtian, you don't have to worry about the Lin clan behind him. Everyone has a background, fighting is a matter between individuals. Luo Chengyu warned earnestly. He is very confident in Wu Yun's strength, but when you go out and venture out, others will not play with you in any martial arts competition between your peers in the same realm. If you offend others and rob others of their interests, they will not care whether you are a junior or not. At that time, people at the level of your ancestors may attack you. My child will always remember the teachings of my adoptive father. Wu Yun respectfully agreed. He will definitely go to Tiandaomen, but that will have to wait until the ancestor talisman is found. Luo Cheng valued him more than his own son, and Wu Yun didn't dare to fool his father. Compared to Wu Yun, His son Luo Tong fell out of favor a lot. But Luo Tong was not jealous, because he also dotes on Wu Yun. He hugged Wu Yun, "Junior brother, take care of everything when you are out and about." "Well, don't worry, senior brother." "Brother Wu Yun, why didn't you take me with you? Don't talk, kiss me." Wu Yun didn't listen to Qingtan's complaints, and didn't give Qingtan a chance to explain, so he directly blocked her mouth. It is more than words. The next day, when it was daylight, Wu Yun quietly opened the window and left Qingtan's room. After a night of consolation, Wu Yun tried his best to persuade Qingtan not to go out with them. In fact, with Qingtan's current strength, going out with them will not hinder them too much. However, there will always be many inconveniences in bringing a girl into the rivers and lakes. There are several reasons. First, beautiful girls are troublemakers. It's not that they want to cause trouble, but that there are always LSPs who will stare at them, which does not conform to their low-key development plan. Second, Wu Yun is also an LSP. He went out to practice this time in order to quickly improve his strength and put all his heart on cultivation. If he brings the lovely Qingtan sister with him, it doesn't mean bringing his little wife with him. On the battlefield, where is there any extra energy to deal with the enemy? As for Wu Yun's reason for persuading Qingtan not to go, it was to let her stay and protect the family in the tomb mansion. Among the two families, there were only 3 talisman masters. Apart from Wu Yun and Lin Dong, Qingtan was the only one. All the formations in the entire tomb arranged by Wu Yun need to be controlled by those who cultivate spiritual power. Keeping Qingtan is also to take care of everyone. Sometimes you need to go in and out of the tomb to activate the formation, and you will lose a master of spiritual power. In addition, Wu Yun also kept the Scorpio Tiger and raised it outside, and the mind control brand of the Scorpio Tiger was also replaced by Qingtan. From now on, Qingtan will replace Wu Yun's role in the tomb. It can be said that the responsibility is not small, it is very important. Only then did Qingtan convince. She always wanted to help. Now that such an important task of guarding the house is entrusted to her, little Loli seems to have matured all of a sudden, and she no longer pesters Wu Yun, doing anything that she loves to death and does not leave. Lin Dong also bid farewell to his parents, and under the eager eyes of everyone, Wu Yun and Lin Dong rode on by Yun and Xiao Yan and rushed deeper into the forest. This time I went to Dawang County. I didn't take the city avenue, and went straight in the direction of Dawang County. It happens that most of this road is forests, mountains, and there are many monsters. It is suitable for us to practice and quickly improve our abilities with strength. It will be more certain to find the ancestor talisman at that time. Wu Yun said to his second and third younger brothers. He deliberately chose this path. Besides the reasons he said, there is also the lowest sign in location for system refresh. Lei Yuanshan. It is in the direction of Dawang County, a famous mountain in a vast forest in Dayang County. Brother, I also have the same intention, so that Xiaoyan and Xiao Diao can hunt and kill more demon spirits to improve their strength. The demon spirits who ransacked the demon spirit room in the tomb last time, in the past 2 months, it has been almost consumed by the little mink. The main reason is that the battle with Lin Langtian consumed too much of his origin, and consumed most of the demon spirits to recover. Xiao Diao said dissatisfied, "Don't put me and that stupid tiger side by side." Lin Dong rolled his eyes, feeling a little annoyed at Xiao Diao's superiority. He didn't know the status of Tianyao Diao in the Yaozu. The Yaozu judges their nobility based on their bloodline strength. Xiao Diao's bloodline can be said to be the ceiling of the monster clan in this world, and Xiaoyan's own fire python tiger is the existence of floor tiles, so there is no such thing as bloodline. In front of such a noble monster as the sky demon sable, the fire python tiger is still a beast. Roar! Xiao Yan yelled at Xiao Diao in dissatisfaction. "Stupid tiger, you are still not convinced." The light and shadow transformed by Xiao Diao jumped onto Xiao Yan's head and stomped on it. Boom! Beiyun directly spat out a thin wave of intense light, hitting Xiao Diao. Very strange pair of tiger eyes, very dissatisfied staring at Xiao Diao. "Everyone is a monster, who do you look down on?" "Hey, I was wrong. Xiao Diao hurriedly apologized, not daring to talk to Bai Yunggong at all. He has detected the power of Beiyun's bloodline, and it is no weaker than that of their Sky Demon Sable clan, even worse. Speaking of which, he also found it strange that an ordinary female fire python tiger could actually give birth to 2 wonderful creatures, Beiyun and Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan can still understand to some extent, although there are few mutated blood, but it is not without, changing step by step, gradually breaking the limit of the original race, transforming. But Baiyun couldn't tell that she was the sister of Xiaoyan's siblings. Not only was she good-looking, she had high intelligence, and her strength was not weak. It's just another race. When he first began to suspect that Wu Yun was the boss of the reincarnation, the biggest reason was Baiyun. So far he still hasn't figured out what kind of means can turn a fire python tiger into stronger than the blood of the three most powerful tiger clans in the demon realm. Wu Yun, little Diao, be careful what you say in the future. Don't always let go of your arrogance as a demon Diao in front of Baiyun and Xiaoyan. They are the closest partners we grew up together. If you transformed, you still want to join our brotherhood and become our brothers. Of course, leaving aside the relationship, just talking about the talent potential of the two of them, Baiyun is not weaker than you Tianyao Diao now. I believe you have seen it. I believe that at the same stage, none of you, or even your entire Sky Demon Sable clan, can surpass Baiyun. And Xiaoyan, with his mutated blood, is equivalent to possessing infinite possibilities. This is the ability that all monster clans dream of. His future achievements may not reach the level of your Sky Demon Diao, but he may also surpass you. With Xiaoyan's super brave personality, I believe that there will be no problem for him to reach the level of Sky Demon Diao in the future. Therefore, and compared with the tiger siblings, your only advantage is that you live hundreds of years longer. You know, the two tiger siblings are still under 3 years old. If they are on the same starting line, you may not even be able to catch up. Impossible. Xiao Diao subconsciously wanted to refute, and suddenly recalled what he did when he was 3 years old. He was 3 years old, not 10 years old, and he seemed to be drinking milk. Think about it. Xiao Diao was speechless for a moment, overwhelmed with shame, speechless, and then fled despondently, covering his face and returning to the stone talisman. Baiyun and Xiaoyan are really two strange tigers, perverted tigers, devil tigers. Xiao Diao is terrified when he thinks carefully. The monster race is different from the human race. They have a longer lifespan, and their cultivation speed is often not as fast as that of the human race. Most of the powerful monster races were nourished by various energies when they were young, and they were released only when they were strong enough. But that's basically after the age of 10. Although they will be very powerful at that time, they still cannot compare with Baiyun and Xiaoyan. Lin Dong, brother, Xiao Diao. He was a little dazed. Master Diao, who was always arrogant, seemed to be shocked by what Big Brother said. He pinched Xiaoyan under the seat, feeling a sense of pride in his heart. He thought that the Sky Demon Sable was so powerful, so it turned out that Xiaoyan could also surpass them. Wu Yun was helpless. This was a blow, and it seemed to be a heavy blow. The young patriarch of the majestic Mink clan suddenly found that he was really no match for two wild tigers when he was young, and he really didn't feel good. But what Wu Yun said is also true. The potential of Baiyun and Xiaoyan is not inferior to that of any monster race. It's better for little Mink to accept this reality earlier. Wu Yun, don't worry about him. This is a fact. You have to accept it sooner or later, and he is such a big Mink, he can figure it out for himself. Let's continue walking along the Tianyan Mountains, and clean up all the powerful monsters by the way, so as not to run out to threaten the tomb. Well, I haven't fought for a long time. Lin Dong said, adrenaline soaring. He rushed forward with Xiaoyan, releasing his spiritual power to explore various powerful monsters. Wu Yun also took out a talisman with the spirit gathering rune on it. This thing works really well, like a radar. It can scan the concentration of vitality around it, which is perfect for treasure hunting. As long as you detect a direction where the energy is strong, look for it in that direction, and you are guaranteed to get good things. Using this direction, Wu Yun has already found many high-quality elixirs. In the depths of this mountain range, there are many monsters and few people. Few people come to pick the elixir, and the monsters often guard the elixir and wait until they are mature or when they are about to break through. Wu Yun doesn't care about it. It doesn't matter whether you are familiar with it or not, just pick it up when you meet it, and leave a root or plant for it at most. The harvest is not bad. The monster crystals obtained from hunting powerful monsters were given to Xiao Diao and Xiaoyan. And most of the elixir obtained can be given to Baiyun. In terms of food, Baiyun is much more aristocratic than the two of them. After a month, they have already walked out of the Tianyan mountain range and entered the range of Diang County. This month, They harvested a wave of leaks in the Tianyan Mountains. Among them, almost all the beasts in the Shaping Realm were hunted down. There is an actual battle almost every day. After they were in the ancient tomb mansion, their skyrocketing strength was finally settled, their realm was much more stable, their actual combat ability was greatly improved, and several newly cultivated martial arts had also reached great success. Wu Yun has successfully advanced to Shaocheng Formation Realm. Lin Dong is still a little short of the Shaping Realm. Logically speaking, his accumulation is completely enough, which makes Wu Yun feel that maybe it is because of the restriction of Xuantian Kung Fu. Wu Yun, by the way, second brother, after the Xuantian Kung Fu has been cultivated to the great perfection of the Yuandan realm, the effect will gradually weaken. Although you have the stone talisman to improve it, it won't last long. It's time to change to a stronger one. I have practiced my skills. Well, I have this feeling. Lin Dong nodded and looked at Wu Yun expectantly. I do have a lot of Kung Fu here, and one of them I'm practicing is much better than Xuantian Kung Fu, but I'm not going to pass it on to you. Wu Yun said directly. Lin Dong didn't panic, and looked at his elder brother quietly. He believed that his elder brother wouldn't tease him like this. Wu Yun continued to explain. There are 3 reasons. One is that other than the one I am practicing, other exercises are not very suitable for you. Second, I think we 2 brothers should not practice the same exercise. If you happen to be able to restrain our Kung Fu enemy, you will be taken over by the same pot. The third, of course, is to find a Kung Fu that is more powerful than Xuantian Kung Fu for you. In addition to the God Elephant suppressing prison strength, Wu Yun also has the inherited exercises from the Master of the Tomb, but those exercises are dual cultivation methods, so it is obviously not suitable for a straight man like Lin Dong. The reason why the Divine Elephant suppressing prison energy was not passed on to Lin Dong was that the 2 of them couldn't all practice the same technique in a team, which led to the disadvantage of duplication of skill attributes. There are other reasons. One is that the information about the Divine Elephant suppressing prison strength is too large and complicated. If Wu Yun passes it on to Lin Dong, it will not be able to complete it in a few days and nights. After all, Lin Dong is not a fragrant younger sister like Qingtan, and she doesn't get tired of being together every day. The second is that cultivating Divine Elephant suppressing prison strength consumes a lot of cultivation resources, and the more cultivation resources are needed, the number is simply astronomical. With their current accumulation of wealth, they can only practice Wu Yun. 2 people can't get enough. In that case, the gain outweighs the loss. Tell Xiao Diao to come out and speak. Lin Dong's sound transmission stone talisman, Xiao Diao, who had been in self-isolation for a month, finally came out. Brother, I know I was wrong. From now on, Beiyun and Xiaoyan will be my brothers. After Xiao Diao came out, he had a correct attitude, fully convinced of his mistake, and completely accepted Beiyun and Xiaoyan. Well, I'm very pleased that you can think like this. Wu Yun nodded in satisfaction, and finally suppressed Xiao Diao's arrogance. You should have heard the conversation with my second brother just now. As a brother, you can help him solve the problem of exercises. I think this should not be difficult for you. Wu Yun looked at Xiao Diao confidently. But I know that there are many secrets in the stone talisman. In the original book, some of Lin Dong's cultivation methods were provided by Xiao Diao. Small problem, big brother, leave it to me. Xiao Diao agreed, and it is not surprising that big brother seems to be able to see through everything, and everything is under his control, because this is in line with the style of the reincarnated boss. Second brother, come with me into the stone talisman. Lin Dong looked confused. Obviously he knew Xiao Diao first and owned the stone talisman first. This elder brother seemed to know Xiao Diao better than him, and was familiar with the stone talisman. The mental power followed Xiao Diao into the stone talisman, and it didn't take long for Lin Dong to recover from the surprise. How's the harvest? Wu Yun asked with a smile on his lips. Dari Thunder Body, a top-notch body training method, very powerful. Lin Dong nodded in satisfaction, obviously very surprised by Xiao Diao's attack this time. At this time, the little mink also manifested, with a proud face, arrogantly boasting. This big Sun Thunder Body is divided into 3 layers. The first layer is condensed Copper Thunder Body, the second layer is condensed Jade Thunder Body, and the third layer is condensed Thunder Body. The Great Sun Thunder Body, the master of this technique back then, when the Great Sun Thunder Body was fully developed, with one punch, all the high-level spirit treasures would be completely smashed, and even the strong ones in the nirvana state would not dare to accept this move. However, it is also very difficult to practice this technique. It is only necessary to cultivate the first layer of copper thunder body, but it is necessary to induce lightning to quench the body. This. Lin Dong whispered, his brows were already tightly frowned. The thunder in the room is so powerful that it is too late for ordinary people to avoid it. Who dares to attract the thunder to quench the body? Although this technique sounds ferocious, it is also dangerous to practice. In the affairs of the world, if you have something to gain, how can you not risk it? Your sister Qingtan has endured many years of cold air to condense the powerful Yin Dan. What's more, Dari Thunder Body. Don't take advantage of it and act like a good boy. Xiao Diao pouted and said. Wu Yun laughed, haha, it's okay, it's just being struck by lightning. It's a trivial matter. I also need to take this step in my practice. When the time comes, we brothers will be struck together. Although we didn't break through together passing the Gulan, but being struck by lightning this time, few iron brothers can do it. The cultivation method of Xianxia suppressing prison strength is all-encompassing, and all kinds of body-tempering methods can be used. There is only one purpose, which can infuse the original force into every particle of the body, so that these human particles can be cultivated into giant elephant particles. Tianlei training is also one of the most effective ways to mark. Brother, I'm not afraid if I'm with you. We brothers can bathe in the thunder together. It's exciting to think about it. Third brother, do you want to try it too? Lin Dong smiled openly, teasing Xiao Diao. Xiao Diao, get lost. He is now in the state of a demon spirit, and what he is most afraid of is thunder. A thunderbolt can easily wipe him out. Cut, not enough iron brothers. Lin Dong said with a curled lip, the four brothers, and the third brother, Xiao Diao, was almost mean. Lin Dong and Xiao Diao seemed to be going astray. Wu Yun watched helplessly as the two bickered. Their painting styles seemed to deviate more and more from the pattern that they were supposed to get along with in the original book. Wu Yun, okay, stop kidding, it's not a big deal, brothers have to do it together. Xiao Diao is a demon spirit, but he can't withstand lightning strikes. Once he dies, we will both die in the same year, the same month, and the same day. Quote. Lin Dong was speechless for a moment. Although he said it smoothly when he swore, is he really going to die? Wu Yun didn't continue the topic of death or not. He scanned the surrounding environment with his mental strength, and then matched the map strategy he made, and then said pleasantly. According to the map, if you go further, you will find Lei Yuan. It's a mountain, where there are dense thunderclouds all the year round, and thunder rolls in the sky. We can lure the thunder into the body. He had some expectations in his heart. Just go and sign in. Chapter 87 Tremble, Thunder. Hurrah! Bai Ying and Hong Ying quickly shuttled through the forest. In this vast forest, let them go wild. Tiger is the king of beasts. When Bai Yun and Xiaoyan were running in the forest, their bloodlines were fully activated. Any monsters approaching them will be scared away by this powerful blood force. Even monsters stronger than them did not dare to come and block them easily. All monsters are alert to danger. During this period of time, the two of them killed an unknown number of monsters, and walked through the forest for more than a month. The wildness and murderous aura in their bodies was very strong. Just seeing them, you can feel the evil spirit from them. Therefore, no monster dared to give away the head without knowing the taste. Even Bai Yun, who has always been clean and obsessed with cleanliness, is a little wild now. Boom! At this moment, a roar of thunder caught their attention. Here we are. Entering here should belong to the Leiyuan mountain range, and Leiyuan mountain should be that towering peak. Wu Yun stopped in surprise, and in front of them, there were already undulating peaks. Above the mountain peak, there are layers of dark thunderclouds, and there are thunder snakes venting at the moment. That kind of suppression like the might of the sky makes them feel palpitations from a distance. Leiyuan mountain is not a lone mountain, but the tallest mountain in a mountain range. There are countless small peaks around it. The thunder on the outside is weaker. Let's go to the top of the mountain in front and try to guide the thunder into the body. Let's go, Bai Yun, Wu Yun said excitedly, driving Bai Yun to climb the mountain. Lei Ting, in his last life, was an untouchable existence. He never thought that he could use Lei Ting to cultivate in this life. This kind of wonderful and bold attempt filled him with anticipation. After today, he was also the man who tamed thunder. If you swear to a woman again in the future, you won't be afraid to say anything. Soon, Wu Yun stood on the top of the mountain. His face was a little stiff and he looked at the flickering thunder snake in the sky. Under the thunderclouds that covered the sky in an instant, his figure was as insignificant as an ant. A series of thunderbolts streaked across the sky, and some fell into the vast forest. Where they fell, the lush and towering giant trees turned into coke all over the ground in an instant, and wisps of black smoke shot straight into the sky. Wu Yun's heart skipped a beat. Am I too happy too soon? Wu Yun swallowed, and couldn't help but wonder, is this thing really feasible? When the thunder strikes, will he be like that towering tree, emitting black smoke? Bei Yun, are you afraid? Wu Yun said. Looking back, he saw that Bei Yun was already retreating step by step. Are you serious about taking half a step back? Bai Yun, who used to rush to the front when Wu Yun was in danger, now began to retreat in the face of Tianlei. Her agile tiger pupils were full of dread, fear, and fear. Tianlei has a fatal blow to monsters. Brother, should we think about it again? Lin Dong also followed, licking his lips. Facing Tianwei at such close range for the first time, the thunderbolts thundered down, as if hitting their hearts, their courage was shrinking. Okay, second brother, we've reached this point, let's start. This little thunder, you who still can't die at Yuandan realm great consummation, will be half dead at most. While backing away, Xiao Diao urged and stimulated Lin Dong. Quickly distance yourself from them. It ordered others to be struck by lightning, but it hid far away. It looked like it was also afraid of being hurt when others were struck. Wu, the brave Xiaoyan hid behind a boulder at this moment, trembling. Let's go, let's start with the weakest one. Wu Yun gritted his teeth, chose the thinnest thunderbolt, and walked over. If you are not ruthless, you will not be able to stand firm. If you eat like a thunderbolt, you will become a master. He holds the Fengyu tenderness knife in his hand, reaching to the sky. Come on, boom, Chi-Chi, a thunderbolt as thick as a thigh, slammed down violently, directly stiffening Wu Yun's body, and blue thunder snakes swayed on the surface of his body cruising. The bright thunder light exploded on the top of the mountain, dazzling and eye-catching, and Wu Yun, who was in it, trembled violently the moment the thunder light approached him. His whole body seemed to be hit hard by a heavy hammer. As if under the hammer, even the bones all over his body made an overwhelmed crunching sound at this moment. Wu Yun, Lei, are you polite? He stiffly looked up at the thunderclouds in the sky. This blow is really not something that ordinary people can bear. Its power is comparable to Lin Langtian's previous palm of the heaven-shattering demon tablet, and it is the kind that cannot be dodged. The powerful thunder force scurried through Wu Yun's body, making his whole body go numb. This feeling seems to be okay. Lin Dong hadn't gone in yet. Looking at his elder brother who had been struck stiff by the thunder, he couldn't help asking with some concern. Brother, are you alright? Wu Yun, except for the pain when I hit it just now, the back seems to be quite comfortable. Come on, don't worry, I won't die. Wu Yun is already running the divine elephant prison suppressing power to dispel the thunder that was left in his body just now. The power is slowly absorbed. When the thunder struck, the whole body including the mind was numb, and it was impossible to perform the exercises at all. Only by waiting for the thunder to recede can it absorb the little lightning energy it left behind. Under the watchful eyes of many brothers, Lin Dong could no longer give up. He resigned himself to his fate and sat down cross-legged on the edge of the mountain, looking down at the vast and endless forest below. Then he took a deep breath, his face slowly becoming serious. He took out the ancient Tianlin halberd and urged his Yuan force to trigger a small thunder. Just when the Yuanli light hit the thunder snake, boom, there was a sound of explosion in the sky, and then, that thunderbolt seemed to be like a giant snake awakened, showing its ferocious fangs almost instantly, and the thunder light flickered, entangled with the light of Yuanli. It turned into a dazzling thunder, and rushed towards Lin Dong who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain below. The speed of the thunder mang passing by was extremely fast. Almost instantly, the thunder thundered towards Lin Dong's body fiercely. Lin Dong, who was originally sitting cross-legged, suddenly stiffened, swinging in the air like a scorched salted fish, and he could even see that he was connected to the skeleton of the lightning. Lin Dong wanted to cry, but his unwilling cry came out amidst the thunder and lightning. Brother, you lied, is this a pain? I feel like a billion pains. Wu Yun smiled evilly. Xiao Diao and Hu, who were hiding in the distance, watched the thunder fall, and they all lowered their bodies, frightened like kittens. Hurry up and practice the exercises. Wu Yun reminded him. Lin Dong only felt pain in every bone in his body. Lei Meng was like thousands of tiny thunder lights, wrapping around his body. After recovering a little bit of thinking, he quickly started to practice the Great Sun Thunder body. As the Kung Fu worked, the unique golden energy of the Great Sun Thunder body covered his body, directly melting the thunder light into it, and then penetrated into all the pores of Lin Dong's body. Thunder and lightning entered the body, and severe pain suddenly erupted without warning. The flesh and blood cells in the body seemed to shrink violently under this stimulation. On the other side, similarly, Wu Yun had already stretched out all the pores of his body, allowing the force of thunder to wash his body, and severe pain filled every corner of his body inside and out. Afterwards, a low and painful roar finally came out from Wu Yun's throat uncontrollably, and his fists hit the ground in front of him fiercely, shaking the hard rock out of cracks. Different from Lin Dong's Great Sun Lightning body, which was specially created to resist lightning strikes, the God Elephant suppressing prison strength basically relies on hard resistance to absorb thunder. However, the advantage of this is that the body can gradually become immune to thunder. Every particle in the body has the power of thunder. When the mammoth particles are cultivated, they even have the attribute of lightning, becoming a stronger thunder mammoth. Chi. On the top of the mountain, Lei Meng turned into a hedgehog-like light group, tightly wrapping the bodies of Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Within a radius of 20 feet, the thunder snake shuttled across the ground, there were continuous subtle explosion sounds, and even some gravels were blasted into dust. Xiao Xiaoyan and the others ran away in fright. The thunder light flickered, and within the thunder and lightning, Wu Yun's purple gold light and Lin Dong's golden light were faintly visible. Although subtle, they became stronger at a slow speed. Moreover, as the light of the two became stronger, that trace of domineering Lei Meng is gradually merging with their bodies. As more and more thunder power was absorbed, the severe pain finally subsided quickly, and their bodies seemed to be beginning to adapt. The physical body has become stronger. It's just a thunderbolt, and the benefits are so obvious. Wu Yun was pleasantly surprised when he saw the purple gold light glowing on his skin. On the other hand, the same is true for Lin Dong, who has even benefited more than Wu Yun. The body already has a faint bronze color. This means that his body is getting stronger, heading towards the first heavy copper thunder body of the Great Sun Thunder body. Hey, big brother, let's continue. Lin Dong, who had tasted the sweetness, didn't need anyone to urge him this time, and took the initiative to find the second thunder. Rumble, another thicker thunderbolt fell. Strains of the Great Sun Thunder Yuan fused with the power of thunder were devoured by Lin Dong's body frantically, and under this kind of devouring, Lin Dong could also feel that his body, both inside and outside, seemed to be gradually changing. Being strengthened, this feeling is extremely obvious and clear, and he can even vaguely feel that the power surging in the muscles is increasing bit by bit. Seeing Lin Dong, who was enthusiastic about cultivation, Wu Yun also swallowed his saliva. He couldn't lose to his younger brother. Rumble, Wu Yun also led the second thunderbolt to fall. This time the speed of absorption was faster than the previous one. The two brothers competed for each other. One was holding a black ancient halberd, the other was holding a pink short knife. They were both pointing to the sky, continuously attracting the thunder to fall. The degree of madness of the two of them did not take Lei Ting seriously at all, as if it was not the thunder that made people tremble with fear, but a beautiful and delicious beauty. Brother, give me this thunderbolt. Second brother, this thunderbolt is too thick, I'm afraid you won't be able to grasp it, so let elder brother do it. As his body got used to the power of thunder, Wu Yun felt that the 5 natal spirit houses in Niwen Palace had some movements, and they seemed to have sensed the power of thunder. Gathering effect, devouring power. Wu Yun immediately thought that his natal talisman was now mainly for cultivating the original spirit gathering rune and the original devouring rune, and possessed the simplified version of both. Then give it a try and see if you can devour the thunder. Wu Yun opened the Niwen Palace directly, and 5 natal talismans appeared, feeling the terrifying power of thunder around them. All the strength was absorbed, then swallowed, and injected into Wu Yun's body. Lin Dong looked sideways, watching the thunder power being plundered by his elder brother. Like a whale swallowing him, he was also anxious. Now is the time to practice to the climax. It was so enjoyable, of course he didn't want to stop. Brother, I want to try your method. He was so excited. Niwen Palace opened, and 4 talismans of natal life also appeared, and together with Wu Yun, they swept away the thunder on the top of the mountain. Razor danced wildly, but they were all swallowed by the vortex formed by the two. Is it going to be the sky? Xiao Diao looked at it from a distance and was stupefied. On the ground, the hedgehog-like thunder light group began to weaken slowly, and Wu Yun and Lin Dong, who were in it, the light on the surface of their bodies became more and more intense. On their skins, there were some gray-black spots. Impurities are expelled. Finally, after Wu Yun and Lin Dong each absorbed 7 or 8 thunderbolts, the thundercloud above the mountain was finally squeezed dry by the two of them, and there were no more thunderstorms falling around. Instead, it rained suddenly. It seemed that Thundercloud was also crying. Just in time, the torrential rain slowly washed away the impurities on their bodies. With the skin underneath exposed, traces of a very light blue color permeated Lin Dong's body, looking like bronze. But Wu Yun's is the color of purple gold, and the particles in his body seemed to be surging, full of vitality. He is one step closer to becoming a giant elephant particle. Let's start the minesweeping operation. Wu Yun saw that there were more thunder clouds gathering in front of him, and the tops of the mountains were covered with darkness, and he became interested in an instant. Lin Dong was also full of fighting spirit. According to this progress, he would be able to cultivate the bronze thunder body in a few days. Baiyun, Xiaoyan, you should hunt monsters around, don't run too far. Wu Yun's spiritual power transmitted the voice to the two tigers. The tiger brothers and sisters are here to watch them practice, and they can't sit still, and they are still trembling. It's better to let them go around and harm other monsters, and experience and grow. Let's go, second brother, let's go on to the next mountain. The two rushed to the next mountain peak together. Next, let the thunder tremble. Brother Minesweeper game, just started. Chapter 88 Xiao Diao, the lightning beast is equivalent to 1.5 Lin Langtian. Thunder Source Mountains. Bai Yun and Xiao Yan who were sent away wandered around Laishan. Ho 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 ho, shouted to Bai Yun twice, seeing her elder sister Bai Yun ignoring her. Xiao Yan ran out alone. Thunder was raging around here, there were no monsters to fight for it, it had to run farther away search. Bai Yun is not so wild, and he is not bloodthirsty, he just wants to hang around and wait for Wu Yun to practice. Xiao Yan ran out, and soon found a magic crocodile leopard, it rushed over happily, and went straight to it. This magic crocodile and leopard is also Yuandan realm Zochin, and its strength is just about the same as it. The two beasts chased and fought in the forest. In a short while, the magic crocodile and leopard was subdued by Xiao Yan, bit its throat, and resolved it decisively, digging out the opponent's demon crystal with its claws, and swallowed it without hesitation. In the great perfection of the Yuandan realm, Xiao Yan's strength is almost invincible in a one-on-one match. Xiao Yan walked to an open space and suddenly met a group of people. Don't say anything to me, just come up and surround it. Hey, it's really rare that this fire python tiger can grow to this stage. I captured it, if it's captured and cultivated well, it's something amazing. A young man dressed in black was showing fiery eyes. He stared intently at the majestic red tiger surrounded by the crowd. At the tiger's tail, a red python spit out ferocious snake letters, and there was a fishy smell emanating faintly. Hearing this, the group of people surrounding Xiaoyan became serious, and with the surging energy, the ropes in their hands were thrown towards Xiaoyan. Roar! Xiao Yanyu's eyes were also ferociously red, and when he stomped his front hooves, he turned into a red shadow and dodged away, his claws danced in the wind, instantly dismembering the corpses of the people who were close to him. Young master, this fire python tiger is a bit weird and difficult to deal with. It is much stronger than the general Yuandan Zochin. A middle-aged man in the team frowned. Hey, if it's not a little strange, I'm not interested in paying attention to this beast. Uncle Sao, you take 2 strong men from Yuandan realm to capture this beast, and hurry up so as not to spoil Dad's business. The young man in black said with a faint smile. The man named Uncle Sao had no choice but to look at each other with the other 2 middle-aged men, and then they all rushed towards Xiaoyan. With the strength of the 3 of them at the great perfection of Yuandan realm and experienced old men, although it is somewhat difficult to capture this fire python tiger alive, it is not impossible. The 3 formed a triangle formation to surround Xiaoyan. Tearing Wind Claw. Seeing Xiaoyan's fierce resistance, the 3 strong Yuandan realm masters suddenly snorted coldly, cursing at the beasts, and the 3 of them shot together, as if the mighty Yuanli had been practiced together. Xiaoyan was crushed. Blocking it tightly, 3 big hands landed on Xiaoyan's body trickily and viciously. The martial arts of the 3 of them are the same, and the effect of shooting at the same time is very strong. Little Yanyu's eyes turned blood red, and the fiery red energy in his body exploded, actually blocking those three big hands. Roar! Xiaoyan let out an angry roar, the sound spread throughout the forest, the fire python flicked its tail, and scattered all those powerful hands. This scene made the young man in black next to him even more interested. The more Xiaoyan resisted, the more excited he became. Cao Lao, hurry up, I can't wait to tame this fire python tiger. Quote, parallel, a ray of Yuanli burst out, like a rope, rushed out, and immediately entangled in midair into a complicated knot, when under the hood, tied Xiaoyan tightly. Xiaoyan struggled violently, but for a while, he couldn't break free from the shackles of the three seasoned experts. Beast, let's see how aggressive you are, obediently become my subordinate. The young man in black laughed wildly and was about to walk over. Boom! Suddenly a strong wave of golden light roared. Boom! The three middle-aged men surrounding Xiaoyan were instantly sent flying by the light wave, and spit out a mouthful of blood. Even the young man in black who was just about to approach was knocked down by the power of the light wave. Swish! A white light flashed, and I saw a more handsome white tiger slowly walking towards Xiaoyan. Her tiger eyes were calm, but her aura was captivating. When everyone saw her approaching, they kept backing away. It is clear that the tiger's breath is not as violent as the fire python tiger, and even calm like an auspicious beast, but they feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Wu! Xiaoyan called out to her sister aggrievedly. Baiyun stretched out his tiger paw, and patted Xiaoyan's head, just like the master usually comforts her. Pets follow suit. Hearing Xiaoyan's whistling just now, Baiyun rushed over quickly. Just saw this group of people bullying her brother. Baiyun has always protected his weaknesses, and it was an unreasonable way to protect his weaknesses. Xiaoyan is like her. Under the education of Wu Yun and Lin Dong, he would never take the initiative to attack others. This group of people are so cruel to Xiaoyan, they must be trying to harm Xiaoyan. The young man in black was lifted from the ground, and his gaze towards Baiyun was even hotter, full of greed. No matter in terms of appearance, temperament, or strength, Baiyun deeply touched his heart. He wanted this white tiger as his mount. Master, hurry up, we can't deal with this white tiger. Mr. Cao reminded loudly, the young master's fantasy disease has occurred again. However, in front of Baiyun, no one can escape. The way the young man in black looked at her just now made Baiyun feel strong malice. Roar! Baiyun roared loudly, launching his sonic power. Elder Cao and the others around rushed forward to protect him, and showed their martial arts to Baiyun one after another. The white tiger shattered the golden chant. AoE damage. Instantly a group of people around are vomiting blood, fainted, and seriously injured. This is still Baiyun not bloodthirsty. Otherwise, with Baiyun's current strength comparable to that of the Shaping Realm, these people in the Yuan Dan realm would not be an all-in-one enemy at all. If she had used all her strength to sing the white tiger broken gold just now, they would all have died. What a strong white tiger! At this moment, a middle-aged man in a green robe rushed out and placed him in front of the young man in black. He looked at Baiyun cautiously, and his breath was released, as if he had achieved a small achievement in the realm of shape. Father, you came at the right time, and soon you have captured this white tiger. My son wants to take it as a mount. The young man in black said happily. Slap, are you stupid? What time is it? You're still dreaming. Dad might not be able to beat this white tiger. Let's go. Quote. He was wondering when such a powerful white tiger appeared in the Leiyuan mountain range. Baiyun still looked at the person calmly, but he was hesitating in his eyes, not hesitating whether to retreat, but whether he wanted to kill someone. Lord Tiger King, I don't mean to offend, so I'll retreat now. Di Teng cupped his hands cautiously and respectfully, pulling his son back step by step. Although he is a small achiever in the formation realm, facing this white tiger, he feels that he has no chance of winning. Thinking of the upcoming competition for the Thunder Source Crystal Beast, he only hoped that he could retreat safely and not get entangled with this white tiger. Just when Baiyun was hesitating, a familiar voice came from behind her. After hitting our partner, it's too cheap to just want to retreat like this. Wu Yun and Lin Dong stepped on the frost sword and flew towards Yujian. Wu, seeing the two of them, Baiyun and Xiaoyan seemed to have a backbone, they both uttered a groan, and ran to their side. These two tigers are the two monsters. Di Teng's question was full of surprise. Such a powerful tiger, their masters turned out to be two young men. Of course, do you think I'm lying to you? Wu Yun touched Bai Yun's head and said coldly. Although they were two young men, Di Tang did not dare to be careless. To subdue such powerful demon tigers, their masters would only be stronger. And now Wu Yun and Lin Dong rushed over just after devouring Lei Ting. There is a powerful thunder and heavenly power on his body, purple golden light faintly coming out of his body. Just facing the two of them, Di Tang lost his momentum. I can't even give birth to the heart of resistance. Di Tang, the dog is ignorant, has no intention of taking risks, and also didn't know in advance that this tiger is a beast with an owner. It is said that those who don't know are innocent, and your monsters have not suffered too much harm. Please, two brothers, hold your hands high. After uncovering this matter, I, the D family of Diang County, owe you a favor. D family of Diang County, I've never heard of it. Wu Yun and Lin Dong said, looking at each other. Di Tang and the others looked embarrassed. Their D family is one of the best families in Diang County. Basically, as long as they are from Diang County, everyone has heard of the D family. Aren't the two brothers from Diang County? Di Tang asked cautiously. No, we just went out for training, and we don't know where we went. Wu Yun mentally checked Xiaoyan's body, and found that Xiaoyan was fine, except that there were 7 scratches on the surface. Since you didn't know in advance that they had owners, and here is a big forest with many monsters, it's understandable, we don't have to pursue it, but if you hurt my partner, you have to pay for it, and I won't blackmail you. Xiaoyan has 7 wounds in total, so you should pay 70,000 pure yuan pills. After hearing Wu Yun's conditions, the group of people were all surprised. 70,000 pure yuan pills, this is a huge fortune, even their D family in Diang County will be heartbroken. Father, that's impossible. That monster's skin is thick and fleshy, so nothing will happen to it. They're trying to blackmail them on purpose. The young man in black said unconvinced, his lips twitching. Shut up, Di Tang scolded in a low voice. Turning around, he greeted Wu Yun and the two with smiles. Brothers, my D family has always liked to make friends. This time, the monster that disturbed the two of you, these 70,000 pure yuan pills, should be treated as D's making friends. After speaking, Di Tang took out 2 Chenkin bags, gathered the pills inside, and threw them to Wu Yun. Wu Yun took the Chenkin bag and swept away his spiritual power, and there were indeed more than 70,000 bags. Since it's all right, we brothers will leave first. Hanging the Chenkin bag on his waist, Wu Yun rode on Bai Yun and returned to the forest with Lin Dong. But when he left, he released a ray of spiritual power. Father, should we just let them go like this? When did our D family suffer such a loss? 70,000 pure yuan pills are equivalent to our family's income for 3 years. Di Yun said unwillingly. Not only pure yuan pills, he was still thinking about the white tiger. Ever since he was a child, Di Yun, as the first brother in Diang County, has gained nothing. This is the first time he has suffered such a big loss. Di Tang, HMPH, otherwise, what else do you think? Those 2 boys and Bai who are not inferior to me in strength, especially the boy who talked to me, the strength may still be higher than mine, so I told you not to run around. Now is the critical moment to compete for the lightning source crystal beast, so we can't make any extra trouble. Attention is paid to the thunder source crystal beast now, and there are still people from the Lu family. Fighting with these 2 people at this time will undoubtedly damage our family's strength. Leaving the Lu family. Father, the strength of the 2 of them is not weaker than yours, maybe they are also here to attract the attention of the Thunder Origin Crystal Beast. Di Yun worried. Probably not, they don't even know about our D family, and they are not from Diang County. It seems that they are probably the disciples of some big family or sect who came out to practice. Quote, Di Yun still sighed unwillingly. Di Tang, hee, don't worry, our D family's things are not so easy to swallow. Let's deal with the lightning source crystal beast first. As long as we can get the lightning source, I will have the opportunity to step into the creation realm, maybe even there is still a chance to enter the legendary nirvana realm. When the time comes, I will find these 2 people. If he can be used by my D family, then it will be fine. If not, let him spit out with interest. Let's go. In Di Tang's words at this time, there was just a trace of killing intent revealed, and his smiling face just now was just forbearance, for the sake of the overall situation. In fact, he was extremely unhappy. A wisp of mental power floated back into Wu Yun's body. The little mink also manifested, it excitedly said, Brother, those people from the D family just now were paying attention to the lightning origin crystal beast. I didn't expect there to be a lightning origin crystal beast here. Yes, I heard that too. Lin Dong, what is a lightning origin crystal beast? Quote, Xiao Diao, this is a rather strange monster. It does not feed on flesh and blood, but on thunder. The stronger ones are even more comparable to the strong ones in the creation realm. The guys in the formation realm dared to hit its attention. It should be that the lightning source crystal beast is about to become weak, and every time the lightning source crystal beast there will always be a period of extreme weakness when advancing to rank. Quote, Lin Dong, isn't it just a special monster? Why do you have to go to great lengths to kill it? Quote, Xiao Diao, hey, you are not stupid. There is a thunder source in the body of the thunder source crystal beast, which contains a huge amount of pure thunder power. If you can get it, you can easily cultivate the copper thunder body to Dacheng, in refining the source of thunder. After you step into the shape-making realm, you can use the power to transform thunder. That level of power is quite strong. Quote, Wu Yun, this lightning source crystal beast is a good thing, and it can be regarded as a great opportunity. Since we all know it, there is no reason to let it go. Quote, first quietly follow up with D's family to have a look, and find out the location of the thunder source crystal beast. Quote, while talking with D Teng just now, Wu Yun had already left a spiritual force on one of them. Soon, the two of them came to a mountain full of strange rocks. On both sides of the mountain, there were a lot of auras. There are two forces that are not weak. One side is the D family led by D Tong, and the other side should be what they call the Lu family. Wu Yun's spiritual power is secretly investigating, and with his strength as a 5-seal talisman master, these people are all can't find him. The D family and the Lu family are quite equal in strength, and the strongest one is Xiaocheng of the Shaping Realm, and the others are all at the Yuandan Realm. After investigating the situation of the two families, Wu Yun looked at the center in front of the two families, where a steep mountain stood, and the top of the mountain showed a light silver luster. Under Ziji's magic pupils, he saw that those silver colors were actually a kind of flowing thunder. He had absorbed a lot of thunder power during this period, so he was particularly sensitive to this thing. The thunder source crystal beast should be in that mountain. Xiao Diao's spiritual power is stronger than Wu Yun's, and he has detected the thunder source crystal beast at such a distance. The aura is great, but its aura is extremely unstable. It seems that it is about to advance. When it succeeds in the promotion, it will be comparable to the strong man in the creation realm. Tisk tisk, fortunately, it is in the weak stage, otherwise this guy normally, it is even more difficult to deal with than the Lin Langtian I met before. Wu Yun laughed, and Xiao Diao also learned to use the opponents he had fought against as a combat unit. Then how many Lin Langtians do you think are stronger? Xiao Diao, 1.5. This is a bit tricky. Wu Yun frowned slightly. The strength of the Dilyu family does not pose a big threat to us, but if we deal with the lightning crystal beast with all our strength, it's still a little troublesome with them here. Now they only have him and Bai Yun entering the forming realm, and Lin Dong can also display the strength of the forming realm. The Dilyu family's two formation realms Xiaocheng and a bunch of Yuandan realm great perfection are enough to restrain Xiaoyan, Bai Yun and Lin Dong. Leaving him alone to deal with the lightning source crystal beast is a bit difficult. We can only do it when the thunder source crystal beast is weak. Wu Yun had no choice but to do it right away. Lin Dong said with a smirk on the corner of his mouth, brother, why don't we just be fishermen once? Since the Dilyu family dared to come over, it proves that they are sure that they can consume the lightning source crystal beast first. Let's hide in the dark and look for an opportunity. Take the shot. Xiao Linzi, you have learned badly too. Wu Yun took a look at Lin Dong, and after he came out to make a living, he also gradually released his protagonist nature, restless and guarding himself. Xiao Diao, after the thunder source crystal beast is promoted, it will be very weak, and it can't even exert its strength to create Keeling. This is the best opportunity to do it. The D family and the Lu family are also waiting for it to advance, otherwise they with that level of strength, it can't deal with the lightning origin crystal beast at Chi creation realm. According to my observation just now, the lightning origin crystal beast's aura is already on the verge of breaking out, and there are at most 2 days before it will be promoted. Okay, then wait for another 2 days. Wu Yun said in a deep voice. In fact, the reason why he was anxious was not only to get the lightning source crystal beast, but also to sign in. The highest mountain where the Thunder Source Crystal Beast is located is the Thunder Source Mountain. He had to go to the location of the Thunder Source Crystal Beast to sign in. Chapter 89 Sign in, Lei Lingtian Knife. On the Luanxi Peak, in order to be able to notice the situation of the Lightning Crystal Beast at any time, Wu Yun and Lin Dong did not leave, but quietly hibernated here. The Diliu family frequently sent people to explore the surrounding situation. Drive away all the monsters around and hunt them down. At the same time, there were many small conflicts between the two families, and many people died in the battle. Wu Yun and the others have strong mental power to detect and easily avoid the spies of the two families. So now, the focus of Di and Lu's two families is to guard against each other, and they never thought that there is still a secret force coveting the Thunder Source Crystal Beast. Time came 2 days later. The peak of Leiyuan Mountain finally had an unusual fluctuation. Rumble. There was a loud thunder in the sky, and the situation on the Leiyuan Mountain was changing, and layers of thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and this was not formed naturally. Wu Yun's eyes were a little surprised. He could sense that the fluctuations that caused thunder clouds came from that mountain. That is to say, the Thunder Source Crystal Beast could actually trigger thunder. This kind of control over Lei Ting is very impressive. Even thunder can be triggered. This is really a heifer flying on a plane. The cow batch went to the sky. Lei Hai surged, as if he was planning a big move, to punish this monster who provoked Tianwei. It's time to advance. The two teams below also paid close attention to the situation of Lei Yuenshan, and when they saw this scene, they took action one after another. One left and one right ran towards the top of the mountain. One of the two leaders was Di Tang, who had completed the formation realm, and the other was an old man with white beard, who should be the head of the Lu family. Let's go too. Wu Yun licked his lips, waited for 2 days, and finally the main action began. I have been nesting in the mountains for the past 2 days without being struck by lightning, and my body is itchy and uncomfortable. Lin Dong's eyes also became hot at this moment. Thinking about it, I also miss the taste of thunder. The two of them, 2 tigers, jumped down from the forest, avoiding the eyes and ears of the Di and Lu families, and followed them up to Leiyuan Mountain. The thunderclouds in the sky violently churned, and thick thunder snakes frantically shuttled among them, bringing about earth-shattering roars. As the thunderclouds in the sky churned more and more violently, suddenly, an extremely loud roar sounded from the huge mountain. This roar was extremely strange, like a lion's roar, and like thunder, mixed together, mixed with the thunder in the sky, it spread far away. This loud roar made the people hiding around the top of the mountain tense up. Including Xiaoyan, who also pinched her own chrysanthemum nervously. The Thunder Source Crystal Beast at the peak of Qi creation is really terrifying. The roars began to continue one after another, and with each roar, the thunderclouds in the sky would twist more and more violently. It seems that the two sides are venting their slogans before the war. Xiao Diao challenged Tianwei, this Thunder Source Crystal Beast is really extraordinary, and it is as good as the two of you. The sky is full of thunder, and from time to time there are thick thunderbolts falling from the sky, falling into the vast forest, and bringing up one after another soaring into the sky black smoke. Rumble. There was another thunderbolt, but this time, it directly blasted on the mountain peak, and then, the mountain trembled, and a bright silver light burst out from the mountain body like a beam of light penetrating the heaven and earth. Directly it is inserted into the thunderclouds in the sky. In the beam of light, a huge animal shadow appeared. Wu Yun's Ziji magic pupil looked over, the giant beast showed a dazzling silver color, the thunder light continuously circulated on the surface of its body, and the slightest electric arc exploded from time to time, causing intense energy fluctuations. The skin of the giant beast is not ordinary fur, but looks like a kind of crystal armor, which looks very strange. The crystal beast stepped on the beam of light, its forehooves were like mountains, it was calm and thick, with thunder wings on its back, and the thunder light flickered in its ferocious mouth, as if it could eject a powerful thunder light when it opened its mouth. Lin Dong, hiss, this is the most powerful and strange monster I have ever seen except for Baiyun. Just by looking at the appearance, you can know that this beast is born with extraordinary talents. Xiao Diao, I met it before. A Thunder Source Crystal Beast that is countless times stronger than this, hehe, that is a powerful one, and a strong man in the nirvana state is just a snack in its mouth. Wu Yun, when a Thunder Source Crystal Beast grows up, the minimum limit is it is Qi creating realm, and monsters of this level are very rare in the Yan dynasty. Get ready, wait for the attack. Bai Yun and I stopped the members of the Di and Lu families, and you and Xiao Yan, the second brother, are in charge of snatching it. Lightning Source. After simply arranging the tactics, they continued to watch the promotion of the Lightning Source crystal beast. The violently rolling thundercloud in the sky suddenly shrank violently, and then a huge thunder light gushed down, pouring fiercely on the huge body of the Thunder Source crystal beast. Huge thunderbolts poured down from the thundercloud like an angry dragon, and ruthlessly bombarded the body of the Thunder Source crystal beast. Suddenly, a sky-shattering loud noise resounded across the sky. Roar! Facing such a terrifying attack, the Lightning Origin crystal beast also let out a painful roar at the first moment, and above its body, thunder light surged, and the violent thunder force crazily directed at its body drilling inside, while causing great pain, was also making its body stronger and stronger again at an extremely fast speed. The Lightning Source crystal beast endured the baptism of powerful thunders one after another, and survived each time with difficulty. The people around secretly watching it pass through the thunder calamity all sweated quietly, worried at any time that the Thunder Source crystal beast would not be able to withstand it, and would be blown away by a thunder. In that case, this trip will be in vain. This kind of thunder power, the Thunder Source crystal beast can't stand it, and the thunder source in its body will definitely be wiped out. The thunderclouds became more and more violent, and a huge vortex black hole gradually formed in the sky. The moment the hollow was formed, a huge group of thunder light, with a bang, tore apart the heavens and the earth, surged down, and ruthlessly bombarded the huge body of the Thunder Source crystal beast below. The radiance of the Thunder Source crystal beast's body became dim under this lightning strike, and the crystal armor-like body of its body was cracked one after another. However, Wu Yun's purple demon eyes could see clearly. Under the crack, there seemed to be a layer of brighter crystal armor quietly growing. When these crystal armors are successfully grown, the strength of the Thunder Source crystal beasts will surge again. At this moment, the thunderclouds in the sky finally dispersed. The lightning crystal beast has successfully advanced. However, at this moment, it is extremely weak, and almost all its strength is used to resist the thunder just now. Di Teng couldn't bear it at first, and rushed out with everyone from Di's family. There was a big long knife in his hand, and with a surge of energy, he slashed at the Thunder Source crystal beast. The huge blade made the cracks on the back armor of the Lightning Source crystal beast even more severe. 6 people from the great perfection of the Yuan Dan realm rushed out with Di Teng, surrounded the Lightning Source crystal beast, and at the same time cast their binding fingers, and the 6 fingers with weakened Yuan force tightly clamped the Lightning Source crystal beast. Roar! The Thunder Source crystal beast roared angrily. Its giant silver eyes looked at the figures below who were attacking it, and its body struggled violently immediately, and bright thunder burst out from its body, breaking all those restraints directly and vigorously. Haha, brother Di Teng, it seems that I still need my help. At this moment, the middle-aged man with white beard and hair rushed out, laughing loudly. Old Ghost Lu, can't you take it anymore? Let's kill this beast first. Di Teng also felt helpless, and it would be a problem for him to deal with this weak Thunder Source crystal beast with his own strength. Okay, the 2 reached an agreement for the time being and attacked the Thunder Source crystal beast together. Both of them used knives, and the knives in their hands had reached the level of low-level spiritual treasures. The sharp blades slashed fiercely at the Thunder Source crystal beast. 2 saber whirlwinds formed to envelop the Thunder Source crystal beast. Roar! The thunder roared, and the Thunder Source crystal beast fought hard to resist. The eyes of the Thunder Source crystal beast also became completely red, and immediately there was a wild roar, and its huge mouth opened, and a group of bright thunder balls about the size of the head flew out of it. Lei Yuan, both Wu Yun and Lin Dong exclaimed. Just as the radiant thunder ball spurted out from the mouth of the Thunder Source crystal beast, the eyes of Di Teng and Lu Wei suddenly burst out with greedy eyes, and the vigorous vitality surged directly. It turned into 2 yuanli palms the size of Zongshu, and grabbed Lin Yuan. Lin Dong said anxiously, "Brother, Lei Yuan is about to be robbed." Wu Yun held Lin Dong down. "Don't worry, wait a little longer." Just as Di Teng and Lu Wei approached Lei Yuan, a powerful energy suddenly burst out from the bright Lei Yuan. Boom! The 2 of Di Teng were sent flying by this energy, their faces turned pale, and they spit out a mouthful of blood. The energy above the source of thunder has weakened. Hurry up and grab the source of thunder. Di Teng and Lu Wei yelled at the same time. Those Yuandan realm Zochin powerhouses from the 2 families made their moves one after another, and they were about to catch Lei Yuan. Shoot! At this moment, Wu Yun and Lin Dong, who had already prepared their momentum, rushed out instantly. Smashing Sky Demon Monument Palm. Wu Yun struck out with one palm, and the Demon Tablet palm print formed by the purple gold elemental force sent Di and Lu's family members who were close to Lei Yuan flying. At this moment, Lin grabbed Lei Yuan with his hands. Raging Python Halberd. He waved the black halberd with the other hand, and a shadow of the halberd like a furious python attacking into the body of the Thunder Source Crystal Beast severely broke the connection between the Thunder Source Crystal Beast and the Thunder Source broken. Damn it, you guys haven't left yet. Di Teng's face changed drastically, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Brother Di Teng, who are they? Lu Wei was also surprised, and was very surprised by the sudden appearance of these two people. They obviously cleaned up the surrounding area. Let's go, hee. Where are we going? This Leiyuan mountain is our destination. Wu Yun said with a light smile. Old Ghost Lu, these two young people are not from our Diang County. They are not kind. Let's kill them together first, and then distribute Leiyuan. Di Teng suggested. He can't do Wu Yun alone, but with Lu Gui, it's different. Okay, let's kick him out first. The two immediately reached an agreement. Roar. At this time, the Lightning Source Crystal Beast, which was at the end of its strength, charged at Lin Dong, trying to take back the lightning source from his hands. Bei Yun, go help Lin Dong. Wu Yun said via voice transmission. The pink short knife had already appeared in his hand, the purple gold energy surged out, and the surface of his body burst into bright light. Swish, Feng Yu swung the tender knife, and an incomparably solid light of the knife cut towards the rushing Di Teng and Lu Wei. Facing Wu Yun's sudden violent attack, even Di Teng's complexion changed slightly, the vitality in their bodies spurted out, and the swords in their hands swung fiercely. Heavy Mountain Saber Technique, Bone Tempering Saber. The two used their powerful martial arts to resist, and the offensive was extremely fierce. The three sword lights collided, and a fierce wind suddenly swept away, and the surrounding air was blown apart, as if a vacuum had been formed. The three of them were all accomplished in the formation realm, but Wu Yun was not at a disadvantage as a 1-on-2 pair. After his Feng Yu Tenderness knife strengthened with the original Sun Rune, he was able to exert a power comparable to that of a high-level Ling Bao. In Di Teng's two swords are only low-level spiritual treasures, and their martial arts are only 6th grade. Wu Yun's Yulong 9 Slashes and 9 Suns sword technique are all superior martial arts. He completely crushed them, but the two of them were also experienced people. They fought very cautiously, and there were very few fatal flaws. However, it is only a matter of time before Wu Yun wins against the two of them. On the other side, other masters of the great perfection of the Yuandan realm went to besiege Lin Dong, trying to snatch the source of thunder from him. A blue light flashed in Di Yun's hand, and he also took out a low-level spiritual treasure, the Qingyuan Spear. Lin Dong was fighting with the Leiyuan Crystal Beast, and he took the opportunity to shoot a spear, ready to assassinate Lin Dong from behind. Boom! A group of bright golden light waves suddenly engulfed him. Di Yun didn't notice it at all. He stared fixedly at Lin Dong's back, and said fiercely, "Go to evil." However, just halfway through the word death, a group of light waves roared towards him and swallowed him up. Di Yun's whole body was torn apart. The dead cannot die again. A blow from the white tiger in the shaping realm was not something that he, a small Yuandan realm Zochin, could resist. Bai Yun hated the way this man looked at him before, so during the scuffle, he focused on taking care of him. This little white tiger has always had a small mind. Yuner, Di Teng yelled in pain. "I'm calling you father." Wu Yun rolled his eyes, and the short knife in his hand cut out a dragon-shaped light. His son is not the only one with clouds here. This short knife is still not suitable for the martial arts of the Heavenly Knife School. Wu Yun secretly complained. He was used to using long knives before, and the characteristic of the Heavenly Knife's sword technique is that it can be opened and closed like a thunder. The knife of the owner of the tomb is too aggressive, it doesn't suit him very well. He couldn't display that kind of arrogance, couldn't display the essence of martial arts, so that the knife just now couldn't take Di Teng away directly, but seriously injured him. The scene is very chaotic. There was a chaotic battle on the top of the mountain, but Wu Yun and the others still had the upper hand. Lin Dong involved the Thunder Source Crystal Beast, which had little power left, while Bai Yun and Xiao Yan dealt with other miscellaneous fish. And Wu Yun and Di Teng, two old ghosts, had already fought to the top of the mountain. Ding. Successfully arrived at Leiyuan Mountain, do you sign in? Closing square bracket. In the middle of the battle, Wu Yun finally received the notification tone that the system hadn't heard for a long time. Sign in. Sign in successfully, get a reward, Lei Lingtian knife. Closing square bracket. Lei Lingtian knife, the innate knife embryo, conceived and born in the thunder, contains the thunder spirit. It is the most perfect knife embryo. Closing square bracket. Well, have you finally signed in for the equipment? Wu Yun's eyes flashed, the previous ones were all skills and resources. He is lacking a weapon that can be used. This thunder spirit heaven knife came just right. Without hesitation, Wu Yun immediately took out the heavenly knife and used it. With a thought, a ray of amethyst-colored light suddenly appeared in Wu Yun's hand. The long saber shone with lightning, the blade was translucent, and seemed to be completely composed of light, but Wu Yun held it in his hand, and the touch was very real. Wu Yun bit the tip of his tongue, and a drop of blood dripped on Lei Ling's heavenly knife. Suddenly, the heavenly knife trembled, and Wu Yun felt a wave of thoughts emanating from the heavenly knife. As if expressing intimacy, Wu Yun felt a warm temperature in the palm of his hand holding the knife handle. Heavenly knife is alive, it is showing favor to the owner. Come on, let the world feel your arrival. Chapter 90 The Crazy Little Diao, Lin Dong who admires it. Wu Yun waved his hands, and a streak of purple and silver light suddenly swayed away, as if possessing the power of the sky. The powerful and fierce feeling caused the faces of Di Teng and Lu Wei who were closest to him to change drastically. He never expected that Wu Yun would suddenly take out such a knife full of destructive aura. They want to escape, but there is already an incomparably majestic aura locked on them, just like facing the thunder and heavenly power when the Thunder Source Crystal Beast was promoted just now. They have no desire to resist at all, and there is nowhere for that kind of crisis can escape. They use the strongest means to defend themselves one after another. Yuan force surged out frantically, forming layers of energy shields on their bodies. Lingbao level knife to block. However, the blade of the purple-silver light instantly illuminated the drowsy sky, passed through their bodies, and cut straight through the sky. It was such a simple and unpretentious knife, but it was like a meteor passing by, shining brightly in the sky on the top of the mountain for a moment, and then disappeared. Until the sword light disappears into the sky, Di Teng and Lu Hui's bodies just started to move, and their upper body fell freely. Their bodies were cut in half, including the long knives in their hands. The fracture is smooth and smooth. As you can imagine, the sharpness of this knife. On the top of the mountain, gradually quiet down. All members of the Di and Lu families perished, and the lightning crystal beast also died unwillingly under the continuous attacks of Xiao Diao and Lin Dong. Brother, your saber. Lin Dong looked at the saber in Wu Yun's hand in surprise and shock. It seemed to be more fragrant than the Lei Yuan in his hand. It was a peerless treasure at first glance. Not for sale, Wu Yun replied with a smile. Brother, when did you get this knife? According to my experience, I have never seen such a wonderful weapon. Xiao Diao also floated over, looked at it carefully, and was amazed. Xiao Diao was very puzzled. Brother Reincarnation, why did he suddenly have such a powerful knife, full of thunder power on it? The key is that there is no trace of artificial carving at all, as if it was made by nature. It is extraordinary at first glance. Hey, during the battle on the top of the mountain just now, I suddenly got it from the huge rock that burst open. Wu Yun laughed, feeling very good at the moment, and made up a reason indiscriminately. Anyway, they were all fighting just now, and no one noticed. The Lei Lingtian knife suddenly diverted the attention of Xiao Diao and Lin Dong from Lei Yuan. Brother, did you know that this saber is in Lei Yuan Mountain? Lin Dong asked boldly. Otherwise, how could it be so easy to pick up such a powerful sword? Why didn't Di Teng and Lu Wei find it? It seems that this knife is here waiting for the big brother to come and get it. How is it possible? Your elder brother and I are not a fortune teller. How could I know that there is a treasured sword here? It's purely a coincidence, it's all a chance. Wu Yun vowed. However, Lin Dong and Xiao Diao didn't believe it at all. Wu Yun was playing with the Lei Lingtian knife, not to mention other things. The texture of this knife is extremely comfortable. Hold it, as if there is a force tightly attached to your palm, which can connect with your mind. At this moment, the thunderous sword was still shining brightly. Soon under the control of Wu Yun's Yuanli, it shrank into a miniature purple-silver knife, only the size of a palm, and looked like a transparent knife-shaped pendant. Both Lin Dong and Xiao Diao watched this scene in amazement. Even the dull Baiyun and Xiaoyan were stunned. In fact, even Wu Yun himself thought it was very strange. The Thunder Spirit Sky Knife is not made of anything, it is a natural knife embryo, conceived in the thunder, it has spirituality itself, or it is a novel and special creature, the knife spirit. It can become bigger or smaller according to Wu Yun's thoughts. Change it into the most suitable shape and size as you like. This is simply a love knife in a dream, Wu Yun thought with joy in his heart. At the same time, when Wu Yun was stroking the blade excitedly, a lively and excited idea was conveyed to his mind. No words, just a thought full of excitement. The hazy consciousness from Lei Ling Tian Dao. It is releasing closeness and joy to Wu Yun. It's amazing. The blade even gently rubbed against Wu Yun's palm, just like Bai Yun rubbing his head against Wu Yun. On the surface, it seemed that Wu Yun was stroking the blade, but the blade could move by itself. It seemed to be rolling in Wu Yun's palm. Be naughty and cheerful like a child. I don't know if it will be able to transform into a human form when it grows stronger in the future. Wu Yun thought in a thoughtful way, this is not surprising, in this world, even monsters can transform into human form when they grow to a certain level. To a certain extent, this saber fetus also has a life of wisdom. If he turned into a human, would he be Daolong, or the sword girl? Wu Yun fantasized about it. When you see something you like, you will subconsciously think of a bunch of follow-ups about it. Just like when Wu Yun saw his first love Bingbing in the video in his previous life, at that time, his heart was full of Bingbing, and he even thought about the child's name. It's a pity that Bingbing went to a big city later and became a host, glamorous, but he accidentally traveled to this world. I hope you will become Daolong in the future. After all, you will fight side by side with me and become my indispensable partner. Wu Yun thought so in his heart. But when he thought of the expectations he had given to Baiyun back then, he sighed, Baiyun is still his mother's in the end. Let's give you a name too. Wu Yun was thinking, what name should he give Lei Lingtian knife? Lin Dong and Xiao Diao started a conversation through voice transmission secretly. Lin Dong, third brother, do you think that this saber of eldest brother is really an accidental acquisition? There is such a possibility, he always has a little doubt. This kind of place is not very unusual. If there is such a precious sword, then the Thunder Origin Crystal Beast has been here for so many years, will it be possible to find out that even monster beasts can control weapons when they reach the Qi creation realm? Xiao Diao, brother is just lying to a kid like you, brother too. You have to know that he is a big boss of reincarnation. Hehe, just now, I have actually connected everything. This knife is actually Big Brother's. Or maybe it's from Big Brother's previous life. Xiao Diao was serious, and transmitted the sound with a confident face. When I found out that my eldest brother was a reincarnation, I was puzzled. How could there be a reincarnation boss in Qingyang town, which is so remote and ordinary, with nothing at all? This is the problem, there must be a reason for my eldest brother to choose this place for reincarnation. Yes. When I found the map of the ancestral talisman in the Talisman Master Tower, I already began to doubt which map was left on purpose by my elder brother in my previous life. At that time, I was surprised that the little great Yan dynasty, such a lonely how could there be information about the ancestor talisman in the place where it was smelled? Nirvana is already a place where the ceiling is, and there can be no ancestor talisman master. Who would leave such important information here? Why stay here? Stay here and wait for who will pick it up. Waiting for someone destined. That is the ancestral talisman, if you don't pass it on to your own people, who would be willing to give it to someone who is destined? If it were you, would you be willing to give the stone talisman to someone you don't know? Therefore, this message must be an opportunity that the elder brother left for himself before his reincarnation. In his last life, he was the master of 2 ancestral symbols. Quote, I was only skeptical at the time, not sure, because you found out the method of cultivating the ancient swirl talisman to open the natal talisman of the spiritual map. But then I found out that my elder brother had mastered too many complicated arcane runes, and this ancient swirl rune is so familiar to my elder brother, maybe it was just something he had used before. Also, why is the eldest brother so familiar with the tomb mansion and the owner of the tomb mansion when he was alive, so he let everyone move in without any scruples? Let everyone pay homage to the owner of the tomb. Just relying on him to get the inheritance from the owner of the tomb mansion, do you want to deceive everyone? I suspect that the owner of the tomb is an old friend who was very close to the elder brother in his previous life. Otherwise, why would this be the case for a strange dead ancient man? Even if the eldest brother really got someone else's inheritance, but it was only a nirvana inheritance, with the personality of the eldest brother, it would not be so close to him for this reason. And it is impossible to say that a dead person can bring any incomparable benefits to the elder brother, kindness, right? Finally, now, why did Big Brother bring us here? I think it's a coincidence to fight for the source of thunder. The real purpose of the Big Brother is to come here to pick up the knife. This knife is probably also sealed here in his previous life. Otherwise, I don't believe that the little great Yan dynasty would have so many heaven-defying treasures. It can't afford it. Along the way, it seems that there is a kind of arrangement in the dark. The roads we traveled were all designed by the eldest brother before reincarnation. Quote, Xiao Diao is logically self-consistent and convincing. He uttered these shocking words. The key point is that Lin Dong fell into deep thought after listening to it. He thought carefully about what his elder brother did along the way. It seems that they were all arranged. It's good. Wherever he goes, the eldest brother can get endless benefits. Lin Dong was surprised. It's too scary. Is this the boss of the reincarnation? I used to hear Xiao Diao say that he was extremely scary, and he treated the reincarnation even more. I don't have a clear concept. Now, I finally know how powerful the reincarnation is. It's terrifying too. Think about it. Hiss, Xiao Diao, you said that I got the stone charm, or that you fell into Qingyang town. Will you also be with my elder brother? Arranging, Lin Dong said in shock. Xiao Diao, it should be impossible. It has been a long time since I got the stone talisman, and I am also in an extraordinary position in the Tianyao Diao clan. Even if the elder brother is a reincarnation, I can't arrange for the Sky Demon Sable clan to go up, not to mention that when I ran for my life, I didn't know where I ran to. Shifu and me should still be a coincidence. As for why the eldest brother is willing to let you control the stone talisman, maybe there is something deep in it. But it's too late to say anything now. Just hang out with the big brother. Don't play tricks in front of people like the big brother. He grew up playing tricks, we can't play it. Besides, there is no need for the elder brother to play with us. If he wanted to harm us, he would have already made a move. Why bother to take us with us? I think big brothers also need friends. After all, a person is always lonely. Big brother may really treat us as brothers. We must cherish this opportunity. As for big brother's secret, let's pretend we don't know it, and don't inquire about it. The big brother who should tell us will definitely tell us, and it must be for our own good if he shouldn't tell us. Our level still doesn't allow us to know too many secrets. In short, following the big brother, the benefits are indispensable. Am I right? Lin Dong was deeply convinced. Well, when it comes to dealing with people and things, my eldest brother has always been very kind. Quote, Chapter 91 Mistakenly God Lei Jai, I can't explain it clearly. After Lin Dong and Xiao Diao had this exchange, their awe of the elder brother deepened a bit, and they became more determined to follow the elder brother. What a rare blessing to be a friend of the boss. How could Wu Yun know that his second and third brothers had made up so many dramas in his head, and he was still worried that if the two younger brothers insisted on asking about things that he couldn't even explain, how would he answer them? Why are you two so stunned? Wu Yun asked in puzzlement. Although the two younger brothers didn't speak here, their faces were unusually serious and dignified. Xiao Diao, it's nothing, big brother, I just think this knife is too rare. Lin Dong, yes, big brother, you are so lucky to get such a powerful sword. Be precious. Wu Yun, the chances like this, don't be envious, you may meet it in the future, please help me think about it, what is the best name for this knife? Wu Yun has never been very good at naming. But the objects that are often carried around must have a better name. Xiao Diao scratched his head, this is Big Brother's knife, anyway, it's your name, Big Brother can name it whatever you want. Hey, Wu Yun Bei Yun, this cloud word is exclusive to Big Brother, why don't you add a name to this knife? Cloud words, Lin Dong suggested. Wu Yun nodded, that's what he thought before. If his things were named, they could have something in common, as a sign of his own. But what kind of cloud is better to combine, thunder cloud, purple cloud, silver cloud? Wu Yun looked at the blade, attributes, and color of the Lei Lingtian knife and thought about it, but it didn't sound good. Suddenly his eyes shifted, and on the top of Leiyuan Mountain, many mountains around and in the distance were brought into his eyes. It will be the top of the mountain, and you can see all the mountains and small ones at a glance. All of a sudden, it was a heroic sudden life, which corresponded to his mood of getting the heavenly sword at this time. Let's call it Ling Yun. Wu Yun decided, you will have to decide Ling Yunji, and you will be able to make 90,000 Fuyaofang. Xiao Diao praised without hesitation, good poetry, good poetry. Lin Dong's eyes widened, the person who came out of the Mad Sword Martial Arts Hall, can even recite poems. You must know that there are a group of vulgar warriors there. Brother is indeed a reincarnation, how heroic this poem is. Lin Dong thought more firmly in his heart. It is true that a place like the Crazy Sword Martial Art Museum cannot cultivate talents like Big Brother. Wu Yun, I am also very satisfied with Ling Yun. Let me give the thunder source of this thunder source crystal beast to you. The great sun lightning body you have cultivated absorbs more benefits from the thunder source than me. Thank you, brother. With this source of thunder, I will definitely be able to break through the formation realm. Lin Dong was no longer polite. At this moment in his heart, the eldest brother is already a reincarnated senior who is extremely powerful, and there is that kind of tacit understanding between them. When elder brother gave him the treasure, Lin Dong's mentality was, the elder bestowed it on him, and he dared not give it up. It's just a little thunder source, if you don't take it lightly, don't you look down on the big brother. This place is good, you can absorb the source of thunder here. The environment of Leiyuan Mountain is a natural mind field, just now that the thunder source crystal beast has just attracted the thunder clouds in the sky are not so violent, and the surrounding it also contains a very strong power of thunder. Ka. What did you eat? Xiao Yan was already devouring the corpse of the lightning source crystal beast while everyone was chatting. The pieces of newly grown crystal armor were all crushed, and with the flick of the big tongue, they devoured all the flesh and blood of the thunder source crystal beast. Wu Yun and Lin Dong were speechless watching this violent scene. On the contrary, Xiao Diao and Bai Yun, who are monsters, felt it was natural. Bai Yun's shining tiger eyes looked at her younger brother dotingly. She knew that eating like this would be good for Xiaoyan, the younger brother would become stronger, and the older sister would be naturally happy, so she looked at it with relief. Xiao Diao said in surprise, most of the energy of the thunder source crystal beast is stored in the thunder source, but its flesh and blood are of great benefit to monsters. Xiao Yan's bloodline is somewhat mutated. The ability is extremely strong, which is of great benefit to it. Soon Xiaoyan ate the huge thunder source crystal beast with only bones left. I don't know how it holds so much flesh and blood. At this time, Xiaoyan's body actually seeped a trace of thunder, and there seemed to be a luster emerging from under the red fur. Roar! Xiao Yan roared loudly, shaking the forest. It is refining the power of the lightning source crystal beast. Hey, this lightning source crystal beast has successfully advanced. Although it has not yet recovered its strength, the various flesh and blood in its body have been strengthened, and now it is swallowed by Xiao Yan like this. All kinds of energy will be absorbed by it. This time, maybe Xiaoyan will enter the forming realm in front of you. Xiao Diao said calmly with a smile. This, Lin Dong's face couldn't help but change. Before he knew it, he became the bottom of the list. Let me also refine the source of thunder, he said in a deep voice. Lin Dong has always had a streak of stubbornness and perseverance. Immediately began to practice. Lin Dong picked up the source of the thunder, and attracted it with the force of origin. The naked eye could clearly see streams of liquid-like thunder liquid, which slowly flowed out from the source of thunder, along Lin Dong's palms, and poured into his body. The moment the thunder liquid poured into Lin Dong's body, the clothes on his body exploded into powder almost instantly, and even the boulder sitting cross-legged burst open some cracks. The majestic power of thunder made Wu Yun, who was watching from the side, a little moved. In fact, Wu Yun was a bit reluctant to give up the source of thunder to Lin Dong, but he couldn't take all the benefits. Mainly, this relatively mild thunder power is indeed more suitable for Lin Dong to use to cultivate the great sun thunder body. Wu Yun's god-like prison-suppressing force is more effective when struck by lightning. Only through the baptism of thunder after wave can those forces enter the body particles. Otherwise, if the source of thunder is absorbed, the energy will basically be absorbed by the Dantian, which will not achieve the effect he wants. When Lin Dong absorbed Lei Yuan, Wu Yun went to search for the dead bodies of the Di and Lu families. No matter where you are, you must have a good habit of licking your bag. All Chang'an bags have been searched. Wu Yun obtained more than 500,000 pure yuan pills, as well as various low-level spiritual treasures, talisman treasures, and elixir medicines, etc., too many to count. It can be said that Wu Yun basically doesn't need these things at his current level. But you can keep it in the city and exchange it for pure yuan. After searching, Wu Yun observed the environment on the top of the mountain again. After a while, he took out the talisman pen, talisman paper, carving knife, jade and other objects, and began to carve runes around the top of the mountain. Xiao Diao, brother, what are you doing? The thunder clouds in this place are concentrated, and I want to set up a lightning-inducing array for cultivation. Wu Yun said surprisingly. He thought of the sea of fire array arranged in the tomb. The principle is to arouse the underground flames, and then divert the flames. So I wanted to try to see if I could arouse the thunder in the sky, divert the power of the thunder, and create a field full of thunder. Xiao Diao, brother, that's Tianlei, you might die if you play like this. It swallowed. Tianlei is not ground fire, there is an underground passage to divert the flow, you can pull it a little, that thing, a little. If you don't pay attention, you may attract Lei's whole family. Destroying a mountain is not a problem. It's okay, I'll try it, if it doesn't work, forget it. Wu Yun said disapprovingly. He continued to fiddle with the formation. After a while, Xiao Yan formed a lightning cocoon, and Lin Dong was covered in thunder. At some point, the two forces began to erupt one after another. First, Xiao Yan's lightning cocoon slowly opened, red light and purple lightning flashed out. Boom! The thunder cocoon exploded, a red light flew up, and in the sky, the giant beast stood in the air. Its body was covered with a kind of dark red crystal armor, and on the crystal armor, there were lightning flashes from time to time, which is very similar to the crystal armor of the thunder source crystal beast. What's more, on Xiaoyan's back, there were actually two thunder wings that shone with thunder light, and when the wings vibrated, there was a deep thunder. On the back of Little Flame Tiger, there is a huge python covered with crimson crystal layers. In the mouth of the python, while the snake is spitting out letters, thunder light surges, revealing a hint of ferocity. This guy really absorbs the best of all schools of thought. Wu Yun was secretly surprised. Xiao Yan had already gone further and further away from the fire python tiger. Having absorbed the blood of a powerful monster, it can always inherit some of its characteristics. The mutated bloodline is equivalent to a powerful compatible bloodline that can fuse other bloodlines. It's a complete hodgepodge. This is probably the reason why Xiaoyan is not picky about food and is very brave. Needless to say, the Xiaoyan at this moment is completely comparable to the Shaping Realm monster. Immediately afterwards, a golden light shone on the top of the mountain. The great sun thunder yuan cultivated by Lin Dong erupted wildly, surrounding his body, emitting a strong golden light. A powerful breath emanated from his body. Bronze thunder body, it's done. Lin Dong opened his eyes excitedly. The golden light was restrained, and he waited until the light was absorbed into his body. Finally, his true colors were revealed. Bronze. The whole body is light cast of bronze. Under the bronze cover, what is hidden seems to be the pattern of power. At the same time, when the power surged under the bronze, there was also another invisible force, which slowly spread out from that figure and permeated the entire cave. It was spiritual power. The four natal talismans are suspended in the Nuan Palace, exuding powerful spiritual power. On the most central talisman, a deep crack has emerged, which is a sign that the fifth seal will soon be split. Lin Dong was overjoyed, and continued to gather his mental strength to attack the fifth seal. The Lei Yuan just tempered not only his physical body, but also his spiritual power was also baptized. Last time Wu Yun obtained 2 plants of 8th grade 1000-beard ginseng, and not only gave Qingtan, but also gave some of the elixir to Lin Dong. So he already had the foundation to break through the 5-seal talisman master, and this time Lei Yuan's baptism finally allowed him to break through in one fell swoop. Click. The talisman split and split into 2. 5 natal talismans appeared. The 5-seal talisman master is already comparable to the Shaping Realm, and with its treacherous mental power, it is hard to guard against, and it also has the effect of surprise. In addition, their natal sigils are at the level of spiritual talismans, which have the effect of absorbing and devouring, and are more powerful. Wu Yun, great, second brother, now with the strength of your formation realm and the 5-seal talisman, even if you can deal with the formation realm Dacheng. Lin Dong, the 4 of us are all formation realm, This power, even in Tiandu County, it is one of the best existences, and this time the harvest is really good. You guys broke through just right, and I have finished setting up the lightning array. I don't know how the effect will be. Wu Yun laughed, pointing. There are dense runes carved by him everywhere on the top of the mountain, full of mental power fluctuations. Hey, big brother, what kind of handwriting are you doing? You actually used so many talisman papers and jade stones. See if there is enough thunder here. Xiao Diao, Bai Yun, Xiao Yan, you all get out first. The thunder this time may be a bit powerful. Wu Yun instructed. This time he used the original spirit gathering rune, the original thunder rune text, original magnetic runes, etc. Xiao Diao looked at Wu Yun's formation. She was already afraid in her heart, and she didn't want to stay for a long time. After Wu Yun finished speaking, it immediately floated down the mountain. Bai Yun and Xiao Yan knew that it was related to Tianlei, so they also wisely followed Xiao Diao. Hey, let me see if it works. Wu Yun's mental power was released to activate the runes in the eyes of the formation. He was not sure how effective the formation would be. Zzz. Soon there was an arc flash on the hilltop. In a moment, a powerful magnetic field was formed. An invisible attraction is pulling the surrounding energy to the top of the mountain. This force spread rapidly to the sky. Electron particles are passing and condensing. Finally, the thunderclouds in the sky were aroused. As if awakened, the clouds surged, lightning flashed and thunder broke out in an instant, and the sky seemed to roar. First, thunderbolts as thick as arms flickered, followed by ones as thick as pythons. Lei Ting became more and more violent, and a thunder that was thicker than a python also appeared. The sea of thunder surged, as if a thunder dragon was jumping in the clouds. Incomparably powerful Tianwei shrouded the entire top of Leiyuan Mountain. The aura of destruction filled the mountain. Thunder was still brewing in the sky, but Wu Yunlindong had already felt the aura of death. First, they used weapons to seduce them from the outside, then they used the Thunder Source Crystal Beast to advance, and now they even used formations. Tianlei was frequently provoked, and finally lost his temper. In the thunderclouds, white light shone unexpectedly, and the originally dark surroundings of Leiyuan Mountain became like daytime. Rumble, rumble, thunder is roaring, crazy roar, there is no thundercloud, it is all thunder. Too many to come, chi chi chi, a tiny arc was drawn down. In an instant, Wu Yun and Lin Dong's bodies went numb. The heartbeat subconsciously accelerated. Danger! Danger! The subconscious mind of the body is constantly calling the police. Lin Dong, brother, brother, I think we should go quickly. Quote, how can we go at this time? Run! Wu Yun hurriedly pushed towards Lin Dong with his Yuan force, and then jumped up quickly. The two jumped directly from the top of the mountain, and they didn't even have time to summon the frost sword, or dared not summon it. Mountaintop. It seemed to be ignited by the small electric light just now. Boom, boom, the huge thunder group poured down, in the shape of a cone, spinning, and pierced towards the top of the mountain. From sharp to cylindrical, it is not the thickness of a python, and it directly covers the entire wide Leiyuan Mountain. It's like triggering a nuclear explosion. As if the world was about to be destroyed, the thunder danced wildly. What Wu Yun left behind was nothing but a means to divert the power of thunder. At this moment, it is useless. Run, escape like crazy. The farther away from Leiyuan Mountain, the safer. Wu Yun and Lin Dong directly used all 5 natal talismans and manipulated themselves to fly away from Leiyuan Mountain. Down below, Xiao Diao and Hu had already been alerted and had already run far away. Boom! There was a loud noise behind him, and Lei Yuenshin cracked open. The roar of thunder behind them was still urging them to flee like a urging. After flying 10 kilometers away in one breath, Wu Yun and Wu Yun dared to look back. Thunder Source Mountain is gone. A mountain in Nuo Da was flattened by the violent thunder. All kinds of monsters are running for their lives, away from Leiyuan Mountain. The thunder and fire burned, and many towering giant trees were destroyed by lightning. Brother, what did you do to Lei Yuenshin? Lin Dong shouted, his heart palpitating. Just a little slower, they were wiped out. Wu Yun's Adam's apple was throbbing, and his mouth was a little dry. I didn't expect this to happen, you believe me, my original intention at the beginning was just to attract some thunderbolts with thick thighs. He is also afraid at the moment. It was the first time to set up the lightning guiding array, but without mastering the fire, the entire original thunder rune was engraved. And also added a complete Juling and Yuanqi. It should be the thunder and magnetic explosion. Wu Yun guessed in his heart, because when he was engraving the magnetic rune just now, he sensed the existence of a magnetic field in Leiyuan Mountain. This time there was no foreplay at all for the thunderstorm. After brewing, it exploded as soon as it was triggered and connected to the underground magnetic field. The effect is very explosive, but it also subsides quickly. Come fast and go fast. Wu Yun and Lin Dong went down and found Xiao Diao and Hu. As soon as Xiao Diao met, he smiled wryly. Brother, I thought you were sure. This was the first time he had doubts about brother reincarnation. How could you do such an unsure thing? Of course, the movement caused by it matches the identity of the last reincarnation. Ahem, it's a little different from what I imagined. Wu Yun coughed dryly, a little embarrassed. Now that the thunder clouds are gone, let's go over and have a look. Lin Dong, the thunder source mountain has been smoothed out, what's there to see? Go over and have a look. Wu Yun was curious and wanted to see the results of his battle. They walked back. The original Leiyuan mountain soaring into the clouds has been razed to the ground at this moment. Chi chi chi, there are still strands of electric current remaining in the air. Hey, what are those? Lin Dong was the first to notice that there were drops of purple liquid in midair. Could it be thunder tribulation liquid? The little mink said in surprise. Wu Yun had already flew up, and his mental power gushed out frantically, collecting all the purple liquid floating in the air. He didn't know what it was, but from these purple liquids he felt a strong vitality, endless vitality. Definitely something good. Wu Yun took out a jade bottle, collected all the purple liquid, and filled a small half of the bottle. The purple arcs continued to cling to his body, making his body numb. It's really thunder tribulation liquid, so there really is such a treasure. Xiao Diao confirmed after examining the liquid carefully. What is thunder tribulation liquid? Xiao Diao, this is the purest thunder energy, which often only appears in the Sea of Thunder. Most people dare not take it at all. It can be used to temper the body, make the body stronger, and refined transformed people will have a certain degree of immunity to thunder, and the power of thunder will be born in Yuanli, which can be strengthened a lot by using thunder attribute martial arts. This kind of treasure, no matter where it appears, will arouse people's attention. Crazy snatching, even the strong above nirvana will be moved by it. Xiao Diao seemed a little excited. Including himself, now he is also greedy for this thunder tribulation liquid. It's a pity that he is now in the state of a demon spirit and can't absorb it, otherwise he will get some for the elder brother. However, at this moment, he figured it out. The eldest brother is not aimless, saying that he arranged a lightning array to train his body is clearly a cover, and his goal is to obtain the thunder tribulation liquid. Knew it, this is the pattern. Brother reincarnation, you are indeed a reincarnation. This is a different way to obtain treasures. Xiao Diao was deeply ashamed of his own vision. The previous worries were unnecessary, everything was under the control of the elder brother, it was just that he couldn't understand the operation of the elder brother of the reincarnation. Brother, you are really amazing. This time, Xiao Diao is completely in admiration. Xiao Diao said sincerely, what are you talking about? This time it was just a mistake by the eldest brother. Didn't you see that my second brother and I were almost buried in Leihai? Wu Yun said seriously, rolling his eyes at Xiao Diao. Can't you see it? He turned his head to look at Lin Dong. Really, second brother? Lin Dong was taken aback for a moment, hesitating, not knowing how to answer his elder brother. If it wasn't for the Lei Jie, he would have believed it. But now, looking at the thunder tribulation essence liquid, which Xiao Diao called the supreme treasure, he was not confident anymore. Got this by accident, and the eldest brother often talks about accidents, and accidents have become his mantra. Once or twice is fine, how can it be more? Lin Dong is not a fool, this kind of accident full of surprises, could it only happen to you, big brother? Although he couldn't see what was wrong with it or where the problem was, as long as he thought about it a little bit, he knew that it was impossible to have so many accidents. Second brother, don't you believe me? Wu Yun's eyes widened. Lin Dong can be said to be the most familiar person in this world, because they spend the most time together. Logically speaking, Lin Dong understands him. Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm stupid? Lin Dong pouted. I don't understand what my elder brother has done, what else do I want them to believe? Although Xiao Diao said that he couldn't clearly reveal that his elder brother was a reincarnated person. But the eldest brother can't pretend to be confused by pretending to understand. It was as if the whole world knew that he was a reincarnator, but he himself didn't. Oh, forget it, Wu Yun sighed. Brother is not worth it. He himself found it hard to believe. It seems that this misunderstanding can only be endured silently. Don't say so much, this thing is definitely better than the thunder source of the thunder source crystal beast, let's absorb it first. Wu Yun said while holding the bottle containing the thunder tribulation liquid. Xiao Diao cursed inwardly, Lei Jia, not only is it better than Lei Yuan, is there a slight difference? Chapter 92 Signing in the Misty Forest, the body book of the 9 heavenly books. Improving one's strength has always been the first priority, and Wu Yun naturally didn't plan to keep the thunder tribulation liquid that he got by accident. Still don't know how it tastes or how it works. So Wu Yun didn't dare to use too much at one time, he first pulled out a drop of thunder tribulation liquid. The purple, translucent spiritual liquid shone with lightning, and the liquid flew up. When he rolled his tongue, a powerful and dull lightning force exploded in his mouth. His tongue immediately went numb, and his teeth chattered. Wu Yun quickly circulated yuanli, wrapped the drop of spiritual liquid and swallowed it into his stomach. Chi chi chi. Wu Yun's body was covered by thunder light, and his yuan force was also filled with the power of thunder. HMPH, it's still crazy when it's inside my body. Wu Yun snorted coldly, and immediately began to cultivate the power of the god elephant to suppress the prison. As soon as the exercises were activated, the power of thunder began to circulate in the body, and there was a direction to guide it. Soon the power of thunder was dispersed into the particles of various parts of the body. During this process, the body is numb, as if sitting on an electric bed. Very comfortable. After refining a drop of thunder tribulation liquid, Wu Yun felt his body was full of strength, and the particles in his body seemed to become violent. His physique could no longer be described as strong, but rather perverted and fierce. If I had been in the ancient tomb mansion back then, my physical strength would have been as strong as it is now, and it wouldn't be Ling Qingzu's turn to be arrogant, and I would have been able to suppress her all the way. Wu Yun thought as he lightly clenched his fists. Brother, how effective is this thunder tribulation liquid? Lin Dong asked excitedly. When Wu Yun swallowed a drop of cultivation just now, the intensity of the thunder power made him feel stronger than the thunder source refined just now. You know, it's just a drop. It's very cool, you should try it too. Wu Yun also pulled out a drop and flew it in front of Lin Dong. He collected a small half bottle, which contained hundreds of drops. The thunder tribulation liquid has a very good strengthening effect on the body, almost 78 out of 10 of the energy is absorbed by the body. Wu Yun sighed. This thing is very suitable for him to cultivate the spirit of suppressing prisons. Of course, it is also the same for Lin Dong to practice the Great Sun Thunder Body, and the effect is excellent. Lin Dong was greedy for a long time, and immediately swallowed the thunder tribulation liquid to refine it. Buzz. A vague idea came into Wu Yun's mind. This inexplicable movement let Wu Yun know immediately that it was Ling Yun who was calling him. In the dantian, the reduced Lei Ling Tian knife swayed gently under the Yuan Dan. The faint consciousness of the sky knife was expressing to him, it also wanted the thunder tribulation liquid. Wu Yun's Yuan force surged, releasing Ling Yun from his dantian. I'll eat it for you. He pulled out a drop of thunder tribulation liquid while holding Ling Yun in his hand, and dripped the thunder tribulation liquid into the body of the blade. Immediately, the blade trembled. The drop of purple thunder tribulation liquid immediately melted into the blade. Ling Yun's blade trembled, as happy as a child who was suckling. The Lei Ling Tian knife is still a knife embryo at this moment, it has just been born and needs to be cultivated slowly. Its power at this moment is only stronger than the high-level Ling Bao, and it has stronger penetration than ordinary knives. It also needs the master's vitality to warm and nourish, and it will improve with the master's strength. Obviously, the thunder tribulation liquid was of great help to its improvement. That's why it flattered Wu Yun so much, and constantly released the meaning of intimacy. On the other hand, after Lin Dong refined a drop of thunder tribulation liquid, the copper thunder body became even stronger, and when it was cast, it looked like a bronze man. However, in this bronze, there is already a trace of jade color. This is the trend of the copper thunder body gradually advancing towards the stronger jade thunder body. The effect of absorbing the lightning calamity liquid is much better than being struck by lightning. Brother, I felt it just now. The effect of this drop of lightning calamity liquid is probably equivalent to the effect of being struck by lightning more than 100 times. Lin Lin said excitedly. As expected of a treasure that even Xiao Diao was moved and surprised, the one drop just now directly doubled the strength of his physical body. Let's go, let's move on, we can refine these thunder tribulation liquids as we go. Ding. The check-in location has been refreshed, please sign in at the Misty Forest. Closing square bracket. After walking out of Leiyuan Mountain, Wu Yun received a notification from the system. Well, Misty Forest. He immediately opened the map to check. The Misty Forest was at the junction of Diang County and Dawang County. They walked forward and passed through the Leiyuan mountain range. Half a month later, in a primeval forest, Wu Yun and Lin Dong were walking around with a big miniature cat in their arms. They have lost their way. In this forest, there is a kind of milky white mist lingering everywhere. This kind of mist is extremely strange, even the spiritual power is extremely difficult to penetrate, and, in the sky, there is also a kind of icy cold air, that this kind of cold air, even for Wu Yun and Lin Dong's strength, will not be able to bear it after a long time. It has been 2 days since they broke into this forest, and they have basically been wandering around in it. In order to preserve their physical strength, Bai Yun and Xiao Yan had to shrink their bodies, obediently lying in the arms of their master. This ghostly place, why is it so evil? You can't get out at all. Lin Dong activated the purple demon eye, but he couldn't see too far. These fogs are so special that even mental power can block them. Wu Yun. This is the Misty Forest, a strange forest on the edge of Dawang County. Entering here proves that we have come to the range of Dawang County. Brother, do you know how to get out? Lin Dong asked with some expectation. Road. Just like you, I'm here for the first time. How do I know how to get out? Wu Yun curled his lips and asked back. Lin Dong meant it as if he had been here before. I don't know anything about the terrain here. According to the book, if you want to get out of the foggy forest, there is only one correct route. Unless someone guides you, otherwise, it may be difficult to get out. At this moment, Wu Yun was worried. He has already arrived in the Misty Forest, why the sign in reminder hasn't come yet? It shouldn't be. Could it be that he hasn't reached the place where he can sign? Recalling the previous sign in Ancient Tomb Mansion, you have to enter the main tomb, and Leiyuan Mountain, you have to reach the top of the mountain. There should be a special place in this foggy forest, and the sign-in will only be triggered when Wu Yun is about to go there. And Wu Yun also discovered a strange problem. The places where he signed in before were basically the places where Lin Dong got his chance. But Wu Yun recalled that in the original book, in the Misty Forest, Lin Dong didn't seem to have had any great opportunities here. Could it be that there is a hidden opportunity here, which was not obtained by Lin Dong, and my joining triggered this bug? Wu Yun thought so in his heart. Otherwise, it's hard to explain this sudden sign-in task. With no direction to move forward, Wu Yun had no choice but to take out the Spirit Gathering Rune and follow the direction with strong vitality. Spiritual power stimulated the Spirit Gathering Runes, and soon it was discovered that the power in a certain direction was particularly strong. The Spirit Gathering Rune's response to the power of the heaven and earth is much more powerful than the detection of spiritual power. In this direction, they continued to move forward. Both Lin Dong and Xiao Diao didn't speak, and obediently followed Big Brother, not worried at all that they might not be able to get out. Because in their hearts, they have already decided that this place was also visited by the elder brother in his previous life, and he will always think of how to get out, and maybe he will get some chances. On the other hand, Wu Yun looked around cautiously and vigilantly. He had to pay attention to the fluctuation direction of the Spirit Gathering Rune in his hand, and release his mental power to detect the surroundings. The Big Brother was really worried. Be careful, there are monsters around. Wu Yun reminded. He had already let go of the white cloud in his arms, and the powerful blood power of the white tiger dispersed, stopping all the monsters that wanted to approach in the mist. Xiao Diao and Lin Dong finally got a little serious, and released their mental power one after another, paying attention to their surroundings. In the mist, there were indeed different fluctuations, and an unknown monster was watching them secretly. Although Bai Yun's strength is only in the formation realm, but she releases the power of blood, even monsters in the Qi creation realm dare not approach. Soon those monsters watching secretly were afraid to follow and let Wu Yun and the others pass by. This directly saves them a lot of trouble. Otherwise, in this fog where sight is blocked and mental power is shielded, the harassment of monsters is more dangerous and energy-consuming. The vitality is getting stronger and stronger. Wu Yun exclaimed in surprise. A small vitality vortex had formed on the Spirit Gathering rune. The fact that this level of vortex can appear in the Spirit Gathering rune proves that there may be treasures that are not weak. Go further. The vortex formed by the Spirit Gathering rune is getting bigger and bigger. After walking for another quarter of an hour, a swamp appeared ahead. Brother, there are monsters in the swamp. They are leopards and crocodiles, and there are a lot of them. All of them are above the shape level. Xiaodiao sensed his spiritual power, and immediately discovered that there was a huge crisis lurking under the dark swamp. He quickly reminded the eldest brother, the second brother. Lin Dong, brother, do we still have to go forward? This swamp is huge, and the swamp is the territory of the leopard crocodile. In this environment, if we fight the leopard crocodile, it will not be conducive to our performance. He voiced his concerns. Among the three brothers, Lin Dong is the more cautious, and when encountering things, he usually thinks more about the situation. He knows that his eldest brother is a reincarnation, but his style of acting is too crazy, and sometimes he is not so reliable, like the last time he triggered the thunder on the top of Leiyuan Mountain. If they walked slowly, they would definitely be blown to pieces by the thunder scum. In that case, even if the eldest brother is a reincarnation, he will not escape death and re-enter reincarnation. Wu Yun also hesitated. The front must be full of danger. But judging from the vitality vortex of the Spirit Gathering rune, there are definitely treasures in the swamp, and the chance must be not small. Wu Yun took a deep breath and said slowly, the direction of Yuanli fluctuations is ahead. Let's continue to walk around. If you don't go deep, just hang around outside. Okay, brother, if you encounter danger, you must hold back, don't go too deep. Lin Dong said helplessly. He still had to support his elder brother's decision. Wu Yun and Lin Dong summoned the frost sword, held the two tigers in their arms again, and moved forward with the sword. Roar, ho ho, right after they flew up, the leopard crocodile in the swamp immediately noticed them and roared one after another, trying to scare them away with their roars. The roar of the leopard and crocodile made the originally silent foggy forest shake like an earthquake. Many monsters were alarmed by them. It's okay. Just fly a little higher. These leopard crocodiles are all soil turtles, and they can only be impotent and furious in the mud. Wu Yun observed the leopard crocodiles below for a while, and found that they couldn't jump at all, and they didn't have any remote control. After the attack, he said disdainfully. However, just after he finished complaining, his complexion changed drastically, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. Xiaodiao, brother, be careful, there are dangers in the mist in the sky. Buzzing. Wu Yun was surprised. Because he flew a little high, the fog above the swamp was thicker than before. There are strange and unknown bugs making buzzing sounds. At this moment, they all detected a strong aura with their mental power, and a huge number of unknown bugs rushed towards them. The ability to detect the mental power proves that the other party is not far away from them. Transform into light. Wu Yun directly used the mysterious skill of Qi level, transforming into a talisman, and created a talisman with mental power. The flame light transformed by mental power immediately illuminated an area in front of him. Dense black beetles were actually rushing towards them. The flame spurts out. Zzz. One by one the bugs were shot to death. There are many more. Lin Dong was shocked. The strength of these bugs is not very strong, but individually, they only have the strength of the Tianyuan realm, or even the Earth Yuan realm. But there are too many of them, and they are very weird. Wanwayan. The two cast the strongest talisman formation at the same time, and the two spiritual flame formations blocked the unknown beetle in front of them. Fortunately, their spiritual flames have a restraining effect on these beetles, which can withstand the attack of the first wave of insect swarms. However, there are still a steady stream of beetles flying over from behind. There are too many. Big brother, what should I do? Lin Dong's expression changed greatly when he saw the dense swarm of insects through the Ziji magic pupil. It's not just the swarm, the mist here is poisonous, hold your breath. Wu Yun frowned, because he was a little sensitive to poisonous gas because he was familiar with the Xuantian treasure record. These black beetles will release a black mist with mucus in flight, and after being burned to death by the spiritual flame, they will explode and turn into a cloud of smoke. In this situation, you can't wait for long, or you will be consumed by countless insect swarms sooner or later. Wu Yun also had the idea of retreating, and at this moment, Xiao Diao said, "Brother, these bugs are just a fog barrier, and there are holes in it. If you can get through, the front should be the place you are looking for." In the demon spirit state, these black beetles had limited impact on him. In addition, his mental power is the strongest among the three brothers. He can penetrate the insect swarm and detect the situation behind him. Xiao Diao took the initiative to attack because seeing the frown of his elder brother, he felt that he was pretending not to want to. Then he figured out the reason, probably due to the passage of time, the layout of the previous life. It has been hundreds of years, the environment here has changed too much, which has exceeded the expectation of the eldest brother. That's why the eldest brother needs to use runes to help guide him to find the opportunities left by his previous life. In addition, the current strength of the eldest brother has not yet recovered. Like him, although there are many means, but the power is limited, and he still needs to grow slowly and reach the peak step by step. After figuring it out, Xiao Diao got serious and offered to help. The eldest brother is not omnipotent now, he has not fully awakened the ability of his previous life. Therefore, his help is still needed. Then let's go through it. Second brother, use the 3 metamorphosis talisman formations together, and do it with me. Wu Yun's face turned pale, and he made a decision immediately. Lin Dong's mental power gushed out wildly, and all 5 natal charms appeared between his eyebrows. Soon his mental power outlined 3 talisman formations. On the other side, Wu Yun had already arranged his 3 talisman formations into a triangle, blocking 3 directions in front of them. Lin Dong had a heart-to-heart connection, and formed his own 3 talisman arrays into a triangle to complete the other parts. Immediately, they were completely in this hexahedron. But the power of such a talisman array is far from enough. Wu Yun immediately used his mental power to outline 2 primitive confinement runes and 2 primitive flame runes. Stabilize the formation, and at the same time increase the power of the spiritual flame. Go forward, Wu Yun yelled, and the 2 brothers maintained the formation and walked towards the center of the insect swarm. This time, it's not as simple as rubbing, they have to pass through this dark barrier. Countless black beetles impacted the rune array, the sizzle of insect death spread continuously, and bursts of black smoke eroded their rune array. Rush! The hexagonal talisman smashed away the insect swarm and rushed out of the insect barrier. Finally, a ray of golden light broke through the darkness and shone into the talisman array. They rushed through the barrier of the swarm, came to the center of the misty forest. An invisible natural water barrier blocked all these insect swarms from the outside. Seeing these golden lights, those bugs stopped approaching, backed away in fear, merged into the black mist, and became quiet. At this time, Wu Yun's expectant voice finally sounded in his mind. "Ding, successfully arrived at the foggy forest, do you want to sign in?" Closing square bracket. Sign in, Wu Yun replied without hesitation. I am extremely looking forward to it, but this time he signed in, it is more difficult than before, what reward will he get? Sign in successfully, get a reward, one of the 9 heavenly scriptures, tissue. Closing square bracket. Chapter 93 12 Supreme Celestial Physiques, the Supreme Foundation Building Treasure Yang Yuan Liquid. One of the 9 heavenly scriptures. Isn't this the treasure that a certain king spent tens of thousands of years looking for after losing a sheep? I actually signed such a compelling thing. Is it the rhythm that wants me to become the king of kings too? Wu Yun is actually willing to accept the comparison of pretense. After all, everyone has a heart to show himself before others. The information in the body book had come to his mind. Different from the complicated exercises in the past, this time the tissue only has 6 characters. These 6 characters are yin and yang, rigidity and softness, and clearness. Although the body book has only 6 characters, in a certain world, it has evolved the ultimate mystery of the physique of all living beings in that world. Contains the most powerful 12 immortal physiques. If the 6 characters of body book are cultivated to the ultimate level, each character will produce 2 kinds of immortal bodies, and they are 2 different immortal bodies. Yin, heaven-swallowing demon body, void body. Yang, diurnal celestial body, solar body. Gang, indestructible body of King Kong, overlord body of angry immortals. Ru, longevity body, holy spring body. Qing, Wusho body, Faxian body. Hun, the body of the axe that breaks the sky, the body of the god who suppresses the prison. Although there are only 6 words, each word contains infinite profound meaning. These 6 characters were born in chaos, and everyone can have different insights from them. The 12 immortal physiques represent the ultimate meaning of this word. This achievement is extremely difficult to achieve, but as long as you practice, you can achieve something. No matter how bad you are, you can cultivate into a post-celestial body. Further up are the 48 innate bodies, 24 emperor bodies, and 18 holy bodies. These physiques are incomparably powerful, and placed in the profound sky continent, even ordinary post-celestial bodies can thrive. In a short moment, tissue was filtered through Wu Yun's mind. Brother, look, Lin Dong's shout brought Wu Yun back to reality. It is still in the foggy forest at the moment, and the crisis has not been resolved. Wu Yun hurriedly looked around the situation. Just now he escaped the attack of the strange swarm, but now he doesn't know what will happen again. A golden energy barrier blocked their way. Through the barrier, one can see the golden light inside, and a strange pool of water is inside. The pool is not ordinary water, but golden juice. And their position is just like when they were in the ancient tomb mansion, between the outermost barrier and the inner formation. It is the gap between the cell wall and the cell membrane. Those peripheral bugs are all attached to the outside of the first energy barrier. They are safe for the time being, but they are caught in the middle, in a dilemma. Looking at the spirit gathering rune again, it is no longer as simple as a whirlpool, but drops of golden liquid condensed on the rune. This liquid contained extremely powerful Yang Yuan power. There is no way to retreat, let's go in and have a look. Be careful, there may be danger at any time, Wu Yun reminded, and then prepared to break through the second energy barrier. The energy barrier here is much stronger than that of the ancient tomb mansion, and maybe the strong in Nirvana may not be able to break through it. However, this is not a difficult task for Wu Yun. Industry specializing in surgery. No matter how powerful the barrier is, it is not a problem in front of the runes in his hands. The original boundary rune is specifically aimed at this kind of energy barrier. Wu Yun's mental power condensed the original boundary rune, and then inserted the rune directly into the barrier, breaking through this layer of energy film forcefully. An extremely warm aura, as gentle as the sun's rays, spewed out from the crack in the film. Seeing this golden energy, the bugs around frantically rushed over, trying to devour the warmth. Go in. The two tigers got in through the crack. Wu Yun immediately disbanded the boundary rune, and immediately the broken energy film closed again as before. The space of the golden energy barrier is not large, and as soon as they entered, they felt a warm feeling. The feeling of comfort cannot be described in words. It makes people feel like wandering in it unconsciously. However, they did not relax. There must be something unusual about being surrounded by these black beetles. Moreover, the energy barrier just now was not completely formed naturally, there were man-made traces. Here is unknown, because in Wu Yunji's plot, there is no such place. Their mental power frantically swept around, not letting go of every corner. Except for the golden water pool, the place is empty and there are no other monsters. They didn't feel any danger. Wu Yun walked towards the edge of the pool, followed closely by Lin Dong, and the two tigers had already landed and returned to their original appearance. This pool of water is amazing, it's actually a golden liquid. Lin Dong was the first to sigh. Compared to Lin Dong's ignorant, crap-like exclamation, Xiao Diao is obviously more knowledgeable and knowledgeable. Yang Qi transformation liquid is all Yang Yuan, a whole Yang Yuan lake, what a great handwriting. Yang Yuantan, Xiao Diao. Yes, these are the most concentrated and purest Yang energies, which is similar to the thunder tribulation liquid, which is the result of the power of thunder eliminating the power of violence. Liquid, and this Yang element is also the mildest energy formed after the power of the sun purifies the scorching heat. I know the reason for the formation of the misty forest. From the outside, this place is shrouded in mist all year round. The cold atmosphere. It's all because of this Yangyuan lake, which gathers the yang energy of the entire misty forest here. It takes at least 1,000 years of accumulation to form such a large Yangyuan lake. Sigh, who the hell is it? The layout started thousands of years ago. Shocked and amazed, the little mink glanced at Wu Yun with his small eyes, which were self-evident. Asked with an affirmative tone, "Brother, who do you think it will be?" While Xiao Diao said this, her admiration for her elder brother could no longer be described in terms of prostration. beyond the capacity of its head. This time it is different from Lei Yuanshan's saber, it has to wait for more than 1,000 years to have this effect. The big brother's plan is so thorough that it's terrifying. At the same time, he also understood why he couldn't guess which reincarnated big brother his elder brother was. It turned out that his elder brother was a big man from 1,000 years ago. However, Wu Yun didn't notice these small details of Xiao Diao at all. Like Lin Dong, he was very shocked by Xiao Diao's words. Such a big Yangyuan lake has been laid out for thousands of years. For the big guy who arranged all this, he only has 4 words in his heart. Hearing what you said, it's really unbelievable. We actually ran to such a place by mistake. It's been thousands of years. I don't know if the boss who arranged this place is dead or not. Wu Yun worried in his heart whether the boss might have other means. Brother, I don't allow you to say that about yourself. Xiao Diao rolled his eyes and pretended to be here with me. It shouldn't happen, otherwise, why would he do all this? It can't be to make wedding dresses for others, how could it be so good, boss? Xiao Diao didn't believe it at all. Who would be so boring, or so great, and probably left such an opportunity 1,000 years ago, just to benefit strangers? Wu Yun, fortunately, who can say it clearly? It's like the ancient tomb mansion last time. The owner of the tomb mansion is a good person who helps others. Third brother, you can't treat it with your little mink's heart. Gentleman Mink Belly, you are not a good thing, but it does not mean that all mink are not good things. How can you slander these selfless and dedicated ancients? Brother, are you angry with me? I shouldn't have said he was bad. Xiao Diao didn't dare to respond to Wu Yun's retaliation at all. Opportunities and chances are for those who are destined to get them. Now that we meet them, it is ours. Wu Yun said without any scruples. Brother, what is the use of this Yang Yuan Yi? Lin Dong asked curiously. Ask the third brother, should the third brother understand? Wu Yun pointed to Xiao Diao. This is also the first time he has heard of this Yangyuan liquid. Just by using mental power to detect it, the energy is gentle and thick, and the benefits are definitely great, but he can't say what the specific benefits are. When it comes to the function of Yangyuan, Xiao Diao is energetic again, no longer entangled in whether the eldest brother understands or pretends to be ignorant. Because including him, he is also very greedy for this Yangyuan now. Yangyuan can be said to be the best foundation building liquid in the world. The growth of all things is inseparable from the power of the sun. This is the most gentle and powerful cultivation resource with the least after effects. Its greatest role is to make up for congenital deficiencies and cast a supreme foundation. It can change infinitely, improve a person's physique, renew the physical body, and reach the purest innate physique. For those who pay attention to physical cultivation, Yang Yuan Yi is the most precious treasure, not worse than Lei Jia Yi. Both are improving physical fitness, but the direction of effect is different. For example, a big tree, absorbing the lightning calamity liquid, can make it more tenacious, and its vitality becomes more tenacious, that is, the effect of the lightning strike on the wood increases the strength of the tree itself. And Yangyuan can strengthen its roots, make its roots extend deeper and wider, make the big tree fundamentally stronger. Even if the tree is cut off, its roots will still not be destroyed, but also rejuvenate. It is radically enhanced. The same effect applies to the human body. Now we use Yangyuan liquid to transform the body, making it as innate as it is, pure without a trace of impurities, not only improving the strength of our physique, but also improving our cultivation talent. Yangyuan has effects on ordinary people and things, especially for men full of masculinity. But for someone with a yin constitution like Qingtan, it is undoubtedly poison. After Xiao Diao's long discussion, he finally explained the function of Yangyuan liquid clearly. In a nutshell, this is a treasure that is not inferior to Lei Jia Yi. They have already experienced the benefits of Lei Jia liquid, and they can be described as flattering. But the Thunder Tribulation liquid is only a few hundred drops, less than half a bottle. But the Yangyuan liquid here is a whole pool. A pool, a pool. Chapter 94 Giant Elephant Particles, the heroic body of the prison-suppressing god, and the mysterious golden egg. This thing and body script are a perfect match. Wu Yun praised in his heart. Hearing the efficacy of Yangyuan liquid, he felt that it would not be too wonderful to practice physical calligraphy in Yangyuan Lake. This is the best spiritual liquid for the body. Yin and yang, hard and soft, clear. 12 immortal physiques. Wu Yun was thinking about which character and which kind of physique he wanted to cultivate. Each of these 12 constitutions has its own characteristics. The information in the body script has been completely integrated into his mind, and it is extremely transparent, so he doesn't need to spend tens of thousands of years to slowly study and comprehend it like that sheep-herding emperor. After going through the 6 words one by one in my mind, Wu Yun chose the word, Hun. His body responds most strongly to the word. The 2 immortal bodies of the word, Hun, are the broken sky axe body and the prison suppressing god body. Among them, the body of the breaking axe represents the ultimate power. And the prison suppressing divine body represents the heaviest weight. The divine elephant prison suppressing strength that he had practiced before was similar to this prison suppressing divine body. Divine elephant suppressing prison strength is to regard the body as hundreds of millions of particles, and cultivate each human body particle into a giant elephant particle, a dragon elephant particle, a primordial image particle, and even the strongest god image particle. And the prison suppressing god body is infinitely increasing the weight of itself in the whole body. Wu Yun's body is getting closer and closer to cultivating giant elephant particles. There is no doubt that the biggest reason for Hunzi's response to him is that he has the foundation of the prison suppressing god body. Try if you can pass it on to them to practice. Wu Yun looked at the 2 tigers beside him, 1 man and 1 mink, and thought curiously. Of the 12 kinds of immortal bodies, his current situation is definitely the limit to practice one, and it is impossible to practice every word for the time being. And it is very difficult to cultivate 2 physiques at the same time. But it can make everyone around you practice. Second brother, come here, I'll show you something. Wu Yun beckoned Lin Dong to come over. Brother, what, so mysterious? Lin Dong came over with doubts. Wu Yun put the palm of his hand on his forehead, and the mental power poured out continuously, directly entering his mind domineeringly. Lin Dong subconsciously wanted to block the intrusion of his mental power. Don't resist, let me in, Wu Yun said softly. Then he sent a voice transmission to Lin Dong. Relax, feel what I gave you, and find the word that makes you most sensitive. Lin Dong then let go of his mind and let his elder brother's spiritual power enter. This is a means of sharing spiritual power, a secret technique Wu Yun obtained from the memory of the owner of the tomb mansion. At this time, 6 bright and blurred lights appeared in Lin Dong's mind. He tried to see clearly, but those 6 lights seemed to be very tightly covered. Lin Dong obeyed his elder brother's words and tried to sense it. Soon, he had a strong feeling for one of the light groups. Lin Dong concentrated on conquering this light group, and finally saw which light group clearly. It was the word, just. Seeing Lin Dong with his eyes closed, the corners of his mouth curled up in surprise. Wu Yun hurriedly asked, how is it, what did you see? He was also curious about how Lin Dong would respond to the words. Lin Dong, just now. Wu Yun, just now. Xiao Diao, what's tough? As expected of you, second brother, straight man of steel, tough enough. Just like Lin Dong's character, he can destroy flowers with harsh hands, cultivate madness, has a firm will, extraordinary perseverance, and loves lightning strikes. It is indeed very suitable for, just, the immortal physique of the 2 characters of, Gang, the immortal Vajra physique, has the characteristics of infinite hardness, ultimate defense, and infinite blood recovery. Nuxian domineering body, special features, berserk attribute, doubled attack power. I don't know what kind of physique the second brother can cultivate. Wu Yun has some expectations. With Lin Dong's disposition, he is more inclined to the Vajra indestructible physique. The cultivation of physique depends not only on the body, but also on the character of the person. Just like Yu Bukchun, even though he is a man, he has a feminine temperament, so he can practice the evil-resisting sword art with ease. I will imprint the profound meaning of the word gang on you, and you should understand it carefully. Wu Yun smiled, and passed on the spiritual power of gang to Lin Dong. You should practice according to the insights you get from this word. What you can cultivate in the end depends on your own good luck. Yes, Lin Dong nodded. Although he didn't know what it was, the elder brother took it out. Things will not be bad. Try both of you, sister and brother. Wu Yun called over to Bei Yun, separated the 6 character meanings in the same way, and introduced them into Bei Yun's mind one by one. Then the mental power will teach Bei Yun how to do it. Bei Yun is the mother. Wu Yun started with the word yin, but Bai Yun was stunned and didn't respond. Then there was the soft word, she had a little reaction. When it was Qing Zi's turn, Bai Yunhu's pupils lit up, and his reaction was fierce. Wu Yun nodded secretly. In order to prevent any loopholes, he also went through the other 3 characters, and it turned out that Bai Yun only reacted most clearly to the clear characters. The 2 immortal bodies corresponding to Qing characters, the flying immortal body, have the characteristics of extreme speed, which can travel through time so fast. Unstained body, characteristic, invulnerable to all magic, immune to attribute damage. Both of these physiques are quite suitable for Bai Yun. No matter which one he cultivates, he can greatly improve Bai Yun. Come here, Xiaoyan. When it was time for Xiaoyan, Wu Yun tried 6 words in sequence. As for Xiaoyan, Dudu had the most obvious reaction to the word just. Just like his master, just. One person and 2 tigers who received Wu Yun's teaching were all very happy, and they directly comprehended the profound meaning of characters by the pool. Xiao Diao saw it in his eyes, and he was also red in his eyes. The things of the reincarnated boss, how could it be simple, he also wanted it. Floating to Wu Yun's side, Xiao Diao said, "Brother, if you gave them something good, please share it with me too." "I'm sorry, it's useless to give it to you." The cultivation of body script must have affected Wu Yun's physical body. Xiao Diao, "Give it to me, big brother, give it to me, big brother, I will definitely be able to reshape the physical body after the meeting, I can comprehend first, and when I have a physical body later, I can practice directly." "Okay, then just relax and let me in." Okay. Xiao Diao quickly agreed, then closed his eyes, looking anxious. Wu Yun shared the 6-character spirit with Xiao Diao's sea of spiritual consciousness. Facing the 6 rays of light, Xiao Diao was very curious and sensed them one by one. Finally his demon spirit reacted to one of the lights. The word appeared, yin, yin, unexpectedly, "You are such a yin mink." Wu Yun looked at the little mink in surprise. Although he said yin and yang, hard and soft, and clear, he didn't explicitly refer to men and women, but generally masculine and muddy. The physique of the female is biased towards men, while the physique of Yin Ru Qing is biased towards women. Just move, slut, what fun. Sure enough, calligraphy is the one who understands the essence of people best. The 2 physiques corresponding to the word, yin, the heaven-swallowing demon physique, have the characteristics of being able to swallow all energy for their own use, which is somewhat similar to the meaning of swallowing ancestral talismans. Void body, characteristic, can be immune to physical attacks, and has the ability to manipulate space. Since we have found a method suitable for our own physical fitness, let's practice here. These methods of cultivation are contained in the corresponding words, and we can only comprehend them by ourselves. 2 people, 2 tigers and 1 mink spirit. They began to cultivate around the Yangyuan pool, and the golden Yangyuan was divided into 5 streams, which were sucked into their bodies. Yangyuan energy enveloped them, forming 5 golden light clusters. Wu Yun started cultivating divine elephant suppressing prison strength and Hunzi at the same time, and the 2 matched very well, frantically absorbing the energy of Yangyuan Lake and injecting it into his body. Among the 5 strands of energy, Wu Yun's strand is the thickest. Yangyuan's energy is very strong, and their bodies can't bear too much now. Soon, Xiao Diao couldn't bear it first, he was only in the state of a demon spirit, not the energy that fits with Yangyuan, and he was full after taking a few mouthfuls. Using Yangyuan Yi at this moment, the biggest effect on the little mink is to restore the state of the demon spirit, and keep the demon spirit from collapsing so easily. It's a pity, Lord Diao has no body, otherwise he must have a full meal. Looking at the golden Yangyuan Lake, Xiao Diao felt distressed for a while. After walking for a while, Bai Yun also stopped. He chose the Qing character, plus it was a mother's, and she was born with yin, so it didn't fit well with this Yangyuan Yi. Gender determining advantage. In the field of Yang Qi, males have an inherent advantage. Next came Lin Dong and Xiao Yan. They lasted for an hour and were full. Absorption stopped. 4 balls of golden light quietly refined these energies on the edge of the pool. Yangyuantan, which was already full to overflowing, has now dropped to a depth of 3 meters, but it has not yet bottomed out. But Wu Yun was still frantically absorbing these energies. Seeing that his companions had stopped absorbing, Wu Yun was no longer polite, and jumped directly into the pool. He had already probed the bottom of the pool with his mental power before, and there was no danger in it, no life fluctuations. At this moment, his body is incomparably alive, all the particles in his body are moving, absorbing the yang yuan liquid like a dry sponge. The practice of Xianxia suppressing prison strength has laid a good foundation for the cultivation of Hunzi. At the same time, the cultivation of muddy characters has led to the rapid improvement of the spirit of the gods in prisons. Wu Yun is now in the first important stage of attacking the god elephant's prison power. Mammoth particles. Use the 840 million particles in the whole body to develop the power of the giant elephant. At the same time, it will also take the first step in the practice of muddy characters, and cultivate into an innate physique. There are 4 innate constitutions in the early stage of the prison-suppressing divine body, namely, the suppressing evil body, chasing fluid, Shangyu body, and Wanjin body. And Wu Yun comprehended the muddy characters, practiced according to his feelings, and what he was about to practice was the Shangyu body. The weight of the body is comparable to a majestic mountain. Direct pressure can kill people. In the first stage of the divine elephant suppressing prison strength, the cultivation of the male body and the promotion of both require too much energy, and it is necessary to feed every particle of the body. Wu Yun tore off his clothes and dived into the golden pool naked. A vortex appeared on the body, frantically absorbing the Yang Yuan liquid. Slowly, all the Yang Yuan liquid was poured towards Wu Yun, and Wu Yun's body turned into a golden silkworm chrysalis. He finally sat down at the bottom of the pool. Sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the pool, the thick and viscous Yang Yuan liquid was tightly absorbed by his body. At a certain moment, all the liquid was absorbed by Wu Yun, and an incomparably majestic momentum faintly burst out from Wu Yun's body. Everywhere in the body is wriggling, and the effect of muddy word practice is to change the body more and more perfectly. The bones creaked, and the internal organs roared. His pores were open, and golden air flowed in and out. Every breath is full of yang energy that is so strong that it can be seen with the naked eye. Eloquent. The flesh is fragrant. At this moment, his body has evolved perfectly. The facial features have been fine-tuned, becoming extremely correct, standard, and refined. The body is perfectly proportioned, the muscle lines are clear, and it is full of vitality. His skin was already a healthy golden wheat color, showing a vigorous masculinity, and an incomparably powerful aura emanated from his body. Obviously, it looks quite gentle on the surface, but the aura is like a mountain, which makes people feel infinite pressure. He opened his eyes, and the golden light shone in his eyes. Sword eyebrows and star eyes, bright eyes and white teeth. Peerless handsome face, unparalleled momentum. The realm has not improved, but the strength of the physical body is already vastly different from before. Wu Yun clenched his fist, and his knuckles creaked. The majestic power in his body made him feel extremely confident. If he faced the previous Lin Langtian, the Leiyuan crystal beast and the like, he might be able to kill him with one punch, or crush him with one foot. The power of the physical body is activated, and it is as heavy as a million. Xiao Diao. Brother, why are you still taking a bath? Lin. Dong. Oh, brother, why are you taking off your clothes? Arhu just stared at him with wide eyes. Embarrassed, Wu Yun stood up, took out clothes from the Chenkin bag, and put them on. Hiss, big brother, hello, pervert. Lin Dong took a deep breath and sighed, feeling a little inferior. Bai Yun watched with relish. Xiao Diao and Xiao Yan also disagreed. No, big brother, why do I feel that you have become handsome? Lin Dong quickly changed the subject, smacking his lips. He looked at the eldest brother, although he could still recognize his appearance from the outside. This is the appearance of the eldest brother, but when he took a closer look, he felt that he was very different from before. The most intuitive feeling is that the eldest brother has become more attractive. And it looks better the more you look at it, the kind of handsome face that can't be picky about flaws. That's all for it. There's that masculine masculinity, that majestic and powerful aggressive demeanor. Brother, he has changed. It has become more beautiful. Wu Yun got dressed and was about to fly up. Suddenly Xiao Diao showed a surprised expression. Brother, look, what is that? It excitedly pointed at the bottom of Wu Yun. Wu Yun looked down, and there was a strange thing at the bottom of the pool where he was sitting cross-legged just now. Round and golden, egg. Brother, did you just lay an egg while we didn't see it? Xiao Diao said in surprise. The little paw covered his mouth and looked at Wu Yun in disbelief. This is really too weird, obviously they didn't even detect it with their mental power detection just now. Wu Yun was practicing below, which happened to be his sitting position, and there was an egg. This has to arouse the suspicion of the mink, the suspicion of the tiger, and the suspicion of others. Lin Dong, Bai Yun and Xiao Yan also saw that golden egg with some strange and intricate patterns. Ho ho, Bai Yun and Xiao Yan cried out curiously. Lin Dong, laying eggs? Is this something that humans can do? Wu Yun, laying eggs? Is this what humans can do? Isn't this nonsense? He quickly squatted down to check. Really an egg, right where he was sitting cross-legged just now, no more, no less, just as big as his buttocks. If he doesn't get up, they really can't see the little mink on it. Wu Yun's face was a little embarrassed. This scene is really hard for him to explain. However, this egg also aroused Wu Yun's curiosity. It was obvious that the mental power had been detected just now, but there was no feedback. Ordinary eggs, regardless of whether the life inside is dead or alive, can be detected by mental power. But this egg doesn't work. Even at this moment, he continued to use mental power to detect, and it was the same, nothing. Clearly the eyes can see, but the mental power cannot detect it. The bottom of the pool is paved with special crystal golden stones, which are indeed man-made traces, and there are runes inside these crystal stones. The entire Yangyuantan is a formation. That brilliant golden egg is inlaid in the spar at the bottom of the pool. Wu Yun picked up the egg. This egg was huge, the biggest egg he had ever seen in 2 lifetimes, almost half the size of his arms. If the little lowly Qingtan comes to hug her, she probably won't be able to hold her. Xiao Diao and Lin Dong also came down to look at the egg curiously. It turns out that the meaning of Yangyuantan's existence is it. Xiao Diao looked at it in amazement. How could there be no life fluctuations? Could it be a dead egg? Lin Dong asked doubtfully. It shouldn't be a dead egg. Otherwise, the ancients wouldn't have spent so much money and gathered so much Yang Yuan liquid. It took thousands of years to warm and nourish it. What do you think, big brother? Quote. Xiao Diao emphasized his tone sentence after sentence, to confirm this matter. He has already determined that the egg was put by the elder brother, but he is not sure whether the egg is dead or not. So he used this tone to ask the elder brother. He doesn't want to hear his elder brother say that this is a dead egg. As a monster, he is full of curiosity about this egg, and he really wants to know what kind of egg the reincarnated boss is trying to cultivate. What little mink said makes sense. The egg is indeed not dead, but there is a sealing formation on the egg that prevents the breath from leaking out of the egg. However, it can absorb energy, and energy can only enter and not exit. Quote. Wu Yun answered solemnly. He was carefully observing the runes on the egg, so he didn't notice the expression in Xiao Diao's words at all. Wu Yun found a variety of combination runes on the egg, and the seal rune is one of them, and it is still very close to the original seal rune, which proves that the person who arranged the formation is very clever. This kind of combination formation, he can't understand it for a while. Except for the rune on the egg and the formation here in Yangyuantan, Wu Yun suspected that there was a formation in the entire misty forest. Xiao Diao asked enthusiastically, Brother, do you know what monster is inside this egg? Wu Yun. I'm sure I don't know, but won't I know when it hatches? Quote. He was also curious about what kind of creature was inside the egg, but how would he know? The same goes for Xiao Diao. As a monster boss, he couldn't tell, so he came to ask him. We human race don't know anything about monsters. The old riddleman. Yes. Xiao Diao gave Wu Yun a supercilious look. Lin Dong was also very curious about the egg, and curled his lips at the elder brother's answer. Riddler, get out of the mainland. The Yangyuan liquid here has been absorbed by us. It's useless to keep this egg here, so let's take it away first. As for the formation here, let it continue to run, accumulate the Yangyuan liquid, and leave it for the next person who is destined, or let our younger generations pick it up later. Wu Yun didn't intend to destroy this place. This formation is very powerful, and it has a natural feeling. It covers the entire terrain of the misty forest. It can absorb the power of the sun and replenish its own operation. As long as the sun does not explode, the formation will not be on holiday. There is no need to worry about the effect of the formation gradually weakening as time goes by, like the ancient tomb mansion. Wu Yun put the egg into the universe bag, and filled it with pure yuandan. There is a devouring rune on the golden egg, which can absorb energy to maintain the vitality inside the egg. Wu Yun said contentedly, Okay, we have already obtained the opportunity here. Let's go out. Chapter 95 The beautiful and mature Zhang Shui, Yin Yin carved in powder and jade. Ding. The next sign-in location will be refreshed, please sign in at the ancient ruins. Closing square bracket. Wu Yun and Lin Dong had already walked out of the barrier of the insect swarm in the same way when they received the system notification. In this sun-gathering formation, the sky is still tightly surrounded by swarms of insects, there are powerful leopards, devils and crocodiles on the ground, and there is also an energy barrier that even the strong in the nirvana state may not be able to break through. Not surprisingly, with the cultivation level of the Great Yan dynasty, it is basically difficult for anyone to break into this place. Wu Yun didn't need to do other tricks, and he didn't have to worry about being discovered here at will. Out of the scope of the swamp. But they still couldn't find a way out. The misty forest is very large, and it is very difficult to get out. Without sunlight coming in, it's hard to tell where to go. After another 2 days of walking, Xiao Diao finally found out. Well, big brother, there are many fluctuations of energy on the right side, it seems that someone is there. Oh, let's go and have a look. Wu Yun was pleasantly surprised, finally able to see someone. I have been wandering around here for several days, as if in a lost forest, it is always a surprise to see people. In an open space shrouded in thick fog, dozens of people leaned close to each other. Surrounding them, ferocious monsters rushed out from time to time with a fishy smell all over their bodies, but immediately after, they were attacked by dozens of people. The vigorous vitality blasted into blood clots together. These beasts are really annoying. Master, when will this day be so bad? A middle-aged man complained after beheading a monster angrily. Concentrate, just wait until you get out. A thick-backed middle-aged man replied that he was holding a black épée. When the épée swung, it was full of power. If the monsters that charged were even slightly stained, their flesh would be ripped apart. The dozens of people present are all headed by him, and he is also the strongest, with a small achievement in forming the realm. At this moment, he is struggling to kill these monsters rushing out of the mist. Daddy, come on. In the middle of the protected crowd, a little girl about 12 or 13 years old, dressed in a light red dress, said softly, clapping her little hands. Her voice was immature and innocent, like a little angel, causing some people around to laugh out loud. The originally heavy atmosphere was also slightly humorous because of her. It can be seen that people like this little girl very much, and everyone protects her tightly in the center. Yin, be careful. Beside the little girl was a woman in her 20s who pulled Yin behind her with a solemn expression. This woman is tall and slender, and the slightly tight-fitting clothes highlight her exquisite figure to the fullest. Her appearance is also quite beautiful, but her pretty upturned nose exudes a hint of aloofness. Monster beasts kept coming out of the forest and attacking them. Although these monsters were only at the level of Yuan Dan, no one in this team dared to relax. Half an hour passed. They finally finished killing the attacking monsters, one by one sitting on the ground gasping for breath, swallowing the elixir, and quickly recovering their energy. Who is it? Come out. The burly man at the head suddenly became nervous, he shouted sharply, looked in a direction in the mist, and clenched the épée tightly in his hand. The team that had just sat down to rest stood up from the ground like frightened birds. Take a weapon and guard with the curator. Oh, everyone, don't be nervous, we are not bad people. Wu Yun and Lin Dong came out from the mist, holding a cute little beast in their arms, one white and one red. Although they said that they were not bad people, they looked like two people who stole cute little beast cubs. Everyone looked at the two of them and the two beasts one after another, but they couldn't see their strength at all. In order not to scare people and cause unnecessary trouble, Wu Yun and Lin Dong restrained their aura, and turned Erhu into a cute state. Their mental strength has reached the level of 5 Seal Talisman Masters, and their aura is restrained, even if they are strong in the good luck realm, they can't see it. And the second beast, in its miniature state, is a veritable pet. The burly man in the lead looked at them carefully, and couldn't help frowning secretly. With his Xiaocheng's strength, he couldn't tell the strength of the two of them. It made him feel a sense of danger. Although Wu Yun was able to restrain his own energy fluctuations, his innate physique and the force in his body, which he had just cultivated successfully, were too much, and he still couldn't cover them up. These two boys are quite handsome. At first glance, they are young masters from a big family. I have never seen such a perfect man. This appearance is not much better than my peak. I have to say, temperament it's really outstanding, even a man like me finds it amazing. The little beast they hold in their arms doesn't look like an ordinary beast at first glance, it looks so noble. Hiss, there is something faint in these two people. This powerful momentum is definitely not ordinary. Everyone stared at the two of them, although they were calm on the surface, their hearts were already turbulent. The two brothers who have just cultivated innate physique, their appearance and figure have risen to a higher level, even this group of young and old people will feel ashamed after seeing it. The only two women in the team also had beautiful eyes. The beautiful and mature one, while being vigilant, was amazed by their handsome looks. Her eyes focused on Wu Yun who was standing in front. She felt an invisible pressure on this handsome and tall man. Facing him seemed like facing a mountain, a majestic aura made her breathing disordered and out of breath. As for the immature and cute little loli, the point is to see the little tiger in their arms, who is so cute by Bai Yun and Xiao Yan's miniature state. Wu Yun, our two brothers strayed into this forest and couldn't find the way out. Just now we heard the sound of fighting here, so we came here out of curiosity, and there was no malice. Listening to the accent, the two brothers came from or you from outside? Yeah, Wu Yun nodded with a smile, then clasped his fists and said, I don't know if I can take us for a ride, old man. If we can leave here smoothly, I will give you enough rewards. At this moment, I really need someone to lead the way, otherwise they really can't get out of this place. Father, their origin is unknown, and our condition is not good now. It may be even more dangerous to bring them along. The more beautiful and mature woman came over and whispered in the ear of the burly middle-aged man who was the leader. She was not confused by the handsome look, she was still calm and gave her father advice rationally. Although these two men seem to be physically strong, they can't see their strength. It is inevitable that they will become troublesome if they led them. Moreover, in the wild, it is taboo to let strangers join the team without authorization. Sister, they are really lost. The little girl carved in pink and jade came over and said secretly. Stop talking, the beautiful and mature elder sister scolded her in a low voice. The burly middle-aged man took a deep look at Wu Yun and the two of them again. He saw it more thoroughly than his daughter. With his strength, he could feel the danger from these two young people, which is enough to prove that the two is not simple. He said in a deep voice, two little brothers, our team has provoked some things here. If you follow us, you may put yourself in danger instead. Of course, I am not someone who does not want to help. If you are not afraid of these dangers, come with us, we often come in the misty forest, we know how to get out, and we will take you out of here. Thank you, brother. Wu Yun and Lin Dong cupped their hands at the same time. It doesn't matter whether it's dangerous or not, they don't want to stay in this place for a moment. My brother, Wu Yun, this is my brother Lin Dong. With the consent of the other party, Wu Yun and Wu Yun happily walked over. Hehe, I'm Zhang Lei, the master of eagle martial arts. These are my two daughters, Zhang Shui and Zhang Yinyan. The others are brothers of my eagle martial arts, they introduced. Zhang Shui, Zhang Yinyan. These two names suddenly sparked in Wu Yun's mind. Especially Zhang Yinyan, it turned out to be them. Wu Yun immediately remembered that in the original plot, he would indeed meet in the foggy forest by chance. Looking at the harmless little lowly Zhang Yinyan, carved in pink and jade, Wu Yun couldn't help but think of her true identity. The Reincarnator, the master of the ancestral talisman of life and death, the elder sister of the ancient 8 ancestors, the ancestor of the immortal Holy Whale clan. The hidden boss is around. Big brother, what are you looking at me for? Zhang Yinyan said crisply with Wu Yun's dazed eyes. Zhang Shui pulled Zhang Yinyan over and stood behind her, looking at Wu Yun warily. Although Wu Yun is handsome, but handsome is not necessarily a good person. Even Zhang Lei's expression changed slightly. After all, it was somewhat impolite to stare at her daughter with such fiery eyes when they met for the first time. Moreover, Wu Yun was still at the age of youthful vigor. It is inevitable that people will misunderstand that he has lolicon, perverted hobbies and the like. Long handsome, more likely to do bad things. Wu Yun hurriedly explained. Oh, my brother is surprised to see your bones, you are a 1 in a million, a rare cultivation genius. The beautiful and mature Zhang Shui gave Wu Yun a white look. What nonsense are you talking about? Yin has been so far if you can't even cultivate, how can you be a genius in cultivation? Zhang Shui felt that Wu Yun was just talking nonsense, she must have bad intentions, and her perception of Wu Yun immediately fell from the good impression brought by the first surprise to the lowest point. Others also felt that Wu Yun's answer was too far-fetched. If the words were about her sister Zhang Shui, they would be more or less believable, because Zhang Shui's talent was the best in the martial arts gym, and she was at the Yuandan realm at a young age. But Zhang Yinyan, everyone knows that although she is cute and lovable, she has been unable to practice since she was a child, which has always been a pain in the heart of the owner. The main reason is that Wu Yun is too young, and when he heard this, he was fooled by an old magic stick. Even if Yin Yin was really a genius in cultivation, it should be a gray-haired senior, so they would believe it. Seeing his elder brother being misunderstood, Lin Dong couldn't bear it any longer. The dignified reincarnation boss, how could the elder brother's words be questioned? He immediately stood up and said forcefully, "My elder brother never tells lies." He said, "Yin Yin, if the girl is a genius in cultivation, she must be a genius in cultivation, and if she can't cultivate, it's just that she didn't find the right path." If it was hard to believe Wu Yun's playful expression, then Lin Dong's stiff and dull answer made them subconsciously believe it. Xiao Diao, this little girl is also strange. She looks full of vitality on the surface, but after careful inspection, she finds that her body is lifeless, and it is difficult to gather vitality at all. It is extremely weird. There was no sign of awakening at all, so the little mink couldn't see it either. Seeing Lin Dong's promise, Zhang Lei couldn't help looking at Wu Yun, and asked curiously and expectantly, could it be that brother Wu Yun knows the root cause of the little girl's inability to cultivate, so there is a way to help the little girl practice? Wu Yun was also wondering at the moment. Just now he just said casually about the cultivation prodigy, after all, the reincarnated master, he will not be obliterated by everyone. It was completely unexpected that Zhang Yinyan could not practice now. At this point, he had to pretend to be a magic stick again. He didn't answer immediately, but cast the purple demon eyes instead. The purple demon eye has 4 realms, from low to high. It is divided into general view, subtlety, mustard seed and vastness. After his physique reached the innate level, his purple demon eyes also rose to the subtle level. Wu Yun's expression was serious, and he looked at Xiao Yinyan openly. Look, the eyes have turned purple. What a magical pupil. Technique, what kind of martial arts is this? Believe it or not, even Zhang Lei and Zhang Shui's eyes brightened. Wu Yun didn't seem to be joking. After watching for a minute or two, Wu Yun looked carefully at Xiao Yinyan's pores. Under Xiao Yinyan's curious gaze, his pupils returned to normal, and he said slowly, "Miss Yinyan's body doesn't have any problems. On the contrary, it's better than all of you present. But it's true that she can't cultivate Yuanli now, but that's only temporary. When she can have Yuanli, it will be her forever. When soaring to the sky. At this stage, let her try to cultivate one of spiritual strength, or one of physical cultivation. I have both spiritual and physical cultivation methods, and I can let her try it, but I don't know if she can comprehend it." Zhang Lei excitedly said, "Brother Wu Yun, are you serious?" "Of course," Wu Yun said without hesitation. "On the boss of the reincarnation, you can blow it up casually." Moreover, although he couldn't see the problem, Zhang Yinyan's purity in terms of physique had already reached the innate level. Brother has the audacity to ask, "I wonder if Brother Wu Yun can show me this cultivation method, or sell it to me." Zhang Lei earnestly begged. The old father was worried about his daughter. "Wu Yun, the method of spiritual power cultivation can be found in any big city, and it is not difficult to find. I can give you a copy right now, but the method of physical fitness cultivation here is not because I look down on you, brother. I want to sell it, but you can't afford it. How about it, Brother Lei? I will do my best to take us out of the foggy forest and help Miss Yinyan. After all, such a genius in cultivation, let him go. It's such a pity." Zhang Lei, "Okay, it's a deal." Chapter 96 Lin Dong, "Brother, this girl Zhang Shui should not be friends with." "Haha, Brother Wu Yun, you are welcome. You rest first. We will take a rest here. We will set off in a while. I think we will be able to walk out of the foggy forest tomorrow." Zhang Lei laughed loudly, patted Wu Yun on the shoulder, and brought it was too easy for them to get out of the foggy forest. Wu Yun and the two also joined the team. The people in the Eagle's martial arts hall are all bold men, and what Wu Yunlu did just now made them all take a look at Wu Yungao. Only Zhang Shui was still vigilant and suspicious of Wu Yun, and her intuition told her that what Wu Yun said just now was all bullshit. "I hope what you said is true, otherwise I won't be the first to let you go." She walked to Wu Yun's side and threatened in a low voice. After she finished speaking, she walked away indifferently, with a high coldness, a feeling of repelling others thousands of miles away. Hee, this woman is beautiful, but she is full of hostility towards everyone. Brother, this kind of woman should not be intimate with each other. Lin Dong said noncommittally through voice transmission. It's just acquaintance, don't rush to draw conclusions. From my experience, such women are often cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Wu Yun shook his head, disapproving of Lin Dong's point of view. Lin Dong had only met a few women, and in this regard, he was not as experienced as his big brother. For strangers, Zhang Shui is right to be on guard no matter what. Her starting point is for the martial arts and for her family. The more sensitive she is, the more she proves that she cares about her family. Big brother, it's so beautiful. Zhang Yinyan walked over on her short legs. She looked very much like that cutie Qingtan. She looked at the white cloud in Wu Yun's arms with great interest. Big brother, can I hug it? Here, you are cute too, of course I can hug it. People like it. Wu Yun handed Baiyun to Zhang Yinyan to hug, and in Zhang Yinyan's arms, Baiyun's expression was still a little unhappy, and he wanted to jump back. Don't be stingy, give me a hug. Wu Yun's spiritual power transmitted the voice to Baiyun. At any rate, he is a cute reincarnated boss, so it is worthwhile for him to hug him, and maybe he can help them in the future. A look of joy suddenly appeared on Zhang Yinyan's face, and she cautiously stretched out her small hand to caress Baiyun. Baiyun groaned twice, flattened his mouth aggrieved, feeling that he was not clean. After resting for a while, let's go. Wu Yun and Lin Dong got into the carriage. Come on, brother Wu Yun, drink some water, you and I are also family, go out and take care of each other. A middle-aged man handed over the water bottle. The old man of the martial arts school. The prestige in the team is second only to Zhang Lei. Thank you, brother. Wu Yun is also familiar with himself. With a bold and unrestrained personality, he took Wu Zhen's water bottle and drank it. The men around looked at Wu Yun with great interest. Ahem, good wine. After taking a big gulp, Wu Yun was caught off guard. What the old man gave was not water, but spirits. But Wu Yun didn't care, instead he took another sip and praised the wine. Brother Wu Yun is really a bold person, haha, he is a man who can drink, but my brother's wine is a bit inferior. There is no such thing as bad or bad wine, as long as it can intoxicate people, it is good wine. Crazy way. When I was in Crazy Sword martial arts, I drank flower wine with my brothers. He has always been arrogant and unruly. Oh, brother, you can save some drinking, this is one of the few stocks left by my brother. Seeing that Wu Yun continued to drink wildly, Wu Zhen snatched the hip flask distressed. Brother, you are too stingy, come and drink mine. Wu Yun took out a jar of Wadiao wine from the Chenkin bag. This was given to him by senior sister Ziyu's father and brother City Lord when he was in Yancheng before. He put it in the Chenkin bag and forgot to drink it all the time. The century-old Wadiao wine is the treasure of the owner of Shicheng. As soon as Wu Yun opened the wine jar, a strong aroma of wine spread immediately, and the men present became energetic after smelling the smell. Brother is indeed a man of temperament, and he actually carries such good wine with him. Wu Zhen stretched out his thumb. Wu Yun himself took a sip of the drink first, and then passed it to Wu Zhen. Several men who were more alcoholic gathered around. It was inconvenient in the wild, so everyone directly hugged the jar and drank with each other. In just a short while, Wu Yun became a bunch with these guys. Lin Dong didn't drink much, but he also had a couple of sips, but basically he hugged Xiaoyan and stayed beside him obediently, not talking much. Old Wu, be careful, don't get drunk, the trouble hasn't been resolved yet. Zhang Lei reminded. Don't worry, the owner, Old Wu, have a sense of proportion. This wine is good, and it can refresh us after drinking it. If the monster is chasing after it, I can chop it twice more. Wu Zhen waved his hand. Sitting in front of the car beside her, Zhang Shui, who was patting Baiyun with her younger sister, took the opportunity to secretly look at Wu Yun. At this moment, when she looked at Wu Yun again, she got along well with the brothers in the martial arts hall and got along well, that sincere treatment didn't look like an act. This weakened her defense against Wu Yun. Generally speaking, it is rare for a man who drinks like this to be a scheming man. Just now her father whispered to her that these two brothers are not simple, so she should not offend them. Wu Yun, brother, what did you just say? There are monsters chasing you in your team. Hey, Brother, you are considered unlucky for you to come to our team. Talking about this topic, Wu Zhen sighed. At this time Zhang Shui came out. Mr. Wu, let me tell Mr. Wu Yun, our Eagle Martial Arts Gym will enter the foggy forest to hunt monsters, obtain demon crystals, and search for elixir every once in a while. Zhang Shui sat beside Wu Yun, slowly tell the reason for this matter. But this time it's different. One of our companions drew out a cub when he was taking the elixir, and killed it. Later, when we were attacked by a monster in retaliation, we found out that it is the cub of the Mist Leopard King Crocodile. The Mist Leopard King Crocodile is a very famous ferocious monster in the Misty Forest, one male and one female. If they work together, they can rival the powerhouses of the Great Formation Realm. We have been continuously attacked during this period, it is also driven by them, and tomorrow we will be able to leave the Misty Forest, and with their ferocity and cunning, we will definitely do it tonight. Hearing what Zhang Shui said, Wu Yun thought of those people in the swamp outside the sun-gathering formation. Leopard Demon Crocodile, in comparison, these two Leopard Crocodile Kings can only be regarded as mediocre. That is to say, if you dominate the outside world, if you enter the swamp, you can only be the younger brother. What annoys them, is that all? Wu Yun and Lin Dong couldn't help showing stunned expressions. However, if you think about it, Zhang Lei is the strongest in this team, a Xiaocheng in the formation realm. It is indeed difficult to face the two leopard and crocodile kings. Seeing the astonished expressions of the two, Zhang Shui immediately misunderstood and sighed. I don't agree with you joining in, because I'm afraid that you two will be hurt, and I'm also afraid that you will drag down the team. After all, our group protects Yin Yin. It's already difficult. Well, it's okay, just leave us alone. Wu Yun didn't care about Taoism. Zhang Shui took a deep breath, her chest subconsciously stood up, she couldn't tell whether the two of them were worried or not. She let out another breath slowly, with ups and downs, the mountain turned around, and she said seriously. Tonight will be a matter of life and death for our martial arts school, although I can't see what else you have besides being handsome. Special place, but Dad said that you are not as simple as it seems on the surface. I hope that if the situation is urgent at night, you can help protect Xiao Yinyan. After she finished speaking, she got up and walked away, leaving only a faint fragrance. Looking at Zhang Shui's graceful figure, which is well proportioned, round and natural, Wu Yun couldn't help but scrutinize Yi Yan a little more. She deliberately came here to say these words. In fact, she somewhat meant to pin her hopes on the two brothers. This is not contradictory to what she did before. She cared about Wuguan and her family in her heart, worried that Wu Yun and the others would drag the Wuguan down, and at the same time had a faint hope that they were really hidden masters and could help the Wuguan out of crisis. Her last entrustment showed that she had accepted the fact that the two joined the team in her heart, and treated them as members of the team. Hee, you two brothers don't mind, that girl Shui just has a deep affection for this martial arts gym, and she doesn't want any bad things to happen to it. Speaking of it, she has a very good heart. The food you have today is still specially prepared by her. Someone sent it. Wu Zhen walked over with a smile and said, "It's okay, Miss Zhang Shui is speaking directly and without secretiveness. It's fine. In your current situation, it's indeed a bit embarrassing to bring our brother with you." The hidden danger told them directly that they must continue to follow the team, and they would naturally bear the risk. And from Zhang Shui's point of view, they still intend to send some people to protect them, but they can't do what they want. Lin Dong said via voice transmission, "Brother, this woman seems to be really cold on the outside and hot on the inside." "That's right, that's why you can't just look at people on the surface. This kind of woman is worthy of deep friendship." Wu Yun responded. The sky gradually darkened, and the team had to stop again. "Camp," Zhang Lei shouted. Everyone in the Eagle Martial Arts Hall began to get busy, and after a while, a tent appeared in this clearing in the forest. Afterwards, various simple defenses were also built. It can be seen that the Eagle Martial Art Museum is quite experienced in fighting against the attacks of monsters. However, in Wu Yun's opinion, these methods are really superficial. They are all physical defenses, and they are useless against powerful monsters. Sitting on the carriage, Wu Yun shook his head while watching. He was surrounded by Xiao Yinyan and a group of wounded. If there were really monsters attacking, relying on these methods alone, not to mention the other group of wounded, would definitely not be able to keep them safe. Now that he is in the team, he naturally wants to contribute something to the team. People treat them sincerely, since they can help, they can't just watch other people suffer casualties. He doesn't like to do the kind of thing that has to be played at a critical moment. It's very annoying to see that kind of stuck point saving people. In the original book, Lin Dong just didn't make a move at the beginning, resulting in the death of many people in the Eagle's martial arts hall. Although they were all passers-by without names, Wu Yun didn't want to see this happen. It's not the Holy Mother or the Holy Mother, after all, there are real people around me at this moment, and the last second they were like brothers with him, drinking wine and bragging. In the next second, he could save them, but he had to watch them die. Wu Yun couldn't do it. Therefore, he is going to help arrange in advance. Wu Yun didn't pay much attention to the two small monsters in the forming realm. But at this moment in the mist, I don't know how many monsters the two leopard and crocodile kings will launch to chase and kill. If the number is too large, they will attack from all directions, and they will always fail to take into account the overall situation, causing unnecessary casualties. Wu Yun frowned lightly and said, "Brother Zhang, you use these methods to defend against monsters. These can't stop monsters above the Yuandan realm. If there are a large number of monsters attacking, I'm afraid many people will die." Quote, "Hey, there's no other way. Now there are only these methods. The dead are certain. It's lucky not to be wiped out." Zhang Lei sighed. "It's not that serious, I have a solution, come on, do as I say, maybe no one will die." Wu Yun said boldly. He immediately took out the talisman pen, talisman paper, jade and other materials for the formation from the Chenkin bag. Brother Wu Yun is still a talisman master. Zhang Lei was shocked. "That's right, otherwise how dare I teach Xiao Yinyan the cultivation method of spiritual power? Come on, let the brothers dig down to about one person's depth in these places." Wu Yun's seemingly random mark they opened several places and surrounded their camp inside. Dig. Zhang Lei has no better way now, he can only trust Wu Yun, anyway, no matter how bad it is, it's just unnecessary. Everyone was busy again, and Wu Yun's talisman was flying in his hand, and complex talismans were quickly formed in his hands. After a while, it was replaced with a carving knife, quickly carving on the jade. All these operations are smooth and smooth. The people present were all very surprised. People who work hard are the most handsome. Wu Yun, who is immersed in burning runes, shows the charm of a man's concentration. Soon, 7 deep pits were dug out, and Wu Yun's materials were almost prepared. As he twirled his fingers, invisible and huge spiritual powers, talismans, and pieces of jade entered the deep pits. The ice sword flew out, whistling and flying in the open space, and the sword moved away from the dragon and snake. After a while, the sword marks formed a wonderful rune pattern on the ground, connecting the 7 deep pits. Wu Yun drew out 7 thunder flame swords and inserted them into the deep pits respectively, serving as the eyes of the formation. In the end, tens of thousands of pure yuan pills were shot out and submerged into each rune node. Seeing Wu Yun take out so many treasures casually, people were speechless. Has looks, strength, means, and money. Such a man is simply too outstanding. After watching all this, Zhang Shui couldn't help swallowing. Feeling the pressure from Wu Yun's body before, she thought Wu Yun was just physically strong, a vulgar martial artist like most men in the martial arts gym. It was completely unexpected that he would do this. The means are brilliant, and it reminds me of the mysterious purple pupils that Wu Yun showed when he checked Yin Yin's physique. There are even more secrets about him. Zhang Shui couldn't help becoming more curious about Wu Yun, and wanted to find out. Well, there are monsters approaching, Wu Yun reminded. Before everyone started to get nervous. Get up. He let out a low shout, and his mental power gushed out, and suddenly an energy barrier appeared out of thin air, enveloping everyone in it. In an instant, a sense of security arose spontaneously in everyone's hearts. Chapter 97 Strong Physique, 2 feet to suppress both male and female crocodiles. Bang bang bang. Waves of waves came from the energy barrier, and the sound of monsters hitting the barrier seemed to hit everyone's heart. In the pitch-black mist, only the red eyes of animals could be seen. They walked around the energy barrier, hitting the barrier from time to time. In an instant, hundreds of monsters gathered outside the formation. I didn't expect these 2 leopard and crocodile kings to have a good appeal, and they were able to call so many monsters to besiege and kill you. Wu Yun sighed quietly, but seeing that most of these monsters were from the Yuandan realm, he said, "I feel relieved a lot." The formation he made up temporarily can block the attacks of the Yuandan realm, but it can barely support the attacks of the formation realm. Even so, this has shocked the people of Eagle Martial Arts. There are very few people who know the formation method, and most of the formation masters are relatively mysterious. Now that Wu Yun just fiddled with one, he was able to block the herd of beasts. He was truly a hero born out of a youth, which was admirable. After these monsters collided for a long time, but still failed to break the formation, everyone in the barrier finally let go of their concerns. Not so tense anymore. Brother Wu Yun is really good at fighting off the herd of beasts. This is equivalent to fighting against hundreds of monsters with the strength of one person. I didn't expect such a monster to survive today. It all depends on Wu Brother Yun. The people in the Eagle Martial Arts Hall sighed from the bottom of their hearts. They are more confident to survive tonight's crisis. Brother Wu Yun, don't worry, I, Zhang Lei, will keep in mind the great kindness you have shown me in the Eagle Martial Arts Hall today. When I return to the city, I will definitely return the brothers lost twice as much today. Zhang Lei said excitedly. He saw the tens of thousands of pure yuan pills thrown out by Wu Yun before, which was a fortune. Of course, Zhang Lei felt that it was worth it to be able to use these to hold the lives of the martial arts brothers. Equally excited was Zhang Shui, who was standing beside her. At this moment, Wu Yun's image in her heart became taller. Everything he did was in line with the style of an expert. It was as if they were the savior sent by heaven to save their martial arts school. For Zhang Shui, the martial arts hall occupies a huge place in her heart, and Wu Yun's rescue is a kind of rebuilding grace for her. She could no longer think of how to repay Wu Yun's kindness. Woo-hoo! Bei Yun let out a cry of grievance. Xiao Yinyan looked at the ferocious and terrifying monsters outside the formation, and because she was too nervous, she hugged Bai Yun tightly in her arms. Roar! There was a violent roar, and the ground suddenly trembled. Immediately afterwards, two extremely fierce auras appeared in the mist. Mist Leopard Crocodile King. They are coming. People became nervous again. The real test is coming. If you can survive, it depends on whether this formation can block the attacks of these two Leopard and Crocodile Kings. Their huge shadows became more and more obvious in the mist, and finally turned into two huge and ferocious monsters, appearing under the light of the fire. Through the energy barrier, looking at the red and cruel pupils of the two ferocious monsters, the hearts of everyone in the Eagle Martial Arts Hall started beating violently. The delicate body of Zhang Shui, who was in front, also trembled slightly. Don't worry, it's just two monsters from the formation realm. Wu Yun spoke comforting words. His voice was unusually stable, which eased the tension of the people in the Eagle Martial Arts gym. However, Wu Yun had just finished speaking. Roar, roar. Among the group of monsters surrounded by the formation, the two ferocious leopard and crocodile kings uttered an earth-shattering roar. This roar was extremely ear-piercing, like the roar of a leopard, like the cry of a crocodile. Mixed together, it was able to penetrate the energy barrier, making the listener's eardrums ache and his eyes dizzy. In an instant, the people in the formation raised their hearts to their throats again. It's a bit of a slap in the face. This leopard crocodile can actually perform some mental attacks. A strange look flashed across Wu Yun's eyes. This was the first time he had encountered a monster that could perform spiritual attacks. It's not worth mentioning, but with a flick of the finger, an invisible wave swayed out without a trace, directly offsetting the sound wave containing spiritual power. Bang! The blood-red pupils of the two leopard crocodile kings, full of anger, stared at the people in the formation, and slammed into the energy barrier. The other monsters also followed, attacking the barrier together. The energy barrier swayed violently. Judging by the situation, the formation barrier couldn't last a few times. Everyone looked at Wu Yun one after another. Now he is the only hope. However, Wu Yun was not panicked. The purpose of his formation was not to defend against these two forming monsters, but to protect the weak in these martial arts halls. I'll let you try it out. How is my current physical strength? Wu Yun stared at the two leopard crocodile kings. Seeing their rough skin and thick flesh, he had the idea of using them to practice his hands. His spiritual power surged out, and a wonderful and complicated original boundary rune took shape. While waiting for the two leopard crocodile kings to collide with the energy barrier again, Wu Yun played the boundary rune, and a crack appeared on the barrier. The two leopard crocodile kings went straight through the barrier and rushed in. Wu Yun stretched out his hands, the muscles of his arms swelled, and the purple light shone from his skin. A calm and majestic aura erupted from his body, blocking everyone like a mountain. Bang bang, grab the two leopard crocodile kings with both hands, drag them to the ground violently, and then step on them firmly one by one. The scene is very spectacular. Compared with the two giant leopard and crocodile kings, Wu Yun's body can only be described as tiny. Just like ants shaking a tree. Standing on top of the two giant beasts, Wu Yun actually made the two leopard and crocodile kings, known for their strength, unable to move or turn over. Is he that heavy? How could that small body burst out with a weight capable of suppressing the two beasts? Horror. Not to mention the people from the Eagle Martial Arts Academy, even Lin Dong, who was accompanying him after seeing it, said in his heart, "Good guy." Roar, roar. Leopard Crocodile King wanted to roar, but it was as if a mountain was pressing on him, and it was difficult to breathe. The earth is sinking. The two Leopard Crocodile Kings tried to resist, gathering the strength in their bodies to roll over and knock the people on them flying. However, Wu Yun just sneered all over his body. The male body was fully activated, and the idol's prison power was running. All the so-called particles in the body burst out with strength comparable to that of a giant elephant. Sink into the ground. Male body, giant elephant particles, so terrifying. Zhang Lei and the others were stunned. Where have they seen such a perverted physique? Even Wu Yun himself had a new understanding of his physical strength. The weight of the male body plus the giant elephant particles is more than 10,000 jun. Truly comparable to the weight of a mountain. The Xianxia body is so powerful, it is completely conceivable that the ultimate version of the prison-suppressing god body can really suppress hell. Everyone in the energy barrier felt a pressure, and their breathing became heavier. Wu Yun's physique is not only to increase his own weight, but also to form a certain gravity field. With him as the center, gravity will increase around him. The air was suddenly quiet. The people in the formation didn't dare to breathe. At first, two leopard crocodile kings broke in suddenly, so nervous that they couldn't speak, and then Wu Yun pulled them easily and stepped on them. They were so shocked that they had nothing to say. Said, followed by the extension of the gravity field, and the compressed breath was not smooth. Outside the formation, the wild monsters were dumbfounded. Their king rushed in ferociously, and for some reason got under people's feet and couldn't get up. They were stunned and stared blankly, because outside the formation, they couldn't sense the suppression of gravity. I just felt that the two bosses got into the soles of that person's shoes. For a while, he didn't know whether to continue attacking the formation barrier, or to yell for the boss, or to run for his life. "Let you call out." Wu Yun squatted down, and slapped the male and female leopard crocodile kings one by one. Papa. Two forceful papas directly stunned the two beast kings. Swish. The surrounding monsters took half a step back. Beasts. Circled dot operator hollow down pointing triangle circled dot operator. Chapter 98 Zhang Shui. I'm not that kind of woman. All the monsters on the periphery of the formation retreat together. It's really terrifying for the boss to be trampled under his feet. The irritable and bloodthirsty emotions that were originally filled in the head were suddenly subsided by the slapping sound from the human race hitting their boss on the head. In the eyes of the beasts, this scene is outrageous. In the past, the powerful boss, the Beastmaster, was actually ravaged by a small human race at this moment. The leopard crocodile king and his wife are foaming at the mouth, and the majestic beast king, who has achieved a small level of modeling, is now having difficulty even taking a breath. They are already confused, not far from fainting. HMPH, I see you are still rampant. The world became quiet. Wu Yun finally felt a lot more comfortable, and he raised his head. Only then did I realize that no matter whether it was the monsters outside or the people in the formation, they all looked at him with extremely exaggerated eyes, full of horror and shock. Brother, put away your supernatural powers, everyone is out of breath. Lin Dong said dryly, deeply admiring the terrifying pressure brought by the big brother's display of power, and at the same time feeling a little embarrassed. Big brother's strength is too strong, invisible, these people can't bear it, are they too weak? Wu Yun blushed, only then did he realize that people were bending over, struggling to resist this invisible pressure. Lin Dong and Zhang Lei are better off. They are strong in the formation realm, and they can still hold on. Many of those below the Yuandan realm have already sat on the ground. Zhang Shui barely stood, but she was already dripping with sweat. Obviously, she was under a lot of pressure, but she was holding on with willpower. The most relaxed one was the weakest Xianxia. She hugged Baiyun, and the careful Baiyun helped her block the pressure. Zhang Shui's aura-filled eyes also noticed this small detail. When she felt pressure, her sister Xianxia was the first thing she worried about. However, after seeing it, she was extremely surprised. The most relaxed thing in the audience was the little beast. Not only could it resist the pressure by itself, but it could also help her younger sister resist. Zhang Shui was deeply shocked by Baiyun's strength, and was afraid. It turned out that what my sister was holding in her arms was not a beautiful pet cat, but a monster whose strength was not weaker than that of the Shaping Realm. Brother Wu Yun, it's alright. Both the male and female leopard crocodile kings have already been stunned by you. Quickly withdraw your supernatural powers, or I will kneel down for you. Wu Zhen was already trembling with his legs, reluctantly persisting. Hey, I'm sorry, everyone, this body is too strong, and I can't control it. Wu Yun quickly stopped the operation of the exercises in his body and eased the weight. The strength of his physique was somewhat beyond his expectation. Not only his body, but also his surroundings would be affected. He has just trained his innate physique in giant elephant particles, and he still doesn't have enough control over his body, so he can't exert weight as he likes. After the pressure decreased, the elders let out a breath. At this moment, the group of monsters outside were still watching. The Beastmaster was stepped on by people. They didn't know what to do without commanding them. Wu Yun is going to kill the monkey to show the chicken. Xiaoyan, come here, he waved to Xiaoyan who was in Lin Dong's arms. Roar, Xiaoyan shouted excitedly. It was greedy for the monster crystals of the two beast kings from the very beginning. The monster demon crystal with a small achievement in the shape-making realm is a very good meal. In the bewildered eyes of everyone, the petite and exquisite red beast suddenly creaked, and red light gushed out from its body, and its size was rapidly growing. The ferocious and terrifying huge python tail, the lightning crystal armor covering the back, the mighty tiger head erupting with flames, and the powerful eruption of the monsters in the shape realm are not inferior to the leopard and crocodile king couple at all. It turned out to be a formation realm monster, my god. I touched it before, the other one, isn't it also? People were shocked, their eyes were between Xiaoyan and Baiyun, change back and forth. That little white beast belongs to Wu Yun, don't think about it, it will only become stronger. Even the monsters they brought were all in the formation realm, so the strength of the Wu Yun brothers can be imagined. At this time, Xiaoyan had completely turned into a fighting form, and came to Wu Yun, stretched out his tiger claws, and scratched the heads of the male and female leopard crocodile king twice, and dunked out two monster crystals. With a roll of his big tongue, he directly swallowed the demon crystal. The two beast kings went to heaven in a coma. Boom. The surrounding monsters couldn't hold back any longer. It was unknown which monster took the lead, and they all turned around and ran into the mist. Come in a hurry, go in a hurry. The night that was originally thought to be very difficult, now only a quarter of an hour has passed, and the crisis has been resolved. Watching the herd leave, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. There is a feeling of survival after disaster. Thank you. A gust of fragrant wind penetrated into his nose. Wu Yun tilted his head, just in time to see an exquisite and graceful body, and immediately, Zhang Shui's low voice came to his ears gently. She was sweating all over just now, but Zhang Shui was still fragrant, with her chest pressed against her body, showing a tired coquettish attitude. Her tone was serious, but her face was a little flushed and a little shy. Big brother, you are so powerful. Xiao Yinyan also hugged Baiyun, ran over, raised her head, stared at him with big eyes admiringly, almost twinkling stars in her eyes. Wu Yun patted her head, and said softly, you will be very good in the future. The two girls surrounded Wu Yun, but no one said anything. On the contrary, they thought it would be best if someone could talk to the older brother. If the boss speaks, he won't be left out in the cold. These men looked at Wu Yun in amazement and awe. After showing his strength, he immediately felt a sense of distance. They no longer dared to tease Wu Yun casually. And Zhang Lei looked at his two daughters with a smile on his face to thank Wu Yun. As an old father, every young talent would look at him with the eyes of his son-in-law. And Wu Yun undoubtedly satisfied his requirements for his son-in-law very much. Looks, strength, and character have all been verified. Miss Zhang Shui, you're welcome. I'm in the team, and I should have contributed. Wu Yun said lightly. Brother Zhang, let everyone have a good rest. This formation can still be maintained until dawn, everyone can rest assured to sleep. Okay, everyone rest. Shui brother Wu Yun must be tired, take brother Wu Yun rest in your carriage. Zhang Lei ordered. Among the several carriages here, only Zhang Shui and Xiao Yinyan's carriage was the best. Now that Wu Yun has shown his strength, he deserves the best treatment. Wu Yun, brother Zhang, don't bother, I'll just find a place to sleep. Mr. Wu Yun, don't refuse. If it wasn't for you, let's not talk about sleeping, it's good to be alive, let's go. Well, the quilts on my carriage are much cleaner, so that you can rest well. How about that? I'm going to sleep. Where will Miss Zhang Shui and Yinyan sleep? It's fine for Yinyan and I to sleep in a tent. Tent. Wu Yun said suddenly, the tent that can sleep me. He said, he took out the lotus stand of Yin and Yang twin lotus from the Chenkin bag, which Wu Yun has been carrying with him since it was used in the ancient tomb. Sleep on a simple bed. Sleeping on it, the power of Yin and Yang in the lotus platform can also help to restore the body, which is beneficial. Wow, it's so big. Xiao Yinyan covered her mouth in surprise, obviously it was the first time she saw such a big lotus platform. Wu Yun found an open space for the lotus platform and put it down, then took out a tent and put it on it. Immediately, a simple big bed was formed. Xiao Yinyan was very curious, she was the first to climb in, and felt the wonderful touch of the lotus platform, both cold and warm, both ice and fire, but after the two forces entered the body was extremely comfortable. She was very surprised, and said crisply, "Sister, come in quickly, big brother's tent is so comfortable. I didn't expect you to bring such a delicate and comfortable tent with you. It seems that we don't need our carriage anymore. Yinyan, she's naughty, I'll let her out right now. Son, let's go inside and rest." Zhang Shui said shyly. She was also full of curiosity about Wu Yun's bed. Such a huge lotus platform, with its powerful energy fluctuations, must be extraordinary, and it must be very comfortable to lie on, otherwise Yinyan wouldn't be so excited. Wu Yun, I got this lotus platform by chance. Sleeping on it has a different experience and is good for your body. Miss Zhang Shui might as well go up and try it. It happens that you and Yinyan sleep with Beiyun. 2 people and 1 tiger, be more spacious. Alright, I'll sleep in your carriage by myself. Brother, where will Xiaoyan and I sleep? Lin Dong asked innocently. Before the 2 of them were camping in the wild, they both slept together on this yin and yang lotus platform, but now the elder brother let the 2 women go. Wu Yun said embarrassedly, "Why don't you go with me to the carriage to rest?" "No, I don't sleep in a girl's bed, it's too soft." Lin Dong curled his lips. "Little friend Lin Dong can go to my carriage to rest." Before Wu Yun could answer, Zhang Lei had already said, "It's inappropriate. You are the owner of the pavilion, so I'll leave it to you to rest." "It's okay, our carriage is spacious, much bigger than Shui's. It's no problem for us to squeeze together." Zhang Lei said with a smile indifferently. "My curator Zhang kindly invites you, second brother, you can go." Wu Yun pushed Lin Dong over. Just like that, Wu Yun got into Zhang Shui's carriage. A sweet fragrance instantly invaded the nostrils. Wu Yun lay down on it, and it was really soft. Once again experiencing the feeling of gentleness, Wu Yun commented in his heart. It's still not as good as Qingtan's boudoir. It's not the first time he's lying on a girl's bed, and Qingtan's little loli should arrange the bed more delicately and warmer. Of course, this is just a carriage for the Zhang Shui sisters, and it is used temporarily. It is already very good to be able to achieve this level of warmth. Hey, what is this? In the darkness, Wu Yun accidentally touched a piece of clothing on the carriage. It was silky, slippery, and relatively delicate. He picked it up with his hands. It was very light, small, and delicate. This smell, hiss, on top. I'm going, it seems to be a small dress. Wu Yun's heart beat instantly, his face was burning. On the other side, Zhang Shui entered Wu Yun's tent, touched the special lotus platform, and a different kind of affection arose in her heart. Suddenly, she thought of something. Oops, I seem to have forgotten to put my bellyband away. Zhang Shui covered her face with her hands, trying to find a crack in the ground in shame. When she was preparing to fight just now, she hurriedly changed into a combat-friendly outfit on the carriage, and took off her small clothes because she had to wear in her armor. Forgot to put it in the Chenkin bag. What should I do? Will he find out? Should I go there now? If he finds out, will he think that I am deliberately seducing him? I admit that he is very good, but I am not like that my woman. In an instant, 10,000 thoughts flew through Zhang Shifeng's mind. In the carriage, Wu Yun squeezed and rubbed his hands subconsciously, and thoughts flooded his mind. Did she let it go on purpose, or did she just forget it? But she can come here before I get into the carriage. Tidy up the carriage, take it away. No, Zhang Shui's aloofness doesn't look like this kind of active woman. Could it be Xiao Yinyan's? Bah, sin. What should I do? Go back, or pretend I don't know? Second brother's choice is still wise. Forget it, go to sleep first, and talk about it tomorrow. Wu Yun used it as a pillow cover. Zhang Yinyan, sister, go to bed soon. Well, go to sleep. Zhang Shui lay down, but she couldn't fall asleep. Chapter 99. Are my eyes pretty? The next day, the misty fog finally became thinner. Wu Yun stretched his waist and got out of the carriage. At this time, everyone got up, started to pack the tents, and prepared to go home. Mr. Wu Yun, did you sleep comfortably last night? Zhang Shui was the first to appear in front of Wu Yun, her face flushed. She had been paying attention to the movement of the carriage. Well, I slept well. Well, my tent is easy to use. Wu Yun nodded and smiled. To avoid embarrassment, he can only pretend that he doesn't know about the bellyband. Anyway, boys don't use those things, so it's not too much to be treated as a pillow cover. Yeah, it's a very different feeling. Zhang Shui said seriously. She was worried about the little clothes last night, and it was difficult to fall asleep, but the power of yin and yang that sneaked into her body unknowingly made her sleep. In that comfortable feeling, relax and fall asleep. Since the young master is awake, let me tidy up the carriage. Zhang Shui hurried over, opened the door of the carriage, and soon saw the little pale pink dress. He actually used it as a pillow cover. Zhang Shui said in surprise. She went over to pick up the little clothes. What, does it look like a pillow cover? There was some small complaint and loss in her heart, but she couldn't say exactly what she was missing. She had been mentally prepared to be found in her bellyband all night, but in the end it was just treated as an ordinary object. Zhang Shui picked it up and sniffed it between her nose. Apart from its original fragrance, it also had a special smell. Is this his smell? Thinking of Wu Yun putting his head on her clothes all night, Zhang Shui couldn't help but her heart beat a little. The excitement of the little girl became more and more obvious on her body. Because of this move, deep down in her heart, she has unconsciously narrowed the distance with Wu Yun. Brother, Lin Dong stepped out of the carriage at the front, and immediately came to look for Wu Yun. How is it? Did you sleep well last night? Wu Yun laughed. Lin Dong looked back cautiously, with a tired look on his face. Don't mention it, Master Yang's snoring is louder than Xiao Yan's. Ha. Wu Yun couldn't help laughing. Big brother, your tent is really comfortable, and the white clouds are so warm. Xiao Yinyan also got up, full of energy. She was the most comfortable one to sleep. Bai Yun jumped into Wu Yun's arms all of a sudden, with the intention of running away from Xiao Yinyan. She was tortured terribly by Xiao Yinyan last night. She changed her sleeping position in various ways, pressing her hair every time. Xiao Yinyan was comfortable, but she slept uncomfortably. Unlike sleeping with Wu Yun, lying directly in Wu Yun's arms, beautiful. Zhang Lei, okay, get ready to go, we can go home today. On the way back, the roof of the carriage was knocked down, and Wu Yun still took the carriage with sister Zhang Shui. On the carriage, Wu Yun raised his head. At this time, Zhang Shui's long hair was coiled up, revealing the snow-white skin under his neck. Because he was in the wild and couldn't take a bath, there were some spots on his fair skin that were contaminated by plant leaves. There are no traces, but it doesn't look embarrassed, but it has a very special charm. This woman, Wu Yun could tell that she had a lot of affection for this martial arts gym, and because of his help last night, Zhang Shui's clear and beautiful cheeks no longer had the usual indifference, more, is a touch of softness. With light eyebrows and light makeup, although she is not as overwhelmed as Ling Qingzu, she has her own alluring side. The eyes of the two met each other for a while, and then Zhang Shui quickly looked away. There was a faint trace of redness on her pretty face, and she immediately lowered her head and shrank her buttocks back. This shyness made Wu Yun feel a little moved. We'll be out of the foggy forest soon. Zhang Lei rode over and reminded with a smile. He seemed to think of something. Brother Wu Yun, you came to Dawang County, you should also come for the ancient monument of Dawang County, right? With the method Wu Yun showed yesterday, Zhang Lei felt that the reason why such a person could be attracted to Dawang County, I am afraid that there is only the Great Desolation Ancient Monument. Wu Yun was stunned, and immediately followed Zhang Lei's words, well, the ancient monument of the wilderness is one of our goals. Brother, what is the ancient monument of the wilderness? Lin Dong said through voice transmission behind him. Wu Yun knew about the Great Desolation Ancient Monument, but he couldn't remember too many details. Brother Zhang, we are new to Dawang County, and we only know that the Great Desolation Ancient Monument is amazing. Can you tell us more about it? Hehe, the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument is considered the most famous thing in the Great Wilderness County. It is said that it used to be the ruins of an ancient sect. Long ago, when there was no Dawang County, the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument existed there. Later, the Great Wilderness County was also named after it. Zhang Lei smiled and explained. The strength of the ancient sect was extremely terrifying back then. It directly opened up an extremely vast space in the ancient monument. Not only are there many ruins in it, but the heaven and earth energy is also countless times stronger than the outside. You can practice in it for a day. It's enough to be outside for 10 days. There are infinite treasures in the ancient steel of the wilderness. It is said that someone has obtained good fortune level martial arts and skills in it, and even earth level spiritual treasures have appeared. Lin Dong was fascinated by the sound, fate level martial arts. Earth level spiritual treasure. Facing Lin Dong's ignorance, Xiao Diao rolled his eyes, and said generally, second brother, good fortune level martial arts are martial arts above the 9th rank, and above that there are spiritual martial arts, heavenly martial arts, and earth level spiritual treasures. It is an existence stronger than high-level spirit treasures, and there are heaven-level spirit treasures on top of it. The world is huge, and the great Yan dynasty you are in is just a drop in the ocean. Lin Dong was amazed in his heart, and went to see his eldest brother, but he was not at all. Not surprised, it seems that he knows all about ancient monuments of the Great Desolation, good fortune and martial arts, and earth-level spiritual treasures. Little Diao, this Great Desolation Ancient Monument is so special. Maybe it has something to do with Big Brother, then the ancestral talisman is probably placed inside. Lin Dong boldly guessed. Xiao Diao said proudly, hehe, I have thought of it a long time ago. The most special place in Dawang County is the Dawang Ancient Monument. If the elder brother wanted to store the ancestral talisman in his previous life, he would definitely choose this place. Zhang Lei continued to talk about the ancient steel of the Great Desolation. The ancient steel of the Great Desolation has a strong seal, and even a strong person in the Nirvana realm cannot tear it apart. However, every 3 years, the Great Desolation Ancient Monument will have a period of its weakest, and only at this time can one enter it. And now there are still 5 months before the weakest period of this seal. The temptation of the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument is very strong. During this period of time, a large number of people have poured into the Great Wilderness County, not only people from the Great Yan dynasty, but also other neighboring dynasties. After talking about the ancient steel in the Great Wilderness, Wu Yun asked Zhang Lei about the situation in the Great Wilderness County and the distribution of the main forces. Based on your strength, it is not a big problem to enter the Great Wilderness County. In the Great Wilderness County, there are many sectarian forces, large and small, too numerous to count, but there are 3 major forces among them. You need to pay attention. Zhang Lei said after pondering for a moment. The 3 major forces again. Lin Dong repeated in amazement. From Qingyang Town, Yancheng, to this Dawang County, there are always 3 forces that are the strongest on the surface. The triangle is the most stable. Wu Yun also smiled in his heart. In fact, in most chaotic places, the final situation is basically controlled by 3 forces, which is also in line with the rules of mechanics. Zhang Lei, these 3 major forces are the Yin Puppet Sect, the Great Demon Sect, and the Wumong. The Yin Puppet Sect is relatively mysterious. They are good at manipulating talisman puppets. Basically, every disciple has at least 1 talisman puppet. Great Demon Sect, these guys are good at tempering their bodies, and they are all more tyrannical than monsters. If you fight against them, if you get close, it will be a disaster. Oh, compared with Brother Wu Yun, among the same generation, the disciples of the Great Demon Sect are still not enough to watch. Zhang Lei suddenly remembered the scene last night when Wu Yun stunned 2 leopard and crocodile kings who are famous for their strength. Never heard of it. The Martial League is not a force, but an alliance formed by many martial arts, and the one in charge of the martial arts is the Tian Wuguan, and its strength is also extremely terrifying. Compared with the first two, the number of the martial arts is the largest. Quote, in addition to these three major forces, there are actually many more mysterious forces in Dawang County, and even these three major forces dare not provoke them. After Zhang Lei finished speaking, Wu Yun and Lin Dong were a little confused. Shocked, this great wilderness county is worthy of being the most powerful and complex county in the Great Yan dynasty. It is much more powerful than Tiandu County and Diang County before. Not only that, but the Eagle City where the Eagle Martial Arts Hall is located is even more powerful than their Tiandu County. At this time, the fog around them had gradually decreased, and they could see the sky clearly. Finally came out, Zhang Lei said with a sigh of relief. If they hadn't met the Wu Yun brothers this time, they really wouldn't be able to see the sun outside the Eagle Martial Arts Gym. Brother Wu Yun, it's still early for you guys to go to the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument. You can go to Great Eagle City to rest first. Anyway, you can drop by the way, and you can collect some information about Great Wilderness County in the city to learn more about it. Zhang Lei said seriously. He did not take the initiative to mention the previous deal with Wu Yun to help Xiao Yinyan practice. Because last night, Wu Yun's action was already the greatest kindness. Okay, then stop bothering me, and go to Great Eagle City to rest for a while. Wu Yun readily agreed. After a few months in the wild, it was time for the brothers to head to the city and relax. It takes another half a day to get to Eagle City. The team continued to move forward. Great Eagle City, Eagle Martial Arts Hall, is there any connection between them? On the carriage, Wu Yun and Zhang Shui continued to communicate. Well, our Eagle Martial Arts Hall was established next to the Misty Forest a long time ago, and then the Great Eagle City was gradually formed. Great Eagle City should be the strongest force, Wu Yun said enviously. In comparison, their Frenzied Saber Martial Arts Gym is much smaller. Before, they couldn't dominate in a small town of Qingyang. When it came to this question, Zhang Shui bit her red lips lightly, hesitated for a while, and then said, in the past, our Eagle Martial Arts Hall was indeed the strongest force in Eagle City. However, in the past 6 months, there has been a group named Blood. The foreign martial arts of Eagle Martial Arts are also stationed in Great Eagle City. Those guys acted arrogantly and had many conflicts with our Eagle Martial Arts, but their strength is indeed very strong. During several conflicts, our Eagle Martial Arts none of the gyms have gained the upper hand, which has fueled their arrogance, and if this continues for a long time, it will have a great impact on the reputation of our Eagle Martial Arts Hall. That's it, Wu Yun is also in trouble. It seems that every family has their own difficulties. Read the scriptures. But when he mentioned the Blood Vulture martial arts, Wu Yun remembered that in the original book, Zhang Shui was grateful for Lin Dong's action, so she did not hesitate to repay her with her own body. It's a pity that Lin Dong, a straight man, only cultivated at that time, and he didn't have women in his eyes. Now, the person who made the move has become Wu Yun. I don't know if Zhang Shui will make the same choice. Wu Yun couldn't help but look at Zhang Shui's body. She had a beautiful face and a perfect figure. To be honest, Zhang Shui is the most beautiful woman he has ever seen besides Ling Qingzu. Zhan Su is sexy and charming, and Qingtan Little Loli is not fully opened yet. On a 10-point scale, Ling Qingzu would get a perfect score, and Zhang Shui would get 9 points. My lord, why are you looking at me like this? Zhang Shui replied shyly. Do you think my eyes are pretty? Wu Yun asked suddenly. Okay, it looks good. Zhang Shui was a little confused. Wu Yun, then do you know why it's so good looking? Zhang Shui, why, Wu Yun, because I have you in my eyes. Swish, in an instant, Zhang Shui's face turned red all the way to her neck, and even her breathing became short of breath. Women in this world have never heard such offensive and earthy love stories. Wu Yun's words were too provocative, and they directly touched her heart. Young master, how are you? Zhang Shui immediately turned around to let herself adjust her breathing, but she couldn't help showing a happy and excited smile on her face. Is he confessing his love to me? Has he taken a fancy to me? What should I do? He has shown great kindness to our martial arts school. Should I promise him with my body? Zhang Shui was really upset. Miss Zhang Shui. Wu Yun didn't expect Zhang Shui to have such a big reaction when he casually teased her. It seems that he is still too handsome. Because if you are ugly, people will not react like this, they will probably give you a slap and say you are a hooligan. Big brother, what did you say to sister? Xiao Yinyan came over curiously. I said your sister is beautiful. My sister is already beautiful. You are also very cute. Zhang Shui hugged Xiao Yinyan. Yinyan, come here. Don't disturb elder brother's rest. Little, can't grasp what big brother said. Zhang Shui tapped Xiao Yinyan's head. Young Master Wu Yun, please rest for a while, there is still a long way to go back, I will block the sun for you. She said softly to Wu Yun. On the way back, Zhang Shui showed tenderness, and the person who brought tea and water took care of Wu Yun with meticulous care, but she still didn't dare to look at Wu Yun. He was kind to him, and a little evasive. It vividly expresses the appearance of a young girl who is just beginning to love her. In the eyes, there are 3 parts of camouflage, 3 parts of shyness, 3 parts of innocence, and 1 part of wanting to welcome but rejecting. Can't help but remind Wu Yun of the beauty of first love. That's great. Chapter 100. She doesn't think I'm the reincarnation of Ancestor Talisman. In Great Eagle City, the team entered the city mightily. The Eagle Martial Arts Hall is an absolute force that everyone knows in the city, so along the way, there are warm greetings. Looking at the goods on their carriages, everyone was talking about another big harvest for Eagle Martial Arts this time. Backed by the Foggy Forest, the Eagle Martial Arts Academy also controls the route in and out of the Foggy Forest, and it has really got a lot of good things in it. Walking through the streets, he soon came to the gate of the Wugwan. Then a huge martial arts gym with an extremely vast area appeared in Wu Yun's sight. The master is back. There were many guards in front of the gate of the martial arts hall. When they saw the convoy, they immediately shouted in surprise, and then Wu Yun felt that the entire martial arts hall was in a lot of commotion, with black heads coming out of the martial arts hall. Lin Dong was a little surprised to see them coming. This Eagle's martial arts hall is several times stronger than their Crazy Saber martial arts hall in terms of scale and strength. Master, you are back, several managers said anxiously and relieved when they saw Zhang Lei. It can be seen that the atmosphere in the martial arts hall is a bit depressed. Shui, take brother Wu Yun to the back hall to rest first, and arrange the best room. Zhang Lei first ordered. Obviously he didn't want to disturb Wu Yun because of his family's worries. There was a gleam of sadness between Zhang Shui's brows. Of course, she knew the troubles in the martial arts school, and she really wanted to help her father solve the problems in the martial arts hall, but she was powerless. She couldn't help but put her eyes on Wu Yun, thinking in her heart that with Wu Yun's ability to easily suppress the 2 leopard and crocodile kings, if he helps the martial arts school, it will definitely turn the martial arts school into safety. But for no reason, why should people continue to help them? The previous shot was already benevolent and righteous. Zhang Shui had an exquisite heart, and immediately thought about what she should do to get Wu Yun to help. If she can make the martial arts school survive this calamity, she is willing to be a cow or a horse, and she is willing to be a slave or a handmaid. Go, Zhang Lei urged again. Young Master Wu Yun, young Master Lin Dong, please follow me. Zhang Shui had no choice but to lead the 2 into the house first. She walked slightly ahead, deliberately keeping a very close distance from Wu Yun. Xiao Yinyan hugged Bei Yun and walked behind with Lin Dong. The martial arts disciples looked on in surprise. They never expected that the elder sister would have such a gentle side, walking so close to a man. You know, Zhang Shui has always had a face that strangers should not get close to, even though she is cold on the outside and hot on the inside most of the time, with a knife mouth and a bean-curd heart, and she is dedicated to the martial arts. But on the surface, there is still no martial arts disciple who can be treated with tenderness by the elder sister. The most important thing is that Zhang Shui is unparalleled in Great Eagle City, unique in beauty, unrivaled, and is the goddess in the hearts of all young men in Great Eagle City. These martial arts disciples, more or less, have feelings for Zhang Shui in their hearts, fantasy. At this moment, this situation and this scene, seeing the goddess in their hearts walking with a young man at such a close distance made them feel hostile. Hey, who is this kid? The senior sister is so enthusiastic about him. Yes, it is the first time that the senior sister is so kind to outsiders. Naturally, he easily noticed the unusual reactions of these disciples and their sour whispers. It can be seen from this that Zhang Shui has a high status in their hearts. Mr. Wu Yun, Mr. Lin Dong, the guest room is here. You rest first today. I will take you to the city to purchase the map of Dawang County and the distribution of various forces that you need tomorrow. Zhang Shui stopped lightly, bright looking at Wu Yun with beautiful eyes. He said, "Hey, wait a minute, I'm not sleepy yet, why don't I finish the business first?" Wu Yun suddenly called Zhang Shui. At this moment, it was just evening, and the sky was not completely dark yet. Business. Zhang Shui was stunned, unable to understand Wu Yun's meaning. Wu Yun, didn't I agree? When you take us out of the foggy forest, you will help Xiaoyan solve the problem of not being able to cultivate. It just happens to settle down now. Zhangguan mainly deals with external affairs. As a sister, come and watch me the teaching process. Although he didn't take the initiative to mention it, Wu Yun has always kept this matter in mind. In fact, all the deals he said were fake. He offered to help Xiaoyan not because of such small reasons as leading the way. The main reason was that Xiaoyan was a reincarnation. Helping her is an early investment. No matter what happens in the future, this Lord of Life and Death will definitely remember him. This is the elder sister of the ancient 8th Patriarch, and being able to make her owe a favor is a very profitable thing. Moreover, Wu Yun knew that this elder sister was so kind, but she doted on those around her very much. When she awakened in the future, she would definitely repay Wu Yun for her love. In fact, if Wu Yun doesn't help, people will eventually wake up. However, with his help, this process may be brought forward. In addition, general help would not benefit a big guy like the Lord of Life and Death too much, so Wu Yun was going to teach her the cultivation method of body script. When I first got the body script, each person could only cultivate one of the 12 kinds of immortal body. If only he cultivated by himself, then the other 11 would be wasted. Wu Yun thought about finding suitable, close, and trustworthy people and teaching them the FA. Try to find 12 people in profound sky continent, all of whom have cultivated 12 kinds of immortal physiques. Then when the 12 immortal bodies gather around him in the future, it is enough to imagine the grand occasion. No matter if it is to deal with any strange monsters or go to the world, it is an unstoppable force. A well-behaved little loli like Zhang Yinyan is the seed player who is going to accompany her. Wu Yun remembered this matter and was willing to continue to do it. For Zhang Shui, it was undoubtedly a great event for which she was very grateful. After all, it was related to her sister's future. However, she said with some embarrassment, "You teach Yin Yin, and I will watch from the sidelines, isn't it good?" Zhang Shui was a little excited, but she also declined a little. After all, teaching the method of cultivation is a secret of others. Good to watch from the sidelines. It's okay, I won't let you see it, it proves that I'm not a liar. Wu Yun said indifferently, "Come on, let's go into the room." He let Sister Zhang Shui into the room. Then he said to Lin Dong, who was holding Xiaoyan, "Second brother, please stay outside with Xiaoyan and don't let anyone come and disturb you." It seemed that he was used to treating Lin Dong as a tool. "Got it," Lin Dong said helplessly. He was familiar with guarding the gate. When he was at home before, he often guarded the door for his elder brother and Qingtan. "I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Lin Dong," Zhang Shui said shyly. She and Lin Dong should be more polite. "You're welcome, just listen to my elder brother obediently. Talk less and do more. My elder brother never treats people badly." Lin Dong stopped, he didn't like dealing with women. Crack. After closing the door, Zhang Shui felt a little cramped in the room, while Zhang Yinyan looked at Wu Yun expectantly with wide eyes, not knowing how he was going to teach her the Dharma. "Yinyan, you give Baiyun to sister, and then go to bed," Wu Yun ordered. Xiao Yinyan obediently agreed, and handed Baiyun to Zhang Shui. Zhang Shui hugged Baiyun happily. As for the cuteness of Baiyun, everyone loves it, and Baiyun's fur is soft and silky, so it is very comfortable to hold. "Woo," Baiyun yelled, and she felt a little uncomfortable in Zhang Shui's arms. Although Zhang Shui is taller than Xiao Yinyan, the space in her arms is not as spacious as Xiao Yinyan. The space was too small, and it was difficult for her to turn over when she was squeezed. Two majestic peaks suppressed her, and her head was hidden bounced. Wu Yun looked at the uncomfortable Baiyun in Zhang Shui's arms, and couldn't help swallowing. His hell, my heaven. This kind of crime should be let him take Baiyun's place. I didn't notice it before, because Zhang Shui was wearing a loose robe, which covered her advantage of not losing to Zhan Su. Hugging Baiyun at this moment, As soon as she pressed the clothes in her arms tightly, she immediately showed her broad mind. Stop yelling. When you transform into form later, you will understand that the things you hate now will be the things you want in the future. Even if you want to have them, you may not be able to afford them. Wu Yun was dissatisfied with the sound transmission Baiyun, who blessings do not know blessings. Baiyun didn't dare to struggle anymore and shouted, although she didn't understand the meaning of what the master said. But knowing that what she did would make her master unhappy, she obediently lay in Zhang Shui's arms. Zhang Shui's face was a little embarrassed, but fortunately Baiyun didn't struggle anymore, otherwise her little clothes would burst open. Big brother, can we start? Xiao Yinyan had already sat on the bed, waiting for Wu Yun expectantly. Well, sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and let your mind go. Wu Yun slowly instructed Xiao Yinyan. My brother's spiritual power will break into your sea of consciousness later, don't resist, and don't resist subconsciously, you have to trust your brother completely, you know. Wu Yun said patiently, Xiao Yinyan is a reincarnation after all, her subconscious there is also the memory of the Lord of Life and Death hidden in her previous life. If Wu Yun forcibly breaks into her sea of consciousness, it is likely to trigger the memory of the Lord of Life and Death, which will have a bad impact on reincarnation. I believe in brother, Xiao Yinyan said firmly. Wu Yun didn't hesitate any longer, and used his mental strength to wrap the 6 characters in the cursive script, and crossed them into Xiao Yinyan's sea of consciousness. Sure enough, as soon as Wu Yun's spiritual power approached, an invisible force erupted from her subconscious immediately, driving away Wu Yun's spiritual power. Hiss! Wu Yun felt a sharp pain in his mental strength, and quickly withdrew it, his face pale. The attack just now seemed to be an attack from a distant time and space, which made Wu Yun extremely astonished. Hey, how did this happen, big brother? I didn't mean to hurt you. Xiao Yinyan said with innocent eyes. She was ready, but she didn't expect a strange picture to appear, which made her unable to bear it want to drive out. Zhang Shui also looked at her younger sister in astonishment. She never expected this scene to happen. Her younger sister could actually hurt the mighty Wu Yun. It doesn't matter, your subconscious mind is still guarding against me. Only by opening your heart to me can I teach you the Dharma. You can first sense the returned spiritual power in your consciousness, and use your strength to see clearly what is in my spiritual power. Wrapped stuff. Wu Yun continued to guide. This way of teaching the Dharma is still somewhat dangerous, not only for him, but also for Xiao Yinyan. Big brother, what is spiritual power? Xiao Yinyan, who has never practiced before, doesn't quite understand the comparison. Hey, let me teach you how to cultivate spiritual power first. Wu Yun sighed. He didn't dare to be too aggressive when it comes to reincarnation. This is the cultivation method of the Shendong chapter. Wu Yun immediately changed his strategy and taught Xiao Yinyan to cultivate her spiritual power first. Now Xiao Yinyan reincarnation, although she is the master of life and death, but she does not have the life and death ancestral talisman. In Wu Yun's true interpretation of the original runes, there is a method of practicing the original life and death runes. If she can practice as a talisman master, Wu Yun can pass on the original life and death runes to her, just like Xingtan, who can practice the original Taiyan runes. It's just like this. When Xiao Yinyan fully awakens and becomes the master of life and death, how can I explain that I know about the life and death runes? At this moment, the life and death ancestor talisman has already turned into a human form. Only life and death know about the life and death runes. The master and the talisman ancestor, at that time, will the Lord of Life and Death think that I am the reincarnation of the talisman ancestor? Wu Yun couldn't help thinking boldly, thinking that this possibility is very high. After all, in this world, only 8 ancestral runes remain intact. On the surface, Zhang Yinyan's mental strength seemed ordinary, but as soon as she practiced, she immediately showed an extremely powerful talent. As if she had infinite spiritual power mobilized for her, under Wu Yun's careful guidance, she would be able to separate her mental power after a quarter of an hour. This kind of cultivation is so fast that she will be able to condense the natal talisman within a few days. Okay, let Yinyan practice first, let's go out. Xiao Yinyan had already entered the state of enlightenment, and Wu Yun led Zhang Shui out. After rearranging for them to live in, Zhang Shui did everything for Wu Yun herself, even heating the bath water for Wu Yun, so she almost helped him take a bath. The next day, Zhang Shui had waited outside the room early on. Wu Yun naturally didn't want to keep the beauty waiting, so after a little tidying up, she went out, and then went to the city together. When she went out, Xiao Yinyan ran out and practiced earnestly all night. The little girl seemed bored, so she also entangled her. Zhang Shui obviously had no resistance to this younger sister. She could only let her keep up if she acted like a spoiled child. Brother, your spiritual power is amazing. I could see what you guys were doing from across the room last night. How did my sister sleep all night? Xiao Yinyan took the initiative to embrace Baiyun, and said excitedly. Yinyan, who told you to spy on me? Zhang Shui hurriedly interrupted Xiao Yinyan shyly, and tapped her on the head. You, don't use your mental power to detect others indiscriminately in the future, or you will easily get into trouble. Wu Yun warned helplessly. He found out last night that Xiao Yinyan used her mental power for the first time. The martial arts hall is floating around. Oh, Xiao Yinyan pouted and agreed. It was the first time she tried to have the feeling of power, and she was very playful. Your spiritual power is growing very fast. When you come back, I can teach you to condense the natal talisman and make you officially become a talisman master. Yes, yes, Xiao Yinyan said excitedly. To the door. Zhang Shui, by the way, don't you need to call Mr. Lin Dong? No, let him sleep more. Wu Yun didn't want to say, he forgot about his brother. This is for you. Zhang Shui took out a universe bag and handed it to Wu Yun. What? It contains 100,000 pure yuan dan. Dad asked me to give it to you. When you were in the foggy forest, you set up a formation and consumed a lot of precious pills. You are saving us. How could this loss be worth it? I can't let you do it for nothing. This matter. Wu Yun scratched his head, but he didn't worry about it. When he killed the Di and Lu families in Leiyuan Mountain, he got nearly $5 after adding the package. 100,000 pure yuan pills, plus the previous accumulation, there are already 1 million on him. Seeing Zhang Shui's serious face, Wu Yun was embarrassed to refuse, and there was no need for too many pills, but there was no need to take over so stiffly. Wu Yun, it's not as much as 100,000, and it only took about 50,000 at that time. The pure yuan pill, if you don't mention it, I'll forget it. The owner Zhang is also a careful person, so let's do it. He came out today to buy something for me, and when Miss Zhang Shui uses this pure yuan pill to pay for me, that's fine. If it's not enough for me, you can take it back. How can this work? Wu Yun just bought some maps, news and other things, no matter how many there are, it's tens of thousands of pure yuan dan, which cannot be used up. Just put it this way, I am also Yinyan's master, so I don't need to be so clear about it. Yes, what the master said, sister, you just listen to the master. Xiao Yinyan said quickly, I like to be called master. Okay then, Zhang Shui reluctantly agreed, thinking in her heart that she owed Mr. Wu Yun more and more. How should she repay this debt? Wu Yun, also, it's all out, don't call me a young master, if you don't mind, just call me big brother. Zhang Shui, brother Wu Yun, don't call me a girl, call me Shuier is fine. Well, Shuier.